Good morning, Cinderin.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. It's not morning.
Good morning. Welcome back, everybody, to another day. This is day 3 of the TI-11 North America qualifier, regional qualifier. Today, we're going to be doing some upper bracket matches, Cinderin. And the first one up is Sonics versus 5 Rat Force Staff. Now, I want to set expectations, of course. Anything is possible. But Sonics are the overwhelming favorite in the entire region. And 5 Rat Force Staff were 6th place. They tied for last in the NADPC, but it wasn't really very close. There's a huge discrepancy, at least during the season, between these two teams. We'll see if it continues today.
Yeah, I think the thing about today that's interesting for me is that, first of all, we have this game where Sonics are pretty favored, right? But then the following one will be Wildcard versus Nouns, which I think has the potential to be quite a bit closer. Sonics and Nouns, the two favorites to win the whole thing. So now that they're meeting some slightly stronger opposition, or in the case of Nouns, I would say significantly stronger opposition than in their first series, it's going to be interesting to see how they adjust during those series, especially if they end up losing a game. But yeah, I think it's fair to say going into today, Sonics are major favorites in this series. And based on what we saw from 5 Rat Force Staff 2 days ago, they crushed in game number 1. Then game number 2, they were very far behind and kind of lucked out on 2 players in the enemy team disconnecting and not being able to come back from a power outage. they did not look consistently strong, and you need to be that to be able to beat Sonics. So they have to bring their A game today, and they need to do it twice, which is the tough part, I think, is to do it 2 games in a row.
Day 1, we had a 2 disconnect when they were up by a lot, and so they end up losing. Day 2, we have 1 disconnect. They were up a lot. They lost as a result. And an Arkosh forfeit.
Yeah.
What happens on day 3, Cinderin?
Maybe the servers go down. So
That
everyone
is a
disconnects.
very, very rare occurrence, right? Yeah. That would be quite something.
We need to step it up with the issues here. Maybe global internet goes down. How about that?
Global internet. So just like little. It's not. I don't know if that's even possible.
You know that box they have at NASA that runs the internet? That one's going to crash.
I see. Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, they have it segmented in a lot of ways, but a certain region could go out of internet. I believe that's the most feasible.
That's possible.
We'll see if that is next on the list. I have a random thought that just occurred to me because I read it on Reddit. Apparently, Centaur's hoof stomp is 20 radius bigger than the patch. The patch notes didn't talk about this buff.
Yep.
And I didn't notice it when I played. I'm not gonna lie, but that seems pretty good, Cinderin. Would you say that?
That's another what's that? 7% radius or something? 5%?
Right.
That's something.
Well, on top of that, and you and I were on the same page with this, where we read the patch notes, the latest one, so B, and it said -1 regen for Centaur originally. That's what I thought it said. We looked at it again a few days later, and now it's +1 regen. So he has 5 regen, I believe.
Yeah.
And 20 extra AoE. Why is this hero not picked every game?
You just want to see Centaur.
Why is he not picked every game? Just because his Ags is garbage. We can agree on this. It's not good. It's hilarious though. I love it in certain situations, but that's not really. I wouldn't even call that a nerf because people weren't buying his Ags anyway, right? As we are in the draft.
Guess that's true. It's situationally good now, but yeah, I mean the hero has some downfalls, right? He has some pretty bad lane matchups against certain carries, and I think his overall teamfight impact is kind of limited a lot of the time compared to other offlaners. Let's say you have the choice between DP and Centaur right now. What are you going to pick, right? I know it's not nearly even remotely close to the same hero. Just think about what they offer for the overall game, right? But I think if a lot of the good offlaners are banned, Centaur is definitely a possible hero that teams should try to run more. I would agree. I think it's underrated. But it is not a top tier hero still.
We're in the draft, as we can see. This best of 3, still upper bracket, so loser will stay alive in the qualifiers. If you're looking at 5-rat 4-staff from the games that we cast, speed absolutely destroyed on Death Prophet. We'll see if that ends up being left in by Sonics, and it will be. Wouldn't be surprised if it's the first pick, and it is.
Now let's see what Sonics have planned for this. So something that you could run into it would be AA, but I don't know if you would pick that first phase as Sonics, and you would definitely not be surprised with this. So you're coming in with a plan. This should be a relatively quick counter pick from them. They know what they're up against. They're going to grab Marcy as well as Lina. So pretty telegraphed here. The Marcy will more than likely be played as a 4, and the Lina is almost guaranteed to be mid for Quinn. I wonder what you counterpick Lina mid with. Historically, you would run Puck or TA, but I don't know if either hero actually beats Lina anymore. So maybe she just doesn't lose lane, and you just look at bigger picture stuff.
Well, how does Death Prophet do?
I think it's one of DP's worst matchups in lane. You're outranged, you take a lot of harass, you can't really go in. I think they'd rather put the DP in the off lane together with the Shaker and go that way.
How's Onion doing?
My dog's great, thank you. Guess there's someone at the door.
Oh, that poor dog.
He gets very excited when someone's at the door.
Is that excited or is that angry?
You never really know, do you?
Yeah, true. The Death Prophet Earthshaker opening from 5-rat 4-staff. And the thing I don't I think we're seeing a little bit less of lately is these flex openings. I don't know if you've noticed that too. Like at the major, it was all about picking heroes and just flexing the crap out of them. Like
Hmm.
it's all about mind games, and this is like very orchestrated. You know exactly what position it's going to be an MSS Marcy roaming around. It's going to be Quinn Lena, like you said. It's going to be the. I mean, I guess the Death Prophet could technically flex, but you said it's not really a good matchup. But we saw Speed
Yeah.
play it yesterday. Earthshaker always plays the same position. I find that interesting.
I think this is what often happens when a new patch drops, is that you step away from the flex a little bit because some heroes are perceived as just too powerful to be ignored. So you're going to grab them early because they have so much impact. And then over time, either through nerfs in a B, C, D version of the patch, or because you learn more and more about the game, you're going to find solutions to these overpowered heroes as they are at the time. So I think this makes a lot of sense. Give it a couple of weeks, and then either a patch or teams learning will make it more in the flex direction again, so there's less transparency. But like the thing is, if DP is as good as we think, then you don't really care about showing it, right? Like you build your lineup around it. And for Sonics, I think their opener is less straightforward for this patch. I think I don't know if they know something I don't about this Lina mid that makes it a first phase pick, but I mean, they'd probably come in with a game plan here that we're better than 5 red 4 staff, we're going to crush them in lanes, and then we're going to ball out of control in the game, which is fine. But yeah, it's not very flexy, the way they've picked this.
Flexy.
Flexy.
Yeah, they are known for destroying their lanes and then just winning the game outright. So let's see if that. I mean, I don't even need to look. That's true. I don't even need to look at the record for Sonics versus 5 red 4 stuff in the DPC because it was definitely 2-0. Because Sonics did not lose a singular game until the last series where they lost to EG and had to play in the tiebreakers. Yeah. Very, very normal occurrence in NA. So second phase bans for each respective team. It's going to be Faceless Void, TA. On the other side, Dark Willow, AA. So, I mean, is AA worth a ban just against the Death Prophet? Or is this kind of, or is this kind of leading us to believe that they're going to be trying to pick a little bit more healing?
I don't know yet. I mean, the patch is still relatively new, right? I do think countering DP with anti-healing is very powerful, though. So even if you don't run any other healing, I still think AA has a place, especially together with Marcy as a 4. I think it's pretty strong play potential, right? You have the stun into throwback, which sets up Ice Blast really nicely. And as you said, you can try to take this in a bigger healing direction if you want as 5 rat. Chen is banned though, which would be the obvious one, right? He was the first phase ban. Invoker banned here now by Sonics, so...
Interesting. Are they expecting a support Lina? Oh wait, that's the other side, never mind. Okay, so we're going to see Rubik.
Probably 5 Marcy
obviously.
then. Or it could be 3. I mean, do they want to get that creative? It's
Nah, they don't do that. I mean, maybe they started practicing in scrims or something. But yeah, this Rubik screen, I mean, both MSS, or both Marcy and Rubik played by MSS a lot. So I guess there is some flex.
Could be a 5 Rubik for Fata as well. Like, the spell steals are just incredible, right? Fissure, Exorcism, Spirit Siphon, Crypt Swarm, like all of DP spells are actually really, really good on Rubik. So maybe an Ember pick. This is a pretty dangerous proposition, in my opinion. I know Kits is a really strong Ember player, but I think this is one of Ember's worst lane matchups. I think Lina is very tough in mid. If you're clutch and you dodge the Light Strike array with Sleight of Fist, then of course, you know, if you outplay consistently, but the problem is a lot of the time you need to use Sleight to maybe ensure range creeps, and the moment you've done that, you can't actually walk up to the wave anymore, because then your dodging ability is gone, and Lina can like pump fake you with the stun. It's just stressful, I think, for Ember to play, but they're gonna go for it anyway. This is bold.
More great spells for Rubik with that Jakiro pick.
Yeah, give it to Kiro as well. Just give it an Ice Path as an option. I'd love to play Rubik in this game. You're only really scared about Ember. He's the only hero that can jump you in the back, and if he does, he's kind of exposed, right? You can get caught by a Marcy jump, you can get caught by lift into LSA. Sonics might even pick a direct counter to Ember as well, in addition, if they wanted to. Let's see if that's here. That is not a direct counter. It's kind of a pseudo one. You know, you turn into Ember, you can slight chins him. You can obviously turn into Shaker and Fissure and enchant Totem. Nice Morphling game.
Oh yeah, that is very nice. Although the problem is you can't get the Ags, right? Without having to buy an Ags yourself.
Yes.
5 seconds remaining.
Wait, does it copy Ags from the enemy? I don't think so, right?
I think it still works like that, right? Or did that get completely changed? Do you not have their Ags anymore if you have Ags?
I don't see why that would have been changed, because it makes sense. You should get it. Yeah, I don't know. That's either way. He would need an Ags himself on Morphling, which just is not a thing right now. So, although I haven't heard some Morphling players say that's actually pretty good.
Yeah, and
because of
even
the
if you don't
cast
go
points.
Axe, you can still turn into Shaker and use Enchant Totem, right? So you
Yeah.
just don't get the jump totem, but you still have Fissure and Enchant Totem, and then you just turn into yourself, waveform in an attack, and kill someone. So it's not as crazy as with Axe, but it's still very good. I would say, though, in this game, I think his best morph target is probably Ember. I think turning into Ember Spirit as Morphling is so powerful. Turn into him, you cast Flame Guard, gives you a lot of extra health in the fight against this lineup that's so magic heavy, and then you Slight Chain someone, go in, and go for the kill. So, really love his opportunities here as Morph. It's got to feel nice.
And
I mean,
the
think
fact
about
that,
it. They picked Rubik and Morph, right? That really goes to show just how good the enemy spells are. They picked both Stealers.
Yep, true. And the fact that they can pick Morphling knowing that AA is banned as well, that's a pretty
Yep.
hard counter.
So good
As
luck
last
shooting.
phase of bans now, PL taken out, Timber Saw for 5-rat 4 staff. So Sonic's looking for an offlaner, almost certainly,
Yeah.
and 5-rat for a carry, in all likelihood.
Another
Unless they want to do something cheeky.
Another thing about the Morph is it actually plays really well together with 5 Marcy because of how much value you get out of Sidekick. You have really high base damage when you morph everything into agility. So you give Morph Sidekick. He has very high attack speed because of all the agi, and he heals a ton of his relative max health pool because he gets a lot of lifesteal with a very low max health. So even if you harass the Morph in lane, the Marcy can actually go a route where she gets an early point in that, and Morph can just sustain. It's kind of hard to combat. He's going to have it every single wave. I believe the cooldown on level 1 is, what is it again? Is it about 30 seconds? 36 on Sidekick, so basically has it every wave. It's a pretty cool combo that was actually run very early after Marcy came into
I
CM.
mean, is it good enough that you don't get Morbid Mask? You still have to get that, I assume.
You probably still do. That's debatable, actually. Like, maybe you don't need to. Curious to
Well,
see.
then you
'Cause
can't.
could also
Then
go
you
a
need
Ring of
Marcy
Health
by you
route,
all
right?
the time.
If you take a Ring of Health path and you want to, let's say it's a game where you want Lincolns. I don't think this is that kind of game, so maybe you do get Morbid. But let's say it was a good Lincolns game, you might actually bypass Morbid Mask. Just use Sidekick and Ring of Health for the jungle. Morbid
feel
Mask obviously
like-
got nerfed for jungle too.
I feel like 5-rat needs to do something crazy. Because again, I hate to paint this negative picture. I can't see them beating Sonics with just a normal lineup. I think they need to cheese to be able to beat them. As PA is the last man for Sonics, like I'm not saying it's good. It's good against Morphling probably, but I was thinking something weird like Necro. I don't think Necro's good against any of the other heroes, so that's the problem.
Yeah.
But
PA
it's
would
something
have been
like
good here because it's good against Lina as well. I'll go for
Luna.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, you look at the lineup in isolation, 5-rat 4-staff line is actually really good. I think this looks like a very well-rounded draft. You have a great 2 side lanes with Shaker, DP, Jakiro, Luna. You have Ember mid. You have Catch, team fight. You have a strong peak around when DP is strong, together with the Luna aura. I don't think Sonics have outpicked them, to be honest. And I think almost no matter what Sonics last pick, they won't have outpicked them. But a lot of it is going to come down to how well will Ember do in the mid lane against Lina, and how much value are they going to get out of this Marcy. So as far as getting off to a good start for 5-rat 4-staff, I don't think you go into the series expecting to just totally dumpster your opponent in the draft, right? Like, you're going to get something really solid and stable. You're going to not want to lose the draft and have a way to victory, have a game plan. And then it's about executing your lanes and building some momentum. Their team fight is disgustingly good on 5-rat. It's very, very nice. So Sonics have a little bit of, like, let's I think this last pick needs to beat the offlane. I don't know if this does. I mean, this can obviously sustain against Jakiro. You can just purge off the dual breath for Leslau here to stay there. But it's if you're asking me which lineup I would rather play, it's probably 5-rat overall. I think
we'll
Sonic's
see.
lineup is harder to execute.
Yes, we will see if that matters, though.
Yes, that's
We
the
have
thing.
cast a lot of NA DPC, and it sounds like we're very pessimistic and jaded, and that's because we are. We watched a lot of these games the last 3 seasons, and these two teams, skill-wise, are not close. But I agree. 5-rat 4-staff's lineup just looks better, especially with the DP
looks
opening.
very
I don't
nice.
think they really addressed that necessarily, right? I mean, they got picks that they wanted, but I wouldn't say they hard countered the DP by any means. Although I don't know how you hard counter the DP without an AA.
It looks pretty decent. I mean, one of the things that DP hates is getting outranged, right? So one of the good carries against DP, as an example, would be something like Sniper, who can just stand really far away, keep hitting you and knocking you back during fights and eventually take you down, or like heavy single target damage like PA. What Sonics do have here, though, is that they have a duel with potential Blade Mail. I think that's scary. You don't have a save on your team, so you're going to deal a shitload of damage to yourself with Ghosts. You have Morphling with heavy single target burst. You have Lena with heavy single target burst. But once there's a BKB on the DP, I don't actually think they kill her that easily in fights. So there is that time, again, for 5-rat around this lineup. I think 20 minutes in is when they really should be looking to be at their strongest. And to just elaborate a little bit on my point, let's imagine the lineups were swapped. I would favor Sonics very heavily for this game. But now that 5-rat forced to have this, I think there's a path to victory. I'm still with you. I mean, Sonics are massive, definitely favorites here, but it's not as bad as it could have been, I think. So curious what 5-rat bring. If they play a really good game, like they did game 1 yesterday, it could happen.
Okay, we'll see how the laney stage goes, because I think that will decide the game for 5-rat. If they lose their lanes with the quote unquote better lineup, as you put it, then it's gonna be not so great for them. But let's see what happens as we're in the game now. We have prediction, Cinderin. Total number of trees. They really love this one.
Yep.
Total number of trees destroyed. We're 301 plus.
Yes.
I don't even care what heroes are in the map. Team with the most Roshan kills. We're gonna go Sonics.
I guess we have to if we think they're going to win, yeah?
Even though I think 5-rat's, I mean, it's just Death Prophet, I guess.
Both lineups are pretty even at Roshing, I think. I actually think the Radiant might be slightly better. It's better. They have overcharge. They have Sidekick with Morph and press the attack. So
Total number of player deaths by 10 minutes. I think it's 0 to 5, actually. I think it's going to be a slow-paced game.
I would agree.
Total number of Roche kills.
0 to
I mean, it's always 2, it feels like.
It was 3 yesterday when you said 3.
That's true. I had
You
a
were
feeling.
a genius.
Just had a feeling. One of those
Yep.
things, Cinderin. Called intuition. You wouldn't know about it.
I don't know about anything.
That's not true. You've learned many things over the course of your patch history.
Pathetic life.
Or that. Depends on your outlook.
5-rat are very passive. Look at their hero placement. Just not interested in taking a rune fight. Standing way back. They're placing a defensive ward.
Are they
for their
giving
own triangle.
all 4? They're giving up all 4.
It's 3 for 1.
3. They're giving up all 3.
They're taking the one in their own safe lane that they put an observer ward down covering, which I don't really know if this observer is worth it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
You're not playing against any hero that's going to rotate through the jungle very much or wants creeps. So, like, I don't think the 4 Rubik is going to care about this ward, even if he knew it was there. I mean, obviously he would deward it because that gives something, but he's not, like, phased at all by this being obst.
So DNM will be playing the Luna this time around. And speed, as expected, on his Death Prophet, as he's going to get stunned up to start things out in that bot lane. But like you said, Fata, Yawar are going to be the combo here. The Marcy, Morphling, they'll be able to heal up. You get Sidekick level 2, or you try to go for some kills with the Dispose?
I think probably Sidekick. Unless, I mean, if they get the enemy heroes low enough so that they see a sudden opportunity, then you could go for it, right? But
I mean, look at the
realistically
regen. Yawar just used his 1 tango. He's just, sorry, he didn't buy any tangos, did he?
No, I think Fata's pulling him. Fata's going to get the range creep there with a jump. The rebound.
Okay, that's a bit greedy, but we'll see if it works out for Yawar.
That is a very, very good laning start bottom. Yawar got 7 out of 8 CS in the first 2 waves on Morphling. You're very happy with that.
He's not done yet. Every time I look, he's getting a last hit here. So 8-0 start for him, and then mid lane, very early
double
lead.
range creep deny. Oh, that's a big blunder from Speed there.
It's unfortunate. Quinn 10-2, and Kit's 5-0, so already a lead for Quinn, who is known for his lane dominating in the NA region. And then the one lane I don't really expect Oh, I was going to say they're not going to lose this lane, but they get first blooded by MSS. And now DNM taking heavy damage. Won't be able to get the trade onto Leslau. I mean, on paper, how is this lane for 5-Rat?
I
was expecting it to go maybe even.
Yeah, I definitely don't think you die on Jakiro. That's the main thing, right? Like, they probably went really aggressive trying to kill LC, but got baited. I think Fairy Fire was probably a part of that play. I didn't see it at the time, but, you know, I can understand you get baited into wanting to kill the LC, but realistically speaking, she's going to skill her heal, she's going to purge off your damage over time abilities from the Jakiro and stand her ground and fight. And, you know, pretty good damage.
Yep, Dual Breath comes out, but it's not going to do much to dissuade Sonics from just continuing to pound on this top lane. And Quinn, you can see the lead is becoming kind of astronomical. He is a good amount of experience ahead, has a lot more CS already.
Yes.
And he could potentially get a kill here pretty soon. It's better be careful. We got the Dragon Slave up. Not going to be enough to outright get the kill, but Quinn completely dominating.
So we're seeing what I talked about for the Ember, right? He's using Sleight of Fist to ensure CS, and that means he can't go to the wave afterwards. Every time he walks up to the creeps, he's just getting punished, just getting Dragon Slave spammed. Like here, even in his tower, like Quinn is just being relentless dealing this damage. And Kits, again, slights one CS, and now he has to be careful. He can't come close, or he's just going to get LSA'd and killed. So this is a very Lina-favored matchup. And I think this is kind of a losing strategy if you're 5-Rat 4 staff to pick this particular matchup against Lina. If you're giving Quinn a lane dominator like this, you have to pick yourself a matchup where you don't get exploited this hard. I mean,
oh
look
boy,
at
I think this is... Oh, we had one charge. Oh, but I guess Dragon Slave was still on cooldown.
Yeah, it was still on CD.
Very close. But now, I mean, we'll see if Quinn can get both runes.
If he gets both waters, this lane's just over. I mean, it's already pretty over, right? But
yeah, it's... I think Kits should be able to get the other one, surely. But this is, yeah, tough to watch. It's already a 2k lead for Sonics. They will each get a water rune. And, I mean, one thing we didn't mention is the Spirit Siphon that we've talked about so much over the last couple of days, not doing percentage-based damage. Kind of a big deal against Morphling. Used to be, I don't know if that was necessarily a hard counter by any means, but it would do a lot more damage because he's able to Strength Morph, but now it's just a fixed amount, so maybe
well,
not
now,
even as
arguably
good.
it's better early, right? Because Morph is low health in the start, so then the high level of Siphon is very strong against his low max health to begin with, especially if you catch him in a stun or silence to start off. But yeah, later on, when Morph does start morphing into strength, definitely weaker than it was before. So it's situational, really. My god, Kits is so out of this lane. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because we were talking about, okay, from a strategic perspective, like, we like the Dire lineup in isolation and what it can do, but if your lanes are going to get crushed to this extent, you might not get to realize what the potential of the lineup is, and obviously that is a factor you take into account. But I think this mid lane, speaking strictly from theory, I don't think it is this Lina heavy. There's also a bit of a skill difference going on here in terms of lane mechanics.
Oh, Laguna Blade, not enough. Hits with just a sliver of HP, but MSS is looking to backstab right now. Waiting for another round of spells from Quinn. Oh, going for the courier instead. Thought he could have gone for a lift into LSA, but either way, it doesn't really matter. Quinn is still just destroying.
Good
It's like
there.
you said, just using the Sleight of Fist. As you can see, more rotation in. Both Fata and MSS have come to play. Fata's going to get stunned up by Giant as Rune Battle in the top area. LSA is going to connect on Kits. Obviously not level 6, so can't really use a Remnant or anything of the sort. He will walk away with just a sliver of HP again. And it does have 9 stick charges, though, so his courier was killed, obviously, so another minute before he can bring anything out. And this leaves a 1v1 battle for Leslau and DNM.
Another thing about this mid matchup is not just the raw CS differential and the denies, it's the fact that Ember has to buy raindrop as well, right? To even stand in the lane. Quinn can go full value. He ends up buying a raindrop as well, not for defensive purposes in this lane. It doesn't matter here, but he gets some mana regen. But the Ember ideally does not want to buy this item, but he kind of has to in order to stand his ground and even have any sort of presence. So for one hero, it's a necessity, and the other one, it's a luxury, and that just further adds to Lina's advantage here. And if the wave is in this position, what do you do? I know I'm talking about mid a lot, but the reason I'm focusing on it so much is that this is a huge part of 5-Rat-4-Staff's lineup, is their mid pick being able to set up for success for them. They're very reliant on slight chains for their strategy to work, and if you feel starved out as Ember, it's hard to find moves around the map because you're kind of looking after yourself, right? You need to get levels and get some sort of items so that you can be that role.
Yeah, and from the safe lane perspective, you are 41-8, DNM 31-7, but the big story is that Leslau is out-leveling DNM by a very good amount. And he is getting complete free farm. I mean, the top 3 CS in the game are on the side of Sonics, although even the top 3 net worths even at this stage. And he's actually rushing a
And
blade.
they're going in here. Fox
Yep.
has joined. Oh,
okay, a little bit of
miscommunication there.
Yeah, a little bit of something.
Rebound
Not able to get
failed.
much.
And this is a go call for Speed in bottom lane now. Obviously, Yawar will survive, but Speed should be playing very aggressively here against the Morphling, not letting him get farm. Because DP, if there's one thing DP does well when over-leveled, it is bullying short-range or melee heroes out of the lane, and Yawar is just going to go jungle now. It's not really feasible. He has his Morbid Mask, so he does end up buying it. Obviously, with Fata rotating, it feels way more valuable, and you probably wanted to buy it anyway, like we talked about. This is not a Linken's game, so you're not going to buy Ring of Health.
Yeah, Quinn 500 away from finishing Boots of Travel, has the double damage. Had the Arcane Rune before that, has gotten basically, actually, I think every power rune so far.
He almost has as many denies as his opponent has last hits.
Oh, let me...
Just to give you some perspective here. He's 59-20 against 28-1.
Jeez. That is pretty rough stuff.
Yep.
Oh, he's going to try to go for the kill. Laguna Blade
DD
again.
here,
DD, not going to be enough to get the kill, but forces gets back. And Quinn, not too scared. Oh, okay.
That.
The Dragon Slave is just enough damage to get the kill. He finally finds it onto Kits, and now we have the lift into the LSA. Quinn with a double kill. And this is quickly getting out of hand in favor of Sonics.
Big mistake there from Kits to get killed off like that. That was a very obvious and telegraphed
Top
play.
lane, we have Dispose. DNM, not going to get dueled. I think a Blade Mail is coming out already.
Yep.
Yes.
It is.
That's really fast.
And even though they don't kill the Luna here, this is still a great move from Sonics because they forced a DP teleport to top, and she does not want to be here. Like, now you're stuck up here as DP with your Exo ready, and you want to use this to push a tower, but you're not going to push the top tower. It's not going to happen. Like, it's very easy for Sonics to defend this with the advantage they have and how strong their Lina is with travels. So, effectively, you just... The one lane that's going well for 5-Rat-4-Staff was just forced to rotate. So now, none of them
Who
are.
gets another rune? It is Quinn Callahan.
Another Arcane.
The rune god. Actually absurd. That time, 5-Rat actually brought some heroes to try to secure the top rune, but obviously the 50-50 not going their way. Where's the DP right now? So Speed actually TP to the top lane. That's going to leave Morphling, Mr. Yawar, to just free farm both the jungle and the bot lane for himself. And
Yeah,
Giant has to be a bit careful here.
Exactly. I was just going to say, like, you're not safe here as Shaker. If you get caught by Rubik or by Marcy, you can easily get killed off. But it looks like the pressure from Sonics will be put top. They do have the 10-minute siege creep, so they're going to put their Boots of Travel to use. And
Cool. Our Shaker's coming. And Quinn has the Arcane Rune popped already, so look, just itching to use the Laguna Blade. Siege creep is taken out, but Sonics are here in numbers. Leslau dodges the Enchant Totem. Pata jumps in as the Exorcism is popped. It looks like Sonics want to try to disengage, but looks like Leslie won't have the choice. Despite popping that blade mail, will drop. The 5-rat 4 staff end up defending that tier 1 tower and get their first kill of the game, but still
Cost
behind by
them
4K.
EXO, and they lose bot tower. It's just...
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right.
It's not a good trade whatsoever. I mean, in isolation, it looks okay, right? Their tower was getting pushed, they defended, and they kill Legion, but the amount of rotation that this cost them is a net loss on the map by far. Like, Morphling gets more out of that than they do with their kill. Tower gold, invading the triangle, and starts farming here. We're going to keep calling this triangle, by the way. It's the 2 camps in this secret shop. That's the triangle. Even if there's only 2 camps now.
So the triangle tip is
Nice
the secret
fissure
shop.
steal. Easy kill on them.
Yep. DNM is dead. Nice rotations from Sonics again, and showing the global potential of Quinn as he can just TP back to the mid lane. And he is starting to, well, I shouldn't say starting. He is taking over the game since the 1 minute mark and expanding on this lead.
Took over the game when they picked Lina.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Oh, very aggressive here onto Kits. All right. They're
Not
pushing
gonna
it
be
a
able to find
little
anything
bit
yet
there.
But this is what I was talking about, and I'm not saying the game is 100% over yet, but I feel like you need to try to cheese in a game like, in a series like this, when you're kind of outclassed. Because it feels like, even if they had picked heroes that, you said that they kind of won the draft in a way, right? If you didn't look at the teams, you'd want their draft, but Sonics are just better players,
Yeah,
more experienced team.
So my point was, if the drafts were flipped, I don't think Sonics would have lost the lanes like this, right? Like, that's the point. So they could have played the Dire lineup against the Radiant one, and they could have floated the lanes to an extent where maybe it was a slight loss in the lanes, but not like a 5K minute 13, right? So that's why I still like the Dire lineup as it looks, but they're just getting exploited too much by Quincy's formidable laning stage. So when you go up against a team like this and you know what your weakness is and what the enemy's strength is, you might have to cover that aspect more than you usually would against the other teams you play against in either Division 2 or bottom of Division 1, where stuff like this, where you can get away with it. It's just a total difference of quality that they're up against compared to the last few days here. It's just really showing that Sonics are on a different level in lane mechanics.
They're smoking up. Yuar is who they would want to get, but obviously it's going to be a bit tough. Although the silence, there's the fissure, silence to follow. Yuar is fine. No ice path.
They need
But they will
Ember
be
for
get a
that
stack.
kill. Yeah,
I think
it's
they
something.
need all 5, it feels like, at this point. And Speed, obviously, I mean, he's having himself a pretty good game. He's the top net worth on his team. Obviously, yet to get a kill, but hasn't died yet either. So still deathless in his 2 DP games that we've cast. I think he went 14-0 or something the other day.
Yep.
Could pop EXO for this bot tower, but we'll see if they even need it. Not sure if Sonics are even going to defend it. As Quinn obviously has had his boosted trial for a bit now. Just a Mithril Hammer away from the BKB. And on Yuar's side, he's close to finishing a Manta style.
EXO still not being used bot. Like, picture this. DP has a pretty good game, right? They have not taken a tower minute 15, and they've lost 3 with the DP Luna lineup. They're finally going to brute force it here, and I think Sonics are just going to let them have it. It's not worth the risk. They have way more other stuff on the map that they can focus on.
But look at how scared they are.
Yep, they're missing a lot of heroes, so just going to let Speed do it solo. Taking him
Fortification
quite some
comes
time.
out. Yeah, and we can see on the mini-map, obviously, that Sonic's not remotely interested in defending. And, man, they are really playing this defensively.
They're terrified.
They really are.
They
I
even
can't blame them.
They scanned while the glyph was on to see if Sonics were going for a rotation, and it scanned red, and it was just Fata.
I mean, this is 3 members of 5-Rat standing around, and like while they were doing this, the lead got into the 7K range. It's mid lane now. We're going to see the duel. Kits is dead. First damage goes the way of Leslie.
Blink reveal.
Yes, so already a Blink Blade Mail for him, and now we are at the 7K net worth advantage mark. This is shellacking territory, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and Leslau is just gonna squeeze every advantage he can. This is what you want to see from the strongest team in this qualifier, arguably, is that when they get ahead, they just keep, they just keep squeezing out advantage out of every situation. So they get this kill, and he knows for that reason that he can go and steal this camp away that Luna wanted, and Luna's just terrified and runs away. So
Yep,
you
top
think
lane,
about it,
Giant's
oh boy.
dead.
Every time you steal a camp from an enemy carry that wanted it, it's like 150 gold difference, right? If the camp is worth 75, you got it and they didn't. So it's not just the gold you get, it's what they lost and the time that they spent walking over only to give it up and run away. It just very quickly adds up. 8k lead minute 17 with 6 kills, just full-on raw map victories.
Yep, were we right on our kills? Yep.
We were. There
Total
were
players?
0 to 5. There were 3 kills minute 10.
So far, it's as expected.
Yes.
The
Need some more
trees are a
trees to be
bit
broken
low.
by Lena, though.
Yeah, they're a bit low. Not gonna lie. Need to get those tree kills up. Get this prediction correct. As 5-Rat again kind of grouping up. And the problem is they don't have this Blink Dagger. They don't have the Shard for the Earthshaker. He's going to go for Shard first, which is something we've seen a lot recently. And Sonics are like, okay, you guys are going to just stand around. We're going to take Roche.
Yep. Roche, number 1, will go to Yawar, probably. Or actually give the Aegis to Quinn, I think. He wants to play more aggressive.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Quinn. Oh, they're going to get the lift. LSA not going to connect thanks to the Sleight of Fist, so Kit's able to escape death this time as Quinn. Oh, look at that. Another rune for him. This time it is an invisibility.
Yeah, he's going to immediately put that to use TP bot and look for a pick here. He wants to kill the Luna if possible. Has a pretty good read of where Luna should be farming. So he might run into him here. The Ob's just barely out of range. He might see him. He'll see him now. He might turn around and go for this. Yep.
Yeah.
DNM.
All right, DNM. You're in a bit of trouble, my friend. LSA, Laguna Blade, and eventually we'll go down, I assume, trying to run around these trees, but finally MSS comes to help finish the job. Blade Mail duel, that's another set of damage for Leslau as Kit's trying to get out with the remnants. Looks like he'll be successful, but he dies to the tower. Oh my goodness. LSA connects onto speed as the newly picked up BKB from Quinn. Just absolutely stomping their way in this game. It's going to be a full team wipe, and all they lost was the Rubik.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those games where what can you really say, right? You lost in all aspects of the game as 5-Rat Forstaff. You lost all 3 lanes, you lost Roche, you lost on towers, and you're being outmaneuvered and outfarmed on the map. So the good news is you can improve on everything, and it will all make a difference. The bad news is there's a lot you need to improve on if you want to match this level of play. It's just a beatdown, really, and I think, you don't want to start thinking about game 2 already. You still want to play this to the end if you're 5-Rat, right? But let's be honest, their chances here are extremely slim of coming back from this. But my biggest piece of advice for the next game is avoid getting off to this bad of a start so you have a fighting chance. So you might have to
advice.
step away. I mean, you might have to step away from some of your comfort mid picks, for example, and pick something that just lanes better. Like, you have to give yourself a chance of getting
Cheese it up,
done.
Cinder, and that's my strat. Cheese it up.
Yeah, but cheesing only works if the cheese hero wins its lane, right? Because, like, let's say you pick a hero like Brood, but you're picking an unfavorable matchup, it won't matter. Like, then you're just going to lose your lanes and have the same situation just with cheese picks. So
Mozzarella it up.
you have to set up better laning.
Tier 2 tower taken out.
Maybe tri-lane, maybe triple down on picking really strong dual lanes. So not Shaker, but getting something like Marcy that you saw Sonics take here. Whatever it takes to have laning presence is probably going to be step number 1.
Well, 12k lead for Sonics. Aegis still there for 2 full minutes. And Quinn already has his Shadow Blade. We'll be going towards the Silver Edge to get a little crit action. Yawar, he has a BKB that is yet to be used. Now working on a Scotty.
Interesting choice. He goes BKB straight after the Mantis. I mean, it is a great
Oh.
BKB game, but
This Luna might be dead, Cinder and Quinn. Trying to
it's a
pursue.
beam.
MSS takes that Lucent Beam. Come to the other side, and that's going to be
Yoink.
enough for the kill. Meanwhile, Leslau gets a kill onto Giant. He got damage for that as well, so already 50 dual damage for Leslau. Speed. Wants to get a support kill, wants to get anything here, but he's going to get stun locked, it looks like. LSA into the right clicks, and the Dragon Slave. So Quinn getting another kill to his name, 5-0-3, as, yeah, nothing stopping them from going high ground. And again, the Aegis still intact.
We might end up being wrong on the trees prediction because they're just crushing the game too fast and they didn't break them. So the prediction is at 30 minutes, but what if the game isn't 30 minutes? Then
We
they
need
don't get
Jakiro
break
to use some macro fires on the trees, not on the lane, on the trees.
Does
Yeah,
that
this
break
tower
trees?
is dead. I thought it did. Am I wrong?
I
pretty
don't
sure it does.
remember. I feel like it does.
Fairly sure. Fairly sure, Cinder.
Well, that's one lane of barracks, minute 22.
Yep, fortification is up, but not sure if there's even a point in using it. And Aegis down in 20, so we'll see how reserved they want to be from Sonic's side. I'm sure they know that they are up by a monumental amount at the moment. And hey, another rune for Quinn. Regen this time.
Yeah, has Ember got a rune?
I don't remember him
I don't
getting
think
anything
he's
other
had
than a water
in
rune.
23 minutes.
Water rune technically
Yeah.
counts. Power
If you
rune,
don't
I
even get a
think so.
water rune. I mean, that,
Yep. And yeah, Yawar gets a kill here. And
albino
hey,
zebra, more
hey,
like albino Sia.
Wow, that was really bad. I'm gonna
Thank you.
ignore that comment.
You loved it.
I kind of did.
Yep, you did. I
These
know you.
dad. I mean, that's not even a dad joke though. That's
It's a dead joke because he died.
yeah, it is a dead joke in many ways.
DNM.
18k
Actually,
lead at
DNM doesn't have
23
BKB.
minutes.
I think he's probably dead here to Quinn if he finds the angle.
Yep.
See you
Laguna.
later.
Wait. And oh, Yawar steals
Nice,
it.
Yawar. And they're gonna
Quinn
duel
Can't
speed.
quite solo. Yeah. Not enough to get the damage this time, but still will get the kill. And they can just barrel down mid if they want, or they can wait for that second rush, which would help with our predictions, of course, Cinderan. Very important.
Why would that help?
Because, wait, how many rushes? Oh, we picked 0 to 2. Okay, I forgot it was a range. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another hero dies for 5 rat. All right, so we still need 100, like 90 trees. We need 90 trees killed somehow.
Yep.
And if we get that, we
Well,
will have
it
a 4 for 4, which will be the first time.
That's true. So it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we haven't had over 50% though. We haven't gotten 3 out of 4, so that's
Haven't we
nice.
one time? No, actually, maybe not.
We've been
We
really
haven't
bad.
always predicted the same, but I think the best. I think our best score has actually been 2 out of 4. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Kit's gonna. Ooh, good reaction. Gets out in time. His
Yeah,
grand reward will be fountain healing. He got a power rune, by the way. He has arcane.
Oh, you're right. How did he manage that?
Quinn was top, I think.
Well, he's 100 gold from BKB. That might be the go time for them. Or it might be now, actually, because they are smoked up already.
Yeah. Trying to get a
Giants.
surprise jump.
Yeah.
Fissure. Okay.
That's fine.
Not too much of a surprise now.
I mean, they don't really have a jump of any kind, because still 1,000 away from Blink on Giant.
Gonna
MSS.
sidekick him for full heal.
Yep, Quinn. Gonna get harassed bit by these illusions. There's the fissure. This is the setup now. But
Press
the
the
save
attack.
again from the telekinesis. That is the shard coming out, and that is a dual victory for Lesla onto speed. DNM is dead. 5 rat, 4 staff, dropping like flies. And that's gonna be a double kill for Yawar. I would expect GG's to come out here any moment, which means the trees challenge will not be successful for us, Cinderin. But Sonics will be successful in taking game 1 in a Gaben shellacking. This was not remotely close.
This was more of a stomp than I was expecting. I mean, we were talking about how Sonics are the clear favorites for this series, but when I saw the draft and when I saw the lanes that 5-Out were putting, I thought it was going to be better than this. I didn't think they were going to win, but I also didn't think they were going to get stomped by 1k gold per minute, minute 25. So, yeah, you know, it's really simple to break it down. You lose all 3 lanes and you lose the first 2 fights and the first 3 tier 1 towers that are going Sonic's way. It's almost irreparable. So game number 2, better lanes. Make sure you get matchups that are playable. And I think especially kits, put that Ember on the shelf if you're facing Lina. Get yourself a better time so you have a chance.
Ooh, I
or
just
maybe ban the
realized-
Lina if you don't have a tool against it in your arsenal. Like that.
I was
just
not looking at the score at all. I didn't realize they had 2 kills.
23 to 2.
They were both on kits. Everybody else had a goose egg on the side of 5-Rat.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think there's much to break down here. That was just not remotely close. Hopefully game 2 is a little bit closer. Obviously, we're still favoring Sonics no matter what the lineups may be. Well, maybe if they all random, it could be pretty bad for them.
Oof.
Don't think they're going to go down that road, though. This is a very important match for them.
Yep.
But yeah, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with game 2 after this.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Greetings and salutations, Dota fans, Suns fan here with Cinder, and we're deep into the draft already between Sonics and 5-Rat 4-Seth in game number 2 of the NA TI11 regional qualifiers. And we got Alina ban, so that's a difference. We got a DP ban on Sonic's side. And I believe Chen, I don't remember if Enigma was banned. I guess it probably was.
Yes, it was last game as well.
So the opener is Batrider Clock for 5-Rat, and Sonics take Quap Undying.
Yeah, overall first pick was Undying. Bat Clock the response into Queen to close the phase and to counter Bat in mid. So 5-Rat 4-Seth are in this position again, where if they do put the Bat mid into Quinn's Queen, I'm worried we're going to have a repeat of last game. And if they put the Bat side lane with Clock, it's pretty telegraphed now what the matchup is, so you can pick a carry. That fares well against this together with Undying for Sonics. So I think they like the position that they're in because they get to close the phase with the Bat mid counter because then they can enforce one or the other.
5 seconds remaining.
If 5-Rat end up putting the Bat mid, they're in a pretty bad spot because they will lose that lane to Queen and then they will have Clock against Undying, which is also a tough matchup for Clock. So should once again, just like I said at the end of the last game, you have to have stronger lanes than you did last time. And I don't know if this was the opener that will accomplish that.
I have a carry in mind. The problem is I don't remember Yawar ever playing it, and people don't play it in general. But against Batrider Clock, Slark.
Yep,
Do people
Slark's
play
good.
Slark these days?
they do. He's a lot better now than he was
That's
last
what I
patch.
thought, but we have yet to see him in the NA.
Yeah, NA hasn't
region.
been giving it much love. It got picked a couple of times in ESL Malaysia and did really well in some of the games when it was picked late in good matchups. This could become a Slark game. I also think Phantom Lancer looks pretty promising against PL Clock. Those are against Bat Clock. Those matchups are really good for PL. Slark just got even better. Now, PL is also good against Jakiro, so honestly, both of them just look amazing. And if there's a third one, then Sonics don't even need to pick their carry until last, because then they can get one of the three. There's 3 heroes that are good against all of these.
5 seconds
I think for now you pick a 4 for MSS. He would love to play Rubik, but it's banned. So what are we looking at? Maybe Tusk is decent.
Marcy's still there.
Marcy could be. It's not the best Marcy game against Clock Jakira as the support matchups, but it's probably still fine with the right offlaner. What else is there? Mirana could be a thing. I think Mirana is actually pretty good this game if you have any sort of setup for her. The enemy has no dispels. She outranges Jakiro in lane. She can leap away from Clock.
You have 0 stuns already, though.
This is another one that's good. Dark Willow. Dark Willow Mars. Pretty
Leslie
straightforward.
Mars.
And as we talked about yesterday, the Mars against Bat matchup historically really bad, but now that Bat can't Firefly out of Arena, it gives Mars a lot more counterplay until Bat gets BKB.
Dragon Knight.
I'm thinking this is a DK mid and they're going to put Bat off. The problem is Bat doesn't know his matchup. Oh, Sonics are actually going to ban PL. Interesting. I mean, it's also good against their heroes, right? They have Undying, Tombstone, they have Dark Willow. That PL is also good against, but would have also been great for them, in my opinion. And they do have the next pick.
And they still have.
I'm with you on the Slark, man. It looks amazing. I think they're going to pick it if it's available.
I don't know. Have you seen Yawar play Slark?
I have.
Really?
Yeah, but maybe it was only in a pub. I don't know if he's played it much in official matches, but like, if you're a serious carry player and you're looking to go to TI and a hero like Slark is suddenly good in the right circumstances, you need to know how to play it because it's one of those truly game-winning carries when the setup is correct for it. Especially in the slightly slower meta, the hero got buffs, and a lot of the heroes that Slark is pretty good against are kind of meta, right? Like Bat Rider, like some of these strength offlaners. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just play it safe and go for their standard Juggernaut, which
Jug is
also
also
a lot.
great, absolutely. I mean, there's plenty of options. It's not just
Slark
those.
is better though. Slark is the best pick.
I would say Slark is probably the best pick here. I would agree.
The 5-rat
Also
looking
something-
for a carry as well.
Something special about Slark as a carry is that he offers catch, which is something very few carries have in this meta right now. And it's a nice luxury to have. They're going to ban it, so they identify it here. Yeah, being able to catch from your one position is a really nice luxury to have. So most of the time, carries will depend on setup. It's also one of Void's big strengths, but he's obviously banned here. That you have more play potential around the map because all 3 of your cores can set something up.
Team ban.
So what else is there?
All right,
Jug
that's all the
too.
heroes that we mentioned.
Wait, so what's left that he could play into this? Weaver, Naga Siren.
10 seconds remaining.
How
The list is kind of
is
short when they're banning the ones that we would like to see.
5
how's
seconds
Alchemist
remaining.
this game for either side?
Quincy
He's
Crew's
not.
turn
I
to
mean, he's
pick.
probably gonna be fine, right? If I don't know if Undying can cover him.
I
well
mean, there's
enough, though. I
plenty
feel
of
like you're
carries.
giving Bat an you're giving
There's
Bat an
Ursa,
opportunity.
there's PA, there's Wraith King.
Yeah, all of those heroes are bad against offlane Bat Rider, right? I mean, I'm working under the assumption that they put DK mid. I think if 5-rat forced to put DK offlane and Bat Rider mid, they're in so much trouble. I don't know where to start.
5
So I think they
seconds
have to do that.
Lifestealer can't be that bad against Bat
Yeah,
Rider.
Lifestealer is very good too, actually. That's another great example. I actually think that is what they're going to pick for Yawar. Knowing what he likes to play, that seems like a
Yeah.
solid pick.
I mean, it's not necessarily that good against Dragonite later, but
Phantom
okay, they
Still
do go
go PA.
PA.
Okay. I mean, PA can... She's one of the... Like, I wouldn't say she's one of the best carries against Bat in lane, but she's one of the better ones because you at least have a slow and a repositioning spell, right?
You may now select
So you have
Oh
a way
wow,
of
very slow
resetting.
pick here, Naga. Wow.
Yeah,
I don't know
think
about that.
Naga fares particularly well against PA. The problem is later on, PA will go Battle Fury and she will get huge, and she has inherent amazing evasion, and Naga does not like to buy MKB, so Naga's probably going to have to buy Bloodthorn, and you're going to have to kill PA during that Thorn and not let her get dispelled. If he gets dispelled, I think she's just super safe later on in the game. So I think last game I gave 5-rat 4-staff a decent chance because of their draft, and they just got crushed in lanes. I think this time around, the conditions are worse. So that does not exactly have me hopeful. I don't think this Naga pick
10
was very good,
seconds remaining.
unfortunately.
So, correct me if I'm wrong here. Naga, a
5
very
seconds
slow
remaining.
pick, and
Yeah.
when you lose your lanes, this hero would not fare well ever. Like this is
Yeah, that's a
hero you just
pretty-
need 40 minutes of farm on. It feels like.
Not necessarily. Like if Naga has a really good game and buys the right items, she can be very strong in fights around minute 20 to 25. But like you said, like the laning stage, the history that we've seen hasn't been the greatest. And I don't know if this lane is good for Naga either. I think Mars Willow actually fares pretty damn well. All right, there's nobody at the door this time, I promise. But apparently something else is exciting.
How do you know there's nobody at the door?
Bear with me, because he's barking from upstairs. I think this time.
He
So I
can
think
sense that somebody's at the door, Cinder.
Oh.
Go check the door.
It's like in The Witcher 3. He's like sees these tracks through the wall.
That's a pretty hardcore dog. What did you trained him that vehemently, huh? Gracious.
Yep.
Okay, so 5-rat 4-staff versus Sonic's game 2. You're favoring Sonic's draft this time,
Yeah.
which might not bode too well for 5-rat. We are going to see an interesting Dragon Knight set. I don't think I've ever seen this one before, which we can't see
it's
yet, but
nice.
we'll get into the game.
It's a good
It's
set.
a very unique one, I think.
I think it's the set I use, or at least I use the full set. I think he only uses parts of it. I think he uses the helm and the sword, but not the shield, if I'm not
All
mistaken.
right, prediction time.
All right, we'll predict first, then we'll get
Total number of teleports canceled by stun by 25 minutes. I'm gonna say 0.
Yeah, that's probably the safest pick, right?
Total number of player deaths at game end. Oh boy.
20. So last game it was 25, right? It was 23 to 2.
It'll be a little bit more.
I
26
think
to
I was
40.
going to 26 to 40. Yeah, I agree.
Team with the most runes picked up by 10. It's Sonic's, obviously. Quinn gets
Yeah,
every
probably.
rune. Team with the first Roche kill.
Or I'll also say Sonics.
Yeah,
The Radiance Roshan ability
is very bad.
Absolutely terrible.
Just Clockwork is the only semi-okay one. Yep, all right. This could be a 4 for 4, Cinderin. I'm pretty confident, actually.
Yeah, I feel very
No
strongly about
trees.
3.
30 seconds to battle.
Now, which one you do not feel comfortable about? The teleport canceled?
I think the one I'm least confident about out of all of them is probably total number of player deaths, actually. Because this could be an absolute... Like, again, just going off last game, I think this time 5 Red 4 Steps lineup has more weakness that can be exploited potentially, so it could get even uglier.
It could not possibly get uglier than that, because that was an umbrella game,
The battle
Cinderin.
begins.
Was it?
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Alright. I thought that was a very special honor.
Wait. Is umbrellas... Oh, shoot.
Isn't that the highest one?
Oh, you're right. Okay, never mind. That was a top hat.
Alright.
So umbrella would be the next step, which I don't see happening. Has never been given out. And I really need to refamiliarize myself with this tier list. As Kits is playing the Dragon Knight, so he can play against Quinn's Queen of Pain. And how does this hero fare these days? He didn't take Dragon Blood first. But then again, Quinn didn't take Shadow Strike first. So both just to secure their range creeps.
Yeah, I think this lane is a wash, which is, you know, a big upgrade from last game, right? For Kits. Dragon Knight, when he gets multiple points in Dragon's Blood, you just can't out-harass it as Queen. It's just too much. It even got buffed this patch. So you're not gonna... Like, just the first value point, look at what it gives. 4 armor and 4 HP regen. It's almost a Helm of Iron Will you just show up with for free against Queen. You don't care. You're just gonna farm, and then it comes down to Breathe Fire usage, whether you can beat the Queen. That is not the way you do it. But he gets the range denied out. But yeah, it's... I think it's actually possible for Dragon Knight to win slightly. Albino
We're gonna
Zebra.
see some action bottom. Albino Zebra is fine, but first blood goes to Yawar in the top lane. So Sonics have kind of switched things up. I know they haven't. I mean, there's
This
6
was
stacks of sticking
not
napalm on Fata, but he's
The
fine.
lane I would have expected. Okay, Fata's baiting here. He lets
Yeah,
himself get 8 stacks.
9 now, and there's a pause, so they can think
Okay.
about what to do here.
Time
Oh,
for
and they
what the
instantly
horse.
unpause. Don't even talk. Oh my goodness, what is this?
What the horse, Shannon? What is gonna happen?
Speed is gonna die.
Bat has 12 ones.
That's true. I think Fata dies, then Speed dies.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Yawar does not have Orb of Venom. If he did, I think they could actually keep Bat from connecting here. Undying has 262 move speed, Bat has 297.
Yeah, Speed gets the kill first, and then the zombies. Oh my god. Never mind. He's just so slow.
Okay.
All right, we were wrong. Wow, that wasn't even close. Wow.
I thought he was going to be able to get on top in time, but the dagger was already off cooldown again, so
Yeah.
he didn't connect again.
Well, that is unfortunate
Yeah,
for
losing
5
this lane is very bad news. I think this is the one that they have the theoretical best chance of downright winning. I think mid they have a good chance of getting a draw. And I think bottom they just don't win. Like, you don't win Jakiro Naga against Mars Willow. Maybe you can draw if you play it very well and just farm, but yeah, this top lane was one they needed to go well, and that is not the case so far.
Yeah, and then in the mid lane, obviously last game Quinn was dumpstering, and this time around very even. So
Yep.
that is good to see for 5 at 4 staff. Kiss is going to get the other water rune. Of course, this is not a hero that goes for bottles, so
Attack.
Quinn should be able to get these runes unless there's some help coming out from his teammates.
I mean, even if you don't have bottle, you still want to try for one of the runes just so the Quap doesn't get it, right? Even if you're not going to get a lot of value out of it yourself, you need to mitigate Quinn.
How do you get a rune against Quap as a Dragon Knight?
It's a bit tough until, I think, minute 6, but if you have multiple points in Breathe Fire, like if you go 2-1-2 and you time your push out well, maybe you can have enough of a wave in the tower if Quinn doesn't have the resources to deal with it in time. Like, Quinn's currently floating 200 mana, right? So if he keeps having to scream every wave, he's actually going to run out of mana before minute 6, potentially. And then, at that point, you have to choose between, am I going for the rune, or am I going to take all the experience and gold in my tower? And that is not always straightforward. But yeah, usually you would need support interference to get one of the runes.
Top lane, Giant, and Speed getting pretty low. There's a Firefly up. Vata, in fact, all 4 heroes are pretty low at the moment. Daggers continue to come, Phantom Strike to come as well from Yawar. But no kills in this little engagement.
It's that Orb of Corrosion already. It just makes his life so easy up here. You have insane slow against Bat. Or against the clock if you want to commit onto that.
Yeah.
The Silver Lining there for 5 4 stuff. They survived the Tombstone. So a little bit of a power play here potentially.
Yep, true. And something we haven't really talked about too much, because we haven't seen that much PA, as Bramble in the bot lane. Jakiro gets speared and goes down. Leslau should be A-okay. But
Jaspiro.
The fact that Phantom Strike now gives lifesteal, that is such a big buff for PA, helping her sustain in lane and in the jungle. Feels like it's a lot harder to shut her down because of that change.
Yep. And it does make a pretty big difference in certain situations against Bat as well, where sometimes it comes down to just a raw fist fight where Bat is on top of you and you just turn Phantom Strike and you start hitting each other. And PA with a couple of lifesteal attacks might make the difference between whether you die first or not. So, yeah, as far as it's going so far, that's not really going to be too relevant, I think. They're staying fine and healthy up here. Plenty of tangos coming Yawar's way from Fata. He is running out now. But Yawar is sitting on a 10-1 again, so he has his own heal ready to roll.
Yeah, and he's going straight for the Ring of Health, which will, I would assume, eventually be a Battle Fury. But once he gets that Ring of Health, it's going to be pretty difficult to get that kill. I'm going to pay very close attention to this 6-minute rune. What happens here?
Yep.
Quinn, I mean, do you ever go Blink, like, at 6? You don't go for your ult a lot of the times, right?
I think you very rarely go this build in general. 3-0-2 is extremely uncommon, but against DK, I can see the logic. Like, maybe you can... Maybe with this build, you can put enough pressure to potentially set yourself up for a kill?
Rune is going to be top because Albino Zebra is guarding the bottom one.
Yeah, you're right.
There it is. Oh, but
Giant is
Giant.
there.
All right, 2 heroes required from 5-Rat to prevent Quinn from getting a power rune. And MSS even makes a trip over, and Quinn is probably very upset because he's used to getting every single
Speed is
rune.
going for a top.
Okay, you are 6
So
stacks of
much
sticky
slow.
napalm. There's the tombstone. Dagger's coming up in 1 second. Still 21 charges. He's gonna try to. Oh, he actually dies first. Bata gets the reciprocal kill here.
That's pretty good for speed.
Yeah, absolutely.
1v2
Very good
situation
turn of events.
gets the kill.
And now Kit's pressuring the tower in the mid lane with that dragon form. See a lot of the supports for both sides in this mid lane right now. And they have to worry about not only the dragon form, but the Jakiro liquid fire as well.
And a double wave.
TP from Yawar, very interesting. And you can see the Brambles coming out, very nicely placed. They're going to focus on Albino Zebra to start, but the Dragon Tail holding PA in place. First crown onto Albino Zebra. I'm not sure if he's going to tick out. He pops his wand. I think he'll be okay. And still, damage being applied to this tier 1 tower. Already at half HP. Yawar, he's getting very low. Soul Rip to a healthy amount. MSS with another Bramble. And again, this feels like an ARAM game.
This is pretty good for 5-Rat. They got 4 heroes from the Dire defending mid together for a full minute, and Speed just got 2 completely free waves top with no PA. I don't know if that Yawar TP mid was actually worth it. I feel like, you know, they clearly have a team identity or ideology about the game that this mid tower is super important and they need to defend it. And maybe if he doesn't show up, maybe they lose it. After all, it did fall to 500 health, so maybe the PA was the difference maker. But the amount of you lost top is pretty significant. Like 2 full waves. Bat is now almost level 7, Yawar is level 5. So he's very much in danger now of just getting dove and killed.
Yep, Giant. He's in danger now, though, as the rotations come from the Sonic supports. First crown inside that Bramble. And Giant trying to maneuver himself around, but Yawar is here. Will he get denied to the tomato? No. MSS credit for that one. And Yawar still only level 5.5. So we'll see if Speed is able to take advantage of this early lasso, but obviously going to be a little difficult without the Clockwork alive. And Yawar, it looks like it's going to be the Brown Boots Battle Fury. Obviously with the Orb of Corrosion already being done.
Missed the flag bearer there. That stings.
Oh yeah, that's tilting. Very tilting.
Speed's in trouble.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe,
Fata gets
maybe
the
not.
courier, and Speed gonna scare the rest of the members out.
I think they weren't completely positive where he was or that he was there in general, or like maybe they just worried about TP rotations, because I think Undying Willow plus PA there can definitely look for that kill if they hit a Bramble. But I actually, on second thought, I think the backing off play there is very good from like a risk-reward perspective. It's probably the right choice to just not give Bat a potentially great fight. Stabilize.
Well, Kits now, another dragon form. This tower is likely gonna fall one way or another.
Hey, 5 Rat Force are up on gold chain in minute 10.
Yep, they are.
They got what they
technically.
needed.
Yeah, lane's very even.
Gets the tower.
Tower goes down, no deny. So Kits, way better game for him this time around. And you can see in terms of the net worth, even DNM is having a good one. See, is top in the game. He's going to be finishing his Yasha here momentarily.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of farm on Naga. So, curious what his build is going to be. As we talked about, PA not exactly the best matchup in my opinion, but I guess I'm going to say he's going to go Manta into Manta Scotty Bloodthorn maybe? Or Manta Bloodthorn straight away? It's a pretty fragile build, but it gives you a direct path to killing PA. You can't rely on your teammates to counter PA later in the game. You have to offer something significant in the way of damage, or a PA BKB just has free play, right? There's nothing stopping her at all.
I don't think Quinn has gotten a power rune yet, by the way. We're getting wrecked on our prediction.
Yep.
They've been sending people down here constantly. And he can't even get a bounty rune. Look at him. Looking for any scrap to get this bottle back up to fully charge, or at least partial charge. Not happening. And Kits, he's actually almost done with his Blink Dagger, so has the double bracer treads and 200 away from Blink. So expect a smoke play to come from that, along with, I would assume, the Bat Rider is going to be needed. Speed has the Ogre Club component of the BKB. And obviously has drums already. As Blink Dagger already on. Okay, actually, Lesla is having a very good game, though. He's top net worth on his team by a pretty decent margin. And he's going to get the arena down with Fata's help. And it's going to lead to another kill onto Albino Zebra. And at the very least, a ton of damage will be done to the Tier 1 tower as well. Maybe it's just going to be given up and traded for the top.
Yeah, this is one of the luxuries you have as Mars in this game with the matchups that you have. Naga doesn't pose any threat to you, so the Willow can actually rotate off the lane very early and give you solo XP. And that is the reason Lilith is currently sitting on level 9. He's the same level as the enemy mid, minute 12. So he's been really enjoying his time on here. Oh my god, he's farmed.
12-minute rune, Quinn.
Falcon Blade Dagger, minute 12.
Ooh. There it is.
He is huge on Mars.
Yeah, he's having himself quite the game, as we're going to see the Bedlam popped in the jungle on top of Giant, and he is going to swiftly be taken out. Quinn finally gets his first power rune of the game, but it's an illusion, so not the best, although it will dispel Sticky Napalm if he comes into that. But yeah, Lesla with the blink, and BKB will be next. But now that we have the blink on Kits, you're going to see the smoke with him and Albino Zebra. They're going to get some Ward Expedition as well. Just kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Giant's still not level 6, though. That's a bit unfortunate.
I don't know how good this smoke is with these two exactly, but I guess, I mean, you need to show someone to make the gank likely to succeed, and Clockwork is the right hero to show because he needs level 6. So,
Well,
you know
he doesn't
what?
have
Maybe
Dragon
this is what
Form
you
either.
had to do. And
Oh,
it might
this
work.
would be a big one. Dragon Tail opening, Macro Pyre into the lasso. Down goes Yawar. And that's
Wasn't sure
without the
about
Dragon
it.
Form needed at
Turned out
all.
Great. Yep.
Now
Not
he can
expecting
pop
the
in and
dagger
push.
at all, and clock showing mid. Yeah, that was actually perfect. I take it back. Those were the perfect heroes to smoke for that move, so nicely done.
Oh, but now we have the Mars Arena onto 2. Focuses on Bat Rider, but Leslie gets stunned inside the arena. But Speed is taking heavy damage, and with Fata's right click, it's just too much to withstand. Meanwhile, Kit's getting chased by MSS, attempting to TP out. Ooh, no cancellation. That prediction is still safe, Cinderin.
That was close. That was very close.
What are we? It's by the 25-minute mark, I do believe. As no cancellation of the TP this time.
Time for a power rune for Quinn top.
Yep, I think so.
Unlucky, it's bottom.
Wow. What are the chances? Wow. How many runes do they have? They have 9. It doesn't show how many Sonics has. But it's
Now
way less
Yawar is
than that.
actually in trouble. This is a hasted DK. If they... Okay, Clock did not connect with him on this. I feel like they could have maybe thought about trying this one, but maybe too risky close to the enemy bottom tier 1. And now, unfortunately for Giant, well, he was ready to make the move, but...
He has hook shot, but no opening there. So Yawar gets credit for that, and he's about to pick up a Battle Fury. So 14.5-minute Battle Fury. It's not the fastest timing when you take in consideration that it's Orba Corrosion, Wand, and Brown boots. Normally you'd have upgraded boots in addition. So Yawar having a bit of a slower pace than we're used to seeing, but he'll catch up, I'm sure. This is a Battle Fury PA after all.
They've already stacked him a triple stack of Ancients as well, so that's ready to go. He has Blur, so and level 4 in Phantom Strike. Not 4 in the Dagger, so we'll be faster at farming that than with the other build.
Yep, and the lifesteal, yeah, the lifesteal does scale with each
doesn't
level.
really matter though. He's just gonna blur, right? He's not even gonna get hit. Probably. It's 25 seconds that you have.
Yep, true.
So for that aspect, it's not gonna matter for the Ancients, but obviously having it scale is gonna matter if he gets into some sort of fights soon. But I think for the most part, Yawar is just gonna fly under the radar for quite a while. This is gonna take him some time without treads, but you know, Phantom Strike, he'll get there eventually. He can't stack it though because he's blurred. He could use his magic wand to break blur. No, he can't actually. Never mind. I guess he just has no way to stack here.
He'll be happy with the farm either way. It's a Dragon Tail with a shard being shown by Kit, so Fireball doing a lot of damage to Quinn. Has to TP out. Leslau misses on the arena. Meanwhile, Fata taken out on the backside. So 5-Rat, they're getting the better fights here, and this is creating space for DNM to continue to farm. He's had that Manta for quite a while, 1,400 into his Scotty. And Speed getting very close to BKB. Now, see if they can align that with anything else. Is there a BKB coming on Kits? I guess not. Does he really not have anything coming? I feel like he's definitely bought something, surely.
Yeah, he should have one component at least.
Either way, looking for an opening here with that smoke. Oh, he did buy the shard, so I guess that's
Oh, the shard, of
where
course.
the net worth went.
Yeah.
Doesn't have Dragon Form anymore, but
Could
has
try
the
for
Blink
Quinn without
Dragon
it.
Tail. Going for it. There it is. But the instant Bramble. Giant gets off the hook shot. Curse Crown is there as well, and Quinn able to have enough time to blink out to safety. Has the Sonic Wave available as well. See if he chooses to use it, as Giant stuck inside his own cogs. The Sonic's able to punish that move.
Yeah, they weren't really able to get the angle that they were hoping for there, I think. They got the good Dragon Tail off into Ice Path, but I think the Clockwork hookshot stacked with the Ice Path, and Willow was there regardless. I don't think that kill was happening. Maybe with perfect layering and a Macro Pyre, they could have just barely take him across lethal, but either way. They only lose the clock. It's not too terrible. But again, the problem now is what's next? Like, you have this timing now. Your Naga is not ready. She's going Scotty. Are you going to fight with that? I think probably. You try to get something done once that's online.
Mm-hmm. Quinn with the
We'll
DD
get
now.
Yeah. Quinn of Pain.
Something like that.
Sure, there's some
He's
great
using
fan art.
the Kerrigan skin, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Mid lane. Hits. Gonna get Curse Crowned. Quinn has that Sonic Wave available. There's a big Mars Arena from Laszlo with the BKB. 3 kills just like that.
Under attack. Radiant's middle tower is
I think that was the
Just
first Sonic
immediate.
Wave of the game, if I'm not mistaken. 18.5 minutes in.
Pretty
It
sure
used
you're
the
right.
Full effect.
It's even level 1. I don't know if he was level 12 or 11 when this fight started. Maybe he was level 11. So. Yep, that should be a mid-tier 1 tower.
attack.
And yeah, they took this fight as 4 and they found 3 kills. And PA in the meantime is just free farming with Battle Fury. So the writing on the wall is
Dire's top tower.
Sonics are progressing the game plan that they need. And my big question mark is just, what are we going to see out of DNM? Is it just going to be a completely silent performance where he gets all his items and then can't do anything? Or is there going to be a sudden timing where Naga is incredible? Because he has 240 CS and 000 scoreline, which is not that uncommon by Naga to have, but usually you're looking at some sort of moment where you're like, okay, this is when it all goes down. Well, he's not seeing it right now. I don't think it's that good of a Naga game.
Yeah, and I have a little story I'd like to bring up, but we're gonna have to wait. Cinder, you're waiting with bated breath.
Yep.
There's a smoke here from Fiverat. They won't find anything. I think I maybe have told you this. We were casting, maybe it wasn't us. It was me casting with somebody at DAC, and Black was on Vici Gaming,
Yep.
and he was playing Naga Siren. Do you remember this story?
Don't know. Maybe I do.
Okay, well, you got to hold on because there's a hook shot from Giant. Pushing back Laszlo with the BKB before any more stuns come out, and he's going to turn this into an arena kill onto Giant, so punished again. So back to the story. Black was playing Naga Siren. This is during the days where, you know, you would just farm forever, right?
Yeah.
He bought first item drums. This was very normal on Naga, okay? And by the end of the game,
Oh, I remember this
he
now.
ended up
actually.
getting 6 slotted and replaced and sold his drums without having used them once
Yes,
in
he
a
didn't even use a
60-minute
charge.
game. 60-minute game, didn't use his drums once, didn't participate in any fights, just farmed. So this is feeling a little bit like that, but obviously that is on an extreme level, and we won't.
And
The Dota
DNM
has
didn't buy
changed so
drum,
much.
so.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I actually do remember this story. Did
Were
they
you
win?
casting with me? Yeah, they won.
Yeah. That's so
Pretty
funny.
sure they won.
Tower is under
I mean, there's another iconic game that I remember where Merlini won a pro game with Medusa with a 000 score.
Really?
Yes.
That's pretty impressive.
It's a really long time ago. I don't know if that was Dota. It was probably Dota 1, right? Because Merlini
Yeah.
never really played
didn't
pro
play
Dota
pro.
2, I think. I think it was maybe with KSN. But,
Yeah, Kits gonna avoid the spear. Laszlo doesn't have his BKB up for another 5 seconds, so he's just
broken.
burning down, and he will drop. A nice kill from Fiverat Forcep, but Fata puts down the Tombstone along with the Flesh Golem. They're gonna get the support kill. Here's the song from DNM, so finally taking part just to kill this Tombstone. Firefly is there, along with the lasso, and that's onto Quinn. He's dead, just like that. But now the turnaround to DNM. First crown is there. Yawar with the newly picked up BKB, focusing on him with the Phantom Strike. Will he get the last right click? Looks like they will. MSS gets credit for that one, but Yawar's in a little bit of trouble. Soul keeps him relatively healthy, but he blinks out and is still burning down to the ground. And a nice cancellation of the TP. Oh boy, that's our prediction out the window, Cinderin. A full team wipe
Damn.
for Fiverat.
very nicely done by them. They found a great Song of the Siren there. I think amazing shot calling, right? They identified that Mars doesn't have BKB. It's on cooldown from the previous move, so they find that kill to start. And then after that Song taking down the Tombstone, they get an instant lasso on Quinn, so he doesn't get to play the Quap at all this fight, basically. Just gets killed off, and yeah, that was perfect.
Oh, but now we have an instant retribution here from Laszlo. It's off the arena, but only able to find one.
It's not too bad.
BKB
They lose a
TP.
5 to Kiro, and it's Mars BKB Arena again.
Yeah.
So that BKB already down to 6 now on Leslau. Yeah. Okay, I have to say 5-Rat are definitely surpassing my expectations in this game too after game 1, right? Like, it's hard to have high expectations for a team that gets that absolutely walloped in a game, but... And then they go and pick a carry Naga for game 2, and we're like, okay, are they actually going to do anything with this? Like, how's it going to work out? And that fight was very, very crucial, and Naga was instrumental in making that work, for killing the tomb, and for following through after they get the lasso on Quinn. So, it worked out. What is next on the table, though? Because now there's no arena, and they know this. They could maybe brute force top tier 2. It's pretty low health. Could consider Roche, but they're kind of terrible at it, so probably not. So yeah, I guess you're just settling for top tier 2.
Arena is only down for 30 more seconds.
Yeah, it should be enough if they were committed to this right now. I think they would be able to get it in time, but they're lacking some members, and now that they're rotating up here, it's a bit too late. DNM will be going Bloodthorn, by the way.
Good news, Cinderin. Our prediction is still accurate, apparently. Did
About
not
kills.
count as a channeled TP for some reason. All right, Kits, he's Shadow Struck. First crown is there. That's the shard from the Dark Willow now, so more brambles to deal with. The Kits should be fine. I'm just going to blink out to safety.
Wait, what was it that stopped what? Who was TPing?
There was an ice path on Fata's TP.
Okay, then it makes no sense why that didn't.
Yeah, it's bugged.
It says cancelled by stun. I was like, what if it got cancelled by knockback? But it didn't. It was a stun.
Yeah, it was ice path for sure.
Technically, it wasn't a stun. It was a freeze.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that.
If you read the text of Ice Path, it says max stun duration. That is a typo. It means max freeze period.
Yes, of course. How could we make that mistake?
Yeah.
And Quinn gets another rune here. I know everybody's very interested in this little mini game we're playing with the predictions. 5-Rat's still winning the rune game right now.
Yeah.
With 9.
Well, it was over at minute 10, so.
All right, they won.
Yes.
I didn't. I thought it was the whole
no
game.
matter what happens.
Sorry about that. God, we're never gonna get 4 out of 4, are we?
Dire's top tower
Not
is
at this
under
rate.
attack.
All right, nice prediction on the stun, Shannon. Good job.
Yeah, it just ended. We got a little notification saying congratulations.
Tower is
And
under attack.
people that guessed 1 and got that wrong are probably still upset. That's okay. We have a smoke now from Sonics. And Arena is up. And I think that last fight that went pretty poorly for them, a lot of that was because Leslau's BKB was on cooldown
Yes.
for another
that
5
was a
seconds.
Huge part of it.
That is obviously one of the biggest nerfs to the item in a while, along with the 50 mana cost, something we haven't really talked about, but I haven't really noticed the mana cost mattering that much, but I'm sure it does.
It has a big influence on item builds that people go, right? Because it's way harder to pull off a BKB into Refresher on Mars, because BKB costs 50 and Refresher costs 50. So doing a double BKB, double Arena play costs 150 more mana than it used to, right? It's 2 BKBs and it's 1 Refresher use. It really adds up. It might not sound like a lot, 150, but for certain heroes, it's actually the deal breaker about whether you can support it or not. You can kind of compensate if you get like specific neutral items. If you get Ceremonial Robe, I think you can still do it, but you know, like then you're dependent on that, and then you have a Ceremonial Robe instead of a damage item or whatever on Mars. So
Hey, don't knock Ceremonial Robe, bro.
it's a good item, but it's not ideal on a Mars who's farmed, right? Like then you'd rather have something bigger. But
True. He has the Dragon Skill, and that's more of a Mars item for sure.
yeah,
As they're going to
not
smoke
give very
again.
much mana.
Yep, exactly 0, I believe. They're just standing around in the smoke, not looking to pursue, perhaps waiting for 5-Rat to try to initiate. There is a ward here being taken out, so they know their location. I'm interested why they're not doing anything with the smoke.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's odd.
Yeah, I mean, the thing here for Sonics is that they're probably just not really worried about Roche being done, right? It's gonna take really long. But eventually they are gonna pull the trigger here, 5-Rat, and okay, I mean, if you don't scout it at all, they will eventually get it after 30 seconds of pounding into this Roche with Naga. So, they also
have
have
half
that shard,
HP?
that really helps.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, it looks like it's a freebie.
Dire's
Maybe not too worried about giving the Aegis away. I feel like they can handle it. It's a tricky fight to take into Naga Siren Ult, of course, so if you do want it, you have to be there early. Fata is toast, he kills on top lane.
Yeah, very dead. All right, so 5-Rat doing a much, much, much better job this game of keeping this competitive.
Shannon, dare you start believing right now?
No.
Do you dare? No, still not. Okay,
What?
what's it gonna take before you believe 5-Rat
The
will win?
throne being destroyed.
Okay, Mega Creeps would not be enough for you.
Okay, until the last series of DPC, they were winless in games, I believe.
Yeah, but history doesn't have to repeat itself.
Or was that Felt? Man, I get
That
those
was
bottom
Felt, I
three
think.
teams really confused, I'm not gonna lie.
Pretty sure it was Felt.
Yeah, 5-Rat was the best of those three, clearly, but it was like a half step up, and the other teams are like 4 steps down from everybody else that were the top 3. It was quite the discrepancy. It's a really weird region, honestly. I feel like that maybe South America has some similar issues, but North America seems to be
I
the
think
most
South
lopsided.
America is tighter in Div 1 for sure.
Yeah,
than
I
NA
agree.
is. I think NA is the most lopsided region still, even though we have some upcoming. I think Nouns have made some significant improvements. I think Wildcard have got better, but despite that, the bottom half is still crawling too far behind. Whereas in SA, I think the teams generally, a lot of the series go to 3 games. So a lot of the NA games have just been 2-0s, right, all season.
Yes.
Fata?
Yeah,
See
he
this
is
movie
dead
before?
again.
No hookshot this time, huh? I mean, Sonics have gone really quiet, Shannon. They have not taken any initiative in 5 minutes. They gave up a free Roche. They're kind of just running around farming, looking for what exactly? Like, what's the item? Maybe they want the Lincolns on PA so she can reliably fight into bat. Mars is now closing in on Satanic, so he changed his mind. He was earlier going for Overwhelming Blink, but went back on that idea for more sustain.
Yeah, DNM now has the Bloodthorn, so that's the PA answer.
Yeah,
Obviously, you have
that's
to wait for
very
the
big.
BKB first, but
Or you just kill in Lasso or in BKB or in Dragon Knight Stun. If you get the jump, there's no
Yeah, true.
save, right? There's
Yeah.
Terrorize only and Arena, so... Okay. Gonna see the Bloodthorn now.
so no surprise anymore. Okay. Well, Shiva's online for Quinn. And we talked about the Bloodthorn already, but from Kit's perspective, what is he have delivering to himself right now? Nothing. But he's working on the Aghanim Scepter. He's actually already halfway there, so not too shabby. And from
No.
Speed's perspective, he's had that Witchblade for a while now.
This is one of the reasons, by the way, that I think, just anecdotally for me, I feel like Naga has just not been a very good hero in Pro Dota for months, right? Is that you're looking at the net worth being one... Okay, hang on.
Oh, Dragon Tail onto Quinn.
Duncan.
And he's going to pop his BKB. Bloodthorn came out, but Song of the Sign going to reset things, but that's the BKB from Yawar. They're going to delete 2 heroes inside these BKBs. And now the Stifling Dagger to slow down Kits. They have the Basher. If they can get the Bash, they will. So down goes Kits as well. 3 dead. Aegis still intact, but not a good fight for 5-Rat.
Yeah, they just got off on the right... Oh, well, I mean, they kind of got off on the right foot, actually, in that fight. They get a good stun chain onto the Queen, but they did not have Lasso as part of the play, and they did not have enough damage during the Dragon Knight stun. So Quinn gets off BKB, and at the moment he gets BKB off, there's nothing threatening him anymore. Naga doesn't have Ags. He's just going to blink away, cast all his spells, and get saved. So it was a nice attempt, but they need more power as part of it. They need the Lasso, and that would have been great, by the way, if they had the Bad Rider as part of that move. But yeah, what I was going to say was, I feel like a big part of the reason Naga Siren's win rate, just anecdotally in high, really top-tier pro games is so low, is that Naga's having a great game, right? But look at the other cores. Like, it always comes at a cost. Usually when you're playing other, like, strong carries, like Terrorblade, if your allied heroes have lower net worth, you compensate by dealing insane damage yourself. Naga is a little bit somewhere in between, right? Like, she has fights where she doesn't truly deliver because she's not ranged, right? So she's like a sponge. Look how poor Dragon Knight is. Like, he's having a good game, right? But he's 6th on net worth because Naga is soaking up 2 of the lanes and has 500 creeps.
Yeah, that's
So-
kind of the Naga effect, right? It kind
That's
of
what
griefs
Naga
your team to a degree.
does. And that means when Naga wins games, it's because she truly carries, because you're sacrificing other heroes' farm to make her big. So I don't know if there's some sort of in-between way you can play this hero where you take less space and still have impact so that your other cores can thrive a little bit more. because I'm looking at kits and it looks pretty pitiful, right? There's Blink BKB minute 33. Usually Dragon Knights at this point want to have the Scepter completed and be working on their next item, but Naga's just taking everything away from him. So there's a lot of pressure on the Naga to pay it back, and any single failed fight where Naga's net worth does not get put to use, and things are looking pretty grim. So I'm just not a big believer in this hero. We've even seen, I think PSG LGD played it twice in their last finals against Spirit, and they lost both games, despite Ame, especially in the first game, having ridiculous farm. He just, in the end, he didn't win. Right?
You know why, though? Because back then, they didn't have the Aghanim Scepter that gave the literal worst skill in the entire game.
Yes.
The
Gotta get that
literal
reel in.
worst skill in the game.
I mean, it still gives the BKB piercing net, though, right?
No, I'm not saying Ags is bad, because it
The
gives
skill
all
is
that
not
old
good.
stuff, but the skill it gives,
the
Reelin,
skill
is
not
the literal worst spell in the game, Senator. Will you agree with that?
I'm trying to think of really bad spells right now.
There's not many. That's the problem. Quinn, oh, he's going to get gone on here. Dragon Tail into the hook shot. Soul Road's going to keep him a little bit healthy. Ice Path, Force Staff back into the fray. He pops the BKB. He is fine. Leslau soloing down Albino Zebra inside his arena. Dragon Knight dead. Bat Rider's next. Sonics winning this fight in spades again.
No lasso on the Quap, right? They never connected again, like speed. He has to find this lasso. The stun on the Queen of Pain was really long. I think they had a Dragon Tail into Hookshot into Ice Path again. This needs to land. Something must have gone wrong. He must have misclicked or second guessed himself and thought he didn't need to use it. And Naga arrives too late to the fight as well, so their biggest net worth hero with no impact in the fight. It's just not good enough. Like, you have the tools. So Bat Rider has to set up Naga for success.
Pretty cool builds here, by the way. So Yawar obviously has that Lincolns to prevent the lasso and all that good stuff, but he actually went for Shard, which you don't see very often unless there's like a Bristleback. I mean, there's a Dragon Knight. I guess that's what it was for. And now he's going to be going for the Aghanim Scepter, which is one of the cooler Ags in the game. And then Quinn, very surprisingly, not going Lincolns as his next item, but Aghanim Scepter Syndrome, the new Ags. What do you think of that?
It's kind of cool against Naga, maybe.
Yeah, that is true. So every
You're gonna
time the
go-
Shadow Strike gets reapplied or it dissipates, it'll have a Scream of Pain applied.
And then he has the Scream of Pain level 20 talent, right? So he's just going to throw daggers in the fight on a 3.6 second cooldown, and every time they expire or the target dies, then it spreads into Scream. So it might be good this game. I'm not a big fan of this Ags in general. I think it's usually pretty bad, but against an illusion carry, it might have like enough upside to be a worthwhile purchase.
I think if this was a game against Nouns, aka something that they would expect to, go into the upper bracket finals or the finals, this would be a Lincoln's. Pretty sure.
I could see that. I think Lincoln's is still a better choice in this game personally, but
He wants to try it out.
yeah.
And I do like the idea of the Naga illusions getting destroyed.
Radiant's
Kinda
middle
cool.
tower is under attack.
And of course, it's AoE, so it's not like it's single target anymore either. And now Quinn with the haste rune. So Sonic's able to create a little bit of breathing room. Still not out of the woods yet. 5k lead for them right now. And DNM on the Naga. He upgraded to the Silver Edge now.
Yeah. The thing is, though, you might play a little bit of breathing room, but I actually think these last few minutes are very, very impactful because this was when Naga was at her strongest in this game. I actually think it's only going to be downhill from here for her because PA is overpowering her now. She's got Scotty, she's got Lincolns and Ags now because it took this long. So now they're going to have a lot of trouble isolating Yawar. With
I
the
think
items
part of
he's
the
on.
reason Naga has fallen off a bit in the late game versus, by a bit I mean a lot, versus like years have passed is because a lot more heroes can clear waves. I mean,
Yes.
imagine back in the day when you had all these illusions going in every single lane, and a lot of these skills had no way to clear the illusions at all.
Very true.
So the power creep has definitely hurt Naga specifically, which I'm okay with, Cinderin. I don't
was
think anybody
never a
likes
big fan
watching
of
this.
Naga.
Yeah, Naga was always this TI hero, never a big fan. We're going to see a fight here, Leslau with the arena again, focusing onto Jakiro as Kit's in that BKB dragon form. You see the Sonic Wave come out from Quinn. Jakiro's going to buy back in the game, so only one death in this fight so far. And Sonic's resetting. So Aghanim Scepter online for Yawar officially, so this will give Blur a faster vanish time. And it dispels when used, and it lowers the cooldown drastically. And anytime you get a kill, it refreshes all your abilities. That one could be pretty big, especially with Phantom Knives. Hits. He has his Aghanim Scepter. He's going to be able to traverse terrain, so they can scout out this Roche pretty easily. Last has to be careful. He doesn't have a BKB, but Quinn jumps in. He's going to get lassoed this time, though. Going to get surrounded by DNM. And will this be enough? No. He's going to blink out, but he's burning to the ground. He's ticking away. Looks like he will live thanks to the Soul Rip and just the normal regen. He's going to TP out and try to reset himself, but the Dragon Knight is dead.
That was quite the position to TP out.
Yeah, I was going to say, how did you not die?
That was crazy. In the meantime, Giant dies to Roche, so a lot of things happening here.
Okay.
But yeah, Sonics survive on all 5 heroes, 2 enemy heroes dead, so this is their Roche, unless Naga does a great song steal here. And he honestly has to go for it. I think if DNM doesn't steal this one, this game is pretty much in the bag. So you have to set this up with Silver.
But Sonics have an idea this is happening. Quinn. Can't see the shadow-bladed figure right now. There's a tombstone stuck on the cliff. Leslau gets off the arena again, but here's the song, but not onto Roche. This is just for DNM to get out, which means Roche is secured for Sonics.
Yep. Probably putting the Aegis on... Are you putting it on your Yawar still? Yes, they are. I wouldn't have minded putting this on Quinn, actually, just because Yawar has the Lincolns and the Ag's Blur. I think he's actually kind of safe in the fights as long as his teammates play around him very well, whereas Queen is a lot more susceptible. But as usual in these late game scenarios, you put it on the carry that's going to get the high ground, right? So
that's a nice one. So Leslau gets the shards, so Spear will hit 2 heroes and have a trail of fire. And now has Havoc Hammer.
Yeah. This
Love
item,
that item.
I think, is actually underrated. 10-second cooldown, no mana cost. Free wave clear, lots of team fight damage, and the fights are long enough. Great item for Mars for obvious reasons. The stats are good. It's pretty strong.
Who underrates this item? Great.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, I mean, maybe it got changed a little bit since it was in the game the last time. I feel like people were never truly happy to find Havoc Hammer and didn't get full value out of it. DNM? Oh, find MSS, but 4 staffs. You can just find.
Oh, but he's silenced right now. Leslau looking for the spear setup. He's going to get stuck into the wall and bursted down to the ground. So DNM dies. That's his 2nd death of the game. Does have buyback, but this is going to allow Sonics to get all these outer towers so that they can go for the high ground push.
All right, I have a little bit of trivia for you right now. You look at the kill death score. How many deaths are in the game right now?
What? What do you mean how many deaths? 37.
No, it's 38 because Clock died to Roche. So we're 2 away
Okay.
from being wrong and getting 1 right, and you were so confident.
Oh my goodness.
You were gonna get 4. We are cursed. Oh, here comes Flop.
Yeah,
Oh,
gonna jump right in. The break is there. Sonic Wave as well, and a nice arena onto 2. No buyback being used for the Naga, despite having her ult. Albino Zebra takes a tumble. And, well, we got the total number of player deaths up to 41, Cinderin.
Yep. Looks like it's done and dusted now, though.
Yep, top rack's dead. Tier 2 tower about to fall.
Can easily get another lane, maybe even Megas. You could also go for the game here if you knew they didn't have buyback. You would probably just finish it off here.
Yeah.
Sonics will take 1 lane at a time and secure themselves entry into TI with a win here. Keep that in mind. This guarantees top 3. So the worst outcome after this series will be last chance qualifier. Obviously, Sonics aspire
Do you
for more
count
than
that as going
They wanna
to
win the whole
TI?
thing.
Does that count?
Depends.
I feel like that's a chance to go to TI.
Secured if they get this speed.
Speed.
Dash.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate for him, but he's going to stay alive a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Fata putting down that tombstone, and you can see Quinn and Leslau just destroying people on the front line. And Giant looks to be the last remaining member here. Will get dropped as well. So GG's come out. Sonics take game 2. Maybe not in the way that we thought they would, but man, I was pretty confident we're going to get 4 correct predictions. We got
should be happy we
one.
got one because of a bug.
That's true. It should have been 0. Oh man.
Oh man, Dota is so hard to call, man. It's a tricky game, but yeah, I have to say though, expected outcome today, Sonics win 2-0. I'm pretty positively impressed with Alpha in this game. I think sorry, 5 Red 4 Steph, not Alpha. I'm pretty impressed with some of the decisions they made, especially around the early mid tier 1 tower push, and they started building, toward a possible win condition in the mid game, but then I feel like they didn't get enough out of their Batrider and Naga in particular. Dropped the ball a little bit, a couple of mistakes, and Sonics are just tighter and the better team. But the thing to take away here is that 5 Red 4 Steph, if they play like this and they polish things up a little bit in that later portion of the mid game, there is a chance for them to potentially surprise and make their way to a potential top 3. It's not out of the question that this team could beat a team like Wildcard or could beat a team like Nouns if whoever loses later after the next series. So, massive improvement from game number 1. So I want to commend them on that, but Sonic's still definitely better.
Yep, I agree. I feel like, we're both Naga haters, so this is not going to come as a big surprise. But if that was another hero, this could have gone another way, maybe.
Possibly.
Like something that's a little bit faster, because it was very even up until like the last 10 minutes of the game. But Sonics end up taking it, so they 2-0 their way to the upper bracket finals, where they will face the winner of our next series, which is going to be the hypest one so far in this NA Regional Qualifiers for TI11 between Wildcard Gaming and Nouns. So we'll have to take a quick break now, and we'll be back with that very good and expected to be good best of 3. Stay tuned.
is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, everybody. We got a hype-ass match for you. We got Nouns versus Wildcard for the upper bracket semis. Winner of this faces off against Sonics in the upper bracket finals for the NA TI-11 Regional Qualifier. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. And as always, with Nouns and Wildcard Gaming, or Nouns specifically, the bans are going to be a bit weird. Only one weird one, though, which is Lone Druid, which, of course, we know Gunner plays a lot.
Yeah, Nouns do rate Lone really highly, but you know what's weirder? First pick Naga.
Yeah, what the
is
hell?
that?
What the hell is that?
What is happening?
They watched the last game. We're like, you know what? We can do better than that.
I feel like it's some sort of a flex or a trap or something that Wildcard are playing that they don't just put this on carry. I think they probably have some sort of a support build or an offlaner idea that they have with this that they think is going to be really good. So I'm very curious. This is super unusual in this patch. If the last time you watched Dota was 2013, you'd be like, wow, nothing's changed until Primal Beast was picked, which you'd have no idea what does. So, yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. Primal Beast, a hero that we saw Nouns play the other day. They put it mid on Gunner. Imagine they would maybe want to do that again here. And they're going to grab themselves a Dawn as well. I think they had that in the game, the same game. I'm pretty sure they had these two heroes in tandem. Don't know if they picked them same phase, though, but... Yep. Not too surprising.
Technically, like they don't have to do the same thing either. These are both flex picks, right?
Yes, they
Dawnbreaker
are.
could play
Absolutely.
literally any position.
Yep.
Primal Beast for Gunner, like you said, position 2, or it can be the 3 or the 4.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if 5 is a thing for Primal Beast.
I think it can be if you know your lane matchup and it's good for you. I think this hero can be played as a 5 as well.
So everything but 1 for my boy Primal Beast, huh?
Yeah, 1 is a bit of a stretch, I think. But
If there was a talent at 15 to change trample to use attack damage, then it would be.
yeah, that would be a pretty nutty talent.
That's right.
All right.
Wildcard. Okay, we got kind of a double bubble situation. Naga Siren Song into Enigma Black Hole. Now, my question is there any way that Naga is a support?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Because I think if you first pick it like this,
Look at Moo, by the way.
you need to be able to flex it.
He was just smiling, and I can tell you from my experience owning DC and him on the roster, he does not smile very often, Cinderin.
Okay.
So they are very excited about playing against Naga Enigma.
I guess so. I mean, maybe he's smiling because he's like, this reminds me of 6 years ago when I almost won TI. These were the heroes that people were playing back then. So, I don't know.
It's odd.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I don't really know what to say until I get to see what the plan is with this Naga. It's one of those things where you go into the series and there's literally no way Nouns are expecting this Naga first pick. So there's going to be something clearly attempted here from Wildcard, and it's either going to look amazing or terrible. I don't think there's going to be much in between. So very, very curious if it's like a 5 Naga or... Because I feel like already it doesn't look like a good carry Naga game, right? Primal Beast and Dawn are really good at killing your illusions. They're strength heroes. They're tanky. They want to buy armor. So it doesn't really feel appealing already.
I
So
found the
think they have a
synergy.
plan.
I found it.
Okay.
All right. So it's support Naga, but you got to make it a 4 somehow so she can get some farm, okay? You get Aghanim Scepter, you song, you reel people in so that they're closer to get a nice black hole off. And then later, you can get a refresher to double reel in, Cinderin, more people into the same vicinity for a juicy black hole. That's the play.
I mean, you're saying it as a joke, but I think it might be part of the plan. I don't know.
That sounds awful, but I want to see it. I want to see it so bad.
What else?
We should mention that I think for this entire tournament, if I'm not mistaken, Esk, which is their Wildcard's normal mid laner, is not playing. I'm not sure of the reasons why.
Yeah, I think they didn't officially explain why.
But this, is it Kiara? I think the name is different on Liquipedia. Yeah,
it was alone yesterday. Maybe it's just his nickname until they load in. or something. But I believe it's still the same stand-in as yesterday. I don't think they're swapping around. I don't know what they're allowed to do in the rules either. But we're going to work
Yeah.
under the assumption that it's still a loan that they have as a stand-in. So, yeah, very curious. They're going to ban Warlock, which makes a lot of sense, right? One of the counters to Enigma that we saw yesterday, played by, I want to say it was not Alpha, it was, who did Felt play? Was it Alpha?
Sounds like it was Alpha.
I'm trying to
Alpha
remember
Felt?
who Bloody Nine played for yesterday. Why is this not coming to mind? I have to look this up.
All right, I'll allow you to do that, please.
He did indeed play for not Alpha, Dogchamp. That's right.
The
Wow,
slowest Google.
Yeah, that was very slow. So yeah, so Dogchamp ran Warlock as an Enigma counter, and the other one we saw tried yesterday was Wyvern. Both of those have now been banned by Wildcard, along with Medusa, who nouns do like to play on Costa Bile, and maybe is a really good counter to what they're trying to do here with their black hole setup. That Deuce is just too tanky, and she's going to survive it. Very
You know what
curious.
position the Dawn was for nouns? Was that a support?
I think they played it on Mu. I'm almost positive they
Okay,
played it
so
on 3
3.
that game. Yeah.
Okay. Because I was going to say there is Clockwork still in the pool to cancel the black hole, but then you have 3 melee. So I don't know if you want to go down that road. But
You know who's
if
also
it's
in the pool?
Global Silencer.
Yes, Silencer, which nobody likes and
No,
gets
but
nerfed every patch.
I feel like I've seen Husky play it before.
Yeah.
It probably didn't go well because I didn't see it again. But yeah, that hero is just dead, isn't it?
He's one of the lowest win rate heroes, I think, and he got nerfed. I don't know.
Yeah,
Or at
that
least
was
received
weird.
some nerf.
Oh, there
This
we
is
go. That's
that-
one.
Yeah. Can deal with Black Hole with the Vengeful Swap until Lincoln's. Also, the Vengeance aura here is pretty strong, right? You get physical boost for Dawn, very, very strong together with Starbreaker. So, and this is also a pretty fearsome lane. I think you can play Venge 4 with Dawn 3. That lane is strong because you usually Venge's issue as a support is that she doesn't pack quite the punch in lane that other 4s do. But guess what? You put her together with one of the gods of laning, and suddenly
It's too bad
can
that
look really good.
the Vengeance aura doesn't work on Trample because it's
Yeah,
plus
that would be pretty
damage
strong.
and not base. Even though it is based on your base damage, right? It's percentage of base damage as plus damage. It's kind of weird.
All right, I just tried to search for Primal Beast in the hero list, and I wrote Trample. That did not show me Primal Beast. Okay.
It should.
Deals base damage plus a multiplier of Primal Beast's attack damage.
So does
I,
that?
I think it should just use all of his damage.
All right, I'm going to have to read this myself. As we're going to see a Troll Warlord and Tusk pick. Talk about those while I look this up, Cinder.
Yeah, so wildcard with very strong laning from these two, right? Tusk Troll, 2 of the strongest laners you can get right now, especially in the carry position. Tusk is a little bit more ally dependent, but Tusk Enigma, very nice lane. We saw Secret run it at ESL Malaysia with great success while they got their hands on it. So taking a little bit of a page out of that book. And if the Naga is being played 5, which I'm expecting, then playing it with Troll is a good way of compensating for Naga's poor laning, which is kind of the same logic with the Venge Dawn. And nouns, it wouldn't be nouns if they didn't pick something unusual. So here comes Clinks.
Okay.
For Costa Bile.
Okay.
Pretty susceptible to getting tusked in lane, this hero.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big
Dangerous.
believer in Clinks, but obviously they have something up their sleeve, like you said. So the Trample thing, it's weird because when you hit Uproar, that's base damage bonus, but I think that is plus damage still, actually.
Yes.
Right?
It's plus
And
damage.
that obviously does work with Trample. So my question is, why don't you ever see anybody go for damage items on this hero?
I guess you're just too...
Like it won't proc like crit or like
Yeah,
Maelstrom
it
or
doesn't proc
anything, which
orbs.
is kind of a big deal. That would be a good talent to have. But
So that's the thing. What damage item do you buy? Because
Yeah,
the ideal one
'cause
would be
you're gonna lose
Deso,
that.
but you can't apply the Deso.
right.
Because that's what you would want, right? So what damage item can you
Battle
buy that's
Fury.
just for damage?
Just
I
forget
mean,
about the
feels
cleave.
feels pretty terrible, right? So
Yeah.
that's just why it's awkward, I think. I believe all plus damage should work, including Vengeance Aura.
Yeah,
The
so
thing
that's
that's
cool.
base damage about Trample is the spell itself has a base damage, and then on top of that, it is a percentage of your total damage that goes on top. So
And of
yeah.
course, Clinks with the Burning Barrage is also damage. It's amped by items and whatnot, and the Vengeance Aura. So you
Yep.
can see the synergy all across the board here. So pretty cool
sure.
lineup. And they have swap for not only the black hole that you mentioned, but I think it's also a pretty good tool against the Troll Warlord when kiting his ult. Expect maybe a Yules to come out for somebody at some point as well, or if Clinks wants to go for the Gleipnir, that could help in addition.
I think Gleipnir is just the item on Clinks because it's the way you yourself can line up multiple hero burning barrages. It's the build that I've seen the most. Clinks has got a little bit more popularity in high ranked pubs recently, and I think it's always the Gleipnir build that people go. It's like Gleipnir, Dragonlance Gleipnir, Deso, or sorry, not Deso. Dragonlance Gleipnir, Daedalus, and then potential Scotty if it's a good game for it. You just get that insane physical damage in line with Gleipnir.
All right. Last pick, Zeus. So it's pretty clear what the lineup is for Wildcard. From Nouns, they have a lot of flex. Like, is this actually going to be a support last pick? Or is Dawnbreaker Venge your support duo? Or is Primal Beast the support? Like, they could still pick a mid, technically.
I like putting Dawn support so you can counterpick Troll in lane. I feel like you're making a mistake if you put Dawn 3 here because that lane is just not. I don't think the matchup is that great for you, even with Venge. So what you could do is you could play Dawn with Clinks and then put Venge 4 together with the 3 that does well in lane against Troll. Like, I guess Batrider is banned, right? Yeah, so Bat's banned, but there's Venno. There's not that many heroes that are good against Troll. Viper, I think, is still in the pool that you could try to run. Do we like Necrophos? Probably not.
Well, that doesn't go through BKB anymore, so you can't stun Enigma.
No, you don't like that.
I mean, if they want to go support, there is that clock. Okay, so it's Void Spirit. So this is likely a support Primal Beast.
Yeah, mid
Or a
Void.
3.
Yeah, Husky is playing. Yeah, so it's 5 Dawn. Yeah.
Interesting. So they
This is what
truly
Clinks
flexed
needs
in the
in lane.
end.
Clinks needs a frontline melee 5 that's tanky, ideally, so that somebody is a sponge and you get to hit creeps and you get to use barrage when it's time. Dawn Clinks is a very strong lane, as a matter of fact, and they do a great job at killing Eidolons, which Davai Lama is going to have to struggle with. Both heroes can kill Eidolons in the blink of an eye, and if you have your Eidolons killed twice as Enigma, you lose the lane. So keep an eye out for that. As far as the Venge Primal lane goes, against Troll, I'm assuming Troll Naga. I'm not sure. I feel like that should be fine for Primal Beast, right? Like, Naga does nothing to you. So you can probably just farm. And then if you see an opportunity, you could go for it together with Venge. Yeah. All right.
I like both lineups in some respects, Cinderin. I'm not a believer, even though it is Gunner, and he can make almost anything work mid. Void Spirit has looked pretty bad lately. And this is a last pick, Void Spirit. We'll see how the lane goes against the Zeus. I'm sure they'll both be fine, but
yeah,
we'll see how active he wants to be on the Void Spirit. And again, Gunner's the one that can unlock this year. I feel like of all the spirits, this is like by far the least picked or the least impactful these days. I don't know what's changed in the last 6 months, but like prior to 6 months, I feel like this hero was picked quite a bit more.
The thing is, I do think he's the best spirit against Zeus, together with Storm, but I don't know if Storm was banned here. Storm could have also been interesting, but the thing Void Spirit does exceptionally well is assassinating one hero in the backline, and that is what Zeus does not like to face. So I think there's a decent chance that Gunner will just specifically itemize to try to assassinate alone out of the game, and then if Zeus is dead, I think that the fights are going to be pretty straightforward for them, actually. They need the damage from Zeus to kill in Black Hole, because the only real damage they have, aside from Zeus, is the Troll, right? The supports Tusk and Naga do not offer massive teamfight damage to any extent compared to, say, the enemy team, where your supports are, a Dawn that has a lot of AoE damage, or a Venge that amplifies and whatever. So
you're in game, and you know what that means, Cinder, and it's time for predictions. Player with the highest net worth at game end. Oh, man.
Oh boy.
Well, it's got to be the position ones for one of the sides. I'm going to go Costa Bile, I guess. Even though I don't know. He has played Clinks in the past, and we've seen him win on it.
Yeah, I think
It's just about who you
I'm
think is
with you
gonna
on
win.
that. It's that or Troll, probably.
Yeah. Total number of smoke gank kills by 10 minutes. You like the zero
Zero.
one.
Yeah.
Okay. Total number of smoke gank kills by 25 minutes.
3 to 5.
Ooh, 3 to 5.
Because if a smoke gives 2 kills, it's not about number of successful smokes. It's about how
Oh,
many
I
kills they
see.
lead to, right?
Okay, so 3 to 5, sure. Which team will win? Well, nouns are favored in
Yeah,
general.
I'll take nouns. I need to
But-
see this 5 Naga before I believe it.
Yeah,
I'm not a believer.
that's true. I mean, I'm not a big believer in Void Spirit, but then there is a Naga and Troll on the other
Yeah,
side.
pick your poison. Who do
So-
you think is worse, not who do you think is best?
I'll go with nouns on game 1. But
Every
we'll see.
hero you hate is in this game.
And, well, Troll is a different kind of hatred. I don't believe in it, but I love it, if that makes sense. It's kind of a
That makes
love-hate
sense, yeah.
relationship. But Naga, yeah, it's nobody likes watching Naga, let's be real.
All
But
right, 3
as
runs for
support,
nouns.
it's more bearable.
So off to a little bit of a head start.
The Sammy Boy is going to be playing the Naga this game. Z-Freak on his Vengeful Spirit, and expect him to get an Aghanim Scepter this game. I don't know how fast you rush it, but typically it'll be like the second item if he's going to play a little greedy.
4-Venge have different options, right? You can get saving utility, you can get the Axe, like you said, you can go for Wraith Pact as an option. There's different possible paths you can take. I think in this game, I don't know how good the Axe is. I think your primary goal is just to find the best way possible of dealing with Enigma, right? So maybe even a Force Staff so you can break an Ultimate Lincolns, or so you can get in position to swap when necessary, or so you can force people away when they get jumped by Tusk. There's like, Force Staff is actually a very high value item in this game, I think, but Axe Venge is always going to be good, so see if you acknowledge it, and how much farm he finds. Like,
Yeah, it's all about how greedy Z-Freak wants to be. He's gone through phases where he's very greedy and then not so much.
yeah,
I'm not sure what phase he's currently in.
mood on the day.
Yeah, pretty much. Obviously, I've talked about this before. One of my favorite players of all time. Just hasn't found the team to bring him to high success rate that I would expect for somebody of his caliber, Cinderin. But that is kind of the issue with NA. Sometimes you just get stuck on teams. But luckily for him, nouns, I feel like, have been very stable the last year. They've improved dramatically, and they definitely have a chance to put up a fight as Husky ends up
Whoa,
getting first
okay,
blood on
I
Alex.
was not looking there. The Dawn soloed a Tusk with boots. That is very unusual, but gets the level 2 first and just goes for it. I think Tusk was out trying to mess with the pull of Husky, but didn't find the success with that, so nice start for the Dawn, you know, closing in on level 3 already from that kill, and a lot of experience going his way from a solo kill, and that will allow him to be a much bigger threat in lane to this Enigma and his Eidolons.
Do you know if illusions will stack uproar charges?
If
Will
they
they
deal
proc
enough
it?
damage per hit.
So it's just based on that alone. It's not
Only
about.
based on damage, yeah.
Okay.
And that means the illusions need to be huge, because they need to deal over 50 damage in an instance, right?
Right.
Is what it is, so...
I mean, Mu has 4 charges of uproar right now, and that is a real hefty amount. The cool thing about this spell is, talked about this before, but 0 mana cost, and there's literally no downside to not using it. So now that's running out, expect him. What?
Expecting?
Literally no reason not to use it. It has no cooldown as well, so
Yeah.
a little interesting, but.
Got it.
Maybe he doesn't know.
I doubt that, as Gunner taking heavy damage by Via alone in the mid lane. Actually going to get the deny there. Gunner off to... I mean, they're both pretty even, so pretty much a wash in the mid lane to start things out.
Yeah.
And both heroes pretty hard to gank as well. And now that Zeus has the Heavenly Jump, of course.
A bit of an upside for Gunner, though, is both heroes are out of mana. And I think that is good news for Void Spirit, because the way Zeus can win this lane is through constant pressure. And Void Spirit, if none of them has... Okay. If none of them has any resources, I think he will he's slightly favored in the CS war, like better attack animation. He has Quelling Blade advantage. It's pretty close, but you know, a little bit of a potential advantage there for Gunnar. Gonna try to steal this water rune away from Zeus. Not putting the remnant in time, I think. Oh, that was barely in time.
Got it time to a science, Cinderin and
Yeah.
Alex.
What
He's
about
going
the
to prevent the
bottom one,
second
though?
one from coming out. He's going to try to
Gonna force
block,
Alex
but
to take it.
yeah.
That's
He
pretty
will.
good. Oh, he's gonna kill Alex's courier.
All right, nice little extra bounty for him there. So Alex, couple of fumbles here early on. Sammy boy, I saw a Naga chasing a vengeful spirit in the river. First thought was, position 1 is out here already? But of course, it is a 5 Naga.
Radiant's courier has been
And Sammy boy just trying to be a nuisance right now. But
I mean, my first thought when you said position or any Naga chasing Venge was, what is she chasing her with?
yeah,
You know,
she doesn't have ensnare quite yet.
doesn't have ensnare, and Venge has higher move speed. So, I mean, I guess Sam is happy to try to bully Z-Freak away so Troll gets a 1v1 against Primal. Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, really, this top lane.
Yeah, we got the onslaught trample combo. Sammy boy with that uproar stack now. Moo gets credit for that one. God, I love this hero, Cinderin. It's so fun to watch.
And they
As
also killed Tusk
Alex
again.
will die. Yeah, that is the. Wait, has he not died 3 times? Am I crazy? Oh no, that was his
twice.
courier. I counted the courier as his own death, which is understandable at this point. Yeah, 3-0 start for nouns.
Yeah, the thing about Sam's stuff there is that he did place a sentry, so they find the obs, and that is a pretty good consolation for losing your 5 Naga. The obs was killed by Eve.
Oh,
so he
we
gets
got
all
a
the
dust on
experience.
Costa Bile. He was stuck inside the shard. Snowball coming in. That's a nice kill for Alex. The TP support from Z-Freak is here to at least get the trade, but Wildcard will take that.
Yeah, it's very good.
That leaves Moo all alone in the top lane, but that means full stacks of uproar. Very exciting. He
Yeah,
actually
what do you
went
think about his
2.
skill build?
Very interesting. I'm not sure. I feel like 1-3-1 is the very standard. What's the reason for getting 2 here?
Maybe it feels like he's going to get so much value out of it against Troll, right? Troll's going to attack you a lot with Fervor, and getting the extra benefit, like, it's 5 more armor. I think he's going to keep it on 2, probably. Yeah, he's going to go 1-2-2, so just the second point is very nice for laning, for trading there. I don't mind it. I think it's okay.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out for him. And I would guess, I mean, the problem is that level 3 is like a big power spike on the trample. That's when you can get a lot of kills. Because mostly it's used for harass and killing creeps. But once you get to 3, it feels like that is the point where you can actually get kills in the lane pretty reliably.
Hard onto a Troll, though.
Yeah, we are. There's no vengeful, or there's no vengeance aura quite yet, so you're not getting that extra damage amp. But you do have the wave of terror for the extra physical armor reduction. The trample will be. Trample's magical. I keep forgetting that. It's so weird.
Yeah, there's
'cause
no
it uses your
really
attack damage.
obvious synergy between them except Vengeance Aura. I mean, the stun, obviously, right? Primal loves playing with a low cooldown stun, so he can just always be ready to go. But yeah, onto the Troll, that's not really happening. He's way too tanky. He has 16 armor under his tower with Phase Boots and Berserker Rage, so they're not going to try. They'll just farm.
Gunner level 7 right now alone
Radiant's middle
is
tower is under attack.
pretty much the exact same XP, and in fact their net worths are relatively similar. Gunner slightly ahead as he transitions to the top lane, but you can see Eve already seeing this. He's got his phase boots and went Voidstone first to be able to spam out the whirling axes. Now he's going to go to the jungle.
I wonder the math on Troll, if this is actually better damage or better GPM than a broadsword. It probably is, actually.
I mean, his mana regen, he has low int, right? So isn't that make Voidstone worse?
Dire
Is this-
structures are fortified.
Voidstone's just flat mana regen, right? So it's about how much do your spells cost relative to
Oh,
their
yeah.
cooldown. So the Voidstone's actually very good on this hero because his spells are cheap. So he's going to be able to... Yeah, this has to be way more cost efficient than a Claymore or a Broadsword, actually.
I haven't seen that before. Tier 1 tower getting pressured, though. Already at half HP. Gunner's still here, by the way. Looks like they want to get him with the Astral
There's
Step
no-
onto Sammy Boy. He is super dead.
oh.
Wait. He's actually staying alive. The Thunder God's Wrath came in as well. Snowball onto Gunner with the tag team as well. He's going to use the last Astral Step, but Not going to quite get blocked by the shards. Will he get out in time?
Oof.
So a nice snowball save there for Wildcard. Oh, Alone wants to pursue.
Is under attack.
Close
Gunnar
call.
able to stay alive thanks to the wand.
That was a perfect mirror image cast from Sam. He dodged Onslaught in that transformation time. So, nicely done. That spell was changed, right? Yeah, so the cast point is shorter and the split time is longer, which means you have more time to disjoint and it's easier to cast it in advance of something because there's less build-up time. So, if you're anticipating something, it's pretty damn reliable, and he made a very good use of it there to escape trouble.
And Gunnar, he's spotted. TP'd back to the top lane, so
Under attack.
that's going to leave the XP for
see
Husky
Alex.
for the time being. He does have Solar Guardian available if they want to try to get a jump going. But a little bit hard to pursue, especially with Z-Freak not being level 6 quite yet. Costa Bile has his Javelin, so going for the standard Maelstrom start. And Moo, he's been kind of roaming a bit. Has the double bracer phase boots. As Alex is going to get caught off guard here and bursted down by Gunnar.
And now Sam's in trouble too.
Yep, he did get a
Killed the
courier.
but
Radiant's
it's going to
bottom
cost him his
tower
life more than likely. Husky with a misclick.
I think he wants to give the kill to Costa Bile, honestly, but
Radiant's bottom
Well, if you want to give the
No.
kill to Costa Vila, you could choose not to use Starbreaker in the direct opposite direction of the enemy. It wasn't really. I think
well,
he
maybe
clicked
he
the
clicked
minimap
it.
by mistake.
Oh yeah, that's
That's probably what happened. That's pretty funny.
That's when you open your options and change that threshold to be a longer delay for clicking the minimap.
That is when you
Z-Freak.
do it. When it happens in the TI qualies.
Yes,
I've
that's
never
the
had
point.
that problem ever before.
No.
Dire's courier.
Z-Freak has the Tome of Knowledge. We'll be getting level 6 here pretty soon. I'm not sure if that's actually enough.
It is.
Should be now.
It is, yeah. But he's
Just
not.
holding on to it.
He didn't notice that he caught it, I guess.
He's just waiting, just in case he dies, he's going to be worth less to the team.
Oh,
Enemy
that's actually 5-head, but I don't think that's what's happening.
And Gunnar
Dire's top
trying to push this tower. They obviously have this siege creep now, so he's going to have to tank a bit thanks to the Resonant Pulse. Sammy Boy trying to delay, but this... He's actually not going to tank it anymore, so the siege creep will die. But I think this tower will die as well. But meanwhile, bottom lane, we see Divide Llama is left all alone, doing
Rushing
fine and dandy.
Octarine.
Oh my god.
He
What?
got first item Ethelens, and he's
Wow.
going straight Octarine by the looks of it.
Wow. That is something else.
Yeah. Not going Pact, not going Midas, not going Blink BKB, just
I'm
straight
okay-
Octarine into BKB.
I'm okay with the no pact. I feel like that has been
Yeah, that's
very
fine.
underwhelming lately.
Radiant's bottom tower.
People
is
just
under attack.
copy pasting each other's builds. But yeah, this one is weird. I figured it would be a faster BKB, Blink, and Lincolns, so you can just pretty much ensure that nobody can cancel the black hole. But opting for CDR, so we'll see.
He is gonna get caught by an Invis Beast here, though.
Yep, Pulverize available.
nasty.
Waiting for Clinks to come out. Even the Solar Guardian expended. And
Radiant's middle
just the
tower
last
is
click
under
there from the Burning Barrage, but Moo technically gets credit for that one. And he's going to be rushing the BKB again. So far, kind of sadly, this is the complete standard build. Just get super tanky. Although I guess Soul Ring used to be a thing, but... Oh, he has Soul Ring as well. Soul Ring and Double Bracer. My God. Really going ham.
Mars build, just missing a bracer.
Swap on the Sammy Boy in the top lane, and we got the Onslaught Trample to finish him off. All right, so far, the Naga has not looked particularly good as a hero in this game, but obviously is not level 6 yet, so that you're not going to see the setup. I mean, that's the other thing to keep in mind with the support Naga. The Song AoE is so much shorter than it used to be. The radius is Alex. He's going to
Costa
spot
Bile
out Costa
spotted.
Bile. Dust is there, Punch is there, and alone with the burst damage is enough.
tower is under
Nice pick off from Wildcard. But this is going to open up the mid lane to get pushed, or at least pressured.
are fortified.
Fortification
Dire's
is
middle
activated
tower
as
is
Eve
under attack.
very close to finishing the battlefield. He absolutely does not want to die right now. This would be real bad.
Yeah, he's got it.
And he has it now if he wants to bring it out. Has yet to buy the component. Here's we're gonna see the first black hole of the game, and it's gonna be on Gunner, and it's gonna be a super easy one for Wildcard.
That's probably mid-tier 1 as well if they don't have big
Sammy
resources
boy,
ready.
he is level 6, and he got his song off. Staying around a little bit longer, turns into a pig, but we'll be able to scurry away.
I like him sticking around there. He's just buying time for Troll to push mid. So locking those two heroes in place while Eve is getting that tower. Really, really good sequence here from Wildcard. They kill Void Spirit with Black Hole and get mid-tier 1 minute 14 while also saving their 5 top. So couldn't have gone much better than that.
What is... You're going to have to do some math here, Cinderin.
Okay.
With Octarine, the cooldown of Black Hole, what does it become? Is it close to what Naga's
150.
ult is? 150 at level what?
At level 1.
At level 1. Which
Yeah.
aligns with Song of the Sign, which is 160. You think that has something to do with it? That they want to align these
I was
ults together?
thinking about that, but I don't know. Like, I'm still uncertain about what they're aiming for with these two heroes together. Like, we might be overthinking it, and they just really like the Naga for the reset potential and to contest Roche, and then they're making sure to pick a carry with it that can compensate for weaknesses, which is dying in the river.
Yeah, he dies. Again, just position 5. Siege creep is available, so I think it's finally time that this tier 1 tower will fall in favor of Nouns. Alone, ooh, it's the heavenly jump away. Obviously, swap not the highest range at this rate for Z-Freak, only level 8 right now.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I think that level 2 ult is when it really starts to become something you have to worry about. But of course,
Yeah.
if you're Enigma, you always have to worry about it regardless of the range. And Devi will likely be spotted here by Z-Frig. Nope, not quite in range.
Oh,
Actually
they found
checking out
Eve,
down
though.
here. This is a bigger kill. Solar Guardian is coming, but Eve able to create a little bit of space, but it's not going to matter. He's bursted from 100 to 0. No chance.
That's a
And
big one. That's their
he's
top net worth
1500.
hero. Being killed by Noun's top net worth hero. Closing on BKB on Costa Bile here, and Gunner is also 1500 away from Ags. I think this is going to be a really strong timing for the Radiant lineup, where if you find any sort of picks in the top half of the map, you can kill Roche pretty quickly with these heroes, right? You have Clinks plus Venge. Even Primal Beast doesn't do terrible damage to Roche if he has stacks of Uproar and he pops Trample. So, yeah, I do believe that Nouns will make a really impactful play in, let's say, 3 minutes when Gunner has the Ags. That's when they really want to get stuff done. Might also line up with the Primal Beast Ags, or BKB rather.
Yep, a very even game right now. And we're getting to the territory where Roche can start to be considered, which I would give the... Actually, both teams can do Roche relatively fast. As Alex gets off a snowball. Ice shards as well. A lot of damage coming out from Alone, but the Starbreaker connects from Husky. It's like Alex, he's going to be able to walk away as Moo trying to focus on Alone. Obviously, the higher priority kill. Attempting to TP
Almost
out.
found it. Oh, I got
Pulverize
him.
gets him. And that is a nice one for Nouns. Heavenly Jump is going to delay this a bit. Actually puts down a tree. Can they even get to him? No way he gets out of this. He doesn't have a TP. And, oh, he's still in the trees. They cannot find him. Are you serious?
Throw the hammer, Husky. There's only one place you guys didn't check.
Oh my god. No way.
Not that one.
No way, bro. That is absurd.
I mean, the thing is, this is almost as bad as dying, though, right? Like, he has to walk all the
Is
way.
it? No, it's not. Look at he.
Okay, actually, it's not that bad.
I
thought he
gonna
was-
say, what are you talking
No, I thought he
about?
was going to get stuck again. His last Heavenly Jump looked like he was stuck again, right?
Oh, I see.
So he'll be wasting so much time. I mean, the total time he is out of play is longer than if he had died, right? If he had died, he would be closing in on a respawn now. Now he needs to walk all the way back to base,
Oh,
regen
no.
up, and
Oh,
walk
no.
all the way back out again. So
Yeah, but that's XP and gold. Nouns
that the
will
enemy
not
team
have.
didn't get. It's just, it makes the difference between life and death there was not that big, actually. But still, I mean, a cool escape, right? It was. I can't
Why
believe
do you have
they
to
didn't find it.
downplay everything? That was amazing.
It was an amazing escape. I'm just saying it was an amazing escape.
Yes,
that didn't
it was an
necessarily have that big
amazing
of an impact.
escape, except it wasn't really that impactful, you see.
Why are those two things related, Shannon? You can make an amazing play that makes no difference.
Yes, you don't need to mention it. Sounds
Absolutely.
worse.
I do not like lying
Malefice
to the
on
audience.
the move.
All right.
He's already
Move.
used Onslaught, and Snare is there, and he is looking quite dead. Trying to get off a little AoE stun with the Pulverize, but
Unfortunately, this is a pretty unimpactful death, though. All right, he had a killing spree. That's actually pretty big.
yeah, of course.
All right.
Wrong
Sam with
as
the B word.
always.
He's gonna. I mean, Gunnar is actually in an awkward spot here. If they sent literally anything down here to check, he would be in a lot of. He's gonna get scouted now by the illusions. Will jump.
Yeah, and he wants to be very careful because he's very close to Ags.
Costa
But
Bile
Costa
totally
B,
out
he
of
pops the BKB as well. He had about 5% HP, popped it, and then died immediately. And that was the, I believe, the full charge. Yeah, that was the 9-second one. Wildcard getting some great pickoffs. And with the black hole still up and Song, look for Wildcard to potentially try to force a fight. Divine Llama has his Octarine, by the way, so we'll see how this works. 150-second cooldown on the black hole right now.
And we were focusing a lot on the black hole aspect of it, but keep in mind that this also means demonic conversion has way more uptime. So overall, like map pressure, farm, lane push, the whole shebang, you just get more value out of it. And if you do get a shard eventually as well, lower cooldown on Malefice, all right.
Z-Freak,
will be
he's fine. He's got haste. And Gunnar showing off that newly picked up Aghanim Scepter, so the double charge of Resonant Pulse and Silence, which, again, there's no BKB for the Enigma especially yet, although he's pretty deep into it, so a recipe plus 1,000 away.
You know why he's not buying Wraith Pact and Enigma? Because he's buying it on Naga.
Okay, well, that takes care of that.
There you go. This is why they pick these heroes together. It is the only way they can justify not buying Wraith Pact on Enigma. They need a 5 Naga to do it.
That can't be the only reason. Surely,
Absolutely not.
surely you can turn this, you can change your mind and change that point booster into an Ag Cinder, and you can see the dream.
That's true. He could definitely change his mind for no reason.
It's funny though because everybody is buying this item Wraith Pact, and I know that it was really OP when it first came out. It's really hard to tell how impactful it is. You know, it really is difficult.
Yeah, it doesn't pierce BKB, so it has so much to do with which heroes are BKB'd at what time. Like, it's super impactful if the BKBs are not active because it's just such a big amount of damage mitigation, but yeah, when those are running, it's irrelevant. So depending on what heroes you hit at what time, it's either incredible or meh. And
Ooh,
that just
into
makes
the
it kinda
pit they
difficult.
go. Wildcard. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't try to fight when all of Noun's spells were down. And the BKB.
Mega risky. I know they have Naga, but if Sam gets caught first, somehow, he might actually
they're
just
gonna get
caught
spotted
here.
now. The silence onto Sammy Boy. No Song of the Siren right yet. He has it now,
Force
though.
Death and Tusk.
Suffy and Snare and Costa Bile, so they're gonna have to abandon the Roche capability for now. As the jump in from Moo, going for the Sammy Boy Naga, the BKB pop that's newly picked up by Moo. Solar Guardian keeping alive, but this is against Eve's right clicks, just beating him down. Finally finishes him off. Gets off the whirling axes, onto the high ground they go as a black hole now used to kill off Costa Bile. It is a 4-0 in favor of Wildcard. Z-Freak looks to be the last alive and brought down to his knees. Double kill for Devi and a free Roche for Wildcard. What a fight. They didn't lose anybody.
I love that Eve ulted immediately on Troll there. I think a lot of players would not do that, but effectively what he accomplished was that he took Primal Beast out of the fight himself. Primal with the BKB pop, this change to Battle Trance, or to Berserker Rage allows him to net through BKB, and the Primal Beast just didn't move the whole fight, he just died. So that is about as impactful as it's going to get from a Troll ult. Your favorite ability in Dota really paying off there. Very good.
Well, technically it wasn't the ult, it was the ensnare, which is not his ult.
Well, he might not have got the ensnares off without the attacks.
You don't know that, though.
I'm saying.
Okay, well, this puts Wildcard in the driver's seat. 5K
Yeah,
lead,
great position.
Aegis available. Their late game looks really good. I mean, how is Klink's late game, Cinderin? Like, I know this hero ramps up a lot, but does he scale as well as Troll? bottom.
Yes.
Divide Llama.
He actually does scale very well. Nice
Oh.
snowball. Wait,
Yeah,
that one
that stopped
charge?
it. Yeah. Okay, we'll talk about that after the fight. Is Gunner getting focus, and Snare is there. Still rooted. Can he get out? No. He drops to the deck, and Moo dies again during the BKB as Eve's Aegis has dissipated. Divide, okay.
Nice swap.
Nice swap. The song is not going to reach Costabile. But obviously it will cost Z-Freak his life. But either way, it's still 3 kills again, going in favor of Wildcard.
I don't know
All
why
right.
that snowball stopped the charge. We've established earlier that a lot of stuns don't interfere with the charge. Like, you get stunned, but you complete the onslaught. Unless you clicked stop at the same time, I don't see why that would happen there. But
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, we'll have to go into the... Actually, we should ask Fogged, because he sits in demo mode and tests out every single mechanic in the game. So he'll know the answer to this. I'll leave him a
I
message
think he
after this
spends
game.
more time in demo mode than playing the game.
Probably. Yeah. I think
That-
Tsunami
no,
does the
that
same
would be
thing.
insane.
So both of them are very good at knowing these little weird mechanics. Maybe it's just spell dependent then.
I
Very odd.
genuinely have no idea why that worked the way that it did. But it, yeah, again, I think, honestly, one of the most impactful things and the biggest problems this game that Nouns have had is that Costabile they've just had his number all game. Like, every fight, there's something on top of him. He has not got to play Clinks the way this hero wants to, which is wait for the fight to develop, stand behind, and go in for a huge barrage. Just hasn't had the opportunity, so credit to Wildcard for really finding him, especially with the Tusk. A lot of the fights been doing a great job. Alex knows what his job is. Doesn't have to really play save. He just needs to get in on top of the right heroes at the right time.
Yeah, I like this potential pickup from Husky. Well, I say potential, but he's only 1,200 away. The Aghanim Scepter for the Dawnbreaker, giving that
amazing
evasion against Troll. Very good, and obviously the heal amp, like you said, against the Black Hole as well. So it's kind of like a kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Speaking of 2 birds with 1 stone, we're not going to see the shard yet on Moo, Cinderin.
Nope.
That's 2 rock shards. 3 rock shards.
That's 1 bird with 3 stones if you're lucky.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
1 bird with 3. Sure,
Radiant
I'll just agree. Just to
You
make it
throw
easy.
3 stones, but they don't hit very well, so if you're lucky, you hit 1 bird.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sad I had to explain that joke. It was really good, Shane.
God, you're
Now it's
so
not as
good.
anymore. I'm
That's
really, really smart and funny. All right.
a very
Sam,
very good
well,
dad
They
joke.
don't have any idea here. This is. Oh well, they do, but we don't know if it's safe to go for it. They will do it though.
Yeah, they get the swap off. Sammy Boy looks to be dead. Again, he's the one that's been dying most consistently, but that's just position 5. No big deal. They get the tier 1. But BKB now online for Devi, who went for Tranquil Boots, by the way. Interesting.
Yeah.
Is that normal? I feel like I have not seen that.
I guess he just wants some cheap movement speed because he's playing without any sort of other mobility, right? He hasn't got Dagger. He went Octarine, BKB, and now he's going Lincolns. So does he just not want Blink? I know you're against Venge, but there's something to be said about having the Dagger regardless to hit Malefices or maybe find Venge, okay?
Oh, focusing on the Troll Warlord. He's going to pop the BKB and his ult. There's a Black Hole onto 2. Moo is dead. Husky is certainly next. And Z-Freak left all alone in the enemy jungle will be the 3rd to die for Nouns. And it's not over yet. It's Costabile and Gunner still trying to fight off. Alone will live with a sliver of HP. Alex with the punch, and Costabile is dead. 4 for nothing. And again, Wildcard just getting every single fight going their way. Not even close.
I
Alex
think
is gonna run the
Alone
Gunner.
survived because Costabile didn't have
Oh.
Searing Arrows on autocast. I'm pretty sure he hit him 3 times
Oh.
without...
It's not
Oh,
over
boy.
yet, Cinderin. Gunner, he's Maleficed. No Walrus Punch this time, but a nice block off. Aether Remnant's going to keep him safe for a little bit. Gets off the Astral Step. He's still stunned with the Maleficent, attempting to TP out.
It's not happening.
Snowball is there. He gets tipped, and he gets killed. Full team wipe for Wildcard. They lose nothing. And this is not the way I was expecting this game 1 to go.
No, absolutely not. I think just credit to Wildcard for having really good, like, determination, basically. Whenever they see opportunities, they go for them. And perhaps what's causing Nouns some trouble is that the Dire lineup is very difficult to engage into, right? Like the heroes they have want to go in and start something. You want to go in with Dawn, you want to go in with Primal Beast, but you need to account for Song to counter initiate and for the Black Hole. It's
Another
not
Maleficent
super
into
good.
a Nimbus. Z-Freak has no chance to even cast a spell. Moo able to get out though. And Alone had the chance to get a Quickening Charm, but is opting to stick with the Vambrace for that 6% spell amp. I wonder, does he just not have not enough mana to spam? I feel like the Quickening Charm is what you strive for on a Zeus.
It is very good on Enigma too, though, right? So.
True.
And they are giving it to Dalai Lama. You just get, I know it stacks stacks multiplicatively, not additively, but you just, again, lower cooldown Black Hole, more Eidolons, more map pressure. It's definitely good on him.
Yeah, and this
I see
ultra
the
greedy
King's Courier.
build
This is
from
gonna give away the
Devi.
ward, by the way. That makes the award very obvious. I don't know if that was worth it from Alex, to be honest, but... Well, what do you think about Costabile going this build? I don't know. I feel like they're really missing the Gleipnir. He's going for the Skadi, and part of the problem in the fights is that he just can't lock down targets and get the job done himself. So I don't know if he should have bought the items in opposite order.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, now that you have BKBs online for several heroes and a snowball save, maybe the Gleipnir would be difficult to actually combo correctly. And Nouns lose their tier 2 top. Wildcard still very heavily in the driver's seat, as Eve can pretty much finish his Scotty. Just will have to go to the secret shop. Or no, I was clicking on Clinks actually. Costabile has it. Eve can buy his Basher. Might just go for the Blink first. We'll see. Now, trying to go high ground. They don't have Aegis, but they can poke. Gonna force some TPs back.
Cancelled by Gunner.
And so you have to walk back the old-fashioned way. So now Aghanim Scepter online for Husky. So you have that 60%. Is it 60% evasion? 60% evasion during Solar Guardian. It lasts a lot longer and it heals more. So this could be a very powerful one that will potentially force Troll to get an MKB. I don't know if it's worth it or not, but
It is, I think, actually.
which it's not something he wants to go for normally, but it's not like it's bad. As
The
the
thing
next
that
Roche,
Wildcard
another
can
minute
play
and a
on
half.
is just poking and forcing the ult and then resetting.
Yeah, they're trying to go for. Yeah, they get Sammy Boy.
They kill Sammy again, but they haven't really killed the cores, right? Troll has 1 death, Zeus has 0, and Enigma has 1. So out of their 14 kills, 12 are on supports. Whereas Wildcard have found a lot of core kills in this game. So I do agree the Dawn ult with Ags is very impactful, but the silver lining for Wildcard against that is that they have Song of the Sirens. They can just reset and go back in.
Alex gets the punch of on Costabile, has to pop the BKB, but he's stuck inside the shards. Nice swap by Z-Freak, keeping his comrade alive. And that's actually not that bad of a trade as Husky. You can see the ult came in. That's why it took so long for him to get that kill, but he dies shortly after, so not able... I have to actually have to ask you about the mechanics of that in just a moment. If you're able to cancel that easily is okay. Looks like Gunner's going to get spotted and brought down thanks to the stun from both Alex and the Nimbus. Unluckily for Wildcard, Roche is not up for another 30. She'll give Nouns a chance to respawn entirely. But now they can just go for the high ground.
Cannot cancel. You have to land.
Got it.
You can cancel at the beginning.
You can't
Right.
cancel. You have to land. So if you have
Well,
Ags, you can choose
before
when
Ags,
to land.
you can cancel, right?
No, then you can choose when you land. So it has longer duration, and you can toggle it again when you want to land, but you have to land eventually.
We'll talk about that in just a moment. Yeah, I know what you mean with the Aghanim Scepter. It's supposed to be like get stunned out, and he's just
dead.
getting brought down to his knees. Eve is owning, and
Oh my
again, the stun onto Moo. Another kill for Alex.
That's ugly. Costabile just went for that push, and they just TP 2 heroes in the trees and go on him. I don't know what they...
Yeah.
Why he felt safe there.
Husky, he is already at half HP, and they barely used anything as the buyback from Moo, likely to force Wildcard back. Song, oh, they might get
Oh,
the
they can
setup
black hole
Cinder in.
all 3.
Black
oh,
hole
no.
is coming. BKB. There we go. Oh, one was able to blink out, though, surprisingly.
That was
But
on
they
the
find 2
edge.
kills, and that's a dieback onto Moo. As Eve and company can try to finish this game right here, right now. And they push extremely fast. We didn't even get to see a blink dagger on Devi or a Lincoln. The game is just going to finish. One set of racks mid. They're going to get the second. Fortification is popped, though. Again, no buybacks available for Nouns. This is 2 racks for sure. They can't get megas. So they'll likely back up and just go for Roche.
Yeah, 2 lanes in Roche is a pretty good all in a day's work. Pretty good payout.
Okay, we have to talk about this.
Okay.
Dawnbreaker, before Aghanim Scepter, you can stop your ult.
No.
Are you 100% sure? Because if you get stunned, you don't land. And if you hit S,
Yeah,
you
the
don't
enemy
land.
team can stop your ult.
Yeah, I feel like you can... Okay, well... Maybe it's changed since the first week that I played. Because I definitely did that.
Am I stupid?
Maybe
I
I'm
feel like
stupid. I'm
I
normally
feel like
the
you
stupid
cannot
one.
cancel this ult in any way yourself. Once you've cast it, you have to land. And okay, well, we'll see.
Well, we won't see because Venge is dead. And the rest of Nouns might... I mean, they're going to have to try to go for this Roche, but...
They got Tusk.
Okay, that's going to buy some time, though, for Troll and Sammy Boy to try to take out this Roche number 2. And Sammy Boy, no ult quite yet, 17 seconds, but the shard is now there, along with the Aegis. BKB popped by Devi Llama, going to avoid all that damage. Eve just jumps in, focusing on Costa Bile, stun locked. Jeez, he has no chance to get away. Black Hole just on Moo, but that's going to likely cause the GGs to come out as 4 are dead with no buyback from Nouns.
Not
Gunner.
even remotely close, Shannon. This game is...
Yeah.
I am very surprised, I have to say, that this game went like this. I told you before the series started, you were like, you know, you think Wildcard is a clear favorite, there's a very high chance, or sorry, you think Nouns are clear favorite, you think there's a very high chance they win 2-0. And I'm like, you know, there's maybe 33% that this is a 2-1, and I was not expecting that to come about like this. And at this point, it could easily be a 2-0 for Wildcard with how much they stomped in this game. This wasn't even remotely close.
Yeah.
They just actually ran them over the whole game, outplayed them, outmaneuvered them.
Very well played from Wildcard. And
good
Nouns,
stuff.
they're going to have to bring something new to the table for game number 2 because, and that's the one thing we didn't really talk about. These teams have played each other a lot, so definitely a lot of experience for Wildcard to try to counter what Nouns is doing. And then the one thing we barely discussed, which is the beginning, is they don't have Esk, so that's a bit of a Wildcard, no pun intended, for Wildcard Gaming, giving them a little extra boost. Of course, Esk was pretty valuable for the team. I feel like he was the standout player a lot of the time.
I think Esk has generally played very well for this team. And I think what Alone has done in this game on Zeus, I do believe Esk could have done the same. Like, I don't know enough about these 2 players to really know their like specialties as far as hero pools are concerned or whatever, but Alone has played a very solid Zeus game until now.
Alone, he's going to get swapped up, but uses the E-Blade on himself and will survive. No members dead yet for Wildcard because they're just beating the crap out of Nouns. Sammy Boy with the song, GG's come out. Wildcard take game 1, and my goodness, the first item Octarine on Devi ends up working out. All 4 predictions incorrect, which is, maybe we should just pick what we don't think is correct.
Maybe we should just random.
Yeah, actually, no, we got the second one right.
Smoke
Total
ganks.
number of smoke gank kills, which was 0. Well done, Cinderin.
Yeah, what can I say? Really impressed with Wildcard this game. I think, once again, they did a great job making Clinks feel very low impact, and the Primal Beast as well. They had great solutions. Not completely sure what the Naga 5, like now that I've seen the game play out, I'm not exactly sure what the mindset is behind making this your overall first pick of the draft, but what can I say? They won, right? And they won convincingly. So maybe this is part of the recipe for them. Scouting with the illusions all the time, getting information, having that fallback save with the ult. And because they didn't lose their lane, which is one of Naga support's biggest weaknesses, she has a lot of utility. So, worked out.
And while you were talking and I was definitely listening, I tested out the Dawnbreaker thing. You're correct, Cinder. You cannot cancel it regardless.
Right.
Which is
thing
weird. It's very weird because you can get stunned out of it.
Right. The enemy team can cancel you, but you can't cancel yourself. And when you have Ags, you can choose when you land, but the
But you still are
latest you
forced
can
to go.
possibly land is when it runs out of time. You have to land eventually.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'm wrong. You're right again, Cinderin. Congratulations.
shocker. Water's
Yeah.
wet. See you after the break.
We'll be back after this quick break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back to game number 2 between Wildcard and Nouns for this upper bracket semis for the NA TI11 regional qualifiers. Suns fan here with Cinder. We're in the draft already, and Nouns lost game 1, and they're bringing out the big guns, Cinder. And this is a Z-Freak Mirana, the best Mirana player, in my opinion, of all time from the support position. Very, very good.
That is a big statement.
It's a true statement, Cinderin.
That is a big statement.
I've been wrong a lot the last few days. I'm correct on this one. Okay, this is
He
a
is very,
factual
very
thing.
good. There is a couple of others that could rival him for the title, but
No one rivals. Z-Freak is
Okay.
alone.
10 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
Got
Now
it.
the Primal
Alright.
Beast could be mid, right? We could see that switch up, but Wildcard start out with DP Marcy.
Dire team back.
Yeah, so really strong 1-2 here for Wildcard, right? Or I shouldn't say 1-2, it's 1-4, because the overall first pick of the draft was the Death Prophet. I don't think either of Nouns' heroes is a particularly strong DP counter, so we'll see what they choose for solving that problem later in the draft. Wildcard already starting to protect her with a Chrono ban as well as a Bloodseeker ban. I say Chrono, it is of course Faceless Void. He's more than just a Chrono, it's not his entire identity.
Radiant team
And the
back.
Troll now banned out for Nouns. They had some serious problems with that hero last game. I feel like they did not solve it at all. And they're also going to ban the Enigma. So quite the change up now for Wildcard. We'll see if they can bring it again in the second game, because the last game was very impressive.
Yeah, and from the first phase bans, I believe the
10
only
seconds
difference is the Enigma ban this time from Nouns.
Yes, the rest of the bans are the same.
So we'll see what they want to combo with Mirana, because you obviously need some sort of a setup. Primal Beast won't really have any kind of a setup until he's level 6, and even then, that easily cancelable by the enemy team. But yeah, I'm more interested, like I said, whether Primal Beast is going to be played by Gunner or not. Last game, I thought Moo did a good job, but they just got stomped. Like after the laning stage, it was all Wildcard every time. There was never any trades. It was just
10
Wildcard was
seconds
winning
remaining.
every fight handily, and it was just a downward trajectory there for
5
Nouns.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, they... once again, two of the big problems they had in the last game are not available here. So let's see if it was a one-off or if Wildcard are just the better team today. And the mental aspect, you also got to keep it in mind, right? Like, you lost game 1, you probably came in with a lot of confidence. Like you said, Moo was laughing before game 1 or during the draft, right? Or smiling, or whatever it was, which was apparently rare for him.
Radiant team pick.
To go from that kind of mindset to just getting rolled like that is, you need to have some backbone to not not get sucked into a hole and just lose the second game in a bad way. So hopefully they can reset and focus on this one. Obviously, this is an upper bracket match, so there's no elimination on the line, but the guaranteed last chance qualifier slot is here. If you win this game, you're top 3. And you'll be facing up against Sonics, who you more than likely, ultimately, whichever way this goes about, you will have to beat at some point if you want to win. Because if Sonics lose the upper bracket finals, probably whichever team loses today will face them later. So very likely that these 3 teams that we have in talks here, Wildcard, Nouns, and Sonics, will be the top 3. And that makes this match all the more important.
Very interesting Lich pick, though. We have...
Yeah.
I'm trying to see the synergies here. You have Frost Shield for
It's good with
Primal Beast, so doing a little bit of damage, but obviously the damage mitigation is huge, so he's going to be super tanky. But outside of that, it's not like an arrow setup at all. I mean, it's a slow... the ult doesn't look particularly amazing this game, not yet at least. Maybe there's something they have planned to combo with it. And we're going to see the Naga again, which this one could be a 1. We don't really know. I think if you first 2 pick Naga, it's probably not a carry. Even this early, probably not a carry. Especially since it worked out pretty well for Sammy Boy.
I think it's probably a 5 again. I don't know if you want to put this hero carry against Primal Beast in general. I think it's a free lane for Primal if he plays that off lane when it's played in the carry role. The reason it went well last game was that the carry of the lane was Troll, which is a much harder lane matchup for Primal than Naga 1. Let's say you played like Naga Marcy or something, I think it would be way too difficult. They're going to get Luna as their ranged carry this time instead of Troll that was banned. So this lane, I would argue, is significantly weaker against Primal Beast than the Troll lane was. However, Lucent Beam is a very long-range interruption of Onslaught, so you need to be careful where you cast that from, obviously. But once you're on top of Luna, she is just food for this hero.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see how that works out for Wildcard. I mean, just the Luna Naga combo in general for lane, would you say that that's okay? Like, how strong is it overall? Not like,
Just
forget
Luna
about
Naga lane in isolation.
Yeah, just in isolation.
It's all right. It's not a good lane. It's fine.
It's not terrible, but it's definitely, yeah, I wouldn't say it's good.
Yeah, the logic is that Naga is a tanky 5 that can frontline for you, and you can farm. And later on, she offers you a save and some teamfight setup. But yeah, by nature, this is very, very different because there isn't the Enigma factor as well.
Okay.
This is a very good Terrorblade game. Good hero against DP, good hero against Luna. I guess the matchup against DP is actually better now for DP than it used to be, because this used to suck for DP since her drain wasn't very good against TB since she has low base health. But with the new one that is flat damage, you're very strong against TB for a certain time of the game, which would help. But obviously, Terrorblade has an amazingly high armor, which is great against Exorcism, and he naturally wants to be a ranged carry that buys Scotty, and Death Prophet hates that. She needs the mobility, she needs to not be slowed, and she needs to heal. And Scotty counters both aspects of the hero. Also, the matchup against Luna is amazing. You reflect her, and that illusion is very strong. So I think this was probably the single best pick Nouns could pick in this slot. And I'm hopeful for them that Game 1 will not be repeated based on this alone.
Yeah, so Wildcard looking for a mid laner, and Nouns either a mid laner or an off lane. Not sure where the Primal Beast will go still.
Yeah.
I guess they'll probably decide that once they see this pick, which I was actually going to mention Timbersaw. I thought it would have been okay for Nouns as well, because it is a Moo hero, even though it's not against any strength heroes, although Timbersaw is now strength. But that should be... Wait, is that an offlane or is that a mid, Timber?
10 seconds.
I think, knowing this team, it's probably offlane for Divine Llama, right? You want to put that guy on this hero.
That's true. He's dominated a lot on
It is
Timber.
his #1 signature hero. So you put him on that. You put a mid DP for Kiara, or Alone, as he's called in game. And then you probably, as Timber, are pretty confident in this lane once you hit level 3. Like, you just need a little bit of space against this Terrorblade, and you should be able to farm. This is a nice Quap last pick as well, though, I think.
Yeah, so Gunner, Queen of Pain. So Moo will be back on that. And we don't get to see the mid Primal Beast. I'm a little bit sad about that, but Nouns don't want to do anything too crazy. They have no setup for Arrow, but Z-Freak, I mean, I did claim he's the best Mirana of all time,
Yeah.
Cinderin. He doesn't need any setups. But again,
Well,
against Naga, it's going to be pretty
You
annoying.
say they have no setup, but they have Sinister Gaze, Shannon, and we know Lich can always frontline and set you up, so that is not going to be a concern.
Yeah.
You also have Pulverize, to be fair, which is, in a lot of situations, very reliable
seconds
for Mirana to
Yeah, but
connect on.
I'm talking
So it's
about
not-
more laning stage setup.
Yeah, there's nothing in the laning
5
stage.
seconds
Absolutely nothing.
remaining.
Just a bunch of slows, so you'll have to rely on Z-Freak on being a god, which we'll see if he has it in him. So yeah, whose lineup do you like?
I think overall, if you put me on the spot, I think it's pretty close. But if I had to pick based on what happened in game one and how what problems there were, I think probably slight edge to Nouns. I think the Terrorblade pick in this game is just that good. And if the Vailama doesn't take over on Timber, I feel like at some point Wildcard will struggle to deal with the TB. I don't think they have the best heroes for it. At the same time, Wildcard's lineup has the potential to take over the map. If Timber's having a good game and DP's having a good game, these heroes are going to run around and they're going to put a lot of pressure, and Luna will get huge in the jungle. So there's definitely, it's pretty close. I'm more concerned for Nouns about how they bounce back mentally from the last game. Like if they're going to be confident, if they're going to, play with determination, not hesitate, just pretend it didn't happen and start over. I think that's what they're going to need.
Okay, so game number 2 about to start here between Wildcard Gaming and Nouns. Obviously, Nouns came into this being the favorite of the two. They have dominated Wildcard for the most part throughout the last few seasons of DPC, and Wildcard was like right on the fringe of being on the same level as Nouns, but this last season they kind of dropped off. But now they're playing with a stand-in, and in game 1 they looked quite good.
For battle.
And beginning of the game means that it's time for prediction center. And total number of player deaths by 25 minutes. Is this a brawler type game?
It very well could be. I'm going to say 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's close. 0 to 15 or
tough.
16 to 25. It's one of the two. Ooh, that's a
Oh,
tough.
I was going to say maybe 26 to 35. Let's say 16 to 25.
All right, 16 to 25. Will there be a teleport canceled by stun by
No,
10
it's
minutes? That's true. Player with highest total magic or pure damage done to heroes at game end. So it's probably based on who you think will
Oh.
win this. Queen of
That
Pain,
could be
perhaps?
Gunner or Devi.
Queen of Pain. Wait, does it count? Yeah, it's magic or pure. So I'm gonna.
Let's take Gunner for this, I
Okay.
think.
Will a tower be denied? I'm gonna say yes. It almost always
Coin
is.
flip. I'll say no.
I feel like there's always a denied.
I wonder what the
tower.
stats are for that. I wonder how big a percentage of pro games a tower is denied. I think it's way less than 50, so you should always select no.
All right, we'll see, Cinderin. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, buddy.
I mean, a broken clock is right twice a day, so I'm due.
Yeah,
About time for that.
that's called gambler's fallacy, right there. that is not how you bet.
The battle begins.
We'll see, buddy.
All right, 2 runes per team, so nobody walking away with an advantage this time. Z-Freak taking a little bit of a beating here from Naga. Keep in mind, look at Naga's base stats, right, as a support. So 7 armor because of the 4 branches and 4 HP regen. It's worth noting when you're playing this hero as a 5 that in the past, especially in the TI3 era, when this hero had the active Riptide, which was very, very strong in tri versus tri-lane scenarios, Naga has always had this amazing armor and pretty good laning presence. You wouldn't think she's tanky. She's like an agi melee hero, but look at how much Sam can actually do here just by walking around on Z-Freak. I feel like they actually have to trample these illusions to
Yep.
deal with this problem
Does
relatively
have trample
soon.
level 1, and we should mention Z-Freak went for Starstorm level 1, which is not usual at all. And I think part of it is to deal with these illusions and maybe secure a range creep. Then again, range creep could be secured easily with an arrow.
Yep.
So I don't think I've ever seen Starstorm level 1 before on a Mirana. But that means that he's going to have to stick around till level 2, and he can't really roam. Obviously, Moo can't really survive in a 1v2 anyway to start the game. So we'll see how early Z-Freak is able to kind of dip outside of this lane and help somebody else. That is where he really shines with his arrow precision, Cinderin.
Yes.
He is using the anime model. Not sure if that's going to help or hurt. No, by the end of the game,
that's
I guess.
fair.
Yeah. What arrow looks like on that cosmetic, but There is a
Like an
pay-to-lose
arrow.
arrow cosmetic from way back in the day that is easier to see. It's easier to distinguish between your actual right clicks. So don't use that one if you want to win games, although pros do it all the time. And mid lane alone, pulling Gunner a little bit at the start of this in terms of just the harassment. And you can see 9-2
Gunner
versus
doesn't have
9-1.
blink, so-
Yeah, very even for CS. You can see the water rune is denied by the illusions of Sammy Boy, so he's helping Alone out globally.
That is another benefit to the 5 Naga. That's a pretty big deal, actually. Gunner will not be able to sustain his harassment now onto Alone, whereas Alone can
Yeah.
drain away. Gunner doesn't have blink, so this drain will do casual 200 damage and heal. So a 400 health exchange for 80 mana. Pretty good.
Shabby. And at what point for Devi Lama will he just be okay in this top lane? Is it level 3, which he is now, 2 levels in reactive?
So the dynamic might be different with the new reactive armor, right? Which needs more time to build up and is worse against creeps.
True.
I do think you theoretically can leave him alone, but where Alex go? Like maybe he can gank bot, I suppose. Wait, Husky might actually kill him here. It's pretty
Frost
close.
Blast. Oh, that's very close. 10
Not
HP.
enough.
Husky needs another right click.
Oh, what was
He'll
that
find
range?
it, and it's not enough
Oh,
still.
he got the hero
The
block.
stout shield. The built-in stout shield
Yep.
procs or Marcy, so no first blood this time.
Dies if that's not a block right there.
You can see the new laning set up here. The creeps will meet in this side of the river. It's an upcoming patch to be enjoyed. See that very often. Right. A little bit low on CS right now. 6-0, 20-9 for Costa Bile. He is crushing right now.
Courier has been killed.
Yeah, it's the biggest difference between the two teams right now is the off lanes. The Primal Beast is having a much better time in terms of farm. Device, I think bullied a little bit here, but yeah, 14 stacks on the armor makes him feel very strong and safe. So should be able to find some farm eventually. And obviously level 6, a big breaking point in this lane where Terrorblade is suddenly at risk. And Timbersaw should be able to find it before the Terrorblade does, given that he gets to play 1v2.
Yeah. And like you said, Moo left alone in the bot lane, so he's going to be very happy with that. And I think level's super important for this hero. And he has 2 in trample, so expect that third one to be taken so that they can try to go for a potential kill. And the fact that he does magic damage against a hero like Luna, pretty damn valuable. She has very high armor.
Radiant structures are
Same against
Second
Sam.
Ooh,
Okay.
okay.
Misclick.
Interesting onslaught. Yeah, Moo. Now they're going to try to right-click him, but he does have stacks of Uproar. Here comes Alex as well, but he's going to be able to dodge the stun from Moo's side. He's just going to try to right-click his way, knowing that he's likely to fall, but he gets disposed, and that's first blood finally, and Eve gets it. Of all the heroes you want to give that up to, from Now's perspective, it is not the Luna.
Yeah, so that's the luxury you have with an offlane Timber against this lane, right? Marcy does have the luxury of moving, and she chooses the right place, because mid lane is not happening, right? You're not killing this Queen of Pain with a DP. So bottom lane is the obvious choice. And Devi is still not looking too hot on the CS department. I think Costa Bile has done an excellent job out denying him here. But he is getting levels, slowly.
He is.
This is highly uncharacteristic for Devi, though. I wonder how he's going to play Timber when he gets this screwed on CS, because usually he has been dominating in his Timber games in the offlane where he's had a good laning stage. But this time around, that is just not the case.
Ooh, missing
Even starting to miss chains here.
He's tilted. He's tilted.
It's got to be it.
So, would you say that it was an overall nerf for Timber, the reactive armor changes?
Yeah, it's a nerf. Absolutely.
So,
It's
on
a
top
nerf
of that, the Soul Ring also costs more, so that's another nerf to him. As
Find Moo again.
Moo dies in the bot lane again, alone, has the Exorcism up, bottles the regen, not really able to do too much damage to this tier 1 though. As Z-Freak, he does not have a leap, so he's dead. Trying to take out Alex on the way out, but not going to happen. So 3-0 advantage for Wildcard again to start this game.
I actually think there's a lot of good things to be said about tri-laning against Primal Beast when you're able to. I think this hero suffers in situations where it's outnumbered, unlike, say, as the type of offlaner like Timbersaw, where at a certain point, you're just too tanky. In this game, if you were to tri-lane the Timber with Mirana, Lich, Terrorblade, you're not going to kill him, but Mu is struggling, even with max Uproar stacks, to stay alive against these 3 heroes with Luna Aura. It's just too much damage. It's overwhelming. So... Well, keep in mind now as well, with the changes now, Luna Aura for his entire team globally at nighttime. So
Oh yeah, I forgot
this
about
will
that.
help Timber quite a bit. He has an extra 20 damage in that top lane that he doesn't usually have.
That's legit.
And it raises the farming speed of DP in the jungle now because she has 20 damage against this camp. And it's one of those things where you read the patch and you're like, is this like Giga broken or okay? And you just don't know until you get a
Belay,
sample.
top lane, is getting blocked perpetually, and he's dead. Huge
around.
kill for Wildcard.
Devi gets 6 from this as well. He does have Sunder skilled now on Terrorblade. I guess he didn't have the mana to use it there, but the thing about Timber going on you and you sundering him is that you might not return kill him anyway if you get a perfect Sunder. Do you actually have the damage to punish if you do survive?
Yeah.
They find Sam bot, so that's a throwback to last game with them killing the Naga. But
Yeah, but it required a lot. They had to do 2 rounds of spells. And he's just an absolute annoyance in
Instant
this
TP
bot
from alone.
lane.
He's on
Yep,
Husky.
he's going to focus on Husky, but Costa Belay's here with that meta, along with the trample now. Got to be careful if you're DP, but he's going to pop the piggy, and we'll live as a result. Sammy Boy showing his moral support as the onslaught's coming from Mu, but he doesn't have any follow-up whatsoever. Pops the uproar, but really to no avail, as
Sam killed
Lich
Husky?
ended up going down to Sammy. What in the
How?
world? So he likely will fall here.
That was without
Arrow
ensnare.
coming,
Dude,
not
this
connecting.
is space with a capital S, man. He's killing the Lich, and Gunner now shows up for this.
Yeah.
Finally, he's gonna die, but delayed the push by a grand 30 seconds. And 5 heroes bought just for that. And Devi is gonna take the top tower alone.
Dire's top tower is under
You're
attack.
pretty
Yeah.
happy with that if you're wildcard, I think.
Device starting to recover a bit. Still net worth-wise kind of middle of the pack. But if you compare him to Mu, who has died 2 times,
Yeah.
they're basically on par.
Oops. Didn't. Lost the last hit on the tower to 1 range creep. That's unfortunate.
It happens. Those range creeps are really pesky.
Yeah, you were hoping that would count as a deny, Shannon, but it doesn't, so we're still good on that one.
I have the whole game for that, so I think
Yeah.
I'll be all right.
You do. How often do you see a tier 3 tower denied, though?
Yeah, that is
You're
the
gonna
problem.
run out of options when the tier 2s are down, I think.
Yeah. Wait, do buildings count? Just building.
I don't know. It says towers, so it probably works even on creeps.
Probably bugged horribly. I'd like to see that. Appreciate the help, Valve. Mo, yeah, you can see the farm. I mean, it's 10 minutes in. He has 1 bracer and phase boots. Just finished his soul ring. So definitely more behind than he was last game.
Oh, Gunner!
As we're going to see the Sonic Wave onto Eve, attempting to TP out, but he will not get out in time. Gunner sending the Luna back to base. Big kill for Nouns. They needed that big time.
Yes. And the gold is dead even. It keeps switching sides. Who's less than 1k ahead? I don't think I've actually seen this. It swapped like 6 times in 10 seconds who was ahead on gold. So completely zero right now between the two. That's a big Luna kill though. Got a lot of value out of that deep observer ward that they placed quite a while back to get that Sonic Wave kill at the Ancients. And now it's daytime, so the Radiant lineup is weaker again for 5 minutes.
So
Something
weird.
to keep
think
in
about
mind.
now. Yeah. Have we seen a Night Stalker Luna lineup recently? And Lycan. Because Lycan, remember we thought Lycan was going to be OP with this patch, and I haven't seen him. Or did they nerf that?
I don't think they nerfed it yet, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Sammy Boy,
Sam's gonna
TP,
get
Husky, Sinister Gaze, brings him back into the fray. Another kill for Nouns. And the Dalai Lama has been left alone in that bot lane, and he is starting to catch up, Cinder, and he's creating... I mean, that's 700 gold now, discrepancy between him and Mu. That's what... Again, the missed Timber Chain. Not very often you see that from Devi. But he has his Arcane Soul Ring and going to be finishing his hood soon.
For Nouns is that Terrorblade is having a very good time. And
Yeah.
this was the hero of the game that we were talking about. It was a very good pick and has only really been countered by the Timbersaw, which is debatable how big of a counter it is. I think if Costa Villa continues on this trajectory, the Dire will be looking very, very strong come later in the game. it's just a lineup. It's just a matchup that Luna really does not enjoy. It's so hard to play when Terrorblade starts getting that Scotty plus. Let's just say Manta Scotty. Already then, it's really hard. And then when he starts having actual damage items, you're just screwed. So, feels a little bit like Wildcard might be on somewhat of a timer later on, that they don't want this game to go too late. This time they don't have that Enigma to fall back on. Quap also scales amazingly well, of course. Missed the arrow from Z-Freak.
Yep, don't mention that. Exorcism is popped by Alone, and that is going to spell doom for Z-Freak. It's going to be a trade for Alex, though. I don't think we've seen an arrow connect for Z-Freak. Just had to say something, didn't I?
Yep.
So he has no setups. What are they doing? They're making it so hard on my boy. Gunner gets in there with the Sonic Wave, or the Scream of Pain. He gets silenced though, so fighting his time a bit. As here the onslaught coming in. That's to finish off Sammy Boy. Alone. No pulverize to come. Divide
Nice
Llama
defense.
and Alex have come to defend.
Pretty happy with that if you're Nouns. You held your mid tower and you didn't need to rotate Terrorblade. He's just farming in the meantime and you held it with the other heroes. You're going to smoke immediately. Look for the next move. Gonna be ganking this bottom creep wave so hard, as there's absolutely nobody down there for them to find,
boy.
but
These poor creeps have no idea what's coming.
yeah.
at them.
Who do you think is going to kill them?
Oh boy, it's gonna be Moo, of course.
Think
Wait,
so?
Gunner's there. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's definitely
Could be
Gunner.
anyone. Turning
What?
toward mid, so
Okay.
do you
Yeah.
want to go on Alone?
This would be a big one.
He's
Under
not
the cover
gonna
of the
get
tier
caught.
1 tower.
Tower is under attack.
It is so
And-
hard to gank out of smoke or Moonlight Shadow as Primal Beast now that it's audible when you cast Onslaught. You know, like Alone will
Yeah,
just.
that's true.
Okay, maybe from this angle it's good.
Yeah,
Good ward.
Here he comes. It's gonna connect onto Alone. Pulverize,
Nicely-
not even needed.
nicely
Just the
done.
trample, and now they're gonna turn it into a tier 1 tower as Costa Bile has shown up as well with his treads and Yasha in tow. But Sammy Boy, the Song of the Siren, just to delay. Doesn't look like it's used to set up anything as Z-Freak kind of caught out here a bit, but looks to be fine.
Radiant's middle tower has
Tier 1
fallen.
tower dead in favor of Nouns. Another the trample coming. Moo. Looking for the
Devised 10p.
pulverize. Finally gets it, but he gets stunned out of it. Alex trying to create some space for Divide to get out. Looks like Divide is fine, but Alex not so much. Wild card. Not able to defend their tier 1 tower. They lose the support. Could be worse though, as Gunner blinks away. He's got a Witchblade Treads. Now we'll get a double damage rune on top of that.
In the meantime, Eve was farming, but yeah, this is looking very good for Nouns right now. Getting that mid tower, getting that DP kill. Solid stuff from them, and now they can go back and chill a little bit. They used Metamorphosis, so now Costabile is just going to be farming for the next 2 minutes. Working on getting that pretty timely Manta. Kind of impressive that Luna is neck and neck with him right now in terms of net worth, given how things have played out.
Yeah, I have a question about the itemization from Luna as we approach the mid game now. But first, we're going to see Moo. Ooh, no stun there from
missed.
Alex. Exorcism with the illusions, though. Likely get the tier 1 tower, but we're going to see a lot of heroes defending this from Noun's side. Akram comes in. Here comes the onslaught from Moo with the trample. Not able to hit anybody initially, but does get the full pulverize onto Alone. And that's the death of him. Double kill for Gunner as Marcy takes a tumble.
Yeah,
A
that's
nice
huge.
defense from Nouns.
That was without using Sonic even. That's just the double damage on Queen, Frost Shield, and the Primal Beast with Trample going to town on that DP. Doesn't have the BKB. Went for Aetherlens. I think in this game his item build is going to turn out to be a mistake. I think you actually have to get BKB here so you can protect yourself from Primal Beast. You're going to get just charged and pulverized every fight by this hero when he gets BKB, and there's nothing your team can do about it. They can use Song of the Siren, but the Primal +1 BKB hero is probably going to just kill you. So,
Oh boy,
alright.
ensnare, arrow, not gonna hit. Oh for God knows how many at this point, Moo. It's a frost shield, so not gonna take that much damage, but he is at half HP. And will be forced away by the couple of TPs from Wildcard.
Is under attack.
So back to Luna's item progression. She has Dragonlance Yasha. I think Manta's coming, right? Surely. Oh, maybe she's going straight for
she's
the
going straight BKB.
BKB first, and then Manta to follow in all likelihood as we see Sammy Boy die. Any consideration for like a 4th item Ags against TB once the BKBs have kind of worn down a bit at that point? I feel like that's the one thing that Luna can offer that could potentially own TB in the later stages of the game.
It's kind of
Pretty expensive though.
Yeah, I think it is what some Lunas used to do actually to try to solve this matchup. So it is a possibility, but depending on what items you're against, it can also really backfire, right? Like the enemy team has Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, you know, any sort of things that can get them out of trouble. I'm not convinced. The other thing is, if you do go that route, are you actually going to have the damage to win fights in general? Like, are you just relying on one-shot combo, and if it fails, what's your backup plan? Then you have no plan B, right?
Sammy Boy's
Arrow?
trampled. There's the... Oh, he missed it again. Oh, God. Oh, no, Z-Freak. They get the kill anyway, though. And Moo on the run. I don't think he's going to want arrow. God damn it, Z-Freak.
Best
Why?
Mirana in the world, baby.
It's a tough Mirana game, all right?
I believe you.
And the trample is weird. It has like a weird Z axis that you can't really predict what the hell's going to go on with that spell.
I actually don't know. So if you pulverize someone, right, and you click the arrow where the pulverize started, is it even a guaranteed hit, or can it miss based on where the hero is in the air?
Yeah, that's the question.
I actually don't know. Because if that's the case, then setting up for arrow means that you need to arrow when the pulverize ends.
You really got to time it
which,
well.
I mean, shouldn't be that hard, right? It's kind of like arrowing on top of an astral. You just need to know the time internally, and then it becomes muscle memory at some point, right?
Yeah, I guess.
People hit arrows on astral imprisonment consistently at this level.
I think it shouldn't be that hard because I feel like there's enough time for the arrow to still connect, even if it's halfway through.
Yeah, I guess you could
miss.
also just stop the pulverize
Yeah,
if you wanted
that.
to guarantee that it hits.
Either way, thing I love about these new heroes like Primal Beast, there's so many cool interactions that we just don't know the answer to. I actually like not knowing some of this stuff because it means I can learn some more sooner and then forget about it later. Of course, that's the usual. When you've been around as long as us, old patch notes start to creep into your brain and you get confused.
Yep.
Part of being senile.
There's
as
an
well.
arrow.
Okay, arrow connected. Z-Freak on the board. Moo's gonna onslaught TP. Looks to be fine. So still only a 1k lead for Nouns. You think they have a late game. Obviously the reflection is going to be extremely good against Eve as the game goes on.
Yeah. My biggest concern is I feel like Moo is actually underfarmed. He's made some good moves, but you'd like to have BKB.
Moves?
Yeah, I know. He'd like to have BKB before minute 20 for sure. Like really good Primal Beast games, you have BKB phase Soul Ring at like minute 15.
Oh. I like this move again, and you can see Alone and Sammy Boy trying to create some space for this Roche kill. As Z-Freak is dead.
Oh, they're just
Now into the Roche pit they go, and they're going to get this for free. So second game in a row that they've gotten the first Aegis. Eve.
That's big.
And he is actually, God, I feel so smart. He's going Aghanim Scepter Syndrome.
Yeah,
I'm a
alright.
genius.
I'm not mad at it. It is just high risk, high reward, I think, because, like I said, you have that one opportunity, right? It's not a good ramp-up item. You farm slower than you would with regular damage items, because per gold, this is not a good farming item ever, Ags, pretty much, except, you know, heroes that get a specific farming spell from it.
Now, I will say, even with like the Force Staffs and whatnot, it's still a pretty big AoE, and you can put it on Devi if you're pretty confident that he's going to be able to stick to the TB specifically.
Definitely a
As
good
long as
friend. It's also good on the DP.
Yeah, that's true. Very fast. I mean, you're going to need some sort of Dispel or BKB for him first, though.
Yeah.
I do wonder if you can cast it on a BKB'd ally.
I'm pretty sure you
Probably.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Right, Sange Kaya now on Devi, as we have a smoke from Nouns on
can. 2 9
4 of the
seconders
5
on
members.
them. They're very strong right now. BKB Quap, BKB Primal.
Dire's top tower is under
Wildcard would love to not get caught. So it seems like a lot of circles being drawn at bottom, but no one's there. So either both teams think the other team is there, or both teams are like, let's go here.
Yeah,
It looks like it's a let's go here for Wildcard.
He is going to show top lane, so we'll see if that gives any confidence to wild card here as they are also smoked.
Sammy in mid with the real Naga.
Yep, onslaught is coming. Sammy boy not going to get off his song initially. Might not even need it as here comes the Eclipse as Gunner getting really low. Gets off the Sonic Wave. Barely lives. Last right click brings him down to sub 50
Yikes.
HP. And he TPs out, and that's going to put the fight to an end. Nobody dies.
That was such a beautiful setup from Wildcard. That was a really good bait. The moment Naga gets jumped by Quap, they immediately connect a level 3 rebound and the DP silence. Gunner is total toast there without a BKB, and with one more right click, he would have also died. So close call, but Wildcard with a very good setup there. And they're gonna, you know, sure they don't get the kill, but they're gonna take advantage of this to go into the enemy ancient area and farm that with the Luna. Get a little bit more benefit out of it.
Devi, he's invis. See if they can set something up in the top lane. Both of these heroes a little bit difficult to take out. Now they have a sentry so they can see Devi. Another sentry. BKB into the pulverize and no help to come other than the Song of the Siren. But again, the BKB from Moo is going to completely ignore that. Devi, he's Spirit Vesseled. Lich ult as well. A couple more right clicks will do it. Another Spirit Vessel charge used just in case. Nice kill from Noun. The sentries basically setting that one up for them.
Yep, the BKBs are now on cooldown, but huge win getting that tower, and they can probably claw their way through the at least a bit of the tier 2 if they want. Nope, they're gonna chill. Okay, even with Timbersaw dead, they're gonna respect this and not go for the tower. They'll farm instead. They'll take the enemy ancients, which is also, you know, great. Bit of a net worth win there. Is it common that Terribly doesn't take a 10 talent?
Just go stats instead?
No, he just has leveled all his spells first and taken a 15 talent.
Isn't that normal for like every hero?
I mean, the Conjure Image talent is pretty good, right? 10% extra damage on your illusions seems nice.
Yeah, definitely good.
For every aspect, right? For farming, fighting. Huh. I feel like this is uncommon, but I could be wrong.
Yep, Sammy
Sam
boy is going to get a
thrown
little
away.
rebound move speed as the arrow's going to miss out here.
So Alex went Shard first on Marcy, which is how he saves the Naga there. I wonder what the logic is here over getting that over Blink. I think Alex really likes the Shard for just throwing allies out of trouble. It makes it work a bit like Venge Swap. But it gives you way less in the way of catch, obviously, where you could have Blink into Dispose. I know it doesn't stun anymore, so it's way worse than it was before, but could still force like BKBs or defensives with that and then jump out. With this, you don't really have that luxury, because when you jump in, you're dead, basically, on this hero.
And this was scanned out here, so Moonlight Shadow ends up not being used to full effect. But we have a smoke on the other side as Eve. He's going to be spotted now as Moo. Yep, he's going to get ensnared. Eve jumps in. Arrow's going to come, but the BKB is there from Eve. He has his Eclipse available, but don't want to use that while the BKB is on Moo. He's using a nice Pulverize to take out Sammy Boy. Aegis is consumed. They actually had a pretty low expiration date, so it's not going to be too bad for Wildcard as Gunner, BKB TP, and they're going to back away. So they get the 2 supports, and they're going to call it a day.
And they get Exo. This is a big win for Nouns. They didn't have...
You okay, Synderen? They have lost Synderen. We'll see. So, 25 minutes in, 15-7 lead for Nouns, 4K lead overall. Gunner has his Witchblade, Kaya going for the full SNK. Wildcard might want to actually fight here, despite not having the Exo. See how aggressive they want to be, but either way, this is creating space for Eve to continue to farm up. They didn't really get the greatest value out of that Aegis, but he is 1,000 away from that Aghanim Scepter, and now that the BKBs are starting to go down a bit, although Kostabile doesn't have one for himself quite yet, as we have a mic issue in the game. Very weird hearing our voice line in the game, even though Synderen can't hear me because he is disconnected. You guys get to enjoy a nice casual solo cast with all the insight from yours truly. 2K lead between the TB and Luna, though, right now. So that's kind of the main discrepancy in the game at the moment. And Costa Bile, the fact that he doesn't even need a BKB yet is kind of a big deal because this Aghanim Scepter, I feel like, is only going to be really good once that
Hello?
BKB is lowered in time. But opting to finish the Manta first, still the full Ultimate Orb and Manta recipe away. And still Exo down for a good amount of time despite having the Octarine Core for alone. That's obviously the main benefit, but it has put him down in the gold department a bit because he hasn't been able to actually fight consistently without the BKB. But he's not too far away from that. Just about 700 gold or so. This would be a pretty good time for Nouns to try to fight because meta is up, Exorcism down. Looks like they'll focus on the tier 2 tower, which will likely just have to be given up here from wildcard side. And they can get the outpost shortly after as well. And they'll have plenty of time to actually defend this tier 2 tower top. It's only a half HP and there's not that much pressure being applied. Eve, 150 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter. So this is, I think, Cinderin said it, very risky pickup. It's either going to be amazing or terrible and not much in between. Now poking the high ground for Nouns. Move. It's going to get off pretty much a full ultimate as the arrow is going to connect down to Divine Llama with the Spirit Vessel as well as the Lich Ult bouncing decent amount. But the song being used to slow the pace here. Move kind of stuck on the high ground. Finally gets off the BKB and the focus is now onto Alone. But the rebound is going to save him. The Spirit Vessel preventing a lot of the heals from coming out. So he's going to have to waddle back to the base. Marcy the only casualty thus far. But the Exorcism was popped again, so Nouns, I mean, they're still on a similar timetable because of the meta, but they're able to at least poke this high ground. Will likely get the tier 3 tower. Silence coming out onto 2. Double Spirit Siphon. Nouns. Still a decent amount left on this meta. Not sure if they want to go any further, though. They'll be happy with this tier 3 tower taken out, but Gunner's going to get silenced. The BKB is forced. Hello, Cinderin.
Hello?
Hi.
Do you hear me now?
I missed you.
This is good, I think.
What happened to you?
I have no idea what happened. I can't explain, but as long as you can hear me now, that's good. I don't know why I lost.
You didn't crash or anything?
No. I just stopped working. I thought that
Okay.
was good. All right,
Well,
I'm back.
You know, we predicted some technical difficulties, but I didn't realize it could be upon us as well.
That's true. It's been generally cursing the players, but I guess it was my turn now, so...
Been watching the game? You didn't have any disconnect or anything?
No, I didn't have a DC, but I was obviously going through my tech stuff to try to make it work, so I'm a little bit disconnected from what happened the last 2 minutes, but...
Well, the tier 3 tower was taken out.
And got that tower, yeah. So Luna has her axe. Did she have that during the base push?
That's a good question. Not sure. Either way, Eclipse was down, so...
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you're right about that item pickup. It's going to be either the reason they win or... Well, I shouldn't say the reason they lose. It's either going to be really good or really bad. I don't think there's much in between.
Yeah. Arrow. Almost.
7K lead for Nouns now as the Manta is picked up officially for Costa Bile. We've had no answer for him, and I think Devi is supposed to be that answer, but without a BKB, it's going to be tough for him to not get sundered in these fights. He was going for a Lotus initially, but just 600 away from finishing the BKB now.
Yeah. Smoke, or rather Moonlight, and, well, actually both. Looking for an opportunity here. They have a good ward, but there's actually very good Radiant ward coverage here if this smoke breaks. It will now.
Yep, and we have a silence coming out from Sammy Boy, but it looks like he's going to be the first to fall. But the rebound save again. Alex really knows how to use this shard. Pulverizes there. Sammy Boy gets off the Song of the Siren, but the BKB's counteracted completely. So both supports dead for Wildcard Gaming as the Lich ult used with the shard bouncing left, right, and center as Divine Llama gets taken out. You can see the Aghanim Scepter from the Eclipse doing a decent amount of damage, but Costa Bile with the BKB will survive.
He was just
Buyback
way
force
too
from Marcy.
late on Luna, right? Like, this was a long fight. If he's there in time with the team, that could have been really big, but that Eclipse comes out basically when the fight is over. And like you said, amazing Chain Frost there from Husky, getting maximum value out of Ice Spire to just... I think he hit the... What would that have been? 6 or 7 times on the Timber Saw with the Chain Frost, and surprisingly, he actually ends up trading before he dies on the Timber, which is, you know, pretty admirable and given the circumstances. Closing in on BKB though, which is going to be very, very big here for Devi, makes him feel very safe in fights, except against Terrorblade, and even against TB, you can be okay if you come in with a decent amount of reactive armor stacks. So definitely still a way into this for Wildcard, but yeah, my concern is if they buy this Ags on Luna and she's not there on the money with it, it feels even worse, right? Because every minute this isn't put to use is a minute that could have been spent farming with a Butterfly or with this Manta that he now has or whatever. It's very heavy commitment purchase.
And she's going, I mean, she has Manta now, but going kind of all in with this Ags build with the Refresher next on the table. And they're actually going to try to go for Roche again. Will they get away with it a second time? Sammy Boy going to get rebounded. I actually love this from Alex. He's really good at using this shard. We haven't seen that all too often from other players. Alex, oh, looks like the Yules is going to cancel his TP.
We slip into shadow.
And it looks like they still want to fight. This is a dieback technically on the Marcy. A Sonic Wave comes in, deletes Sammy Boy, so no supports for Wildcard. As Exorcism is popped, so they still want to fight, but this looks disastrous. Another beautiful Chain Frost with the Ice Fire. And that is 3 dead in the blink of an eye, alone, kind of just forced to try to fight his way out of this. But the BKB will only save him for so long. He's going to get a right-click down. Triple kill for Gunnar. Last remaining member is Eve. And he TP's out, but that is a big loss there for Wildcard, which should set up this Roshan.
Yeah, definitely a free Roche here. Gunnar now 13-0, really recovering well from that last game, which did just not go his way this time around. Looking much, much better. And with this Aegis, you imagine I mean, maybe you don't even need to wait to go high ground. You have meta ready, and you know the enemy team just used Eclipse. So if you're quick about this and you go straight down mid, you might just earn yourself your first lane of barracks.
Look at this build on move.
Because they're kind of low on resources on certain heroes, but...
All right, they get the Aegis on Costa Bile. Yes.
Primal, can you even afford this?
I think with double Soul Ring, maybe?
Yeah,
but yeah, that's
I guess
really
you can just
expensive.
Narrowly pull this off, I think. So let's do some quick math, okay? BKB is 50, your ult is 100, so that's 150.
Radiant's top tower.
Pulverize, or sorry, Trample is 75. So like using one set of abilities costs more than 300. You can't use your kit twice. There's no way.
Soul Ring.
Yeah, but Refresher costs 350.
Bro.
Radiant's
Yeah, this
can't
is
use your
really weird.
You actually can't support this, but I think he needs a different neutral item. He needs to take, do they have an item he could take? He could take Pupil's Gift. I mean, you love the Ogre Seal Totem on this hero, of course, so... He could also take, he could take the Eye of the Vizier if he wanted to fuck himself up even harder. And he'll have absolutely no mana.
Yeah, that's a good one. And they're pressuring this tier 3 top. It's going to survive for now. I wish we can see a deny so I can at least get one prediction right. Wait, we have a couple predictions right. Oh, so far we have the first 3 right. The tower, oh my god, you're going to have all 4 right, aren't you? You piece of garbage.
Oh, I live for
Devi
this.
Lama showing himself. Reflection is there. Sinister Gaze to bring him back. Still has his BKB though. And the casual right clicks coming in from Eve. Or silence on the Costa Bile. Remember, he has that Aegis, so not fearing too much here. He gets off the Sunder though. And they're going to turn this around as Devi Lama has to pop his BKB, but the Sonic Wave finishes him off thanks to the pure damage. And Gunnar still continuing his absolutely ridiculous play. 14-0. Gonna find a support on the back end as well. So Nouns in the driver's seat again. Tier 2 mid and can continue on here if they want.
Radiant's middle tower has
Yeah, nothing stopping them, right? Meta is only half duration. Just gonna go straight in for this.
Radiant's structures
I want to see this Refresher play. You know, the funny thing is they can kill that tower top, deny it, and then get the refresh back. That's
Yeah,
the
but
play,
if they deny
Cinderin.
it, then my quest is
I know. Oh, Lucent Beam coming in. Eve. No Eclipse for 45 seconds. The Costa Bile is getting pretty damn low. Will fall, but it's just the Aegis as alone. 1v4ing right now, it feels like, and actually
what a
staying
beast.
alive. This defense is actually looking successful thus far. Frost Blast is there,
don't
though.
go too far.
Arrow connects onto Eve, and look at the reflection damage, and Moo comes in with the refresher, deletes the Luna. Song gonna keep Alone alive a little bit longer, and Moo, see if he survives through this onslaught. The buyback now onto Eve as they just crush Moo in the end. Burst them down thanks to Divine Llama, but the blink out, Z-Freak staying safe, Husky in the trees, will be fine. They don't get too much out of this buyback. They do technically defend, but now it's an 18k lead for Nouns. Yeah, the refresher, I really don't. I don't even know what to say. Is that good? Not sure.
It is a good item on the hero. I just, once again, I don't know if he has the right neutral for it. Like maybe he does. Maybe he did pull it off there actually.
I mean, it wasn't
Sure.
like one of those that you use refresher and you're able to get everything off instantly. It's like a refresher,
Yeah, you reset
reset,
out,
and then go in.
then you regen a bit, and then you soul ring and go again. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's fine if you play it like that. You just can't use two in quick succession. Gunner continuing his absolutely terrorizing streak here. 16 now.
He's going to be worth a lot of money.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And from Eve's perspective, that buyback obviously hurts. 2,400 into his refresher, so still a ways to go. And that is kind of the Hail Mary, I feel like, for wildcard in this game, too.
Yeah,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
pretty much all in. The problem is Terrorblade is going to buy his own refresher next, potentially at least. It's an option that Costabile has. And as long as he has a BKB ready whenever Luna ult comes in, he doesn't care. It's going to outlast it with 6 seconds. He refreshes, you refresh. And then it's down to whether you find some sort of key stun, but that's one of the problems Wildcard has. Their only stun is Marcy.
Oh boy. Costabile with the Silver Edge. He's scouting things out. No vision for Wildcard. But there is the rebound save potential here, and it's going to be used right off the bat. Sinister Gaze still working throughout all that, and Alone has to pop the BKB. Alex gets killed in the process, but he keeps his Death Prophet alive, which is the important thing. Llama, though, continuing to get chased. Pulverize is there. He's looking like he's in a lot of trouble, Cinderance. What is this range? Aether Lens? Is that it?
Aether Lens and Psychic Headband.
Oh my god.
I think the spell also got buffed at some point to have more cast range.
That looked unnatural. How do you wrap chains around somebody with arms that short? He's got like T-Rex arms, for God's
It's gotta be
sake.
magic.
Jeez. Unrealistic. Now the bottom push is coming for Nouns as they look to try to even up this series 1-1. Meta pop by Costabile. And Refresher is finished. So we're going to see the last-ditch effort from Even Company. But they have to force out this BKB first as Sammy Boy just getting crushed. But there's the first Eclipse. Does force out the BKB. And we'll see if he tries to keep this a secret. No, he's actually showing the Refresher. Doesn't use it initially, though, because the BKB has not been used thus far. So we could just try to wait this out. Get another double ult. So
Curious.
22k lead is just massive.
So it looks like Costabile wants to go Satanic, and with that you can also just stand your ground through the Luna ult as long as you're not stunned. I don't know if this is better than Refresher. Oh, he actually changed. All right, I like that. I do like the Refresher more, and he makes the same call here to switch it up. Sounds onto Z-Freak. He's gonna blink. No problem.
Yeah. So Wildcard not really able to find much of an opening. Now that they've waited this long, they might as well wait 45 seconds for the second Eclipse. And I think they're just going to have to force a fight of some kind. You can see Eve with the Enchanted Quiver in the backpack, so looking to swap that in after using Ninja Gear.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Although Ninja Gear is still pretty good. I mean, it's move speed, obviously the smoke, and then 25 agility. That's really nice.
It's a pretty good item.
You really like that more than Enchanted Quiver? Or, I mean, you like Enchanted Quiver for later? Interesting.
I think the Ninja Gear might be better. I guess it's kind of close, but it's the consistent 25 agi is very valuable.
Yeah, so, okay, he finally gets rid of Enchanted Quiver.
Wait, was I talking about the wrong hero? I thought you meant Luna.
Yeah, because he had the Enchanted Quiver backpack.
Oh,
the
he
whole
kept it in
time, so
backpack, okay.
I thought he was going to
Right.
use it, but I figured that this item was still better, though, Ninja
Yeah,
Gear.
it is.
Llama has the Havoc Hammer and actually picks up a Trickster Cloak. So that would likely go to Death Prophet, I would assume. Make her a lot tankier.
Yeah. I think that would be a wise choice. Get that evasion. Terrorblade does not buy any True Strike this game unless he has to. But since Luna hasn't gone Butterfly, that hasn't been a concern. And that does, fortunately for them, make that Trickster Cloak better. And I think if they're going to win a fight, it's going to be off of DP just popping off in a big way, right? Like you saw in that last base defense, he got like triple fear off with Spirit Siphon and survived. So if they can combine that with an Eclipse at some point where the fears are active so the enemy team can't BKB and then you pop your stuff, maybe. But it's a very, very small percentage at this point that wildcards string together a fight that works for them. And it is largely a limitation of their draft, right? That they just don't have a stun except the Marcy jump. That has really been haunting them in this game because the Queen of Pain has been free to do whatever she wanted, right? Gunner has just been destroying them. He's got so much freedom. So does Terrorblade. Like, playing Quap and Terrorblade against no stuns is the dream. Like, how are they going to stop you?
Very true.
So, got to itemize a Hex, maybe. Looks like Timber is eyeing it up as a possibility.
Certainly an uphill battle for Wildcard here. I mean, the next power spike, I suppose, for Eve is 25, but since the changes to how XP works, it's 3 levels is pretty far.
It's very far away. He needs to win a team fight.
But getting that Eclipse Lucent beam mini stun is absurdly strong with Ags, especially when you have the refresher on top. And I think maybe part of the reason he went for this build, aside from the obvious stuff, is Reflection won't do as much damage to you, right? Because you don't go these stat items like Butterfly or Scotty.
That's part of the reason you like going Butter on Luna, right? Against Terrorblade is that your own illusion misses on you.
Does it bounce off yourself? The glaives?
Yes, I believe it still bounces even if it misses, but it doesn't deal damage to you, right? And you can say it goes both ways because, well, if you have Butter and the illusion does as well, it's also harder for you to kill the illusion. But I think at the end of the day, it's probably more important that you stay alive on your main than that the illusion is killed off quickly.
Would you prefer the Butterfly over what he's going for now, which is Daedalus?
Wait, so how is it Shard works now? It's totally different, right? Yeah. It doesn't use your attack damage anymore. So if he had the old Shard, I would say Daedalus for sure. Now, don't know. I think there's a case to be made about maybe Butter being a better choice.
I mean, I feel like Shard is good this game, though. I mean, the Lucent Beams that
with
you
your
gain
ult,
damage
that's how
from.
it works, you're right. Oh, that's why he's getting Daedalus. Of course, you're right. Yes, if he gets Daedalus and Shard, then...
Oh, BKB force from Eve. He's going to try to stand his ground against Moo, who has to back away. Let's have the refresher, though. Of course, didn't use any spells, but the BKB is kind of the big deal.
Both of them have refis, and Luna can use hers from far away and then refresh. Just needs to not get caught.
Yeah, and we'll want to use Eclipse first if she can. So BKB, the Gunners is 6 seconds. Moo should be 6 seconds, surely, yep. And then Tostabile should be relatively... Oh, he's used his already, really, 6. I feel like this was a relatively late BKB from him, but it's already at 6 seconds, so... This is where the potential Eclipse Ags can shine. Noun still with a massive net worth lead right now. Divide Llama's going to get jumped. Kind of get some space away from Costabile, who's in that silver edge form right now. Sammy Boy, he's going to get gone on to start things out. He's silenced and he's dead. Buyback available. They kill the Wraith Pact as well, but here comes the Eclipse. Actually doing a lot of damage to Moo. He has to refresh just to be able to use the BKB. It's the buyback now from Sammy Boy. Marcy dies but buys back shortly after. There's the song.
Yoink, gem.
See if they're able to go on top of anybody here, because Costabile still has the BKB and refresher to work with. Divide Llama just gets crushed. Alone. See, he's trying to focus on Husky right now. Sammy Boy about to die back, but lives through this engagement. But the Luna, that's the big kill. No buyback from Eve. And that might spell the end of the game, potentially, as Alone does find a pick off in the end, but see if they're able to get more. And he gets jumped now by Gunner. The fear pretty damn strong for Alone, but he is surrounded. He is not alone. Only one hero remaining. GG's call. So this is going the distance. Cinderin Game 3 is coming.
Game 3 is coming indeed. Yeah, so good recovery here from Nouns. And I say recovery, I meant to just bounce back after game number 1, right? Because in this game, they were never really behind. I think strategically, the whole Naga strategy that Wildcard have going for them did not work nearly as well as in game 1 because of the heroes they played around it with. Bit lacking in the stun department, in my opinion, against the heroes they faced. Last pick, Queen of Pain, goes 18-0 and 13, so Gunnar having a standout game. And now with this happening, we're back to, okay, did Wildcard just come in with this one idea and now it's been solved with bans, or do they have something up their sleeve for game 3? It's a pretty damn important game, honestly, so gotta put it all on the table here and see if it sticks and you get the win.
Yeah, it's important in the fact that you're secured to go to last chance qualifiers at the very least, but you still have another chance in the lower bracket to continue on, which a lot of times we see the lower bracket team end up beating the team that they faced earlier, which this could be another matchup that we see anyway. But yeah,
That's
game
true.
3, going to be coming soon. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3 of the upper bracket of the NA TI11 regional qualifiers. Wildcard versus Nouns. This is the upper bracket semis. Winner of this game gets the pleasure of facing off against Sonics, which historically have crushed both these teams, actually.
Yep.
Even Nouns, who take games off and sometimes beat entirely EG, they, for whatever reason, their kryptonite is the Quincy Crew squad, aka Sonics. But we'll get to that after this game, depending on what the result is anyway. Wildcard open up with Alina, Marcy, and Nouns. They first pick that DP.
Yeah, so quite a switch up from last game, right? Nouns are choosing to ban the Enigma once again, and they choose to ban Chen, even though they're first pick. So maybe giving away a little bit of information for future opponents here, that they don't rate Chen as the overall first pick of the draft, which other teams do. But they now get themselves a first phase Faceless Void before it gets banned out. One of the better
Good
carries in
news.
lane against Marcy.
Good news.
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Goes to Belay level 498 in the battle pass, Cinderin.
5 seconds remaining.
Unless this is some
Oh.
weird ass position 3 moo. Playing
It's
Void.
the Arcana Chrono.
Radiant
That's
team
right.
back.
We get to
All
see
right.
it.
Team back.
I'm excited.
So Void does very well against Marcy in lane because she can jump in and stun you and then throw you back and then you time walk it off. So I think Marcy needs a lane partner that has a stun if you want to put pressure on the Void, or you need a classic Void lane counter such as Venomancer, so you just have consistent damage, so you bully him
10
out of lane
seconds
with,
remaining.
yeah, via harass. That is if it's a
5
carry,
seconds
because we
remaining.
know Nouns do play this off lane on Moo, and now that they've banned Primal Beast, he's not going to be playing that this time around, unlike the last 2 games.
Yep, true.
Void also one of the decent heroes against Lina, I would say. This matchup is a little bit double-edged because Lina has a lot of single target burst if you get
Dire
caught,
team back.
but Void is also one of the carries that can jump you and kill you very quickly, even if you're having a good game on Lina. So, interesting. Wildcard banned the Omni even though they're against Void. That is a bit surprising. Could maybe see a Wyvern ban here from Nouns. I think it's pretty good
10
here
seconds remaining.
for Wildcard. Get the Cold Embrace against
5
Void
seconds
DP, a
remaining.
lot of physical damage. You get the Curse, which is very good against DP Void together if they
Radiant
come close
team
ever.
back.
But not going to care about it. They rate the TA as more valuable, and they will get that out. We'll
I
see what
do have
Wildcard-
some bad news.
Oh.
If Moo plays it, he's level 100. So
Oh,
we are rooting for the Costa Belay Faceless Void, everybody.
10 seconds.
Continue on.
no, that was it. I'm
Just
waiting for the
interrupting
next
your
bans, so.
amazing
No,
analysis.
I made my point. So I think at this point you're looking at, okay, are we gonna try to beat the Void in lane? And if they do, I think that's where Nouns are strong with this hero, is that if it's a bad carry Void game, they're just gonna throw it in the off lane. So I think you need to be careful not to overcompensate,
Yeah.
but rather look at the big picture, which is, do we have solutions for these 2 heroes? I think AA looks interesting.
Again. Naga
Okay.
again.
I mean, Song is good against Chrono. It's an old school counter, but okay. I mean, they really believe in their ideas. You gotta admire it. I can appreciate that they crushed with it in game 1, it fails in game 2, and they still run it back once again. But it was
Yeah.
not particularly inspirational in that second game. But maybe this time with Song against Chrono, it can have a major impact.
Now, what do you think of position 3 Void? Like, if they counter this too much, they're like, okay, let's just throw it on the off lane instead. Is that even good, though? Like, obviously, it's
fine.
better than having like a position 1 get crushed, but like offlaner Void, it used to be a bit of a thing. Obviously, Universe was like back in the day. That was very, very
Dire
popular,
team
but
pick.
it's fallen off since then. Ooh, now we got the Chrono Solar Guardian combo.
AA is looking better, but I think this Naga will be a support. So I don't think there's going to be space for an AA for wildcard. Yeah, I mean, I think offlane Void is actually fine as long as it does fine in lane. If the lane matchup is okay, you can play it. You have a chrono, you have time dilation, which is a very strong spell earlier on in the game. And then the challenge, or rather the goal of yours, should be to build a lineup that utilizes chrono from the carry position. So usually you want to run a ranged carry like something like Drow or Sniper or these kind of carries. Troll can somewhat do it if he plays range, but it's a little bit awkward. So probably actually not so much him. Medusa is a little bit on the greedy end, so maybe not that either.
Fast troll
I get
pick.
the idea. All right, instant
Okay,
troll
so
pick, yeah.
we have Z-Freak back on the Mirana. At least that's what it's looking like right now. Again, no setup other than chrono.
That's a good setup. It's a long stun.
Yeah, but that I'm talking again, laning stage. There's nothing for the laning. That's when she really starts to pop off, Syndrome. Okay.
Bash.
Sure. Just
Just
make
time
sure you
lock
time
into
that
arrow.
correctly.
Yeah.
Easy. But yeah, what do you think of the troll pick against the Void? Obviously, this is one of the few heroes that who wins in a 1v1 battle? I don't even know who wins this. Depends on the items, really.
Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, usually I would say Troll because Void needs too many items to kill you alone, and then Troll presses one button and kills you. So it's like. That's not really how the matchup goes, though, right? So. I think.
Yeah, and
based on
again, keep in mind the BKB time walk away isn't a thing if you get
Exactly.
netted.
I think the matchup is more troll favored than it used to be because of that aspect that you can't save yourself with BKB. So, judging from what happened in game 1 with the Naga troll, they did very well in lane, and then Eve became huge, and he went dagger, and he just jumped on the Clinks it was in that game and killed him. Could see something similar happen to the Void with any sort of setup stun. So, I think they're just running it back because they're confident based on that first game, but the rules of this game are very different once again because there's no Enigma. I think that was a really big part of why game 1 worked as well as it did. So now for me the question is, what are you going to put Davai Lama on in this game that will crush? I think it's a very bad Timbersaw game. It's banned anyway, despite that. They have DP and Void, and they still respect it. Maybe concerned about the laning stage being too rough if they want to play a 5 Dawn. Which is obviously still up for debate. It's flex, can play.
How about a Mars?
Mars looks pretty good, yeah. I can
Leap
see it.
does not work anymore, right?
Yeah, correct. Gonna ban the Dragon Knight here. Assuming
well-
that the offlane is the pick to go now. Or mid, because they also banned Zeus, so a little bit of everything, really.
Yeah, they're not sure. But we'll see what Gunner is playing, or not Gunner, what Costabile is playing.
Seconds remaining.
I think Costa Villa will be playing the Void. I'm pretty confident that they believe in a carry Void against these matchups, so
Radiant team
probably putting Mu on
All right.
Dawn and then Ember mid. This
So
could
that
be a
is good
support
news
Death
for
Prophet.
all the Arcana fans. Unless they do a Costabile Ember somehow.
Now, what's better
mid
here?
DP.
Is it better to play core DP or core Dawn? Because you can play DP5. In Eastern Europe, that was something that BetBoom won a lot of games with. Soneko 5 DP. I know Husky plays the hero. He also plays Dawn, so both options are available. I think the last pick decides it. The thing is, Dawn 3 performs, I would say, worse in lane against Troll than Death Prophet does, unless Dawn has a very strong 4 with her, so you can kill. And I just don't see Mirana being that hero. So maybe you just play the DP Mirana off lane and you farm. You play double ranged against Troll, you keep hitting him. Maybe you find an opportunity, maybe you don't. As long as you get your gold, you're happy.
Keep in mind that Mu is the one drafting, so he could always just choose whatever the hell he wants to play, what he feels
That's
like
not
playing.
how it works.
I don't actually. That is not true. I mean, maybe for your teams because you're a respectable young man, Cinderella.
No, but when
A
it
lot of
comes to
captains.
picking heroes after the draft is over, it's whoever clicks the fastest.
Oh, I see. So whoever
So-
has, I mean, Mu is one of the older players on the team, so
Yeah, so slower mouse.
maybe don't have.
you know?
Yeah, that is true.
If Husky wants a hero, he will zoom his way into it right away together with Gunner
Indeed.
against these old boys.
Okay, so Wildcard looking for a Devi hero because I don't
Yeah.
think any of these can be played off lane.
Let's keep in mind, we watched a series earlier today where Ember mid got absolutely trashed by Lina, and that is what we're lining up for here, right? So Gunner has to be careful that he doesn't just get flat out run
Oh,
over. Nice.
okay. I love Slaughter. I mean, you got the Roche capabilities now for sure.
Okay, it's a 5 DP.
All right. So as
So-
expected, Moo will be playing the Dawnbreaker because that's what he wanted to play. So he's the
That's
captain
what you
after
said,
all.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, so last pick, Slarder. We don't get to see this guy all too often. Some changes. Part of his ags has just become part of his kit now, right? With Sprint, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken.
Yeah, when
Or
you
is it-
sprint, you have extra, what is it? Regen and armor, I think? Let me check.
Yes. Well, I think you had part of that before.
Passively grants 2, 4, 6, 8 health per second and 1, 2, 3, 4 armor while in water.
Yeah.
And sprinting also makes water. Right?
And Slithering Crush creates water. That used to be only part of the ags. So now
Yeah.
he has like a portion of his ags, which was really good. You wouldn't really see it that often. Instituted as part of his kit. So this hero, I actually am a little surprised we haven't seen a little more often. Obviously, it's dependent on getting the water puddles, but if you can create them yourselves, I don't see what the issue is. So
Yep.
kind of some cool changes to Sladar, as we love to call him, of course, Cinderin.
All my eyes on this
So-
game, though. I mean, all my eyes. I have 2, okay? Don't start any theories, guys. My eyes are on the mid lane because if Alone can do to Gunner what Quinn did earlier on that Lina,
The tall task, though, against Gunner.
it is, and I don't know if Alone is as formidable. Probably not. Quinn is an exceptional laner.
Prepare for battle.
But if he can build somewhat of an advantage similar to what Quinn did, that can really set the tone for this game for wildcard. I think Slardar's lane is also pretty good here. You're playing against Void plus DP. Should be good matchups for the Slardar to play into.
Cinderin, I hate to
balance.
interrupt, but it's prediction
We have
time,
to
okay?
predict. I know.
Player with highest total magic or pure damage done to heroes by 25 minutes. I'm going to say Alone on the Lina.
Yeah.
I think that's actually pretty safe.
Yeah.
Team with the first tower kill. The Death Prophet team, I guess. The
Yeah.
Nouns. Total number of smoke gank kills at game end. I hate these ones.
5 to 8.
Yeah, I'll go 5 to 8. Player with most D wards by 15 minutes. I'm going to say Sammy Boy.
Yeah, let's do that.
He dies to get D wards
We
all
can
the
change
time.
the smoke prediction if there's a first blood here.
That's
30
yes,
seconds
keep
to
that in mind, of course, as we're going to run right in. Costa Bile will have to time walk away, but Husky
why is
does not
Husky
have that privilege. He is stuck in the corner, and he will be first blooded, and it goes to Alone. That is the last hero you want it to go to. A little leg up for him in that mid lane.
All right, I'm switching to 9 to 12. All right, I'm not. I take it back. I'm 5 to
Yeah,
8.
I'm sticking 5 to 8
Okay,
still.
so I'm confused as to why Husky stayed in there. He was just hoping they weren't going to find him. He had the ward advantage. He saw them. Well, I guess when the smoke broke, he didn't have any options. So kind of just awkwardly gets cornered there. Yeah, I guess there was nothing to do. Just dead. And the first blood, as you said, went to Alone. My God, the dream
Yeah.
for wild card.
They
He's
do
going to start
pressure.
with bottle.
They do pressure Eve a little bit, so he's going to be slightly late to the lane, and he's at half HP. We'll see how much that actually matters. But yeah, Alone with the bottle already coming to him, so we'll
And
see how
he-
much of a difference this makes.
He got the first blood with Dragon Slave skilled, which is important because in this lane, the way Lina dominates the Ember is by spamming slaves on him. That's what we saw Quinn doing earlier. So doesn't have that point in stun that isn't particularly useful early on.
Big denies mid too. That was nice.
Yeah, gets 2 on that first wave.
And oh, he's not going to get the range creep, but
Yeah,
as long as
prioritizing
it's not
correctly
denied.
there. They're tipping each other over missed CS. That's when you know it's serious. Missed another one. He's going to tip him again if he could.
Good to
Yeah,
see.
you can
and-
tip away Gunner. If this is going to continue, you're going to be in trouble sometime soon because that first blood is going to offset like 5 CS. So Lena's now already 10 for 2 technically against 4-0 in this mid lane.
Yep, good start for wildcard. As we're going to see a dispose in the top lane, Husky. Is this going to be his second death? He's going to get the Spirit Siphon up, but obviously only level 1. So there's the crush. You can see the puddle. Even pops the Fairy Fire. He's dead no matter what. Divine Llama gets credit for that. So Husky, 2 early deaths.
Costa Bile is getting free farm though as a trade-off. He gets 2 denies and 2 or 3 CS while they were out hunting, so somewhat even actually of a trade. Losing your 5 to win a creep wave is not that bad. Sometimes
That's
players are a
pretty
bit too
sad.
kill focused. But
Don't you think that's a little sad, though?
Yeah,
your-
it's a delicate
your
balance
life-
though, because imagine if kills were that impactful, like how hard it would be to play farming.
Well, sure, but you're comparing a hero life to 2 creeps. That's pathetic.
It's 2
That's
creeps and 2 denies.
still. Yeah, 2 enemy creeps and 2 ally creeps.
Yeah,
That's
it's quite a
pathetic.
bit.
That's a hero, Cinderin.
Yep,
Just think about that.
thinking.
Kostabile is using the Arcana Void set. We get to see some of the cool animations. The time lock animation is sick. Really sick. And of course, the Chronos speaks for itself.
I feel like the way he has his arm out the whole time looks a little bit strange, doesn't it? Like constantly has this left hand out. Is that a bug? It's like he's trying to grab onto stuff because he's blind. It's like, where am I? You know, like.
Well, he doesn't have a face, so
This is me when
where are
I
the
go
eyes?
to bed in the dark and I'm looking for the door. You know, I just hold my left hand out until I feel the door handle. He's literally doing that nonstop. Nice bash
seems-
animation.
Works out really well though, because he's 15-4 already for CS. So
Maybe he's feeling the creeps. Like, there you
that's a
are,
good.
and then he's
that
going
would be
to
a good skill to have.
That's good lore.
Bottom lane, more harassment coming in. But Eve, 16-1, so really basically a wash if you want to compare just the position ones this early on. Looks like Eve will be going for the Battle Fury build. For Void, are we expecting Mask of Madness, Maelstrom into Shard, BKB? That seems to be the semi-standard, but there's some
Husky,
variation.
big damage.
Yep, time dilation is there, but the crush going to keep him in place. Another bash comes in, though. Nope, not going to get the second right click to go as Ember Spirit ends up dying. So Gunner, as you kind of expected, alone, winning this lane.
Yeah, that is such
Solo
a big kill. He actually kills him at a time that he might be able to get both waters as well. Because the water rune is spawning as Ember comes out. So if he doesn't make that his #1 priority to go to the right side right now when he TPs in, alone could just bag them both. All right, it's going to get taken by Z-Freak. So good rotation there from the support to at least mitigate that little bit. But yeah, Gunner's getting absolutely crushed in mid. And this lane is bad enough as it is. The Lina getting first blood, just like, what do you do as Ember?
Yep.
You just can't win the lane. There's no way.
Definitely feels bad.
And now top lane's going to get a lot nastier as well. So keep in mind, until now they have not had rebound. They skilled Dispose and Sidekick, which is amazing for Slardar, obviously, to have. Now they also have that jump to connect on Husky. But in turn, he finds level 3. And with 2 points in Spirit Siphon, he fights back a lot better. So actually, maybe this lane is just going to turn into a farm fest where neither team can really aggress.
Yep, it'll be interesting because with this bash, I mean, it does a lot of damage to creeps now, so you basically cannot out CS the Slardar when that is procced. But you can obviously set that up and do the old rebound, dispose into bash, into crush, which would do a lot of damage. But I don't think that's going to be enough to just outright kill Kostabile because of the time walk. But Husky on the other side could die again. We're going to wait things out.
Yeah, just don't underestimate the Spirit Siphon level 2.
Yep,
It is
true.
4
We're going to
times
see a
as good
big
as Spirit Siphon
Starbreaker
level 1.
bottom. All right, you were giving us math lessons. Sorry about that, Cinderin.
Yeah, I'm just saying Spirit Siphon level 2 is 4 times as good as Spirit Siphon level 1.
Ooh,
So-
LSA in the mid lane. Alex is here. Rebound connects into the
rotation.
dispose. Couple more right clicks will do it, and Alone gets another kill on the Gunner mid. I think they've ran out of tips at this point, but in the bottom lane, Eve gets taken out. That is the position 1 Troll Warlord, so just as impactful of a kill. I guess the only difference is Lina is getting essentially, I guess that wasn't solo XP, but the fact that it's the second kill is a big, big deal. Looking for this rune now. The LSA is there, and he gets the Arcane rune.
Oh
Pops the
dear.
Fairy Fire.
Husky isn't safe now either, actually.
Yeah, because of this Arcane
Oh.
rune giving him some space. Alex, never mind.
Well,
Gunner's there.
that was not the way to do
Jump
it.
on that a
Alone-
bit,
oh, he's gonna
but
trade.
Alone with the Laguna Blade, doesn't care. Gets that freebie for himself. Of course, only a 40-second cooldown now for Laguna because of the Arcane rune popped. As
Why would the solo kill
What?
Kostabile?
What? How?
All right. I mean,
What
Wildcard are
level's Time
definitely
Walk?
stepping it up. They're winning all 3 lanes right now. That is very, very good news for Wildcard fans here. That
Wait, are they? Troll died bottom.
yeah, he's
Like,
still
still
ahead on
farming
net
well.
worth though.
Yeah.
Like,
Huh.
so despite that death, because Eve just has a massive CS advantage. He's ahead by 10 CS against the Dawn. So that will offset that kill that they got. I also think Dawn might not have got the kill bounty, right? Did that go to him? Oh, it did actually go to him, but still not enough
Radiant's middle tower
to
is
cover
under
that.
attack.
All right, well, now Costabile has 3 levels of time walk, so it's a 12-second cooldown. Going to be much more difficult to kill him off.
Slaughter has
Oh, bottom lane, whirling axes. Hammer's going to give him a little bit of space. And Sammy Boy going to get pressured a bit by Z-Freak with that level 2 of Starstorm. Again, I'm not sure why they're not picking heroes that combo well with Mirana in the laning stage, because I feel like that could really offset some of this laning stage advantage for Wildcard, but without a setup for that arrow, it feels like Z-Freak is having a tough time getting in this game again.
Nope.
20 seconds for the next power rune.
Yeah, Lone would love to get his hands on this. They're going to rotate over Sam on the Naga to try to cover this rune. He's going to be fighting Z-Freak. Nice disjoint there on the first part of the Starstorm. Double coverage on top rune, though, for Noun. So if this spawns top, it's theirs. Gunner with the
50-50.
Rage, and he gets
Invis for
unlucky.
alone.
Oh, they don't know this is an Invis either.
Oh, LSA is available. Not going to hit. That would have been a kill, too.
Narrowly
That is
dodging
unfortunate.
that by walking forward. Close call.
Yeah, that was certainly a kill.
Hearing a troll alt bot.
Yep, bottom lane. Eve is going to get the whirling axes as well, but it is a 3v1. So again, getting caught off here in the bot lane. That's the second death for the troll. And I mean, despite these 2 deaths, still even with the void, which is kind of crazy.
Dire's
Yep.
courier has been killed.
Costabile did take part in that fight in the bot lane. And we'll see if they can try to go for this tier 1 tower as well. Looks like he's going for the Midas this game on the void.
Seems a bit
Is that a little too
dangerous,
slow
maybe.
paced?
Yeah, I'm a little bit uncertain about whether that's going to work out for them, because you could go for a greedy build like that if Ember is having a good time, but he is not. Like, Gunner is being crushed in this lane, as we've covered, so if Void goes Midas and needs time to build up, wondering if they're going to be a little bit too late. Eve.
Yep, top lane, Eve. Is this going to be death number 3? Does not have his
my
ult. Crypt
goodness,
Swarm
that is...
is enough, and now they're going to get the arrow set up with the Searing Chains. Oh, I actually missed that it was even in the game. They do have the setups in it. You should have corrected me.
Yeah, slight changes to set up for Arrow.
I mean, that's the combo that we were hoping for in the previous series, and I
Yep,
Scanning.
true.
just having another aneurysm in my old age.
This is a huge mistake from Eve that happens here. His game was already rough enough, but with this 3rd death, he is effectively... He's now below the Void by 200, which might not sound like much, but considering that they counterpicked the Void with Slardar in lane, and Devai Lama did a good job overall, the fact that these two both now died together in the winning lane that they had is massive for Nouns to come back.
Husky ends up snagging that Arcane Rune, and you can see they punish Alex trying to get the deny on that. So Nouns able to withstand the early pressure that Wildcard was applying to them and have come back pretty nicely. Obviously, the one exception is Gunner, still middle of the pack in terms of CS, or in terms of net worth, but Alone leading the way with now the Boots of Travel to work with. Costabile still chilling in the bot lane, seems to be doing quite well, has recovered, and he's going to use the first Chronosphere of the game. Into the Starstorm, not even needing the arrow. Z-Freak gets credit for that one. Costabile, he'll have that Midas very shortly, another couple hundred gold. And top lane, looking to focus Moo potentially. Bash is ready. Alex looking for the rebound setup. He's going to get it, but the Moonlight Shadow, oh, they will spot him if they can go up top. Yep, Starbreaker's going to show exactly where he is. Bash was primed. Down goes Moo. Devai Lama with that one, and now the tier 1 tower as well.
Now the really big play here from Wildcard is if they can also defend bot. They know there's no Chrono, so they're going to send Sam down here with the Naga on the illusions and just try to push them out.
Yep, he's being
He's
annoying
best
as
to
he
push the
has
wave.
been this whole series on the same hero. Arrow not going to
Dodge the
hit.
arrow.
Sammy Boy with no ultimate leveled, but he's going to be fine. And now TP comes in from Alone, focusing on Z-Freak, but not able to get the full combo off. Wasn't going to be enough damage to quite take him out. Laguna Blade, and the leap keeps Z-Freak alive, but Dragon Slave will require another leap from Z-Freak. Now mid lane, we're seeing Dawnbreaker ult. Eve is going to die again. No, gets off the ult, but it's still a 1v3. So getting caught off guard again. Just terrible death after terrible death for him, but alone, will he be able to get any sort of trade? Move, a couple more right clicks will do it, but still favorable for Nouns, and now they're going to get the tier 1 as well.
Yeah. Nice TP from Husky to get out of bottom, realizing he couldn't get that tower and goes and pushes pressure mid instead. Now he will get caught off in the end, but still very good for him to get that mid objective as part of that move.
Man.
Yeah, you're seeing the potential of sidekick together with Troll here, by the way. Look how low he was after that ult, and then he just kept sustaining with sidekick level 3. It's now level 4.
Yeah.
He gets a little more items, and that situation occurs again. He might just stay alive next time.
Man, this game is, like, net worth-wise, very even, but imagine if Troll was having just an average game.
Yeah.
And it hadn't died 4 times. Like, Alone is absolutely carrying this game for Wildcard, but it's not enough to really separate them from the pack quite yet, just because of the Troll, who is still on his way to Battle Fury. Has the Perseverance and 800 into Broadsword.
And what's so crucial about these last few minutes is that it might make up for Void going Midas. I actually think with what happened, that will definitely turn out to be the right choice. It's not a prediction. Like, you just go on feel, right? You don't know exactly what's going on at that point in time, but it will be good, I think, now for Costabile with Troll slowing down as much as he did. Because now this Midas will allow him to stay ahead, or at least on par. And that is
they're
obviously
gonna
against
smoke.
a hero that farms fast.
Costabile really wants the Midas a creep. You can tell he's just itching for it.
Yeah.
They have the Chrono and they want to use it. All right, there's the Alpha Wolf Arcane Ring.
Nothing to Chrono down here, though.
Yep, there are creeps and a tower, though.
Could Chrono the tower.
You could. Looks
Plenty
like
of
that's going to
team.
be given up here. As Costabile now showing the Midas. Gunner. The double damage, should be able to finish this off by himself. Oh, look at this play from Wildcard into the Roche pit. Oh, man, with the amplified damage coming out from the Slardar, even a Laguna Blade used. They want this fast, and they're going to get it. This was really cool from Wildcard. You can see the TP's in. TP's coming in, I should say. It's the bash coming out repeatedly from Roche. It's going to delay it a little bit, but Alone gets the Aegis, and everybody from Wildcard gets the hell out. Really cool play.
Yeah. Mars the Slardar, ladies and gentlemen. You just kill Roche and Troll. It is quick.
Hey, don't
give
forget
the
about the
Aegis to
Laguna
Luna.
Blade, Cinder, and that was really important.
That's true. Not forgetting
must have
about that
been,
anytime soon.
Was that an Arcane rune?
I don't think
Maybe
he had
not,
Arcane.
actually. Yeah, it's just a low cooldown. 70 seconds. Jeez. Well, we're going to see a smoke now from Wildcard. As we see the top lane.
Eve.
Oh, no. Eve has to pop the ult again. Nobody's even near him, so he's certainly going to die. And it's going to go to the credit of Husky. But meanwhile, we're going to have a team fight potentially here. Zefreak gets taken out. Solar Guardian coming in. Alex is going to get stunned, but there's the
If they
song
line this up
counteracting
nicely,
it. And Divine Llama looking for the double crush potentially. No. LSA is not going to hit because Gunner gets the sleight of fist off. That's 3 dead for Wildcard despite having the Aegis advantage. Searing Chains on the one. Starbreaker is going to fully connect now. Divine Llama, you can see they're actually ignoring him because Alone is the bigger kill. Aegis down and now completely surrounded. He is 6-0, so the bounty is going to be huge for him, and it goes to Moo. What a fight from Nouns, and just disastrous for Wildcard.
Yeah, and again, it just starts out with the Troll getting caught, right? Like, you have to either give him better vision up here so he has more info to go on, or you have to protect him with the Naga or something like this. Troll being in no man's land, getting killed for the 5th time this game now.
Yeah.
And then they fight after, right? That's the other thing. Then they follow through, they get Dawnbreaker ultied, and then all goes to absolute shit. They will run out here on Husky, so not even getting that kill on their way out, and Lina losing Aegis and the second life as well. This is one of those situations where you look back on it and you're like, we should have just cut the Troll, but you can understand that at some point you feel like, okay, we can't keep letting him die for nothing, right? So the question is, it's not really about who's at fault, it's about how do you solve it. Because if he needs to farm up there, you need to communicate to get the vision or the protection from a support. And if he's not supposed to farm there, it needs to be called so he isn't going there. But either way, needs to step it up here.
He
for
does
Wildcard.
finally have Battle Fury.
Yep.
So,
That could have been 12 minutes. Imagine.
yeah. It was on pace to be a ridiculous time. And even like 16 and a half, it's a little bit late. It's not like minutes late. It's maybe like a full minute past the average, I want to say. Something
I
around
think
there.
a little bit more, considering that Troll doesn't buy any value item, right? He just has Phase Boots 1. He doesn't
That's
have
true.
Wraithband,
Yeah.
Orb of Corrosion, anything
Good
like
point.
this. So
Feels
I do
bad.
think the good time here is 12 minutes, and the average time is like 13.5 to 14. So definitely, you know, a bit late for sure. It's not like absolutely tragic tier, right? It's definitely slow.
Why does Troll not get any build-up items?
I don't know, I think some of it is personal preference, and I think also about the lane matchup you have, right? If you can do fine in the lane without buying Wraithband, I think overall this probably favors your speed in total to bypass it. It's always going to be a matter of when you buy these small value items like Wraithband, it's about, okay, does that net you another 3 last hits in lane or not, or give you a kill, or, you know, it's always going to be difficult to say for sure, so...
Yep, Sammy Boy showing himself. They don't really want to expend too much to try to find him. He's going to pop the mirror image, and we'll get away as a result. And Costa Bile, yep, Midas ready. There you go. And he actually found a Pupil's Gift, which is pretty god tier on Void. Extra HP and mana now. 15 stats to those.
What's the
Int and
best
strength
neutral item on Void?
for tier 2.
Yeah, I'm debating if it's Ring of Aquila or Brigand's Blade or the Apple. It's one of the 3 probably, right?
Probably dependent on the game. I would say Apple in this game because you're going against burst damage of
Yeah.
Lina.
The health is very good for sure.
Behold, a sudden
Costa Bile has a Sage coming very shortly, just the recipe away. Obviously, he's had the Maelstrom now for a little bit. So, able to farm extremely fast now. And you can see all these camps are blocked.
Interesting choice to go for the Sanj before the Yasha, right? Like, it's kind of telling of his read on the game that he's worried about dying in a burst. So he wants that stat resistance and health to try to stay alive and get his spells off over the extra farming speed of the Yasha.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow right now. Void has to participate in this fight because the Ancients were blocked right there. Searing Chains onto 2. Divine Llama and
so
company
much
looks like they want it
info.
back. Hammer gonna connect with the Starbreaker on the Sammy Boy. LSA, not gonna create too much space. Do a nice job of dodging that, does Nouns.
That's fine for Sammy, though. Like, dying for the team there. This is the kind of thing that you would have wanted when the Troll farmed up here the last 2 times, right? Like, this is Naga's job in this game, is to just be a wall that eats ganks for the Troll and places obs and sentries in the areas that he wants to farm. So that they can progress their game plan.
Man, look at how many sentries are on the map right now.
Yep.
That is ridiculous, actually.
Both
What
teams
the
are really
hell?
valuing those dire ancients, huh?
Yeah.
That is
And I don't think that one's getting dewarded anytime soon, the one that's blocking the Ancients, so...
definitely
that's a bit of
hasn't
an
for a
annoyance.
while.
Yeah, but Costa Bile still finding ways to farm. Ooh, he's actually going to be opting for the Halberd, so obviously extremely good against Troll
Oh, so
Warlord.
that's why he went the Sanj. I don't know about that being the right choice here. I mean,
Very
I
defensive.
guess, so you have a
Against
little bit of a
Slardar too.
luxury as carry Void when one of your supports is DP, because I think that is one of the highest damage output supports you can play with. So maybe you can go a slightly more defensive build. All right, Chrono here. Arrow should be coming in. No?
Yeah, but there
What's
are
he Chrono
creeps
for?
there. Divine Llama, he's very healthy, but now you got the catch of Gunner, Hammer to come as well. Down
Almost
goes
able to
Divine
song
Llama.
save. That took
Yules,
so long.
Sammy Boy looking for the song. Will not die to the Starstorm. Just to be late. Oh, Arrow has to be sidestep, but I think Sammy Boy might just be dead anyway. One more slight. Oh, no
Didn't
Searing
have
Chains
mana.
though. But they find him in the end. I mean, Halberd seems pretty good against 3 right-click cores, right? Troll, Lina, and Slardar. And
It is definitely a good item. It's just about whether it's Void's responsibility to buy it, because Dawn already has one, right? I don't know if you need 2 in this game. You could also
you
even buy
looking-
one on DP.
You're looking at it just from the offensive aspect, not the evasion that you get.
Yeah, I mean, the defense is nice, of course, but it is a slower farming item, right? So if you buy this item, you're slowing down your item progression, and I don't know if he really needs this. I mean, they have 2 halberds, so there should be fighting now, right? Like, if you're buying these value items for this timing, then use them.
Yeah. True.
Never refuse.
And usually my concern when the safe lane carry goes Halberd is, uh-oh, are they scaling? Do they have enough damage? But again, the support duo on Nouns has very high damage output. It's Mirana and BP, so it might just work just fine. Man, what a recovery from Gunnar. I mean, he's still behind the Lina, right? But he actually has a game after that start.
Well,
He's
you
now
could say the
4-2 at
same
6.
for Eve. He's died more times than Gunnar,
Yeah.
and he's right there with him as well.
Well, he is a Battle Fury troll, though, so he better.
True, but even against the Void, what is he? He's like a 1500 down.
He's 1500 down against the Void that also died solo in lane to Slardar, right?
One time though.
One
You're
time.
talking about 5 deaths.
That's
of course,
true.
the Halberd will slow down the farm a bit. You're definitely right about that. Might be focusing on getting this shard first before they actually try to fight. And that should buy enough time. Yeah, I think the BKB is coming out for Eve now, which is much needed.
Yep.
That'll help him survive, no
This
doubt
next
about
rogue
it.
is very soon. Keep that in mind. We're only
Yeah.
22 minutes in, but he
And
can
I-
respawn now.
Devi's BKB is really close as well. So I think
Yeah.
these two aligning is going to be pretty nice. Along with Alone having the BKB, which hasn't been used yet. So they're going to have 3 fresh ones.
If they use these well, it's going to negate a lot of the Halberd effectiveness, right? So it's all about getting that jump, popping the BKB, and getting the kills off before disarms start mattering. And the Radiant lineup can burst Void Hunter to 0 if they catch him in a stun. I know he's
Alone.
tanky.
Alone's dead. Oh man, he's actually all alone.
Living up to his name there. There's the
Indeed. Arrow setup, Solar Guardian. Easy pickoff. Just not in the right spot there. 45 seconds.
That is...
And Roche. Ooh, that's actually aligned with Roche perfectly.
Yeah, fortunate for them that Roche isn't up. If Roche was up now, maybe the Dire... I mean, look, Mu is already checking for it. Not up, though. Wildcard don't know this, so they're going to go
Yeah.
and check it quickly. Now they know. They actually still don't know. They didn't go
Yeah,
in.
they didn't go in. They're scared now, and there's a good reason for that. Divine Llama still has his BKB, gonna avoid the Starbreaker and avoid using the BKB. Might have to use it here though, as Eve is gonna come in with the whirling axes. 15 seconds on the Lina to come back in this game. All right, you can see the troll ult. Was that not the
Hoping
troll
for a root there on Gunner. Didn't get it.
ult? Or BKB.
I think
That's
miscommunication
big.
as well. Slardar was in position to crush there, but didn't go for it, so... That's a pretty... I mean, it's not the longest cooldown in the world for Troll. He just needs to kite and buy time now for this Roche, so they have it again.
And Eve has such a naked inventory. It's so weird to look at.
Yeah.
Maybe going for Blink next, it looks like, but still far away from that. But now, knowing that the BKB is down from Ember, this is a big opening for Wildcard. Song,
Oh,
creating
they're
some
stacked
time.
up.
Yep, and Divine Llama looking for that Blink Crush. He can actually attack through that. And he's going to focus now all his efforts on the Void. Dead is Costa Bile. They find the train of the Naga sign, but that's just a support hero. Husky's dead in turn, though. Buyback immediately by Sammy Boy. You can see the Halberd used onto Eve, but he's going to brush it off. And now they can go into Roche. That
So
forces
big.
buyback,
Husky
which won't
used
come from
ult as
Void.
well. No Exo. This Roche is theirs. I don't see any world that the Dire even walk over there anymore. I guess the silver lining that 2 support buybacks are used there, because I don't know if Wildcard actually did need to do that to ensure this, but alright, thanks for the help, Z-Freak. The arrow will stun Roche, and Aegis on
it's
Lina. Who gets the
Aegis.
shard? Slardar. So that's
Yep.
the Slithering Crush applies
Good.
haze for 5 seconds. That is
Really
super strong. Gives you another 75 radius on the Crush as well. Nice with the Naga song to reach heroes more reliably.
It is very good. Oh,
Gunner?
Gunner! Ooh, nice dodge.
Double
Gets the
dodge.
remnants off as well. Pops the BKB. Beautiful play from Gunner. They picked up a beautiful arrow onto Alone. That's the Aegis down right off the bat. Divine Llama is dead, and now Alone completely surrounded. Pops his BKB, gets off a nice LSA, but he's going to have to be careful here. Rebound not going to be there from Alex because he does not have the shard. So Alex is dead inside his BKB. Ungodly play from Gunner. Holy shit, that was nice. And now Sammy Boy looks to be next on the list. Hammer is there. He will fall 3 dead, including the Aegis. Nouns just outplayed the crap out of Wildcard.
Anticipating that Slardar Crush, dodging that with Slight, and then he immediately fire remnants the Lina stun. So both stuns whiff, and Slardar does not have BKB ready. Big payoff from a
God,
big
that
individual
was
play there
sick.
from Gunner. And it's so important, right? Because imagine the Slardar stun lands, he just dies on the spot with that shard. There's no way Gunner survives.
Did he see Did he actually react to the Slardar crush, or was that
think-
just
I mean-
happenstance?
Either he saw him for a brief moment through the trees, or it was just random that he hit the slight while the crush comes out, but then the remnant
Oh,
after
man.
definitely premeditated against the Lina stun follow-up, right? So
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
whether that was all skill or half luck,
Tower is under
it is
attack.
very, very big. That was the Aegis play for Wildcard. Such
Yeah,
a
if
big
that-
opportunity down the drain.
If that crush hits, he's dead.
Yep,
Just
and they lose the
plain
mid
and
tower.
simple, he's dead. Man,
Like, instead
what a
of an 8k
turnaround.
dire lead, this would have been an even game, almost. That one moment.
That is certainly the play of the game. That's the play of the entire qualifier so far, I have to say. Just can't get over how disgusting that was. All right, well, with that, now pretty much nullify the Aegis and the Roche
Yeah.
wildcard side, and they're sporting an 8k lead, so Moonlight Shadow now, we'll see if they're able to find another fight in their favor, as an Elven Tunic is now picked up by Costa Bile. That's one of the better tier 4 or tier 3s for him. Titan Sliver as well. What do you actually prioritize? Status resist?
I mean, for
Probably
now,
keep
you
the Elven.
probably keep the tunic, right? You don't have that much damage for the sliver.
True. He's putting in his backpack though, so maybe
The magic
using this
resist-
to
the magic
farm.
resist is nice. I mean, it's close. All right, he's gonna take the sliver because the evasion is also good, right? So, but since that doesn't stack additively with Halberd, maybe this is the better choice since he already has an evasion item. Yeah, I think this is the right thing to do overall. Have to say though, I haven't felt that much of an impact from the Halberds. Maybe I haven't looked for it correctly, but I don't think they have played an integral role in Nouns being where they're at right now, which means they could have bought other items and maybe had an even easier time. But we could get a big payout from them later.
And Costa Bile, a recipe away from BKB, which means he can ignore Song of the Siren, which Sammy Boy hasn't really been able to get off too often because he's been kind of the focus in a lot of these beginning portions of the fights here. But Eve is the big story. Obviously, got off to a very rough start in this game, and he's going to have to find his way towards the top of that net worth for him to have some impact on this game overall. And I don't know if SNY is going to be enough. This feels like a nice build. I mean, it's a great item for Void or for Troll, but
Tower has fallen.
I feel like a Scotty or something, a big ticket item, needs to be what is picked up in this game. He needs a lot though.
Yeah.
Basher, he needs Blink.
Yeah, he does. I do agree. I think Scotty is very strong here, but at the same time, maybe the Basher is actually better because it's just gonna come down to whether you catch someone and kill them 100-0 more so than the sustained minus healing and the sustained slow, right? Like you are gonna run into trouble if these halberds start beating you, so you might need to get as much bang for your buck as you can during your BKB, and then when that runs out, you're kind of just halberded for the rest of the fight. So maybe even a damage item. Maybe not even Basher. Maybe you get, theoretically, you get Daedalus or something like that. I mean, it feels kind of weird to say it, so maybe it's just something feels off about it, but maybe Basher's like the best of both worlds. It's some damage, and it is that control that they need.
Well, he's still opting to finish the SNY, so he's going to get the status resist and overall solid stats for the Troll.
Yeah, it's worth keeping in mind he does have sidekick, right? So there's more damage on him than you would think in the fight.
And Corrosive Haze.
Yeah. So maybe he doesn't need that much damage actually. Maybe they have enough, and to me that even convinces me even more that Basher is the right choice. Maybe
now
more
we're going to
stagger
see...
could also be interesting with the Slardar just piling onto someone immediately and killing them off.
Divide,
Mounds.
he's going to get gone on by Gunner. Smoke is popped. They don't see him in the tree line, but they're going to try to go for Alone instead. But the LSA does connect on the Gunner, but he actually rebounds Alone with the BKB, but will that be enough? Gunner actually is going to live, and it possibly is because of that move. Gunner Remnant's out, but he will fall in the end. 70 seconds of no Ember Spirit, but it'll be a trade for Divide Llama at the very least. But a triple Chronosphere from Kostabile. Arrow comes in to take out Sammy Boy as well. The troll finally gets off the ult, but now the bash is coming through on the Kostabile. He is dead. Make it, that's a double kill for Eve. The buyback is required from the Slardar. But a big fight from Wildcard. They get all the cores outside of Mu, who is down in the bottom lane.
What an insane chrono, but no follow-up because Gunnar went full-on Rambo to start that fight. That was actually just full-on insane. And that's what Ember is like sometimes, right? You have this player who makes that wild play earlier and you're giving him all the props in the world, and then he does that, where he just stays in too long, overstays his welcome, gets hazed, and just gets right-clicked down to death by Lina with the MKB Crystallis. She hits really hard. You gotta respect that and get the hell out of there. You already accomplished quite a lot when you went in to begin with. Cut your losses, get out, and then play it on the high grounds.
Yeah, if Gunnar had lived through that though, then I'm sure Alex
They would have killed
felt...
everyone in the chrono. But then the chrono doesn't happen, right? Like, it's always what if.
Well, no, it's more...
So.
You saw what happened at the beginning of the fight, right? Alex rebounded Lina as she BKB'd, so
Right.
couldn't find the distance to get some extra right clicks off, which I think Gunnar just dies right then and there, but it didn't matter in the end. But still interesting. I didn't know you could rebound through BKB on your ally. But I guess it makes sense.
Yep. I guess if you have the shard, you can also throw in a BKB ally, which can be really powerful in certain heroes.
Yeah, that's true.
Never refuse good.
9k lead for Nouns, but now we see a smoke. Wildcard wants to fight.
No Exo, no Chrono. It's a good time.
And Nouns seem to be positioning that they're ready here, but Divide Llama missing the crush. They're going to connect on Eve, and Nouns are able to get away safely.
Good reaction from Z-Freak there on the leap. Gets caught by the crush. It's pretty dangerous to play against a lineup like this. You know if you get caught by Slardar, you just die on the spot. So you got to be on your toes with all of your mobile heroes to try to get out in time if possible. Fortunately for them, they have plenty of those, right? They have Void, Mirana, as well as Ember that have a way, if they anticipate something, of potentially getting out. Now Chrono's online again, so
Lone
could be a thing here.
Lone has MKB, by the way, so going to counteract a lot of the evasion coming out from the double halberd.
Yep.
Or still needs to get the BKB off before the halberd is used. Now we have a smoke on the other side from Nouns. Roche up in 40 seconds, so they're able to get a couple pickoffs that could lead to a free Roche for each respective team.
Yep. And that would be what Wildcard needs to recover the game, right? They've
Yes.
got both Roches, but they're 8k down. How often can you say that minute 30?
That's true.
Kind of weird, but just too many unforced errors, really.
Light Shadow. You can see the shard now online for Kostabile. So just using that to scout out Roche with the reverse time walk. Be safe. And Roche is up in 8 seconds. And keep in mind, Wildcard, even though the positioning of Nouns is pretty good right now, they take Roche within 10 seconds. So
Yep.
Nouns have to be very careful. Oh, actually messed up there from Kostabile. Didn't find the distance into the Roche pit.
Oh, if they
From
walk
Alex
in
and
here,
company. Yep, Gunner's going to be spotted. He's going to get the Searing Chains off. Silence to fall onto Alex. There's the crush initiation. Trying to go for Kostabile. He dies inside his BKB. And Gunner's next. Double kill for Alone. And a huge team fight for Wildcard. The song sets up another potential kill onto Z-Freak. LSA does connect despite getting the leap off. 2 buybacks are available from Nouns, but one of them is not the Faceless Void, which means third Roche goes the way of Wildcard. And unfortunately for them, it is a Refresher Shard, which, not that that's bad, but Aghanim Scepter would have been huge to cut this lead.
this change on Troll is doing so much for Wildcard in this series. He nets Gunner and kills him 100-0 through BKB. It makes such a big difference that Troll's able to do this now. And that kill on Void was very close, by the way. He BKB'd and he was mid-time walk animation as he died. If he gets that time walk off, they lose the game in the Roche probably. It's like a knife's edge, these situations, because with a successful time walk, he can probably find a 2-man chrono, considering how much Wildcard are piling on top of each other to kill him there. If he gets that, they Exo, they kill at least one with a Mirana arrow, maybe 2, get the Roche, and build themselves a massive lead. Now instead they're losing racks almost.
Yeah, big Starbreaker comes in. They want to preserve this Aegis, I'm sure, so look for Wildcard to potentially reset here. As Aegis, obviously plenty of time to work with, but not a whole lot of mana on Alone. So just the tier 3 tower. Fortification gets reset for Nouns. And this game is 2k advantage for Wild. That was a 10k net worth swing, not including the Aegis and Cheese, which don't count towards your net worth. And yeah, how does the refresher shard come into play this game? Who's going to hold
And that was with a shard, right? Imagine if there was an Ags, how big the gold swing would have been then.
Exactly. I'm sure that's what they were hoping for, but refresher shard's going to be on Naga, which support double sleep. I mean,
I think she should give it to the troll, probably.
yeah, I think the double BKB is going to be pretty
Double
damn
BKB,
important.
double troll alt.
But it does cost mana now. How much mana is it? It's 200.
200. I think he can support that. His spells are super cheap. It's actually kind of close. So 2 BKBs is 100, and 2 ults is 300. So yeah,
Well, he does have Cheese as well, so that gives mana and HP if he
Yeah, but
wants to hold both.
which slot do you want to free up then?
Boots, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, troll really needs the phase. He cannot drop boots until he has dagger. Wow, what a game. Really
Yeah,
looked
this was
like
a good one.
Nouns had it all under control, and then that's what these burst lineups can do to you. You need to stay focused the whole time and not get jumped, and it is so hard. And I want to commend Wildcard on that. This is a very important game for them, but they're playing with no fear, really. They're just going for it when they feel there's a moment to be had. That's what you need. If you want to go deep in tournaments or you want to qualify for TI, you've got to be confident in your ability and just do what you've practiced. And this worked out really well for them. They're now knocking down the second tier 3 here.
Yep, that's
in
going
the
to
top
be
lane.
just soloed by Alone. Fortification is forced now, so now that's on cooldown. No way to refresh it. And with this Aegis, you're going to get that range racked. Arnown's going to try to counteract this right now. There's the jump in from Gunner. Solar Guardian is coming. Arrow not going to connect because of the BKB from Alone, but it's coupled with the song, and Alone able to get out. No BKB from Costa Bila to try to get a bash. That could have been the play. As second song forced.
I do not like that from Sam.
Yeah, that's not great.
Now
BKB,
I like it even less.
Sammy Boy will die. Yeah, that's a big consumable, kind of wasted,
Even
it
if
feels
you
like.
survive, you should not use a refresher shard to save your own life on 5 Naga. This item is way too important for that. So I feel like that was a
feels
big
bad.
blunder. And as well, they were a little bit uncoordinated in this push, actually, because it looked like Alone wanted to fight. He landed
Yeah.
the stun on Gunner, and they were able to follow up on that with a Slaughter Crush if he was ready, but then they song. And Alone's immediate reaction is, oh shit, let's get out. This is terrible. I used my BKB to kill this Ember. I'm not staying. And he made the right call to get out of there. So miscommunication, and then they just, get out with everyone that they can and only cut Sam, which is good. He just needed to not use Refresher, and that's totally fine. They got the rest.
Yeah, Moo, he's going to get initiated on, but gets off that BKB. The Chronosphere onto 2. Who do you choose? Costa Bile. He actually gets rebounded out of the Chronosphere. Forgot it actually goes through that. Troll dies, though, to start this fight. Alex looks to be next. No, actually gets the right clicks off thanks to the Unleash. Now Divine Llama chasing Moo. Gets the bash. Going to have to get the bounty and run away, but he's going to get Yules in the meantime. Arrow trying to slow this down. Not going to hit, though. Costa Bile completely out of mana. Starbreaker trying to keep Moo alive. Blink to the TP. He's fine.
I
So
really
it's a
thought
1
Devi
for
was
1.
going to chase there when that arrow missed. I felt like that's when you smell blood in the water and go for that Dawn kill, but being a little bit cautious there. It's easy to say from our perspective with our vision, but yeah. Man, Gunner is lucky to survive that. Really, the armor from Shivas there playing a big role. If he doesn't have that, he's just toast.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would say it's very weird that Dispose works on Chrono. But it does. I guess there's, other spells that reposition you out of Chrono, right? Like Hook and Swap, so in a
Yeah,
sense, it is consistent. But
It's just
this is
weird because
something
she's
about
using
it.
her hands.
Yeah, something about it just feels weird, right? But, I mean...
Sammy
Aegis
Boy
out in 5 seconds, they just need to wait.
alone. Yeah, they need to wait this out. 2 seconds. He gets bashed.
Song.
There's the song. He's going to get the refresh of his HP and TP's out. Sammy Boy will likely pay the price along with potentially Divine Llama. So Wildcard, after such a good fight initially at the Roach Pit, making some blunders here. Looks like Sammy Boy is definitely dead and Divine Llama will follow suit.
He's
and
dead for
Divine is dead for
100.
100. Yeah.
Oh, boy. I mean... I feel like that's kind of reckless to just go and push that with 5 seconds left on your Aegis. I know you have the backup of Naga, so fair enough, but then Naga needs to die for you, and nobody else needs to be in range to get caught there. The fact that Slardar lingers and gets killed is a very, very big mistake.
Yeah.
And let's see how much Nouns can capitalize off this. They will have Chrono in 20 seconds, so this is actually a 5v4 with Chrono. Huge advantage. Oh, they find Alone. No BKB.
Yep, Solar Guardian alone. BKB to try to get the safety dispose. Abyssal keeps him in place, but he has the move speed. The Starbreaker connects, and he is dead. No buyback somehow. What is going on? Nouns now at the advantage. 4 dead for wildcard. Fortifications popped. This is the second tier 2, so the fortification will not refresh yet. I can continue on. There's no reason to stop. You gotta force these buybacks. That's gonna be 1 on Marcy. There is one available now onto Divine Llama. Got that while he was dead. But again, I don't think you can fight without the Lina. And this Exorcism, I think the fact that they're getting this for free should show that there is no buyback onto the Lina.
Level 3
1,500
Exo,
gold away.
Get the next tower. You know, this
Absolutely.
is 5 DP. 5 DP just taking the base, you know.
Yep, there's the fortification. Now that they killed that first tier 3, refreshes it. But it's only going to delay the inevitable. This is definitely 2 sets of racks. Won't be able to get the megas because there is a tier 2 in the top lane. But if there wasn't, they could have a chance to do that because Lina's still dead for 30 seconds. What another turn of events, this time favoring Nouns. What is
you
this
can say
game?
what you can say what you will about this game, but it's definitely exciting. I mean, it's a lot of mistakes, and everybody is, you know, there's definitely nerves going into this. But wow, it's going really quick, and you gotta stay focused. I feel like certain risks are being taken that are not worth it.
We get to see Reelin, Cinderin. Aghanim Scepter on Sammy Boy. Of course, the main reason you get it is because you can ensnare BKB targets, but you can reel them in now. I need to see this.
You know
Please.
what? I'm gonna make a bold prediction, Chan. He will not use that part of the spell. He's literally gonna ensnare and run away. He might reel in. Why not? He might.
Yeah, well, you can do it while you song, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah, you can reel in for a couple seconds, but then you need to get the hell out of there so you don't die after. Right, he's gonna run in first.
Yeah, he's gonna get silenced, so no reeling available for him right off the bat. He's gonna get Starbreaker, though, already at half HP. Troll Warlord pops the cheese, Eve just in time. Still has the BKB and his ult. And Gunner trying to create some space. The Troll Warlord has to use the ult, but there's the Chronosphere on top of him. But the rest of the members of Wildcard are able to maneuver to jumps around as Divine Llama gets a good crush, but he's gonna fall here to the right clicks in all likelihood. Finally will go down and does have buyback. We'll have to expend it immediately. Alone, gotta be careful. Pops that Satanic, and there's the Dawnbreaker ult coming in. He's gonna avoid it. Have the Satanic get the full HP, but a crush onto 3 heroes from Divine Llama. Trying to focus down close to Beal. They finally get the Void, but he does have buyback this time. Eve has to reposition, does not have his ult to work with. Ember looking to get this kill on the Troll Warlord. It's going to be close. He does find it. 115 seconds of no Troll Warlord. Divine Llama gets off the crush. Now the bash is onto Gunner. Gets off another Remnant, though. Trying to create some space. Will be able to get the sleight of fist onto the Lina. This is going to be a dieback for her, and that is the death of Wildcard in the upper bracket. Nouns. They were up in this game, then they were losing in this game, and then they were winning again. A very roller coaster game as the GGs come out. Most entertaining game of the entire bracket. We got all our predictions wrong as usual, Cinderin.
Sam with the GG well played, good luck further. Talking like he's out of the tournament.
Yeah,
this was an
maybe
upper bracket game, Sam. You're still in it, bro. You can come back from this.
Yeah, and now
my
Sammy
God,
Boy
this is
knows
crazy.
the reason they lost is because he couldn't use the reel in.
Yeah, man.
Game-winning
If only he would have
spell.
reeled them in there. That would have changed everything.
Oh,
Yeah, crazy.
what a game.
Okay, I gotta say, after this series, obviously this third game and just the series in general, very, up in the air who was going to win at different points. The teams seemed pretty evenly matched for the most part. But I think something that's important to take away today was no matter who was going to win, I think they need to play better than this if they want to beat Sonics. Like, we went into this tournament with, like, Sonics are the favorites. One of these two teams today are the teams that have the realistically best chance of beating them. I don't feel the same level of crispness from these teams as I did in the Sonics games. Now, to be fair, they also had easier opponents. So maybe we're going to see when Sonics faces Nouns in 2 days, right? No, it's tomorrow, right? It has to be. Should be tomorrow. Yep, it's tomorrow.
I think it is tomorrow.
When they face each other tomorrow, we're going to see what's up with that. But Nouns, definitely rough in this series. It was not clean the whole way through. But maybe they learned some important things that they're going to bring to Sonics tomorrow. But that will be a really important game, again, to find the first finalist.
Yeah, that's going to be a really cool series to watch. Those teams have played a lot against each other, and Sonics have had the better of Nouns for a very long time.
Yeah.
It's not been close, actually, but Nouns are good enough. There's no doubt about that. They are
When they
good
play their
enough.
best, they can beat everyone in this region. The problem is they don't consistently play their best, and their strategies are very varying in success. So its execution varies and strategy varies, but if they hit that sweet spot tomorrow, I do believe they can do it, but they did not hit it today, and that's what's a bit concerning, because you want this team to look strong against this opponent, so you're hopeful against Sonics, and there were elements of it that were really good, but not enough, I think, compared to what we've seen from Sonic. So you got to, crisp it up and get it done tomorrow.
Yep, that's right, Cinder. And thank you very much for joining me today. A couple more best of threes to come, guys. We are done for the rest of the day, though. Monkey's going to take a nice rest as well, and I'm sure you're going to walk Onion the dog.
No, he already had his night walk.
All right, good night to Onion and the rest of everybody else. Stay tuned for the next two best of threes, guys.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Apologies, everyone, for the delay, but we are back with our two lower bracket elimination matches. We're going to be starting off with Alpha versus Dog Champ. We had a few technical issues Dog Champ, in fact, are going to be having a stand-in for this series, which is a bit unfortunate because, as I just said, Avery, it is elimination.
Well, that's the course of the lower bracket. There's no way around it. It feels like a lot of people getting eliminated before some of these games start. I don't know. It's rough out here. We talked about it yesterday, but hopefully they can pull through. I think we saw Wildcard earlier with their stand-in. They still looked pretty solid. So I think as long as you're motivated, you know what you're doing, you get some good players, it'll work out. I don't know. What else is there to say? At the end of the day, we get to see some Dota, some TI elimination Dota. Somebody's going home.
Yeah, and I mean, if you guys enjoyed the crazy messiness of that last upper bracket match that we just watched between Wildcard and Nouns in that game 3, if you thought that was fun and messy, well, just wait till these lower bracket games that we got, because I think both of these that are going to be coming up should be relatively close. We'll have to see. Both teams are set up where it is a lower division team matched up against going up to upper division versus an upper division team going down to lower division. So in many ways, this is kind of like a pseudo like playoff match between the two to determine who actually deserves maybe that upper bracket spot and maybe who deserves a spot going to Singapore, because there's not too many matches left for these teams going through the lower bracket. They get a little bit farther and they'll be heading to Singapore. Maybe not a TI spot itself, but at least the 2 other spots for the last chance qualifier.
Well, it's still big. It's still LAN. You get to play versus international teams. It's pretty cool. There's the allure that you might make it through to TI. I mean, I wouldn't put my hopes super high for the NA teams in that qualifier. I think that's reality, but still, it's a really nice opportunity. So there's a lot on the line. This is also one of those times where you can, you win a couple matches, get 1 or 2 upsets, you go to that LAN. It's a LAN you get to go to where the rest of the year you kind of have very, very little chances, It's like you got to beat out EG, Sonics, TSM, Wildcard, Nouns for the 2 slots to go to any of this stuff. It's just impossible. So this is actually a decent chance for a lot of these teams, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're bringing out all the secret strats, if there are any. Or all the stand-ins, I guess is the other way to do it. And,
it's true, yeah.
I mean, more Primal Beast. This hero's moving up the pack.
Okay, do you think that is moving up the pack in like broad international appeal? Like, do you think this hero is actually strong and worthy of first pick outside of NA? Because it seems like NA has a bit more of a fixation on this hero than any of the other regions.
I mean, NA likes early game snowballers, historically at least. They like heroes that can kill people and just run the game over. It's kind of where Primal Beast exists in my mind at the moment a little bit. So maybe NA prioritizes it a bit more, but I think we'll see this hero in the other regions. We've seen it already a little bit in some of the other gameplay, the CIS China. So, I don't know. I think he's pretty good. The games that I play with him, he feels decently strong. I don't know if he's just straight up first pick, but the thing he has going for him is nobody really knows the best answers to this hero. It reminds me of Dawnbreaker at TI. Like, that TI was the first TI where people started playing this Dawnbreaker core. You had Nightfall playing at carry, you had Thompson playing at mid, just bringing it in. And if you ask most people, well, what's good versus core Dawn? People are like, I have absolutely no idea. I mean, I was drafting at that event. I didn't know. I was like, what does this hero even build as a core, right? So one of the advantages Primal Beast has right now as an early pick is people just aren't 100% sure what the best answers to him are, or like how to play versus him, or the interactions between ranged spells that outrange his or stun him, or this type of stuff. And it matters a little bit. So I think he's still in that honeymoon phase, He's good. Yeah. People are learning how to play him, but he hasn't been totally figured out. So he's going to look better than he might actually be, at least for the time.
For just a little bit more context to Primal Beast, the other region that is run it the most is Eastern Europe, where it was picked 13 times in total, but it only had a 30% win rate. NA is already ahead of both SA, which is already concluded, and China with this will be the 7th pick of Primal Beast. So, and also a chance to be able to break its current 50-50 win rate in NA. But we got a bunch of other heroes. We got Death Prophet Earthshaker as the response from Alpha. So some big team fight. Nice offlane duo there potentially. Actually, is the offlane duo, looks like, with the Winter Wyvern being picked up as the 5. They could still do Death Prophet mid, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. The Venomancer pickup, though, is a bit of a swerve for me, Avery. I didn't think that this hero would be that value.
It's a decent Earthshaker counter. I could see them playing at support here as well. Like, you threaten the core dueling with a Primal Beast. 3 Veno with 4 Primal Beasts is pretty freaking strong. Like, there's not a lot that's going to deter the early lane versus the Veno, and then if Veno gets to level 3 and 5, he basically wins almost any lane, as long as he gets there with high resources. So that lane threat's pretty high, and at the same time, you could play 5 Veno here versus the Shaker. Like, it's just an absolutely free lane. You just Gale and hit him, and I mean, he has to play the pullback shenanigans. So they have some lane flexibility with it. In terms of what it's doing for the rest of their lineup, not 100% sure. I don't think it has insane synergy here, but obviously these teams are going to play what they feel comfortable playing, and they feel like it's going to work. Maybe it can work. I like this Bloodseeker pick, though. Seems pretty solid here outside of the Faceless Void matchup, but I think this hero is very good versus Primal Beast in theory. Just Rupture, lock him down. He's kind of a mobility-based hero. You end up chunking him with the Shard later on with his high HP, highest strength gain type, mass accumulation. And there's not a huge amount of lockdown for this Bloodseeker in the fight. It's pretty much just Chrono, which they have a Wyvern to bail him out. So in theory, the fight looks pretty decent for him.
Yeah, and it has the lane sustain, right? Because if you're talking about this Primal Beast, whether it's 3 or 4, it puts a lot of pressure on the enemy carry, especially if it's a melee versus melee matchup. You add a Venomancer potentially in the mix, or a Snapfire, whatever this is going to be. It's a lot of damage, so being able to have some self-sustain, we'll see if Bloodseeker is able to keep those last hits going enough to be able to stay out of the danger zone. But otherwise, now we're just waiting on Alpha's last pick. I was watching the webcams. It did seem like DogChamp knew that pick was coming. Oh my god, a Tinker pickup. Oh no. Is this hero back in the meta? Ugh.
I don't think so, but we're going to see what he can do here. I mean, they need a Tinker answer now. I don't know what's left. The Zeus, they banned the Zeus. They banned Storm. All the spirits are on. I mean, there's Void Spirit, but I don't think he's amazing versus Tinker. Okay. There's Night Stalker or something. I don't know. I mean, there's honestly not a huge amount left. You can jam some weird summons here like Brood. I don't really know what happens at that point. This is an interesting pick.
It certainly is. It's one of the rare times where I've seen not the overall last pick, but the second to last pick position be utilized really well to put pressure on the enemy for their overall last pick. Because now it's okay, now what are we gonna do? Everything you had in mind before is out the window, and now it's just all about dealing with Tinker.
This pick is pretty annoying for them. They really don't have a lot of ways to gap close this hero, or he's gonna force them to dive deep in the fight, which just sounds miserable into Veno Snap Void. So
yeah,
maybe we'll go for just some casual lockdown with Puck. My issue here is they have enough damage to turn on this Bloodseeker. I mean, I'm thinking that he might have a decent fight. It gets a little harder now, but ideally you kind of want the other lane skirmishing, so he gets extra move speed on the lane, which also helps versus Primal Beast. And then you kind of have to start dealing damage to start the fight. It puts a lot of pressure on this Puck to be the initiator and consistent damage, and the lockdown to set up for 2 supports who don't want to go in either, right? You have a Wyvern Shaker. They need cores to go in, make stuff happen for them, so then they can throw their spells on top. As long as you lack damage in these type of scenarios, if you get a time walk off, if Tinker gets another shield, he blinks out. Fight looks pretty obnoxious for them. It's just too much gunk. So we'll see what happens, but I actually kind of favor DogChamp here. Their lineup just looks way too annoying. At a certain point, there's way too much going on. I feel like time dilation looks pretty good here. The Snapfire globs coming in. Well, interesting draft. I actually could see the Tinker work out here.
I do feel like though, if Alpha is to win this, it could look very one-sided, right? Where they just kind of get the ball rolling and they just kind of like steamroll over Dog Champ.
Yeah, it's possible. Like especially if Soul has a really good early game, because Puck, in theory, Puck can take this game over. Now it's not the same Puck it used to be, and this hero has looked a lot worse after like the orb nerf and this type of stuff. So my faith in him to just take over a game is not as high. But there is that possibility. It also depends on the Shaker role. Like what Flea wants to do in this early game with the Shaker is probably really important in this game. Is he going to try and help this DP? Is he going to stick around in the long run? Is he just going to perma roam mid on Tinker? Because Tinker used to be pretty susceptible to this roam on mid. And I think it's only worse now that you don't have small camp to farm.
Yeah.
So there's potential there. Like if you chip this Tinker, you get the Shaker roam going. I mean, do you really care about the DP lane? Not really. That might be the best way to try and get that Puck snowball going. That's what I would prioritize at least.
All right, well, let's get into our opening game of Dog Champ versus Alpha. We've got some predictions we can get through real quickly. Player with the longest kill streak. I'm going to say, seen some too many Death Prophets pop off. I'm going to go Death Prophet Monster.
Oh, Monster. I'll go Soul, man. I believe in the Shaker roam for the Puck.
Okay. Total number of teleports canceled. Oh, this one's bugged. I was listening to Suns Fan and Cinder, and apparently that quest just always put no. It's not actually registering anything. Oh, the cookie doesn't get him over the Fisher. Yaren looks the wrong way. Either way, he might have still been dead, but a good first blood to start things off for Alpha.
I mean, Pingu stole it there, but still some extra gold.
Player who does the most magic or pure damage. I mean, Venomancer's got to be a pretty good target for that one, right?
Yeah, but by 10, I could see a world with DP, but
yeah,
we'll go Veno. We'll go Veno.
All right, this is a boring one. Number of ancient camps stacked by 30. Whatever.
I mean, yeah, sure.
just throw out whatever number you want to go there, because who knows? I mean, we just don't know the pace of this game. Jesus. Tibu, who is their stand-in, I'm not exactly sure. In game, his name was Papa Lumpy, but apparently this
Papa
is
Lumpy.
well, on screen we've got Tibu Ronson. I don't know how to say that name exactly, but he is their stand-in for Stonebank. So. Definitely want to keep an eye on him and his performance and see how he does for the team, as I assume this was a last-minute stand-in. I believe there were some sort of power issues, so.
The power issues strike again. Very Imba hero. I would be first phasing power issues in this patch, to be honest. Surprised more teams aren't.
Well, at least for the TI qualifiers anyway. Hopefully it doesn't continue into TI itself.
You know, already Alpha, they're getting the better of this early game. Like, First Blood, extra rune trade. They forced this Void to TP to the lane. Extra net worth gone. They got Equilibrium super far back top. This is already a very heavy net worth lead for like 1 minute in. Which usually you don't see, but it means a lot in these early games. Just more regen you can ferry out. Usually you get the levels faster. You can play more aggressive. Pretty decent start here already.
Yaren, the early uproar. Seems that 4-position Primal Beast doesn't really change from core. You just still get uproar and just use, if they ever hit you, use the damage and fight back or get denies or what have you. This mid matchup of Soul and RCY that we're currently watching is going right for Soul, at least to start, though I expect things to get worse over time. I feel like the Tinker's nukes are usually pretty effective against Puck in game.
Yeah, he should be fine on this lane. I think it's going to be pretty hard to snowball the lane for the Puck. You just try and get as much as you can, get to... I guess it's still Witchblade, right? I don't really know if there's another way to build this hero. I mean, Yules could be interesting versus Tinker, but I think your scale just becomes too weird. The biggest thing is, does Dog Champ snowball this bottom lane for them? Because they're trying to put the pressure on Rises, and they're doing a pretty decent job. Ultimately, you want to get to the Urn on Veno, you want to get to the level 3, and then you want to kill him. You get the Urn charges, then you start to snowball this lane. They are struggling to get there, though. Like, the net worth difference between this Bloodseeker and Veno is severe.
Yeah, and they just put all this damage on him, but he got to hit a whole bunch of creeps underneath tower, so he healed a
he's
decent
already
amount
pretty
from
fast.
there. His thirst is really stacking up thanks to that top lane being a bit low. So
Yeah, they are struggling on this bottom lane. I mean, Veno can struggle these first 2 levels. It's his biggest hole.
yeah,
You just don't want to struggle this much. Like, he is spending net worth on regen. He has to fare at another salve. Pushes him down very far. And, I mean, his Bloodseeker's still so fast down here. Jeez.
yeah. Snapfire and Faceless Void are low pretty much at all times, thanks to Monster being constantly up in their face.
Yeah, he's just smacking him. I mean, it's a good idea, right? Just aggressively trade because you're going to win your safe lane through that vehicle. Even if it's slightly worse for you, who cares? I mean, you're Death Prophet. Does your net worth really matter? Not really. Just get to level 6 and kick him out.
Yeah.
A very nice early game for Alpha here. Pretty much exactly what they want. They want the Puck and Bloodseeker to have a really good game, DP to just get levels, and not give any snowball advantage to Veno or Faceless Void.
He hit him with a Venomous Gale, and it did not slow him down hardly at all. He was like still like 450 movement speed. And sadly, because you're a Venomancer, your base damage is incredibly low. So getting actual last hits against this Bloodseeker is proven to get worse and worse and worse. The whole idea is for you to shove the Bloodseeker out of lane so he can't contest that CS in the first place.
The
Now,
Gale.
just flat out misses the Gale on the Winter Wyvern, will be dove underneath tower. Rises even taking the tower shots to ensure that he does get the last hit, thanks to Pingu.
This lane's a disaster. You're getting double up to net worth at 4 minutes. It's already getting out of control. He still doesn't have the urn on this Veno. He will get it when he respawns. But urn is also not an item that helps you from a behind position. Now you are pretty much in a position where you have to get some kill on this lane. It's up to
Need a
Primal
bash.
Beast.
Tried to do a little something there with the cookie. If they got a lucky bash, they probably would have killed Flea, but they did not get lucky. So,
Even RNG not on their side.
no, seems not. God,
It
yeah, I'm just
is-
watching this Venomancer just miss so much CS. Misses like the flag bearer creep over and over again.
Yeah, he's struggling. I mean, that said, this Bloodseeker's been 500 MS plus the whole time, man. He's just having a free-for-all because top is just getting chipped so hard. It's just insanely punishing for them on the side lanes. Mid's not even going much better. Soul's just destroying the CS board against his Tinker. Is up 12 CS. Almost
Yeah, that's,
600 net worth.
That's really impressive to me. They chased down Italiano Gangster underneath the tower pretty easily. I would have thought that with the new really slow orb and like just up against playing against laser in general, I would have thought the Puck would have been the one further down in the CS chart.
Yeah, he's trying to push him further. I don't like they have the damage, though.
Do have a cookie. Phase shift dodge. So Soul is fine. 6-minute power rune. RCY really hoping it's bottom, and it is a regen rune for Tinker. That's pretty nice.
Blocked him off.
He is blocked off.
Still have coil, too. Where are you going,
Yeah,
son?
they've got the coil. They really have him locked down. Flea uses the enchant totem. Soul cleans him up with the next orb, and as a result, Alpha definitely winning all 3 lanes now. 3,000 net worth lead across the chart.
Destruction. I mean, winning the side lanes also helps this roam mid that we were discussing, which
Yep.
is the best pressure point you can create because the dog champ supports do not want to leave the side lanes. The matchups are kind of bad and they weren't going well to begin with. Tinker is a weird hero to fight around. He can be good if, you know, he has like some higher HP and he can get his spells off early, but in those types of situations where you're just outnumbered, tends to just be pretty susceptible.
Yeah.
So this is exact game flow Alpha wants. It's getting out of control pretty fast here.
His Face's voice just hiding underneath the tower. They're going to get a second creep wave to tank cover the siege wagon, so this tower is probably going to go down to close to half health. That's pretty rough before the, you know, the Death Prophet even has Exorcism.
Yeah, and the thing about this is the DP can exorcism these towers down. I mean, one, it's super nice because the DP's happy, but the flip side is the Tinker's super sad because Hero wants to fight around the tier 1s. It's one of the strengths of him, just being able to go to base, rearm, come out. take the skirmishes around high HP towers that your team can join, get the number advantage. You lose your tier 1s early, this hero just, he has nowhere to go. You end up being stuck in split push mode forever. So
Yeah,
they
I
really
would
have
say,
to defend these.
I would say this Tinker is more dependent on his towers than the March of the Machines Tinker. Just because I think you're more dependent on farming lane creeps than you were neutral creeps.
Yeah, I think for sure. Like, this Tinker wants to be level 8 or 9 and defending the tier 1s. That's the ideal early fights for him. He sees everybody, he can get multiple rockets off. To get on top of him, you have to dive deep. It just creates nice points where your team can take the engagements alongside you. If you lose these towers, you just have nowhere to fight. It's like now you have to push in bottom with your Venom or something. It's very awkward.
Well, Tinker's going to make his first rotation here up to top lane, but Bloody Nine, oh, the range drops. It's not going to save him. Yaren's going to join in here as well. They get the kill on the Earthshaker. Monster does still have another Spirit Siphon, and he's got Pinko behind him, so this is just simply not a kill that they can get. And Tinker knows it too. He heads back to mid.
That's still decent for them, though. They get like, Tinker gets something out of that move, gets to go back mid. They keep the Void up here a little longer, which will push them to 6, and the DP had to use all her siphons. So now this Exorcism timing that she wants to aggressively take this tower with, she doesn't have the siphons to back the move up. So it's going to be kind of awkward. Like, if Tinker can rejoin this fight again top with Chrono, this is the best fight they're going to get. I think they should take it here.
We'll see. They've got the heroes behind him to respond. The Fissure, waiting, throws it out now. Doesn't get Yarn on the right side of the Fissure, though the Faceless Void is actually pretty low. He's going to have to back off. Monster's out of Spirit Siphon, but he has enough health. Bloody Nine no longer able to get that kill. Will dive to the rotation of Soul, who still has the coil. He's going to explore this jungle area, see if he can spot the Primal Beast. Misses out on the orb, so.
Where was Tinker?
Good question.
I feel like that's 100% the fight that RCY wants to join. You just come in here, you rocket laser that DP, she dies. Suddenly you can take the fight with Chrono maybe if Puck decides to engage. I don't know, I feel like those are the types of fights you have to take in this game to try and come back, because now you're just going to lose this tower for free to Exo. Puck didn't even have to use coil, and he already has Witchblade up. So we're talking about Puck snowballing in a meta where he isn't as strong as last time. I mean, he is looking quite good.
Yeah, we talked about the difference between the new-ish Tinker and the old Tinker with March of the Machines, and I feel like that's the advantage of the new Tinker, right? Is because you have this ingrained boots of travel, basically, off of Rearm. Like, you can make those rotations to the side lanes and gank earlier than you used to, where you were very AFK farming during this period of time and you would just focus on getting your boots of travel. So I feel like, you know, Tinkers nowadays, they got to be looking for opportunities like that, like you were saying, just a big kill on a Death Prophet that would have netted, I mean, a lot of golden experience, but also just would have decreased the pressure that was out there on the map. Now, Monster has taken that top tower.
Yeah, I really think that was the fight that they... That's like the only fight they're going to get in this early game that's going to feel good for them to take. Because it's Alpha going into them, setting the fight up with Chrono, Tinker, Rearms. Now it's going to be a little awkward. Like, the only other one now is kind of this mid lane tower. But this mid tower has been chipped so much. It's already 550 HP. I mean, if you give up this mid tower, I think this game becomes extremely hard. It's just a question of, do you have the capability to do it? I mean, if they save ults, if you have Chrono with kisses, it's probably good enough.
Yeah.
But I think you have to be thinking about these things with like a Tinker lineup. You have to just be planning for them and take the right fights and get this hero going.
Well, Monster's off to a very good start. Did have the highest magic damage by 10 minutes. Avery?
Well, I did say that was a possibility. I mean, I chose the wrong one yet again, but I mean, what can you do? I gave it to you. That's what a good teammate does. Good support player. Makes his carry look good.
You know what it is? It's this new orb. It just doesn't hit the way it used to. It doesn't land on the enemy mid laner the way it used to, you know? It's too slow, too easy to dodge.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, back in my day.
I will say, I did enjoy Puck being back in the meta, even though he was terrifically OP. There was this period of time where Puck was just not viable for a good, like, 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
So.
Middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I think EG enjoyed it too, you know, so you weren't
Yeah,
alone
yeah.
there. There's definitely some teams that really like this hero being in the meta. I mean, even OG abused this hero for a decent amount of time, you know? People,
yeah.
I don't think people thought of OG as a puck team, but if you look through their drafts, they abuse this hero to the maximum, so the good puck teams definitely enjoyed that period. But I think the hero he's come to a different place now.
No,
His times
no
of glory.
stacking whatsoever for this Tinker. You talked about how the supports don't really want to move around too much. They can't really gank mid. Well, they didn't get a chance to stack either because of how poorly the side lanes went all around. So as a result, there isn't really a big recovery mechanism for the Tinker, like an Ancient stack. A lot of Tinkers like to get a big Ancient stack and then they smoke and they just laser farm it. Because if you're smoked, the creeps won't run anywhere, so they stay in a nice tight ball where the AoE splash does its work.
That sounds fun. I might clear some of that later.
Well, it's fun if you have the stacks. Right now, it's a simple 2-stack, so I don't know if RCY is having too much fun in this game all around. Soul does manage to get the kill on Italiano Gangster, who I guess he was trying to put pressure on mid. He took the bottom tower, so he decided, okay, mid's now the place to be, but didn't really have any backup from his team.
And the backup was smoking here. They want to use Chrono Kisses. They just don't know where to use it. Might end up forcing this mid, but the mid force is not going to be amazing if they don't get Wyvern here. Looking for Void. Or looking for Bloodseeker.
I feel like
too
maybe
late.
they could still kill the puck thanks to kisses, right? Or am I wrong?
Maybe.
I feel like it's like so much magic damage.
It's a lot, but I don't know. Like, if he gets embraced in Chrono, does he die 100-0 in the kisses without getting like orb phase off at the end? It's pretty close.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I wouldn't feel good about it. The turnaround potential is pretty high. I mean, they're just gonna find nothing off that move. I mean, this is a lot of time that this Void is just... He TP top, didn't find the DP, got smoked to mid, didn't find anything. Now he ran to bottom to hit creeps. It's like 2 minutes he didn't gain any gold. A lot of time now.
Trampling around, kisses
We're not
being
even gonna get him.
used, but Pingu just DP's out, no stuns.
Man, that Dog Champ's getting frustrated in this game.
Yeah.
They feel like they're getting out-farmed, which is exactly what's happening, and they don't really know where to pressure to regain the control. I don't think it's in theory that bad if they just split the map, but I can understand why this game feels bad. They're just kind of looking down the barrel of cores who are ahead and getting to their BKBs faster. And the BKBs are quite good here. You're eliminating a huge chunk of their damage. It's one of Tinker's weaknesses.
Well, because this game's going so well for Alpha, Flea, who had a shard queued up, is actually going to go for the Blink Dagger, which is probably way more impactful against that hero right there, the Faceless Void and the Tinker. You can get a Blink Dagger instead of going that shard, which OG kind of showed off early on in Arlington and such, then that's going to feel real nice.
I mean, as long as you feel like you're going to have impact with either one, I think it's fine. I mean, he's actually saving the gold, so maybe he's thinking about what he wants. I think either path is okay, because I think just the Fissure play in this game is actually decent, too. You can play off the Puck Coil, you can cancel a Rupture or TP, you can help the DP hit somebody. He bought Arcane Boots first, so I think he might be thinking what he wants to do here, but either way, he is having a very good game. Very farmed, very high level. Full max Fissure. I mean, this max Fissure does a lot of damage, especially with the talent. People underestimate it. It's like almost 350 with the talent. Thing's annoying, dude. You get hit by this, you feel it.
Yeah, especially if you add on the shard pickup on top of that, so then you get not only the 350, but then you get the aftershock damage added in there as well, an extra 100. Like, it becomes a huge swing for an ability that can hit you, like, you know, outside of smoke vision. And Faceless Void caught once just seconds ago. Down in the bottom lane, will die again in top. TP in Italiano Gangster, but most of his team is already dead. They've lost 2, and he is not in a position. Well, first of all, he doesn't have Poison Nova, so he doesn't have like a big team fight impact that really scares Alpha. So he just has to scuttle on back behind his tier 2 and hide.
I mean, he also has no vessel charges because he never got any urn charges.
True, yeah.
He's 0, 3, and 0. He has been involved in nothing, so this item is a dead item right now, which they need it to be a live item. because it's Death Prophet Wyvern, so
Has fallen.
the heal reduction is massive for their team fight. Yeah, I mean, they're just not ready to take the fight, which I think is, I mean, it's okay, because I don't think the fights are going to be that good for them right now. It's just, you can't give up too much in the meantime, and
Well, in the
Please.
meantime, they lost their mid tower for
Yeah,
totally for
so-
free. So that's another Tinker Tower lost.
yeah, they're losing a lot right now. The biggest thing is Ryze just has a totally free game. He's level 13 already. Way ahead of the pack. BKB online. He's an absolute monster. This might be just force the Roche with the next Exo. Like, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
Also, Fleet did go back for that shard. You got Tumbler Toy, maybe that helps a little bit, but you just decided Shard, Max Fissure, Arcane Boots, good enough for me. I tend to agree. The Blink sounds good, but I think in theory it's not actually as good as just the extra poke. Like, especially into Venom Wards. Venom Wards make your Blink lose some decent value.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
As well as Tinker Shields. Like, if you blink in an Echo and somebody has Defense Matrix, the extra status, like, helps them live somehow randomly. It's kind of annoying.
Silent Coil. Fleet's gonna just run up and Echo. And that'll be easily enough damage to kill the Faceless Void.
Good old Tumbler Toy.
Yep, you've talked a lot about this item being probably one of the best tier ones. And,
Well, I just like it. I don't know if it's objectively the best. Every time I have this item, I feel like a god, you know? So, I hope other people
I'll
feel
say
like
it
that.
for you. I think it's one of the best. I mean,
Well,
200 mana and the active is super value.
Yeah, it's probably one of the better tier ones for sure. I mean, even just 200 mana on a tier 1 item for most supports is a very big deal.
Yeah. Especially if strength supports are going to be the meta right now, which Undying, Earthshaker, maybe some Omni Knights. They're all going to really love that item.
Oh, yeah.
Faceless Void building into a Maelstrom. And I would, you know, I don't normally advocate for Midas, but I almost want to say, like, you know, maybe you just dodge and pick up Midas and hope that Alpha, like, lets the game go 40 minutes.
Yeah, your plan is defensive-oriented fights and winning on ultra late. You have no other win condition right now unless this game goes 45 to 50 minutes plus, and you win off the back of maybe a base defense fight turning the momentum into, you know, Void Tinker become unstoppable beasts. Which even that is not guaranteed because, again, you have the Wyvern for the Chrono, and you have, like, a pretty strong Tricore from Alpha that at some point you can get Blink Daggers on these heroes. They already have one on Puck. You can get one on DP to find this Tinker. Tough game,
Now-
very uphill game for a Dog Champ.
Tinker is, well, closing in maybe a little bit too optimistic, but he's getting there to the Shivas, and that is really when the Tinker starts picking up his farm even more, because then the Shivas helps him clear through waves faster. It just means you have to use less laser mana to clear out waves, and you could do it
Chrono
faster.
bottom.
That's kind of nice kill. A little pickup there on Flea. Well, it took a lot of heroes for support. There were 4 heroes in the area, and look at Alpha. They're like, okay. They showed a whole bunch of heroes on the opposite side of the map. Just go Roche.
I mean, this Roche is pretty hard to stop. You need, like, some crazy time smoke with Chrono Kisses, so second Chrono's down, it's absolutely free. You're just gonna have to live with it, and again, split the map. You're gonna have to have someone bottom constantly trying to rat this in, force them to come back, even out the net worth somewhere else. The big thing about that kill was some extra gold for Void, but you also got 2 Vessel charges for this Veno. So at least you're activating this to some degree. You know, now the next Exo that comes your way, you might be able to take a tier 2 fight or something and just Chrono DP, throw the Vessel on. Sure, he gets embraced, but he might die to all the magic damage. Lasers, kisses, plus the Vessel. Very important item for them in this game. At least for the early portions. I mean, he does have BKB, so, you know, you miss some of the window here.
Missing windows all day long for Dog Champ. And now they just kind of have to let Alpha take control of the game and hope they mess up to some degree and just play super defensively. Venomancer wards protecting towers. Tinker split pushing a whole bunch with his laser and soon to be Shiva spam. And hopefully Faceless Void just never gets ganked wherever he goes.
Sounds like a lot to go right.
Yeah, it does, and all of it being Alpha having no agency in the matter, which they certainly do. It feels like they have all the agency in the world. They can make any kind of decisions or moves that they want, including this 3-man smoke gank. Checking out the triangle, nothing there. Faceless Void had just moved out 30 seconds ago, so instead they just take the farm that's there. Okay, not bad.
I mean, if Dogchamp do bait the fight deep, if they get the tier 2 dive or some fight like this, their heroes are very strong. They have a massive amount of AoE, which is a way you can turn these games around. Like, if you get a good level 2 Venom ult out, good time dilation chrono, kisses come down, especially if you can catch the supports. If Wyvern Shaker overextend and get caught, suddenly the cores on this alpha lineup lose a lot of value. You can get kited around. That is a way you can throw this game. You still have to be careful. You have to respect this type of like defensive-oriented lineup that can turtle and take the fights from behind. Sure, you have a net worth lead, but the net worth lead does not count for a lot if Tinker gets 10 spells off and you're all stuck in Chrono Ven ult.
Yeah.
And if you have 20 or 30k net worth lead, alright, you know, then you're probably invincible, but...
Manta soon for Rises. Seems like, you know, Alpha, they did a little bit of hunting, but honestly, it doesn't seem like they're too concerned about the game just kind of like dwindling out. I mean, they are out farming Dogchamp, but I do feel like there's been a bit of a let up on the pressure.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I mean, you have this bot's blink on Puck. It's a lot of net worth in to basically catch. I think you would like to be using it. At least setting up on these side lanes. I mean, now they're looking at Tinker. This is... Ooh, that was a good cancel right there.
Yeah, definitely would have been caught by the Puck otherwise. Taliana Gangster does spot out the 2 supports on the side here.
I'm surprised he didn't go more aggressive there. I mean, like, you find the supports in this game. That's the gold mine, man. You just...
Yeah. You keep them close, you get a Chronosphere on top of them, that's a team fight win right there.
Yeah, especially this Wyvern. If Wyvern gets caught, that opens up the Chrono a lot more. They have to really think about these support positionings. Think about the flanks in this game. With potential Venom Ward vision. But like you said, I mean, they're not building the lead. Now, the lead for Rises is growing because, I mean, he is soaking up everything. He will be massive, but Aegis is down in a minute. One good Chrono, this game can look very different. There's also a decent amount of net worth on this Primal Beast. Like, he got BKB during this time.
Finished out the BKB, and he spotted the support. Exactly who you wanted to be able to see. As he pops the Cold Embrace, they pop the ultimate in turn. Pulverize does a decent amount of damage. Not enough to be able to get the kill, but with the help of the Venomancer, certainly got one. TP out denied as Flea was just standing by on the side. They knew that was pretty easy cleanup for them. They just wanted to prevent anybody escaping from that fight.
Shaker always waiting in the wings. Pretty hard to ever TP out versus lineup. Primal Beast BKB gets him a kill. I mean, if he can just charge in and kill Wyvern, trade his life for Wyvern, it might be worth it to set up the rest of the fight for his cores.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like his cores want to be able to fight at all.
No, I mean, you don't want to force the fight if you don't have to. You want to get the fight that comes to you.
Yeah.
Because you're still trading farm. It's not like this lead has grown. So, in theory, you're not too sad here. I mean, I don't know, this is Tinker gameplay, you know? A lot of Tinker games look like this. You kind of have to understand the game position and just play for it. Be okay with losing a little to make it all back with one good fight.
When would you say that Dogchamp, like, what is the item progression where they no longer take a backseat in the game, but actually feel good about, you know, being the aggressors for once?
Ooh, that's hard to say. I don't know if it's a set item as much as just like a game state of their levels. Just later on, they just need Void to be tanky enough that he can go in and survive a little bit to buy time for this Tinker to do the damage. I think it's also maybe Tinker's items, like him getting to BKB is super valuable here. It lets him actually jump in and not worry about the puck, not worry about the shaker, aggressively use the Shivas. Maybe they can aggressively make something happen with BKB Shivas on this hero. I'm just not sure. Like, there's a lot that can go wrong, too. If he blinks in and gets Wyvern Cursed or Ruptured or something, it gets very awkward very fast. So that's why I'm not sure it's like items as much as Alpha giving them the fight they want. And if they get that fight, then the game becomes easier.
Right.
That's how I see it.
Well, they're going to give them this tier 2 top, though. They might be able to get maybe mid in exchange for that. Get some decent damage out of bottom tier 2 as well with RCY. Doing his Tinker split pushing. The BKBs are closing in as the Faceless Void has his, and then we're just... The Tinker, as you said, is going to be a really impactful one in the right team fight.
Yeah, they can also add up the regen reduction. Like, you know, you have the Shivas, you have Vessel. You can get a Scotty on this Void, which he might get at some point. I assume, I mean, it depends if he wants to go Mjolnir or the Scotty into Mjolnir or something like this, but if you add up all the health reduction, like, it lets you burst through this DP a little bit better. Maybe that helps you just sustain the fight longer. Because ultimately, all you want is the fight to go ultra long, and then Tinker will win it for you. Post BKBs, if he's still alive and he gets to come back a second time, or he still has full resources, Tinker will close out the engagement.
Did you, when you were playing, did you guys ever have a lineup like this that was like one of those like super late game, just turtle lineups? And if so, what's the communication like? Because you're just kind of like getting walked over everywhere you do, and you're just trying to be sneaky, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're either in like total split push mode and everybody understands that, or you're still looking for stuff, but you're looking for the small kills here or there if they mess up, you know? You're trying to force them into weird positions or make them think about stuff they shouldn't be. Then you take advantage of the slip up, gain some small advantage back, which will help you get to that late game timing. I mean, ultimately, you just need to understand the fights you want to take and just prepare for them and get there in as good a position as you can.
Well, they've got plenty of prep. That's for certain. There hasn't been a kill in, I don't know, it feels like 10 minutes. I mean, we've had an occasional pick off every once in a while, but yeah, they do get that mid tower Alpha. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't just sweep over and like just, you know, run at these guys. But maybe, again, afraid of giving them the fight that they want. They cut mid, they push top into the tier 3. But
I don't know, that's a weird tower to give up like that. I mean, I guess Venom wards are pretty annoying, but I feel like you could smoke around and just take the fight with a high ground obs or something. They just want that next Roshan. Can't blame them. They probably don't feel like they're losing this game. At the same time, they're not winning it harder.
No, they're not.
We are
It's 7K.
still the same net worth, so... I don't know. Dog Champ have gotten a lot out of the last 10 minutes. Like, they really have gotten a lot. And they have a lineup that can use that. The longer this game goes, it's gonna come to a head at some point.
Smoke breaks. Snapfire on the wrong side of the Fisher will die. That'll set up Alpha for doing that, Roshan, because, you know, they're afraid of Chronosphere inside of Roche, but the pairing of Kisses with Chronosphere is really what's scary. So they seem to feel pretty confident.
I guess Roche is dying very fast. Probably not contestable here. Just gonna keep farming up. I mean, this Roche is the high ground Roche, potentially.
God,
or you close out the whole map. I mean, the problem with the high ground is, again, like, how do you high ground this lineup? Venno, Tinker, Snap Void is such a hard high ground push.
Sure, yeah.
I guess you just give it the Bloodseeker, let him hit it. They can't commit, or you get turned on. It's just, I don't know, Tinker makes high ground very annoying. You have to always think about it with this hero.
Yarn just dives through mid. They go on him. He's got BKB, TP out. I think just... Where are the smokes? Where are the moves here from Alpha? Just catch some heroes.
Yeah, I really think they should be smoking like Puck +1 or DP plus a Shaker or something. They have a lot of catch mechanisms. They've had this blink on Shaker for a long time. He has Aether Psychic Headband too. It's like insane blink cast range, you should be able to find something on the map, because Dogchamp are not grouping. They're just farming everything. That's why this lead has not grown outside of the Roche Gold.
Yeah.
They're just not punishing the map very well right now, and this could come back to bite them. Again, this is not a lineup you just want to go even with forever. At some point, you need to build the advantage or just force the high ground. So you have to pick one and commit to it. Get the
Yeah, it
job
feels like
done.
they had a strong understanding of like the first 10 to 15 minutes, but the vision of the game seems a little blurry in the last 10, 15.
It's definitely not very clear.
Well, we'll just hang out here and hope to God that something happens in this game. Otherwise, we're going to tune back in 20 minutes and it'll be like, oh, hey, Dogchamp has won the game.
Dire's
Because all they have to do is just chill and farm. They don't have to do anything.
top tower is under attack.
They
Yeah, I
can
wonder
get
if
1
they-
billion items. I mean, like, when you were talking about Scotty on Faceless Void, I thought that was like a long-lost dream, you know? Like, some ancient idea of like, if all the stars align, you know, maybe we'll get this Scotty. But he's actually going to be able to get it at this rate.
Yeah, and it's huge.
Dire's structures are
Alright, TP's to defend this tower. I mean, catch something here. Alright, they
Get
caught
a
him.
little something. All right, Coil. Monster, right on top of a bunch of heroes. He's going to stick with the 2, a Bloody 9 as well as Italiano Gangster, but at the same time, the Faceless Void and Tinker have
Wyvern's
gone in.
dead.
They've killed the Wyvern, and they still have a Chronosphere to be able to work with. Ryze is actually getting decently low. RCY is playing him right now. Constant missiles,
Destroying.
constant Shivas. He was able to get out.
Monster just getting kissed into oblivion. Disaster of TP fight.
Oh, dear. All right, well, first big move there from Dogchamp. They take advantage of Alpha. I don't know exactly what they took advantage of, to be honest.
I mean, that was just super disjointed teleportations. Like,
Yeah.
there's no reason a fight should happen like that. This Void even got feared out of the coil and it got snapped, and he was sitting there stunned for 3 seconds on a 4th HP. And there's no one there. There's no Shaker, there's no Bloodseeker there to clean him up. Like, that is a very winnable fight for Alpha here, and that is going to cost them a lot, because Tinker didn't even BKB for that. Like, they didn't Chrono, they didn't BKB, they didn't BKB on Primal Beast, they didn't even have to use much. They just get a free teamfight win. Very awkward engagement. They do have Tinker Ward bottom.
They do. They
Oh,
see
gets
him.
killed.
Oh, RCY, he's a Tinker player. He knows. Brings his
Yeah.
own sentries to these spots on the map.
I mean, he's getting into scary territory. Like, level 20 now. So he has the extra reduction. He has all Kaya going into this Ghost Scepter. Finish the E-Blade. He has it all done, actually. Rocking the Philosopher's Stone on top. I mean, he does a serious amount of damage now. We're hitting the late game.
Yeah, would you say, you personally, would you give the win percentage over to Dogchamp at this point?
I mean, the way the game is going, yeah. I think they just are playing to their lineup strengths, and Alpha's not been able to punish it at all, and they're not finding the openings in the fight. I think
Yeah, I mean, it's
theoretically
not like
Alpha...
all of a sudden things are going to click for Alpha, and all of a sudden they're going to know how to shut down the map, right?
Yeah, they're not shutting down the map at all, and it doesn't necessarily get easier to do that in a way, because this Tinker pushes faster.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say the Tinker is more elusive than he's ever been. A good
Solid
Chrono
Chrono.
onto 2. The Curse is going to be able to counter it. It's not going to last super long, though. Monster still has the Cold Embrace on him. And Tibu, he's going to try and get out of here, but his BKB is now on cooldown. He thought the Tinker was going to help him out there, but unfortunately, there wasn't really any TP points around. So he actually, despite the decent Chronosphere, had no follow-up from the rest of his allies. Yaren goes in to try and help out Bloody 9,
Try and
but
turn.
RCY is on top of this with the BKBs on cooldown. He blows up the
Damage.
Bloodseeker, and Monster's going to die as well from one swipe from Yaren.
Oh, RCY, you monster. Get them all.
Yeah, he doesn't care about this coil at all. He's going to turn, stand, and fight, kills your Shaker. Puck is on the run, and Dogchamp feels like they are definitely in the driver's seat now.
Damn, he's level 24 now, dude. He's so big. I mean, that's what I'm saying. These like aggressive fights, even though you get the early engagement win by killing this Void, you survive the Chrono. Tinker is the carry in this game, not the Faceless Void. He is the hero you have to think about in prioritizing these engagements. Cannot just give him free cleanup duty once the BKBs are down. I mean, he is in control of this game now, in my opinion. Like, highest damage output, extremely tanky. They do not have the BKB lockdown for this guy outside of Curse, which they used in that Chrono, so he just has free go to go in here. Like, this fight looks good, you know, you have double core kill at the start, you're super happy, but the carry's coming back, and he has enough stuns to get the job done. Just 100 to 0 is this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, pretty nice read there from Yaren, charging back in to give the opening for the Tinker to follow up.
Yeah, super nice read. And I mean, it's very hard to man up on this hero when he gets to this point. You need like blink abyssals and stuff, you know? You need some way to close the gap and stop him from just rearm blinking out. These types of things. I mean, Dream Coil piercing spell immunity would help, but we're a very long way away from that.
You know, Rises still has not died since the laning phase. I don't know when he died, actually. But
No, he died in
had
that
an
mid
early
fight.
death. Oh, tried to go for the Rupture, doesn't quite get it. And yeah, you're right. For some reason, I thought he didn't die in that last fight, but yes.
No, he got
that was his
obliterated.
first death. He's still, I mean, he's closing in on level 25, so it goes to show, like, he was keeping up his farm this entire time, but I don't think a Tinker, or excuse me, a Bloodseeker late game, like, that hero is pretty scary late game, but I don't know if it matches up to Tinker at all. I feel like that's a bad matchup for you.
No, it's a rough one. Italiano going in.
Yeah, he's just trying to force some action here, but the Rupture on top of him means that he's likely to die here without casting any spells.
Well, I mean, whatever, just keep farming, I guess. I don't know. Tinker's doing Tinker things. Level 25 now. Missile mini stun, super obnoxious. That's another Exo down. I mean, the thing about the Rises is, yeah, he's the strongest hero in the game. He's super high level. He has all these Ruptures and stuff. He's going the Refresher build for Quad Rupture. It's great at dealing with most of the team, but I don't know if he's going to have the ability to actually deal with this Tinker for most of the fight. Like, traditionally, you'd want, like, I don't know, Swift Blink Abyssal or something like this might help. I don't think this build's bad by any means, but it does give some... Unless he can Rupture this Tinker, it's giving him some extra freedom. And now, RCY is on a full Hex, man. Ooh.
Yeah, full Hex, level 25. You've got Blink Dagger on the Primal Beast. The Faceless Void is completed not just as Scotty, but almost has a full-out Mjolnir complete. And they are definitely in fighting shape for this next Roshan, which I would dare say if it goes Dogchamp's way, that is probably just the game. I don't think they come back from giving up an Aegis, and what else is in there? Refresher Shard as well.
Yeah,
so.
it looks rough. Double Chrono would be the nail in the coffin. I mean, it really comes down to this Wyvern. If Wyvern gets found and killed, the fight's just over, in my opinion. Assuming there's not some crazy, like, quad ruptures that come out, which he's still not 25, so we're not really close to it. I mean, you were talking about the item timings. I also didn't think we were going to get there, but Scotty and Mjolnir are both done. He's doing a serious amount of damage now. He has his level 20 talent as well, of course, so a lot of magic spread damage in this Chrono. Even if you solo Curse the Void during it, I don't think you feel great about that, right? It's kind of just, okay, 2 seconds, I don't care, I'm back to hitting you. Little awkward now. A little awkward.
Yeah, just a little bit. Boy, Alpha's definitely going to look back on this game if they lose it. And just look at that window of time, like the 20 minutes where like it felt like almost nothing happened in the game.
Yeah, they did not do anything with that lead. They did not pick off a single hero for like 15 minutes with
I'm
super
looking
farm
through
shaker,
the,
super farm puck.
The graph, you know, like the little events that are at the very bottom. And sure, there's a lot of dots It's a lot of destroyed Sentry Ward, destroyed Observer Ward. Like, maybe a tower died, but the hero kills, if you were just to limit to the hero kills, it's like maybe 3-4 kills over the space of 20 minutes.
Yeah, this is not the graph you want to see from the position you had, especially with the itemization you had. Again, you had the blink Yule's bots on Puck. All right, this itemization is catch Tinker or catch cores on the map. Set stuff up for your team, and it just didn't happen. Maybe the vision wasn't there. Maybe the proper people playing with each other wasn't there. Maybe they just thought they were going to scale better than they do. All these things are possible. That's why you can review the replay and figure it out later. But either way, now we're in a game where I favor Dogchamp here.
Is it exhausting playing games like these where it's just like constant, like one side or the other, right? Like Alpha is constantly trying to hunt and catch Dogchamp. Dogchamp's just trying to prolong the game. It naturally means this game's going to go longer than the average to start a series. Like, surely, like mentally, that's got to play a bit of a toll, right?
It depends. Depends if you win it or not. A little bit. It depends how you feel in the game. Like if you feel like you're losing this game for an hour and then you lose it, that feels pretty bad. If you feel like you're winning, it's just, they have some annoying high ground defense lineup. We just have to play it slow, and then you win it. You probably don't feel too bad. But it just comes down to how the players feel in general.
Yeah,
that's what's gonna like mentally exhaust you or not. I mean, physically it will exhaust you. Like, I think people underrate the actual physical strain playing in a high competitive or high stress game will do to you. It's the same with chess. Like, you burn an insane amount of calories. You go into like a hypertension mode or a higher adrenaline state, and then your body's pumping, right? So that's why a lot of times I think it's very important what you do in between a lower bracket final and a grand final, for example.
Yeah.
Like if you play 3 games in that lower bracket final, then you have to go into a grand final at TI, for example, like 2 hours later. That gap is really important what you do, because you just played a series where you were probably in a very elevated state, and then do you want to reset from that? Do you want to come down? Do you want to come down and then go back up to go into the next series, right? Like, how do you mental load manage that is very important. And in theory, the same thing applies within a series with very long games. Like, you play some hour-long game, in 15 minutes, you got to load it up again. Do you try and come all the way down from that? Do you come halfway down and then gear it back up, right? I think it's different for different people. It's different for different teams. I'm not sure I expect like all these NA teams in this qualifier to understand that stuff fully, be able to do it, but in theory, with like mental coaching and this type of thing, you can control it and put yourself in the best spot. And whichever team does it better has an advantage.
If whoever wins this series and the next, that is something that they do have to keep in mind for tomorrow's matches, because tomorrow is where we go into that lower bracket matches where they both play, and then we play the upper bracket finals, and then we go back and play another elimination match. So it means that the teams have to get up early, play a series, they have a break, and then they've got to play another elimination series. So that's definitely going to come into play tomorrow. But for now, we just got to get through this game 1 where Alpha are
in the pit.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something about this pit. His face is void. He's just soloing it right now.
Yeah, they have Gem on him too. All right, Gangster gets ruptured.
Yeah, decent opening if they can kill him without overcommitting too much. They get the exorcism on him. All right, very nice. What about the pit, though? I mean,
it's just so hard to get in here versus the Tinker.
I don't even know he's there.
I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't think they do.
I
mean, they popped exorcism.
I mean,
surely.
now they do.
Well, they know a little bit too late. Monster jumps in, but he doesn't get the Aegis in time. The Fisher was close. He picks up the cheese on the Faceless Void, so he's going to burn through the Aegis now, and he'll have the cheese on the second life as well. Alpha Yaren blinking in, trying to do some sort of damage to the Death Prophet. Spirit Siphon's a little hard. They caught the Tinker, though. Tinker inside the coil, just pops the BKB with the Chronosphere
Puck
on
blinked
top.
in the
They
chrono.
throw out the Curse. That stalls things a little bit, but here comes the Bashes. He's going to deal with the Faceless Void. The Tinker comes back into play to finish off the Puck as well. He gets jumped by Flea, but an E-Blade. It'll save him from the Enchant Totem hit. Now he can keep his distance. If he sees him, he should be able to get the Scythe, actually just TPs straight back home. Let the Faceless Void do the work here. He's going to chase him down with the time dilation, and the Tinker TPing in on top of that one. He'll go for the extra kill. He'll go for the full team wipe. He'll go for the Death Prophet to finish off well, I was going to say the game there. It kind of feels that way. He just wiped Alpha and got Roshan.
Death Prophet did the most damage, but not winning the fight. It's nice shard snatch, at least. You get that refresher shard. You'd rather have the Aegis, but you insta-burn the Aegis. Still, that Chrono ended up being the real game winner there. Like, you chronoed this Bloodseeker during his BKB, which is amazing. You're saving your Tinker, who's right outside of it, and then Puck ends up... I think he blinked into it. Maybe he was just phase shift there, but either way, he ends up getting stuck in that Chrono as well and just gets hexed out of it and bursted 100-0. That Chrono really saved the fight there, turned it around, let Tinker play the entire engagement. He ends up living with a couple hundred HP. Very clutch here by the stand-in.
Did a great
Very
job.
nicely done.
Alpha, they all had buybacks after that team fight. It seems like the Bloodseeker completed out his refresher, so they are just going to give up whatever is taken here. Looks like a tier 2. I'm not sure if they can actually stick around for a tier 3. It's risky if they do. He does have the Basher back up on the Faceless Void. He's playing some games with them right now.
This is no reason to take this fight. You don't have Chrono, so the hardest fight for Tinker going high ground. You just chill here.
Yeah.
Like, every fight where you force Alpha into you, you're going to be happy. They have to go through Venom Wards, they have to go into the Tinker. The Faceless Void can see everybody with a gem. It's harder to dive. Now they do have Aeon Disc on Puck now. Pretty big for him. He can dispel the Tinker chain stun attempt, turn it around on him. He can also survive a Chrono. And this is their big smoke move to try and regain some momentum in this game. Gotta find something good here.
Got 4 ruptures to throw down in this fight. If they win the fight, they could get the Puck to level 25 as well, which would be big. BKB goes off instantly from Yaren. The initiation from Alpha kind of spoiled. They spot
What a curse!
What a beautiful curse, though. Echo Slam straight after it to keep the chain stun going. Though the Tinker almost snaps a coil, but he pops the BKB and turns TPs out. Nicely played by him. Flea, he's going to take out from the poison here. Looks like Bloody Nine's trying to set it up, though. Tibu and the Tinker are both coming in. They're going to focus on Monster for now. They get the kill on him. The Winter Wyvern also gets burned down by the Tinker in the end. Another 4 dead, 4 Alpha soul. The only remaining member of Alpha alive, the only one to defend the base.
Oh my god, that looks so good. This 3-man curse with Shaker sitting there ready to clean him up, but of course, this Void finds the Chrono on Bloodseeker on the side, just takes him out of the fight solo, so none of the follow-up damage can come through. Tinker just ends up being able to TP out.
It's twice now that I don't think he got a single... We're talking about 4 ruptures, but he can't even cast 1.
Yeah, and you see Void chasing him down. Like, I mean, this is the problem with the Bloodseeker Void matchup is the ruptures just don't mean anything to this hero. He just doesn't care. You have to be able to, like, stun him and bash him down.
Man, they were really gunning for it. They had the double damage. Somebody made the call. Let's go for tier 4s. They get 1 tier 4, then decide they can't do it fast enough. They back up after clearing the mid lane of barracks and go right back to farming. Looks like a refresher could be on the menu for the Faceless Void as well. So if 1 Chronosphere has been devastating enough for Alpha to deal with, a 2nd Chronosphere could just spell GG.
Yeah, he has Penta Edged. He has level 25 for Backtrack. Refresher is definitely the item here. Double Chrono is just absolutely devastating. It's way too hard for this Wyvern to position in the fights anymore. Like, he is just going to get run at by Veno, Primal Beast, Tinker. Even if he does get some Embrace save, okay, you just drop a 2nd Chrono and then Bloodseeker's dead and the game's over. Pretty straightforward here for Dogchamp as long as Tinker doesn't get jumped. Even if Tinker does get jumped, the Void might be able to carry the fights at this point.
Yeah.
But damn, RCY, he played a hell of a game. I mean, I think the early game was very rough for them. But they got the fights they wanted, and in those fights, he played it very well. That's what counts with this hero.
He's gonna have a Wind Waker as his next item.
That's pretty spicy.
That is a huge pickup between Defense Matrix and Wind Waker. Like, I don't know how you actually, because the coil being level 25, that was going to be a huge factor for shutting down the Tinker. But
Yeah.
if you've just got Wind Waker to cancel it, then you no longer have the answer to him.
That's good itemization. Right, Rupture trying to lead it off. He is level 25 with the refresh, so he has more up his sleeve. Oh, what a chrono! though.
Chronosphere. Caught two. Bloodseeker and Winter Wyvern, a dream for Dog Champ. The absolute best two heroes, I would say, to catch and ensure probably the end of the game, is they do not have buyback.
Okay, he just found the best targets possible. Lined them up perfectly. And just, okay. I'll take him, thank you. No buybacks? Probably just the game here.
Yeah, there is, they don't have buybacks based off of gold, but obviously Dog Champ, I mean, they've already taken one tier 4. You might as well just push it.
Yeah, you already
Force to the
refreshed.
next tier 4, see if they buy back.
You have another chrono here. I mean, he's just saving chrono if there is a Bloodseeker buying. You want to buy, I'll chrono you again, son.
Yeah, yeah. Monster. Pops the Exorcism. Poison Nova going out from Italiano Gangster, only onto the Earthshaker, but they're going to make sure he's not a factor in this fight as Monster charges forward. RCY finishes off that Earthshaker, quickly goes for the buyback now. Tier 4s, still getting a little bit low, but it looks like they made the call. One buyback, and they are out. They're going to retreat with the Winter Wyvern coming back up, or at least they're going to reset, leaving Italiano Gangster behind for the rest of the team. Will survive and just back out, no problem.
I don't know. I feel like that's a fight you can end the game there. I mean, there's no Bloodseeker. I don't know about that. I think the game should end there. We'll see what happens, but it might come to bite him a little bit. I mean, I don't think they're in a worse position, but
I will say I feel like this series, it makes sense. Lower bracket, it's elimination for TI on the line here in game 1. It does make sense that there isn't as much killer instinct as you might expect in a Pro Dota series, as both teams are probably skittish of giving up what they perceive as the advantage they currently hold.
well, that's definitely fair. That's definitely fair. Still gonna call it like I see it, but it's a fair.
Yeah, I would definitely love to see a little bit of more oomph. A little bit more go get him, Tiger, you know?
I mean, you just gotta play to the win condition, you know? Like, is Bloodseeker dead with potentially no buy? You either play for the buyback or you play, you know, to just throw them there. They had the time to set it up properly. I don't think they have to dive the fountain so aggressively either. Just set up wards and play for the tier 4. Either way, though, Fleet, you have no buyback, sir.
Yeah, this is really bad for him if he dies, but thankfully the Invis, no, they won't get him away from RCY, not with the Shivas, not with the overwhelming blink, not with the constant blinks forward that catches the Bloodseeker. He gets hit by the Scythe. He's out of mana, though. Uh-oh. RCY, he's got a BKB, but he's caught. Oh, Rises, he's so low, he won't be able to invest and be able to get that kill onto the Tinker. He's going to be chased down by the rest of the team. They locked the Tinker down. It was a golden opportunity, but it slips through their fingers, and now 3 dead with no buyback, and surely it's time for Dog Champ to end this.
Yeah, he's going to try and clean up the puck here, too. Oh, missed the Hex stun.
Middle tower is under attack.
I don't think it
Blink
matters,
away.
but style points, you know? I mean, Tinker has buyback during all of this anyway. Even if they get him there, you're still in the same
that's
boat.
true.
It's just too many lives, and yeah, GG. I mean, Alpha just... They had a huge window there to close this game out, and
Victory.
just did nothing with it. That's the sad truth here. And this lineup was a ticking time bomb, man. You go late game versus Faceless, Void, Tinker, Veno. Good luck, man. It's just becomes... I mean, yeah, you can win it, but the execution required is absurdly high.
All right. Well, that was an interesting start to the day for us, to say the least. 50-minute game, and in the end, when this patch has just been chock full of kills, sometimes 2 kills a minute, we actually ended up with only 47 kills total and a stretch where there was just no action almost whatsoever. And hopefully Alpha, they're going to take from that and learn from it, because they dominated the early game, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they had that game super well controlled. They were up by 10, 15, 10K net worth after that one Roshan. It got a little bit close to like 15K at some point in time, but I mean, the win probability was like huge in their favor, but nothing happened. They just could not get their hands on the slippery heroes of Dogchamp. They could never catch the Faceless Void, Papa Lumpy, aka Tibu, aka whatever else. Bruce, apparently, is another name he goes by.
I don't know about that one, but yeah. I mean, he played well. He played well. The early game was rough for Dogchamp. Like, their lineup, it's not its strengths. It's definitely the weakness of the lineup, and I think, one of the weaknesses is team. But that said, they, again, played what their lineup was good at, which is Turtle, take the defensive fights. You win one or two of those, suddenly Tinker goes ham. Suddenly you're taking Roche fights where the enemy has to go into you. That just seals the deal. I don't know. No pickoffs for 20 minutes. I don't know what happened, man, but watch the replay and change something.
Yeah, it seems like both teams have something to focus on, so I think we could all use a break, so we'll get to it.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, heading into game 2, we got a fresh start for Alpha and Dogchamp because I know both of those teams cannot be super happy. Even though Dogchamp walked away with a victory, that early game was super rough for them. And I'm sure Alpha was kicking themselves for taking such a strong early game and letting it all slip. So both teams certainly have things to improve on, but Avery, you said in the break, it was a tinker game. And sometimes that's just how it goes, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see it first phase banned here, probably for a psychological reason. I mean, if you haven't played with that hero in a long time and then you lose to it, it feels like the most broken hero in the game, so I don't blame him. You need direct answers to this hero. It got picked pretty much, it was second to last, right? So they had one response. It's pretty hard to get a game plan going versus hero, especially if it's not a hero you play against a lot. So I think that really just threw him for a loop, and I mean, it paid off. They have a Tinker player. RCY did a great job. The early game was rough, which I think put him on a huge back foot. Some of that was the Tinker hero, but they got to his timings and he took the game over. So what more can you ask for from last pick in a draft that is supposed to carry the game?
Yeah, and now let's see whether or not they're going to be able to win a second game here in this series without that. Is Tinker still cheese? I think you would still call it cheese pick, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's not the cheesiest of cheese, you know. He's not like some Limburger or something, but he's probably a nice little provolone or, you know, American sliced. You still add him to the sandwich and, you know, you can smell him, but...
What kind of cheeses are more cheesy? Is it a soft cheese or a hard cheese that makes it more cheesy?
Oh, I was going off, you know, the aroma, the taste,
the
severity,
the cheese, yeah.
The intensity of the cheesiness. That's what I was going with.
Okay. Let me throw some goat cheese in there somewhere. All right, Undying first pick for Dogchamp, a response of Alina, Clockwork by Alpha, and Dogchamp go for the Faceless Void again.
Yeah, Void Undying. I think we saw this opener yesterday as well. Pretty obnoxious opener. Like, it doesn't look that amazing, but in actuality, it's just a huge amount of team fight. You have this pseudo bailout save for the Void. You get chronoed around the tombstone. It's devastating. Time dilation plus the zombies. A lot of AoE presence. Pretty obnoxious opener. And we're seeing, yeah, more first phase Faceless Void. I mean, this carry is... I feel like this carry plus Troll seem to be the big winner so far. Or at least people pushing them up the ladder. So I would like to see some good answers to this Faceless Void hero. Good carry matchups, some supports, like the Wyvern's fine, whatever it is. But don't let first phase Faceless Void get away with this.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, Troll got his buff, which was the fact that he's now able to ensnare through BKB. If I recall, Faceless Void only had like this time lock change, where the range was increased. Was that really that big of a factor, or is it more that like all the other carries fell down the pecking order and Faceless Void is just kind of like the last man standing?
I mean, I think the patch shifted more value towards agi carries away from these strength heroes. Even the laning got a bit better, and Void, I think Void was already pretty strong in the last patch. So yeah, maybe it's just a continuation of that. Maybe he'll fall off at some point. People start picking better. Like, I'm not sure he's a first phase carry, but he's very good in the current meta because I just don't see people answering him that well. Like Puck, I mean, we see Puck, but Puck ran out of favor. We don't see Beastmaster a lot, which I think is also one of the best answers to this hero. We don't see Veno a lot, which is one of the better lane answers. Wyvern's very good. We saw him last game, but it's not like a foolproof solution on his own. Dazzle's interesting here. You do get some soft chrono save. At the same time, this hero can be a double-edged sword versus Undying, whoever wants to take the longer fight. So we'll see what that match. All right, there's the beast. So, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I was about to say, like, this is one of the heroes that punishes Faceless Void the hardest. because the lane becomes impossible at a certain point, and then you just abuse Chrono every time. Every time Chrono's on cooldown, you take over the whole map, you do Roshan, you take towers, whatever it is. And that's the gameplay. Like in a late game scenario, Void doesn't really care about anything, but all the rest of the game, this match was very nice for Beast, and maybe the only downside is Undying Void might crush you on the lane. Depends who goes up there to help support this Beast.
Yeah, I almost feel like you want the Dazzle into the Undying matchup. One,
Yeah.
just to not have double melee heroes, because naturally you're going to stack up and you get double decayed, but also Poison Touch is super effective against Undying, who wants to run at you, but then he gets Poison Touched and he then has to run away from you.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. They did pick this clock into the Undying first phase though, so maybe they don't care about this matchup, but that's kind of the downfall. Like, if you don't care about that matchup, now you have the Beast. Now you might care more. Because I don't think you want to throw this Beast in there and then have Void dominate the lane with, like, early Dilation, Cast plus Decay, Tombstone, you know? This lane can go very bad, so you need to give this guy a good game. Maybe there's some tri-lane potential. You solo Beast or something, I don't know. But make sure this Beast has a good early game here. Because he can take the game, like, he can take this game over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I like him against Puck as well, right? It's just not quite instant, but like it's a long range stun against Puck. It makes it hard for the Puck to get in those fights and stick around for long, right? He's got to constantly like be jumping out as soon as possible, because otherwise, if you get roared, you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, I think it becomes better with other stuns. That's how I've always thought about it. Which they kind of have, but they also kind of don't. It's weird. Dawnbreaker. So just more heal on top of this. More strong laning. Early skirmisher.
I mean, this is one of the stronger lineups at owning a zone. You know, I like calling it zone team fight. You know, you've got a Chronosphere, Tombstone, Coil, Dawnbreaker Ultimate. There's just circles on circles on circles, and you don't want to be in that circle area because otherwise you're gonna get goddamn smashed. So Dogchamp definitely all in on the team fight aspect of the game, and I feel like that's not a bad read, especially when they went back for the Faceless Void. They've got some pretty scary late game. They've got some pretty scary team fight. If Alpha fails to close out the game again, then this could just be a situation where they just walk away with a 40-50 minute victory.
Yeah, it feels a little similar to last game. I don't think there's some big gotcha pick like the Tinker, but if Dawn and Void both have their items, I think the game becomes hard for Alpha. That said, they have a lot more easier ways to take over the map, mainly the vision. They have Clock with Flare, and they have Beast and TA. Beast and TA are like the two easiest heroes to just, when you have an advantage, you trap up the map, you hawk up the map, the enemy can't go anywhere, you're going to catch them. There's no sneaky Tinker in the trees this time. Like, this map will get destroyed if you give them an edge. So if Alpha have another early game like they did last time, this is a game where you're not going to have the ability to just trade farm. Like, you are going to get run out of areas really fast. Clock and Dazzle are also quite good at it. And the thing about Clock and Dazzle here is I think they're quite good at fighting Marcy and Dying in the random jungle areas. So you're like, I can see this Dogchamp lineup just losing the whole map insanely fast this game if Alpha have another great early game like they did game one. I mean, I'm talking 15, 20 minutes just stomp a Roni into the game 3. So that's the upside for Alpha here. They feel like that's going to happen again. They're in a much easier position to just close it out.
Yeah, they have better ways to control the map. They have better ways to take objectives, and they just have heroes that, like, as you were describing, win more heroes, right? Beastmaster, Templar Assassin, when you're ahead, you naturally just get further and further ahead, whether it's through the map control, whether it's through taking the objectives, like Roshan. So I guess it's a question of which one do you actually believe in, then, in that case, Avery? Like, watching that last game, do you believe in Dogchamp being able to force this game late and their team fight? Or do you believe that Alpha, once again, is going to win that early game, but this time, they're, because of the change in heroes, they're really going to lock things down better?
I think the early game looks decent for Alpha. The one lane I don't know is this Beast Clock. But in theory, like, wherever the Dazzle goes, he should be able to win that lane. And I think Lena just free farms mid. So in theory, the early game is solid as long as Beast gets something. I feel like I would rather have their lineup in this game. To be honest, I think there's a very high chance you just close out the map and it's very hard to come back. Dazzle can do a lot in the early game. Once the lanes start opening up, you can take over the jungle areas pretty easily with traps, and you have no cooldowns. You look at this alpha lineup,
30
the
seconds.
longest cooldown's Roar or something. Like, every time Chrono's down, it's just a free-for-all, you know? Like, you're just going in with... If you get the Blink Deso BKB on TA, she's an absolute monster this game. Not to mention, if you ever get the Shard Roshan, the silence from the traps is devastating for these Dogchamp cores. So, I tend to favor them this game based on what I saw last. This is a much easier game for them to close the map out than I think they can get there.
Well, I have a life philosophy that I tend to believe in people growing and becoming better, and so I have faith in Alpha as well.
Oh, that's why you told me to retire,
from that
huh?
game one. You know, sometimes being better is sometimes doing something different. You know,
that wasn't the
look
discussion
at you.
I remember.
You're a great caster. You know, fantastic.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see whether or not Alpha is able to do what they're talking about, whether or not they're going to be able to lock down the map, whether or not they're going to win this lane right here, this top Clockwork Beastmaster lane against Undying. I'll just say that I'm be pretty happy if I was Bloody 9.
I'd be happy except for where this lane is. They got the cog block, so the cog blocks are really annoying because you can't force the beast out of XP range. Pretty hard to force him out of CS here when he can just pull aggro into his tower, and then Clock gets the next wave pulled for free. So a nice way to play this lane, at least, to get monster something in this early game and try and dodge the Dirge. My favorite game of all time.
That is a fun little game, and now the question is, where does Dirge go? Does he keep the Beastmaster out, or does he contest the Clockwork for all that CS?
I would follow Beast. I think
You
this
would
is a
follow
mistake.
Beast. You would give up a full lane.
Yeah, I don't care, because the thing is, you're going to give up this wave to Clock, but you're going to zone Beast off the entire wave.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, maybe Undying with Mangos doesn't do it, but I think I would have gone Boots, and then you have the capability. Maybe with Mango build you can't, but from a theoretical perspective, I think denying Beast an entire wave of XP is insanely valuable. Who cares if Clock gets one? It's like...
Yeah.
And I think in theory you can do that with the right itemization and skill points or whatever. But I mean, whatever. If you want to trade, it's okay too. It's not terrible. My priority would be shutting down Beastmaster. I don't care what Clock does.
Sure. We did have our first blood in bottom lane. I mean, you said it, Daz, man. He's gonna win whatever lane he goes into, and you were very early on. I mean, Marcy was the scourge in pubs. Last patch, and you identified Dazzle as very early on as being one of the best heroes, not just for the patch, but specifically against Marcy. Why is that hero good against Marcy, though?
I mean, I always thought this hero was conceptually very good versus Marcy, even the old one. Just how the laning pans out. You destroy her level 1. Even the level 2 trade, I think Dazzle's one of the few heroes where if your carry gets disposed into a wave, you just heal bomb him and turn with poison. And it's very annoying for Marcy, who's a melee hero with no real escape. Like, once she commits in. I think it's a very annoying hero for Marcy to fight in general. I think even in the game, it's pretty annoying. You have this long-range save for whatever hero gets displaced, and then you get turn the fight. So I like
down with the tombstone, and Flea is actually kind of in an awkward spot. He's going to be able to kill the tomb, actually denied by Bloody 9. Well played, but Flea is definitely going to take a decent amount of damage on his way out.
Yep, 6 Mangoes paying off. Gets him the kill, shuts down the beast. They still have this wave equilibrium though, so I don't think Monster's too sad about this. Like, this kill does not cost him a lot because it wasn't first blood, and Marcy down again.
But the trade-off, they are going to be able to get Pingo in return. Nice tiling there from Italiano Gangster, and even pushes Rises off the lane a little bit. So nicely done there. Our side lane's full of action. I want to check in mid lane real quick. 18-4 compared to 17-2. So RCY and our mid laner Soul for Alpha seem to be pretty even. Bottom lane going again. Rises toss back in. They have the hammer on top to help burn through the refraction pretty quickly. And Rises actually turns around with the help of the Dazzle and the Melt Strike. Ooh, it's going to work. Dazzle's going to get a few more hits in, and Italiano, he may live, but he's not going to be happy for it. No regen really left for him whatsoever.
Gotta respect the priest.
Yeah, the Shadow Priest.
The priest in pink.
Why not the priest in purple? Because he's actually purple.
Is he
wearing
purple? I thought he's pink.
No, he is pink, but he's dressed
Yeah.
in purple.
Well, can't do anything about what the guy dresses in, man. I'm just, you know, I think of him as pink. I don't know. I'm colorblind probably. What do you want me to identify this? It's probably violet or some weird shade. Some color expert out there mad now. I'll call him the priest in pink. You can call him the priest in purple. We'll meet somewhere in the middle.
Seems like all around the lanes are pretty even. Like, the kills are actually even, but it looks like the CS, I mean, Italiano Gangster was pushed back, but he just had a full wave go up underneath tower for him. He's almost level 5. Beastmaster isn't struggling, a little bit lower in experience, but still very happy, I would say, with everything he's getting out of a lane against an Undying.
No, I think he's chilling up here. Like, I think that death trade ended up being whatever. He didn't really miss anything, and it wasn't first blood, so he got the helm. Now he's pretty high level. Flea gave him a lot of XP here. Like, Flea just got to level 3, but Monster's on his way to level 5, which is the big timing versus Faceless Void. If you can get the 5 on Beast before Void gets to his 5-6 area, you're going to pressure him really hard with these level 3 boards. They don't have an answer to them. A lot of explosive potential for this Beast lane, actually. I think Alpha's having another... Not as stompy an early game as last game, but I think they're actually doing quite well on all 3 for what their lineup wants to have happen here.
Yeah. Well, big change. The game is coming up. The 6-minute power runes, which Yarn is already in position, may actually try and go for the soul kill. Pingu is there to counter, though. Yarn jumps away.
Arcane.
The Arcane rune is picked up by RCY. Big pickup. He does get caught on the LSA. They actually really go for this one. The Laguna Blade thrown out, and they got it from the other side. Flea catches them inside of the cogs, gets the battery assault damage to finish him off. Really nice sandwich there from Alpha.
That's an insanely hard kill to get. Like, you have to land the stun LSA right on the edge. You have to get Laguna without him disjoining it. Hit the Dragon Slave still hit somehow, and then Flea in the perfect position after the jaunt. Very well executed. He did get the rune, but he used it, so he doesn't even get to hold on to that.
Yeah.
Big contests shut this puck down a lot. He also brought the supports off the lane, which meant side lane's freed up for Alpha. So they're going to try and kill this beast with the Marcy TP. He'll go down.
Tombstone dropped. Monster surrounded by too many things. They're going to go for the +1 kill onto Flea, but he's a little bit too fast thanks to his boots, and actually has the full Tranquil boots ready to go. He's just locked it for now, so he can put it on whenever he needs to.
Save those booties for later.
Yeah. Also, Italiano Gangster, because of this rotating that's happening from the Marcy, he's been given some solo experience and is now level 6. So look for that next combo of Coil and Dawnbreaker's ultimate Solo Guardian.
Or Chrono.
Yeah,
they're still
could
looking
be.
top.
They really are. Toss back, dispose into the Dawnbreaker is a really nice combination. Any repositioning.
3-man.
Oh my god. A
LSA.
3-man cogs into a 3-man LSA, but apparently it doesn't matter. Tibu just goes right on top of Lena, even chronoing his own team. He throws out the Laguna Blade to be able to get the Marcy kill. Bloody Nine's a little bit low and underneath tower as well. He's just gonna die to these shots. And they didn't have any mana left. Italiano Gangster was totally out there, and he was the only one not in the Chronosphere. So
RCY, the flank. Gets them both.
Coil and the orb, it lands. Soul gets run over by the orb, and now they're going to be able to maybe kill Flea underneath all of this. He doesn't really have anywhere to run as long as the orb is on point. Flea,
Slow one.
dude, it's so slow, but
Alright,
it
he just
clips
tanked
him.
it.
All right.
All right.
And I don't know what I think Italiano Gangster was trying to suicide to the tier 2.
Yeah, he just.
And then
suicided.
Monster just met him halfway. It was like, oh, hey, thanks for the kill.
Yeah, he'll take the XP. He has roar up now.
Yeah, he does.
Thinking about that roar, but I mean, that's a decent exchange for Dogchamp. They were the aggressors on this beast, which always feels good before he has ult or can push you out. He didn't have Dom yet. He didn't have level 6. So they get to use all their ults, kill him, you know, basically twice in that whole sequence. He has 3 deaths now. It's going to push his momentum back a lot. Whereas that was supposed to be the pressure lane where he's kicking the Void out. So big moves, the right area to do it in. Good identification from Dogchamp here, and yeah, some kills off the back for RCY. That was a sick LSA though. A cog and a 3-man LSA into 4-man chrono on your own team.
Yeah. Now, the question is, do you think Beastmaster do you go back to top lane? Or do you just be like, okay, did a good job, you killed him once, now he's got a Helmet Dom, now he's level 7, now you just abandon top lane?
No, you have to go back. I mean, you have to go back anyway, but I think you especially go back because there's no ults now. So in theory, they should not be able to threaten you. And this is the whole point of the matchup. If you can't run Void off this lane and start taking over the map, then you're going to lose anyway. So just do it. And yeah,
so sorry,
Void's
I
easy
meant
stuff.
the other way around. Dog Champ abandons top
Oh.
lane now, right?
Yeah, it depends how strong you think you are. Like, you can be happy with how much you slowed him down. You can also just try and devote even more heroes. I could see them... They would probably need Undying +1 plus the Donald coming in to defend it again. Probably too much.
Yeah, basically it requires like an overwhelming amount of power to fight into the Beastmaster anymore, right?
Yeah, it's just a question of where the supports are too. Like, maybe if Alpha shows heroes other places, then it might not take as many. But you can just go for the trade. Like, you can trade the map, get the tower with your overwhelming numbers, and then when Beast invades your jungle, you just smoke and kill him there. They're just
Here
gonna kill him
comes
mid.
Solar Guardian. Coil, they didn't actually get the stun
snapped.
follow-up, but Italiano Gangster can still hit the stun. The Shardbreaker stun hits onto Soul, but they have no follow-up damage off of that. They've already blown all their spells. They didn't land enough of them. And Alpha just tanked through
Nice
it all.
hook.
Nice hook in from Flea, thanks to that Hawk that was sitting on the high ground here. RCY, he's got a small jump, another orb, another phase shift, and it looks like he is going to be able to get away. But Bloody Nine, who's trying to help out RCY, may be caught up in this battery assault. The damage from the Lina, a little bit more, but out of spells. So still, going back in and taking this mid tower, that's a big win for Alpha.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can fight this beast on his way to the next objective, which would have been jungle or mid. That was not the way to do it, and it's going to cost him a lot here. You're giving the beast back all the momentum in the world. You used another Donald that was unsuccessful, ends up getting you killed. Maybe the one saving grace is Faceless Void got to Midas, and he's pumping it out in the jungle. That's about it. This is the acceleration Alpha can do in this game. Every time these ults are down, you don't even have the Undying ult yet. You just run at them. There's not much counterplay until they get at least like the first set of items.
Yeah. I can't help but wonder if how different things would have been if that Solar Guardian was maybe positioned just a little bit more centered on that coil.
Yeah.
Ooh, RCY.
Another
Looks
hook into
shot,
the
but at the same
call.
time,
No
Soul
call.
is caught by the LSA, and they're going to go for Soul instead with the Chronosphere
Nice
on
chrono.
it too. Nice setup. It catches
DD
the
rune.
Dazzle. So now Shallow Grave to be able to bail out Soul, and yeah, DD rune. Why not?
Well, thank you, Sir Gabe. I will collect that. Chrono for the rune. You don't see that all the time, but happy to pick it up. You can finish off a couple kills. Big fight for them.
Yeah, even used his hand of Midas to kill the Helmet Dom creep from monsters. So they got a lot out of that. 3 kills, a couple of creeps, good amount of farm.
And it's just off the map. Like, every time you use these cooldowns, you have to get slain out of them because Alpha's going to come back and run at you. Well, that's a huge win for them. So much for this Faceless Void. Slowing down the Alpha game progression, which is heading towards this Roshan soon with the Desolator. 1,000 off for Rises. I don't know, I can't help but feel like Alpha just walking into these in a way. Just kind of giving it to him in the random river area. Very awkward.
Yeah. It is giving a fair amount of time and space to Rises, who really hasn't joined in on many of these fights. He's going to be going for the Rush Deso, no Blink Dagger first. And that does mean that if Alpha does get a decent hold of this part of the map, which, I mean, Beastmaster Radiant side and having a Roche Taker is a nice combination, right? Beastmaster naturally takes over this Radiant jungle area, and that just means you always have control of the Roshan pit.
Yes, they want to do it very early. When the Deso hits, they want to be able to do it right away. It's just they're not getting much in the meantime. Like, they're not kicking Dogchamp out of their jungle. They're not taking over the map. It feels like last game. It's just not establishing the zones of control. Instead, they're the ones feeding kills away. Remember, this is when Chrono's down. This is supposed to be your window on the map, where your Dazzle and Clock can invade areas with the backup of Beast and Summons and TA traps. This feels pretty bad for Alpha right now.
Yeah, they're just kind of getting outnumbered. Dogchamp doing a good job holding their areas of the map.
An eternity of
And as a result, the Deso may be complete in about 30 seconds, but ooh, hook shot off the mark yard. Not gonna get caught by Flea today.
Even more time wasted. All right, they got to do something with this beast Deso timing. Like, you're combining the beast Helm of the Overlord with this Desolator. Deso is up. He's a little ways away on Helm of the Overlord. But I think you got to get something done here soon. Start progressing the game, taking over jungle, taking over Roshan. Not feeding kills.
Yeah, Flea's doing a lot of that lately.
And Chrono's
He's
back
just
up now.
Not expecting so many heroes to be in that jungle area, but Pingu trying to help out the Clockwork. It's going to get run down as well. The Chronosphere going to lock down the two of them with the Tombstone in range. That's going to stack up zombies on Arises. He's going to get bursted pretty easily. Soul shows up,
Maelstrom.
and he's got to leave immediately.
I mean, are they thinking about Roche here? I don't know if you have the damage, boys.
Yeah,
punch
it's
it.
kind of hard.
Yeah, I mean, they don't need it. Like, even if Alpha get it at this point, it's not even going to feel good because they are just falling way too far behind. Void has been given the world. 6-0 and 8. Midas online. Maelstrom online. He's farming up everything. No pressure from this beast. Just have not felt his impact at all. This is a rough spot for Alpha. Not the game plan they wanted. That was their Deso timing too.
Dire are scanning.
RCY snatches away the illusion rune. They have the Solar Guardian coming in just to make sure RCY, no chance of him being bursted down, and RCY will actually be able to run down the Clockwork because he's got the Witchblade, so he's got plenty of extra damage. Nice pickup on the other side of the map, though. What a combo. Getting the Marcy and the Faceless Void straight into the Roshan pit. I mean, this is how you can turn the game around for Alpha.
And they actually had the backup for these supports this time.
Yeah.
And Faceless Void biting off more than he can chew. Jumps into that Desolator, which destroys him right now. That'll be... Oh, RCY? You monster!
He snatched it away. The Aegis picked up just in time. He's going to lose his life immediately, but still, Italiano Gangster coming in, almost one-shotting Pingu. With the Tombstone out, he's going to coil next to that Tombstone. Really nice. The zombies are beginning to stack up now. Italiano Gangster's going to come through with the hammer. Rises is dangerous to fight up against, though. Got to be careful of that one. Meanwhile, RCY is still terrorizing the back line. He's going to jump back into play. Go for the kill on Rises, but Rises being set up for these Desolator hits. Now with a hook shot, cutting them all off. The supports are just free for Rises. Free for the taking. 13-16. A nasty Roshan fight goes around, and it ends up kind of being bad for Dogchamp, even though they're the ones who stole the Aegis.
They're definitely not super happy with that outcome, and just how much TA gets to clean up there and get the extra Deso charges. I mean, they do mean a lot. They do add up. At the same time, that was not an Aegis you ever should have gotten in that position, so pretty happy with that. I mean, you're going to take it away from them. You're going to take away the feeling of the momentum. Radiant does get the Roshan kill, but I don't know, what a weird exchange. I mean, it's probably fine for Dogchamp, honestly. Getting the Aegis there is pretty big. Even some extra kills on top. Again, that was not your period where you had Chrono up. Now you have Chrono up, and you don't have to fight into the Aegis. So that's super big for this hero and his spell. Once more, Dogchamp looking to control their jungle.
Yeah, they really don't let this go easily. Hook shot. Catches the Dawnbreaker with all the creeps next to him as well. Starbreaker won't be utilized at all. Flea's gonna die inside of all of this. Italiano Gangster is totally fine, and Monster, well, not much he can do either. Soul
burst the Void?
BKB. He turns around, does manage to get the Faceless Void. The last shot he threw before the Chronosphere kills him. Monster inside of the Chronosphere, susceptible to RCY, and Italiano Gangster comes in for the finish. The Starbreaker to kill the Beastmaster. Now to stun the Rises. As he turns around, he has nowhere to run to. Not with this zombie on the front lines of Bloody Nine, slowing everybody down. Soul, he'll be able to walk away, but Dogchamp, they may have lost their Faceless Void ever so barely, but a 1-for-4 exchange has got to feel great.
No, they're super happy about that. I mean, especially since that fight got dragged away from the Tombstone. That's kind of where it's dangerous for you. Your Void gets bursted, but there's just too much sustain out of this Undying. Marcy's getting multiple spells off. Alpha's lineup is very single target focused. They have to bring a target down at a time. if they start losing heroes, all that firepower decreases. Suddenly the Soul Rips and Locket already up start to make a huge difference. Very awkward engagement for them. Again, just you're like roaring a Marcy and running away. Your TA is not even there. Just super disjointed. Not a cohesive team fight at all, which is what their lineup needs, because their lineup only functions if the cores get to hit each other with the others around them. You're synchronizing your roar with your TA going in. You're synchronizing your clock hookshot with Lina being around for an LSA. These things don't happen. The team fight's just way too chaotic for their lineup to pull out in the long run.
Besides the individual play of Alpha, would you say the big picture is also looking pretty decent for Dogchamp? I mean, Alpha is the one taking a tier 2 right now, but the net worth is even, and Dogchamp are the ones who have that big late game we talked about.
I still think there's a window here where Alpha can take over the map, but it is decreasing. Like, the amount of net worth this Puck and Void got out of this early game is pretty bonkers. I mean, RCY is a full Kaya Arcane Rune on top of it, level 15. This Void has Yasha going into Manta, level 13, almost 14. Like, they are very well set up to stall this game into the point where they will take it over.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to the vision. How much of this vision can Alpha use in the next 5 to 10 minutes here to really gain a hard edge? Knock these scores down a bit. Flea, he's in.
Well, Alpha, they seem to be trying to go keep up the balls to the wall approach. We went from tier 2 top to now trying to force this fight in the triangle area. A little awkward around the tombstone. Fleet's
he got bored on
They
Puck.
do manage to get the roar onto the Puck. They do have the big stun coming out, but it's not enough. It doesn't save the Puck in time. The Laguna Blade overwhelms him still, though. They get the Beastmaster in return. Rice is pretty dangerous to fight. He challenged Yaren to a duel. Almost got the kill as a result. Still, though, he killed not just the Beastmaster, but managed to kill his whole army, too. So it's actually pretty hefty net worth bump there for Tibu.
Yeah, they feel very good about that. I mean, the Void got the kill on the big dragon too, so that's 250 extra in his pocket. I mean, it's just, I don't know, these initiations they're just so weird. Like, yeah, you hook in, you call a guy back, but then Tombstone gets dropped, and does your team just want to run into it? I think it's hard to reach here. I think Flea has to play a bit more conservative, which, I mean, I say that. It's not always the easiest thing to do on a clock, especially when you don't see everybody, but you should be able to see a lot, and then you should be able to pick the right target, go in as a team and burst him. You have Blink on TA, you have the Roar and the Summons to go in, and you have this Grave to bail out somebody in a Chrono.
I get the Orchid build against Puck, but I feel like he would have enjoyed a Force Staff a whole lot more. Just because so often he's out there so far forward and he doesn't have a way out. Like in that last situation, he jumps in, Tombstone's dropped. He doesn't have an easy way to disengage. He ended up just trying to hit the Tombstone to absolutely no avail.
I mean, the Orchid helps commit to the fight, though. Let's say he hooks Undying, he Orchids Undying. That's pretty nice, right? He Orchid this Puck, he has no Dispel. I mean, he has an Illusion Rune, but normally he doesn't. It is a good Orchid game. I don't know, if you hook in and you force out, I feel like you're still getting coiled or something. I could see the idea, maybe it would work. I think Orchid can also work here, and I think the upside's higher. Like, if the Orchid pays off, he's going to feel really good about it.
Yeah.
I mean, that said, he's struggling to get to it, so...
The Orchid will look and feel good if the team just kind of gets on the same initiation page, right?
Yes, which hasn't been the case, so maybe you can make an argument there, but if they don't get on the same page soon, it's probably not going to get much better anyway.
Well, you got to play for the best, right? You got to expect good moves out of your team, not bad moves.
And 5-man smoke, time to get on the same page. They have high ground ward.
See if they hit this. The hook shot misses. Bloody 9.
That was the target too. The Dirge.
Big team fighter.
Man, these jumps just not going Alpha's way, man. Oh, he has a little rumble hide.
Yeah, I saw that. He wants the War Drums aura, I guess. I mean, more attack speed is not a bad idea for Lina TA and going up against a Tombstone.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, I don't think the accuracy does anything, but yeah, if you kill Tomb off it, or you... I mean, you get to stack it with the Inner Beast. Sounds pretty good. Just looks funny, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, let's not judge based on looks there, Avery.
I wasn't saying that, man. I'm just saying, like, why does this thing look the same size as the board? I feel like it should be
Yeah,
bigger.
it's kind of small. For a
It's like
giant
an optical
lizard, yeah.
illusion. He looks so big in the ancient camp, and then I'm watching him run around. It's like smaller than a golem or something. This thing it's like a little dog.
Radiant's bottom
Well, you know, he's been domesticized. That's what happened to dogs, you know? They once upon a time, they were giant wolves, and
true.
now they're little dogs, and that's what has become of this Rumblehide.
Who knew Beastmaster was just a man of
top tower
the
is under
earth,
attack.
domesticating the beast?
Bottom tower
I guess he is the Beastmaster. That makes sense.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, exactly. All right, well, we're just kind of waiting on the next Roshan because Alpha have hit a pretty big peak. You got the 3-item peak on TA, Deso, Blink Dagger,
Yep.
BKB.
But again, in fight, he's not there.
An opening, maybe they could still catch something, but it's going to take a lot from Flea. Throws out the cogs, but Rise is sitting on the side here waiting for his opportunity to jump in, and he doesn't see it.
So awkward.
His whole team is dying, and he's just not really able to get in there at all. He pokes at the Undying, but that's it. That's all he did for the entire fight. The big damage dealer, the big guy, the big Kahuna. You know, he's supposed to be the #1 hero in this game, and he did, what, 600 damage to an Undying?
I don't know, man. This team is just not on the same page. Like, Rises isn't even there. He ends up BKBing after that. I don't know, misclick or what. I mean, how your lineup has to jump together, and you have to use the vision to give you the good jump. With numbers advantage or picking the right target, like something
Oh,
this
look
has
at
to happen.
Rises.
trying to
That
do
was a
something.
cute little play. Yeah, I mean, he knows they're in desperation mode at this point. They were supposed to be the ones getting that Roshan and taking over the game. And instead, they lost the team fight, lost the Roshan, and the game is very rapidly spiraling out of control.
Yeah, now this game is very hard. This is not a lineup you want to be losing Roshans with. The team fights are going to only become harder at this point. I mean, Bloody Knight has a full mech on top of the locket. The extra sustain, even just some small armor, makes a big difference here when we're talking about high HP totals. It is an uphill battle. Uphill battle into the tombstone sitting on top of the hill.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're seeing here. BKB soon for Yaren. Once again, he seems to like the Primal Beast, now the Marcy, just the heroes that are able to rush BKB first item as support. Just go in.
It's interesting. I mean, those are probably the two best to do it. For sure. You're super tanky naturally. You do a crap ton of damage. And Marcy has 3.6 strength gain. Like, this is a tanky hero. You end up with around 2,000 HP when you get to this BKB, and of course, Unleash plus Sidekick, you can trade with most heroes. Very obnoxious.
Isn't that close to the same as Centaur's strength game now? Post nerf?
It might be the same, yeah.
That is.
No. Centaur's 4.
Is he? Oh,
Yeah,
I
he's
thought he
still
was
4.
below 4 now after the nerf.
No, they just made Primal Beast #1 so he can talk about it down at the pub, you know.
Yeah.
Dire's courier has been
He's a braggart for sure. That's why he carries all those trophies around.
100%.
15 to 25, 6,000 net worth lead for Dog Champ. Not only are they up a game in this series, but they're feeling really good about the position in this game too. They naturally can just kind of sit back and farm. They're the ones with the better late game. They don't need to be forcing anything, though they probably will sometime in the next 2 minutes with this Aegis.
I mean, maybe you can rat the map out with TA and you just go ultra late. Because ultra late, nobody knows who really wins anymore in any game. And, like, there's a point where, you know, Lena, Beast, TA, at some point these heroes become very obnoxious in their own right. It's a lot of super long range damage you have to get through vision to get to. Can become very awkward for Void. But we're talking an ultra late scenario. You also have this Dawnbreaker who's basically just go and carry items. You know, he has Blink, he has Shard, he has Deso, go and Basher. He is going to smash somebody's Scullin, and he's looking for it here.
Gonna go for Monster. Monster turns around, defends himself with the Roar. He does not have a TP. Did they know that? Seems like Yaren. Maybe he made the call.
He's out.
Monster's out.
I mean, their lineup is good at split pushing the map. It's one of the other benefits of Vision. Like, hooked
Hook
his
shot.
own... Dude, what?
Hit the Beastmaster.
This is the weirdest
And,
chase.
okay, we'll use the Chronosphere to kill the Beastmaster, and they can, are they totally set the clockwork? No, Yarn's after him. Yarn will chase him down. Oh, the Starbreaker, perfect timing there from Italiano Gangster, who, after that little fight, has a Basher coming out to him as well as the Cloak of Flame. So this Dawnbreaker is very, very tough to kill.
Yeah, he is... He's getting the late game damage territory as well. I mean, if you blink Starbreaker or Lena or something, you're going to destroy her. Not a huge amount of armor on this alpha lineup. Only TA is really tanky, and you have the Grave and some Juju procs, I guess. That's about it. I don't know, if you're relying on Juju for the armor differential, you're probably in trouble.
Yeah, a little bit.
Void TPing bottom, trying to set up here.
Without the Chrono, I guess just because he has an Aegis, he wants to force it no matter what. Almost caught the TA. Still, the long
they
jump.
got him.
Oh, what a hit from Yaren.
Wait, they didn't
He
see
didn't
him.
actually see him, but he did
What?
cancel that TP. Rice is now invisible, so they actually don't know that they did catch Rises. He was just on the other side of the trees.
What kind of tree is this, man? This is like the biggest tree of all time. Is a Whomping Willow over here? What kind of...
You know, one of those redwoods, you know?
Alright, I mean, he's stuck here. He's stuck here for a while. Not too happy about it. They do get a gem on this puck as well. Bloody Nine bought it. Benefit of being super rich in this game. This is one way to kill the Vision. So Puck's just going to be able to run around with bots and gem and kill the traps, kill the Hawks. Suddenly the map control isn't as consistent. Rises still admiring the landscape. Listening to the brook.
I thought he would have cut the wave, but no, he's just chilling there. Why does that little where is this waterfall coming from? Never mind. We got a chase coming on. RCY. he can coil if he wants, kill Pingu, or he could just chase him down. That's the thing. This Witchblade gives you so much extra power. Being able to chase heroes down, more damage.
That's what witches do. They're good at it.
Yeah. Is that what they do? It's in
I don't know,
their
isn't
job
that-
description.
That's probably in the lore somewhere, you know? And they run around, they chase you down, and do witch things. I don't know, man. I didn't read these books as a kid. What do you want me to say? Stabbing in the dark.
What books did you read?
Like Russian lit or something, man. Messed me up.
My man's out here reading Dostoevsky as a fucking 8-year-old, you know?
Yeah, I did. I didn't know
Yes,
what
the
I didn't know what was
Brothers
happening.
Karamazov, if we could reference that every once in a while in our cast.
Yeah, I had to read it years later, and I was like, oh, this is pretty good. But at the time, I didn't know what the hell's happening. But
Yeah.
he sounded smart, you know.
13,000 net worth lead for Dog Champ. We're just kind of like hanging out, waiting for Alpha to like make a big move that can potentially get them back. Like maybe this. Oh, no.
Juke it. Okay, son. You win that time.
Well, simple blink away from Italiano Gangster ruins all of Alpha's hopes. Is that, I mean, a pickoff like that certainly would have been like one of those, okay, let's get back into the groove here because there's no Aegis on the Faceless Void. But he does have a double damage bottle.
I mean, he has double damage. He got Scotty just delivered. He has his level 20 talent. He is in late game Void Town. Not a lot beats him at this point. There's no saves for the Chrono, really. I mean, okay, you grave a guy, he's going to come out with 0 HP. You know, condolences. And it's getting rough. It's getting very rough. Next, Roshan probably decides the game. Alpha probably need to find a pickoff before then to be able to contest it. I don't think they can just 5-on-5 anymore. Looks like Pingu's in trouble.
Oh, he found him.
Goodbye.
Hunted him down like a goddamn bloodhound. Sniffed him out in the trees. They're going to catch up to Soul here, who's going to have to use his BKB. That's good enough. BKB used. Bloody Nine instantly undoing the Laguna Plate damage. Here comes Tibu, though. Now with the BKB on cooldown. Soul's got to be careful. Hit. He did not respect that. I don't know why he was fighting back. There was nobody alive on his team.
I mean, he wants to get something out of this Daedalus hiccup with the BKB duration, but yeah, I mean, this game is just out of control. It's out of control. It's been out of control for a while. DogChamp just outplayed him in this series. I don't think there's any way around it. Like, Alpha had the lineups and the heroes where they can snowball the games, but if you don't execute those, you just go late game versus these massive teamfight scaled lineups. You're gonna be pretty sad.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, the scythe pickup. I was gonna say Rises isn't gonna hit a power spike until he gets level 25. I thought, you know, like maybe he goes the bash talent and maybe he can pick off the puck, but instead he actually completed a Scythe of Ice, so he does have the lockdown.
Yeah, maybe try and burst the Void or burst the puck. You're gonna have to do it through a Soul Rip, a lock, and in a mech. They got the puck.
Orchid on the puck. No follow-up, though. He got into the trees and danced away, and now the Chronosphere is going to be able to lock down the 2 cores. It is indeed looking pretty over. The Beastmaster is going to die first. Rice is quick to follow. Pingu will die beneath the tier 3, and most of them do not have buyback. And even if they did, it's still DogChamp. They're down for this game to go another 20 minutes. They don't have a problem with this. They love their late game.
Yeah, I mean, even Puck up to the Strength Blink, cruising to the late game. Chronos in the Tombstone, just too much for them to team fight into. I don't know, they never got the snowball going. Didn't really find any pickoffs, didn't find the jungle control. They had the one good mid-tower push, but that was about it. I don't know, it felt like the same story both games.
Yeah, they kind of did. I should not have believed in change and improvement. It's human nature. We should all know humans should stay the same.
Yep, that's my philosophy. So I am rewarded. I am rewarded for doubt yet again, and I'm very happy about that. I'm very happy that Cap's nurturing, benevolent disposition has betrayed him.
Nurturing, benevolent disposition. Hook shot, flee. Oh, they actually had the Dazzle Shard.
Nice force.
Stunned some people up. Didn't really do a whole lot, though, because Soul just wasn't able to get any damage done. Yarn just jumped on top of him, went to work with the Basher. Rises. He shows up a little bit too late to the fight, as has been the story of this game the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's Rise's fault, but I'm saying him and the rest of the
it's
team were
been
not
disjointed.
coordinated.
It's been disjointed for sure. Like both games, it's just the initiation and the damage fall was not on the same page. There's no other way about it. DogChamp will take advantage of it though and keep the run alive here in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
So not out of it yet. Even with a stand-in, these stand-in teams looking scary. They get a chance to play wild card, so stand-in against stand-in.
Yeah, that is going to be an interesting matchup. Wild card barely losing to Nouns in the upper bracket. Now have to go through the elimination lower bracket, and their first opponent is going to be DogChamp there. And we'll see whether or not DogChamp can keep up their momentum. And that also leads us to our next series, which is going to be the Cut versus KBU, another one of those lower division, upper division matchups. We'll see which one of these teams is stronger because they haven't faced each other otherwise. So it'll be, I think, a pretty interesting series. But for now, well, for this year, I guess we have to say goodbye to Alpha. Their hopes for TI have been a bit dashed. And I feel like, especially that game 1, that's going to carry with them. They're going to remember that game 1 and look back on it and feel like, man, we should have won that game.
I mean, you're always going to remember the games that eliminate you from a TI run. So that doesn't help either. But yeah, that game, they were in a very controlling position. I think they could have closed the map out just about playing with the right people in the right areas and controlling the jungle areas. And that's it. I do want to give a shout out. I feel like RCY played super well in that series. I don't think his laning or early game was anything to stand out. But the team fighting, the presence, like he destroyed on both those games. His puck was kind of an unsung hero in that game, but I thought he did a lot in the fights. And I mean, their stand-in played well as well. Played Void 2 games. Papa, so yeah, standout performance.
Yeah, good work all around. We are going to take a break here, and then we're going to come back with our next series. The Cut versus KBU should be starting very soon.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Last series of the night, The Cut versus KBU US, which I know there are a lot of fans in chat of The Cut, whether it's, well, it's mostly Lil Nick or Jubei, but maybe there's a handful of High Shaggy or B-God fans out there as well, or Scourge McDuck, but they are probably the favorites, but they're going up against a team that does have some momentum coming their way, right, Avery?
Themselves, or you mean KVU?
I mean,
feels
KBU, yeah, right? KBU's got a little bit of momentum, right?
Yeah, they got some momentum. I just think sometimes the biggest opponents of the cut are themselves. You know, these guys can be their own downfall sometimes. But that said, yeah, I think these are again two teams pretty evenly matched, right? I think the cut may be slight favorites here, but like you're saying, based on how the tournament's going, I don't know. I wouldn't bet the house on either side. So it is later in the day, though. And you know what that means? Shaggy reaching closer to his max potential. So he's got that going for him.
Yeah, he's powering up. Meanwhile, KBU, they've got Sunlight and Realm, who are both European, and I assume they are in Europe. So you've got a Russian and a Belarusian. So you know, later in the day may not be so good for them. I don't know. We'll see how
maybe they went to
perform.
sleep and woke up early. Maybe they went all the way around, you know? It's getting, well, it's got to be like 6 a.m. there, 7 a.m. That's reasonable. But
6 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's like a 10-hour time difference or something.
Or close. I mean, they probably did not go to sleep, let's be real, the Dota players, so. Yeah, it's going to be, that's the nature of the beast, man. That's the nature of the beast. Play on ping, play on a time zone, get the job done. Had to do it myself many times. No complaints. No excuses. Visage is not a hero we've seen today.
No, but it is one of the heroes that we have seen in this qualifiers before. I believe, didn't Eternity run it against KBU? If I'm remembering that, yeah, it was game one. It was the longer game, the 51-minute game.
Isla played it.
Yeah, Isla played it. So KBU were like, all right, that hero was pretty good. Let's go ahead and do it ourselves, I guess.
I mean, he did some work in that game. He was highest net worth. Cyril's still powerful. Still gives you the same aura ball strength, the same like mid-game timings. I think the late game is a little rough for the hero a lot of times, but as long as you can ride the momentum and get to that, 15k gold lead, you're pretty obnoxious. Of course, the lane can also be good with something like Marcy. One of these offlaners who can enable a lot of the melee force if you play the lane well. So,
yeah.
Good versus DP, traditionally. High physical, single target burst hero. Nice versus the Death Prophet. Pretty much destroys her until she gets, third item territory. Then it flips, but till then you're pretty happy in this matchup. That's an interesting pick. See if it pans out. I tend to have more faith in DP right now than Visage, but in theory it's Visage favorite, I think. I don't even know if that's true anymore. Maybe not.
Yeah, with that flat damage change, Death Prophet.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy what she's able to do. Hoodwink is going to be the 4 pickup for the cut, so adding in some hefty damage. Also a break mechanic, which might be interesting against Visage.
Well, it's usually not the biggest deal, but I like watching this hero, man. This hero's fun. It's a fun hero to watch, fun hero to play. Never going to complain about it being in the game. Also gives you a little bit more AoE. I mean, you could potentially play it mid, and I doubt we'll see it, but this hero can do a lot with just Maelstrom. If you want to get the extra scale in, you can still do a lot with just the new shard, getting the spell amp, plus, some ags build in the future. So this hero has a bit more versatility in how you itemize it, and it can do a lot. I think it really is a slightly underrated hero right now. As not anything broken, but her laning's still quite good. Her skirmish power is quite good. She has ways to scale. She does a lot of damage. Just gotta land the spells. I mean, maybe people aren't good enough, you know? It could just be that.
Yeah, not as good as you. I know. I understand what you're saying there. But to be clear, the break mechanic against Visage, it's not that good against Visage because it works like reactive armor, right? Where in that if you already have the stacks, then breaking it only prevents further stacks, right?
Yeah, and you also take no damage from the shot. Like, if you just shoot him, it all gets reduced, so it's not that great. I think this matchup is good if you go, like, the Maelstrom Hoodwink build. Like Maelstrom, Aether, Shard, then you're probably pretty good. You can shoot this Acorn, you get a bunch of procs off the birds, then you boomerang him up. That sounds pretty good to me.
All right, well, they get a Dazzle, so between the Visage having his own save, eventually he gets the Shard, right? So he goes into stone form. You've got a Shallow Grave, which could enable you to live long enough to get off that stone form. And then you've also got the reposition of the Marcy. It feels like you've got a lot of saves here for KVU.
Saves are good, but you need something that uses them. They need two heroes in the last two that are worth saving in a sense. Because I think these heroes have a bunch of skirmish spells, but there's no real big firepower, you know? You want like a Terror Blade type hero or something. Something that's going to use all the auras, use all the saves. There's something. A Razor, you get the mid to carry flex a little bit here too. So keeping it open and getting a little of the damage firepower. I think they still need a little more here in the last pick, but it helps. You also get this Marcy Razor link, which is, I mean, it's probably still pretty strong.
Do you know if I Annihilate plays Visage at all? I don't think I've ever seen him play it.
I don't think so. But he would play like Razor's lane, so
yeah, some
minor flex. I don't know. I mean, you never know. Maybe these guys just, they see some picks super good for the game, they'll maybe do it.
Scourge McDuck, any reason to play a Weaver, as I believe they picked that one up in their upper bracket series against Wildcard, right? Yeah, game one. The really long game that the cut probably should have won. They had the Weaver pick up there too, and Scourge McDuck had a pretty strong showing on that. So here, going up against Visage and Razor, it's gonna feel good.
Yeah, it looks like it's a pretty decent game. Not a lot of hard stun. Like maybe you hit him with the new version of the Marcy stun, but other than that, I guess there's Dazzle Shard, some bird stuns. Should have a pretty good time. I think Gleipnir is also looking pretty decent this game eventually. Just being able to hold some of these heroes in place, get the extra Maelstrom procs running around. A solid pick. I do think it opens...
doubling up on items like that. It's a talk that Sunsfan and Cinderin had in one of their series where they got double Heaven's Halberds or UK, because we would want to see a Gleipnir eventually from the Hoodwink as well, right?
Well, it depends what build you go, right? Like, I think if you're 4 or 5 Hoodwink, the Gleipnir Dream is harder to reach. It is the dream, but it's not always the right build, and maybe you need utility. Maybe you would just rather land the Bushwhack more reliably with an Aether. So I think it's okay. I also think Gleipnir is one of the items you can get multiples of, and they almost become better. Like, as long as you push into the very late game where BKBs go down, they just become way too obnoxious. So I actually think that item is okay. I mean, I wouldn't rush multiple ones, but like, you know, having multiple in the late game, I think is fine.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm sorry. They're doing their pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they missed a ban.
They missed a ban.
Didn't know what to do it, or they just wanted to leave it open. Either way, they end up with Puck here. I was thinking they wanted another like aura or physical hero, like a Luna or Terror Blade, but I guess they feel like they have enough with the Visage Razor getting the job done, and just more lockdown for Weaver is the solution. Definitely helps with that.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and it did feel like they needed that. They certainly needed that extra bit of lockdown, right, for the Razor to really be able to just gun in. Because as it stands right now, rather slippery heroes on the side of the cut. I mean, Death Prophet is naturally fast. Clockwork, Hoodwink, Weaver, very slippery. So you really did need some better lockdown because you weren't getting a whole lot of it.
Yeah, the downside is you can throw this DP mid versus Puck, and it does fine. You can also throw DP offlane versus Razor, and I guess it could be Razor or Visage, you don't really know, but I don't think you care too much. So you're going to get a pretty strong counter pick here. Just depends what they want to do. Like, they can counter pick the Puck with like a Dragon Knight or something. They can also counter pick this Razor with some, I don't know. I mean, there's like Pangoliers and stuff that could be pretty interesting.
Did you know that Puck was unpicked in NA before today? All of a sudden, this is our third Puck of the day.
Yeah, it's looked okay. I don't think it's looked crazy, to be honest. Like,
yeah, me neither.
It kind of goes around, like it ends up like 6-1, and you're like, all right. I mean, it's kind of doing its job, but it hasn't looked bonkers or anything.
Sure. Checking out some of the other regions, only a few Pucks, 3 or 4 from some of the other regions, but High Shaggy Pudge is going to be the last pick for the matchup. We saw this a lot. With the last patch, Puck was always being picked up, and Pudge was one of the heroes that came out later in the meta as a counter to the Puck.
Yeah, Ori loved that matchup. So the Gruesome Butcher for the Shagman himself. Interesting pick. I mean, it's a pretty good Pudge game outside of the Razor matchup, I think. I think that matchup can be rough. Just you get double eye of the Stormblader, and it's pretty nasty, but everything else looks pretty damn good. Like, his pass is very strong in this game. He has a good matchup. He's the frontliner that the Hoodwink Weaver plus DP kind of wants someone to just waddle in and soak up some spells. I can get behind it. Looks pretty strong here. He should have a very good game. I mean, this matchup's probably even better too. Like, again, you have to just CS versus the Pudge, no small camp or anything. I've seen this matchup go very Pudge-sided if you're good with the creep score. We'll see how good Shaggy is. Again, I mean, what's the time? You know, we're bordering 7 p.m. So he's probably pretty close to, you know, almost full potential here.
Yeah,
he might just destroy it.
Another 5 hours. And
oh, okay. Well, this game could go long. You never know. So
that's true.
I like the pick.
I almost wonder. I almost feel like this is a pretty decent shard game on the Pudge. You know, like, both Death Prophet and Weaver are like really good heroes to have a save mechanism for, and they don't have one unless Pudge does get a shard, which is hard to invest in, I think, as a core Pudge. Like, I get it. If he doesn't go for it, I totally understand, but I feel like it might be one of those games.
I mean, it's decent to get later. If you already have 4 or 5 items, it's like free, and then you can always get it off Roche too. None of their other heroes are big shard purchasers, except maybe the Hoodwink and DP. Yeah. So there's a chance he could get it from there as well. That's an interesting draft. We'll see how much steam this Visage picks up. I think that's the big, like, key component for this KBU lineup, because he kind of brings the Razor physical plus the Puck lockdown together with the aura and the sustained damage in the fight. Otherwise, I feel like Exorcism plus the Gemini, like the bug going through, Pudge just sitting there being tanky, is going to become pretty obnoxious pretty fast.
All right. Yeah. Good smoke out. They actually stopped Annihilate. I feel like almost Pucks are like a free D ward nowadays. It just became this trend last patch. Every Puck would orb out to lane to get a ward on the enemy side of the river. And because they always did that, you always knew you could place a sentry there. But the cut actually smoke out aggressively, just run straight down the middle lane. And Annihilate was not actually able to get a ward on the other side of the river. So no mid vision just yet, which may make them a bit skittish for going for bounty runes. Very quickly, predictions. What do you got? I got Scourge McDuck for least deaths.
Yeah, that one sounds pretty good.
26-35 number of player deaths by 25 minutes. I'm hoping it's a brawling game. I hope
I'm
it's not a repeat
going
of
less.
last series. Oh, no.
I'm going less than that, but we'll see. I've been wrong every time. So
first player to get 50 last hits.
Shaggy for sure.
Oh,
not
I
even
went
a
Shaggy
contest.
too, and no tower will be denied.
Yeah, I always know.
That's a bit of all.
Yeah, I
get the
feel
rune
like.
split. Oh, no, not rune split. 3.
All
3
right.
for the cut. Scooping it up here.
And what it is,
That helps.
it's not being able to place that mid ward. Ryan Islight,
Yeah, I mean,
got
they had
opposition.
decent vision. Decent vision on the runes and reap the reward. Definitely nice versus like some of these side laners. Visage Razor, if you get the extra gold, can win the early levels a little bit harder. Catapults you to those big level timings like 3 and 4, abuse them more. Small things add up.
All right, we're watching the mid matchup right now. But we can see both of our side lanes, Death Prophet Hoodwink versus Razor Dazzles. That's not a clear matchup where Razor would normally dominate, I would say. But Plasma Field should be pretty effective there. Our bottom lane matchup of the Weaver plus Clockwork versus Marcy Visage, which is definitely a dangerous lane around that level 2, level 3 area. Though I imagine once you get level 5 on Weaver, it starts feeling fine again. Or maybe even just 4. Even just having 1 point of every ability could probably mean a lot.
I think maybe you can get a bug kill trade in the 2 to 4 range, but otherwise I feel like I'd be pretty happy playing Marcy Visage. I think Clock is just so bad versus these Visage lanes. Like,
yeah.
You don't have much armor. You go in, you trade with battery, and then he just assumptions you back, and you question your life. It's it's just sad. And then basically, if you don't abuse Visage early, he kind of gets away with, you know, the crime of his life. So I don't know. I hate playing Clock into Visage lanes. It's pretty miserable. I think I'd be surprised if Sunlight doesn't have a pretty good time down here.
Which may just mean that Jubei tries to just give solo experience to Scourge as much as possible.
Yeah, you can just like play for pulls, maybe kill them on the side with a good bug at some point. That's pretty much what I would do. I actually wouldn't even try and trade too much early. I think it's like not even worth it. Unless you get the first blood, but it's too unreliable, I think. He'll have some stick charges, he has Fairy Fire. Makes it difficult to guarantee. What's
Bottle
happening
picked
there?
up already for the Shagman, so he is definitely ahead in that regard. Is way ahead in
he's
CS
owning.
over I Annihilate.
Yeah, man, he's putting this matchup to the maximum here. We're seeing the true Shagman potential.
We
Almost
certainly
doubling
are.
him up.
I mean, this is a guy, he does like playing some just fun heroes, and so he's played a fair amount of Pudge, that's for certain.
Yes, he has lost me many points in ranked games. So the training has been good.
Well, the bottom
should be
lane
very
goes well for KBU, and I feel like
hook mid.
the Dazzle might actually win top as well. And if Shaggy is dominating that mid matchup, it's kind of looking like, to me, the cut is going to be able to, is going to be relying on Shaggy to win this mid matchup because they're going to lose out on the side lanes.
Top tower is under attack.
In theory, but they're actually doing pretty decent. Like, Lil Nick is free farming. And I think bottom lane is going to be the hardest for the cut, but SMD is doing all right. He's not really getting pressured too much. They haven't been able to land a huge amount of combos on him. And as you said, yeah, maybe it comes down to Shaggy destroying mid, but he's doing pretty well. He's literally doubling up the CS here.
Yeah.
Counts for something.
Oh, it certainly does. And Pudge also has that inherent room control thanks to the hook. That's really good at being able to stall out Puck's, you know, usual aggression that you see if he starts collecting a bunch of power runes.
Yep,
So,
we'll get
and-
both water runes here.
And Jubei also doesn't really have much of a place, as he said. That lane is really tough for him, so he could probably be free to roam for these rune spawns like he does at the 4 minutes.
Every time he roams, they can punish the Weaver. SMD loses half his HP. And the wave is pushed pretty far up, so they need a pull here. They need to get it back. Something, or Weaver's life is going to get very hard. I mean, he only has 10 CS. He's definitely the one struggling the most. He hasn't had to buy a lot of regen. It's the one saving grace. He's not happy here. And yeah, even more damage his way.
Oh, Acorn bounces back into Chen is his name for anybody who missed this. His actual full name is translated from Chinese is Soaring Dragon Rising Phoenix of the Sun. Did I get that right?
You did. I'm glad you
Nice.
remembered.
Nice. Yeah, I remember. And he's going to be their first blood. B-God collects that one. Somebody who you do not want to give first blood to. B-God is known for mostly his Skywrath mage, but really any big damage dealing 4 position, he plays pretty damn well. He knows how to play these backline glass cannon supports.
Yeah, he likes slaying people. Let his team go in and die, and then he'll clean it all up.
And it is kind of his game plan, yeah. Shaggy rotation from Chen off of that death. He TP's mid, refills the bottle, and we'll see if he sticks around for the 6-minute rune or not.
Dire structures are fortified.
Pretty quiet game so
Oh,
far.
he got Dismember off of killing the catapult with the hook.
Oh.
Can B-God get here in time? He does not. He does not get there fast enough to be able to hit the bushwhack afterwards, so a little sad there. 6-minute power rune coming up, very important, especially with how low Shaggy is right now.
Yeah, you can hook it though.
He's got a hook. He's going to throw it out. He actually
yeah.
does get the rune. And
It's a
he's
haste.
going to pop that rune to immediately run down the dazzle. So poor old Chen, he doesn't get either one.
Well, that was
Lane, though, Scourge McDuck
nice
is
rune.
in some trouble. Shikuchi, they caught him. They caught him on cooldown, so he is going to die. That's going to be the trade-off here. Feels like maybe that mid lane goes really well, but we'll see how Scourge McDuck recovers from a rough lane. I mean, Weaver's not the best recovery hero.
No, he's gonna have to fight his way back in this game at some point, or just like rat out some side lane if they get early towers off Exorcism. It's another way he can just come back in this game. I mean, the big question is, what are they gonna do with this Exo when they get it? They're about a level off, and does Shaggy just want to keep farming mid, or does he want to try and like move around and help this DP use his ult? How many numbers are they gonna bring? Does KBU respond to this ult by bringing everybody as well? Realm just TPing out at top.
Yeah, he realized he was in some trouble there. Used his static length, they broke it, and then Nick, that's the advantage of Death Prophet, is you've got actual charges to your close range ability. Shaggy, just dismembering I Annihilate off cooldown, pretty much. Just trying to keep the pressure on him as much as possible. And it is forcing a lot of attention to mid lane. We'll see if he dies to this bit of attention, as I Annihilate does still have the coil, so it should be pretty easy.
No passive. Just gets destroyed.
Yeah.
Level 3 rebound already, too. So that's the benefit of that lane bottom going well for them. Marcy's pretty strong on the rotation, and level 5 Visage just fighting it up under his tower.
Oh, do they have Shallow Grave? They don't. He went for the 201 build, so did not have Shallow Grave to bail out his Visage there, which is a bit of a shame. He might have lived otherwise.
It's not the worst in the world. I mean, you'd rather get the XP before, but pretty nice for Dazzle's game. He gets to catch up a lot now. Gets the solo XP for the kill, plus a full wave, almost to level 5. This is a hero you want the levels on, too.
Yeah,
He was having a rough one.
Power Rune gets picked up by the puck, but it was Shaggy saw it. It's Illusion Rune. Nothing major that you can really make moves with.
Could confuse Shaggy, though. Never know.
Yeah, good. Could be Shaggy dying from it out of the game. Nope, Marcy's gonna run back to top, so.
Here's the Exo.
There's the Exo. Realm needs some help here. Gets the static link, keeping it in range for a little bit. Drains a moderate amount of damage.
Oh, are they gonna try and push with this? I mean, a little awkward now, but I feel like you have to.
It's going to be
Careful.
even more awkward if Warden. Oh
Missed
no,
the
he
rebound.
missed it. He needed to be able to land that stun against Nick. Now Nick is back up to full health. Realm trying to keep his distance with the plasma field, slowing him down. Warden's going to be caught by Jubei at the same time with a 2-man coil going out, but no damage behind it right now. Jubei able to finish out that kill on the Marcy, and B-God and Little Nick just sat inside the coil, chilling.
Oh, maybe not the best exorcism I've ever seen. I guess it kind of gets the job done, though. They get a kill, force the puck TP, force the coil, Razor, basically forced to walk back to Fountain. Pretty sad for him.
Yeah.
And they end up getting half the tower, at least. Well, it's not the worst. You get earn charges as well. Little Nick's having a pretty good game, top of the board. He's been having a pretty good tournament so far overall. I feel like he always has the best early game on this team.
Yes, he does.
They prioritize him pretty nicely, so putting their faith in the man.
Yeah, bit of a difference from what happened with the previous cut roster, where we had Rogix, who was always having the worst laning phase of everybody on the cut, and that wasn't necessarily his fault. It just B-God very often left him alone in lanes, so it does seem like not just a change of player, but a change of philosophy for the cut.
Yeah, maybe deprioritizing Shaggy a little, you know? Which I think has been rough for him in some of the games, like some of these rune contests and stuff. I was glad to see them help him fight the runes this time around. Because again, he had the favorable matchup. He was winning it pretty hard. So in those circumstances, you don't want to just leave your mid on an island or let him get ganked too much. I think sometimes they just throw Shaggy to the wolves.
And this smoke sets up for a really nice rotation. They leave the Clockwork mid. He gets a chance to get solo experience, get the level 6, which is all important, and Shaggy collects a kill on Realm.
Arcane
Scourge
as well.
McDuck hit by the Discourse. Oh, they can't grab him. Oh no. Still going to be hitting with the Visage Familiars, but he's going to live for too long
This is
now.
not a play.
Did he hit the hook? It's going to be a late TP in. Shaggy throws it out. Ooh, it was the puck, and that's a phase shift. What
That's a
hit
massive
there.
stun.
Rebound out from Warden. Lands, almost breaks the coil onto Shaggy.
Nobody's
Shaggy
dying.
getting low, but he does manage to get off his ultimate. Everybody gets low on the side of Cut, but nobody quite falls.
Damn. Looks so good, but Pudge just too tanky, man.
Yeah.
Arcane Rune helps him get passive. TP down there. Not even punished. He had the early hood as well. Ooh.
I
Fat
mean,
man.
that coil was super close to snapping, though. That Marcy, the dispos, trying to pull him back, and it was really close. If he snaps it, Shaggy probably dies.
Man, Shaggy had a little less girth on him.
Yeah.
Might have snapped that bad boy, but Pudge just soaking it up. Decent fight for them. Defends the safe lane tower versus the Visage push dive that was trying to come out here. Gonna set him back. I mean, it's really hurting Realm's game. He's been forced out of top. He gets forced out of this. It's like he's fallen pretty far behind. And meanwhile, Lil Nick just takes top during all of that. Falcon Blade online. He's cruising. Very fast build here. A lot of mana regen early. He can shove waves and play very aggressive. Shaggy.
Gets silenced, but he's still in range. He is going to be able to get the ultimate off. See if they can trade supports here, as Rebound's just not going to be up in time. He is going to take a lot of damage from this Witchblade. Annihilate actually ignoring the Pudge. Snaps the coil with the hook. Lil Nick is here. He gets a silence out. That's a pretty nice one, but Lil Nick turns it right back around on Annihilate, and they'll get the counter kill. So well worth it. And if they could get Chen on top of that one, trying to run him down with the Rot, it's actually really fast. How is he staying ahead of this?
I don't know, but he's definitely outfooting him.
Wow. Scourge McDuck will get the kill, which is very much needed. I mean, he, during that period of time, got the kill onto Sunlight, and he picks up that last hit on Dazzle as well, so his game is back. He's now second in network.
Nah, he's totally back. He's cruising now. Just rushes the Maelstrom, puts it to use. Solo kill, level 10.5 now. These cut cores are having very good games, man. They're all super high level, super farmed. Having the time of their life.
Big rotations coming in from KBU. They brought a lot of heroes to this mid lane, and it has to pay off at a kill, and it does. Nick does fall. But I don't think they can hit a tower at all, that's for certain. Yeah, you could see they immediately just back out, re-smoke, now to bottom lane.
I mean, Visage is their only hero that can follow up on these kills to open up the map and convert. So it's not a bad idea to go to him. The Weaver kill is going to be pretty hard, though.
It is going to be hard.
Oh, they have
but if
coil
Scourge
and silence.
McDuck, if he overextends himself,
Yeah, he's far
got
out.
the coil. Hook shot, trying to intercept. Jubei pushes him back with the cogs. They do what they can. The silence is out onto the Weaver. The damage is too much. Won't be able to get off the ultimate, and Jubei will die as well. So that re-smoke actually works really nicely, but if Realm gets caught in the mid lane, which the Bushwhack was just a sliver away from being able to land. If it lands, Realm's dead, and that big rotation to bottom looks a lot worse.
And now they're going to have to push this tower the hard way. Try and get some value out of this Exo. They might just get it here. No defense coming up. No TP, and Puck cools on cooldown, so Cut making the most out of the disaster bottom, keeping their advantage in this game, and more importantly, this Pudge is still snowballing. Like, he's highest net worth. He has another Arcane Rune. He has Blink flying out. This is the hero to play around right now, especially when Exo's on cooldown. Just start blinking and killing people. Make sure you don't overextend, though.
Yeah. He has an additional 10 strength. So his flesh heap has been snowballing quite a bit now with his blink dagger. Annihilate might be the first victim of that.
Eyeing him
Warrior's
up
gonna
on
be
that
able to
ward.
spot them both, yeah. So they're not gonna
There's
get
a
it.
lot of wards here, actually. What the hell?
Yeah, there is.
And they missed them all somehow.
Dire's top tower.
You know, happens to the best of us.
1 century is worth so much there.
Are scanning.
Yeah, it really is.
The double observer ward. Oh man.
Well, this is Wraithback done for Visage. So this is kind of like go time in terms of the skirmishing. They also have Witchblade on Puck. KBU really wants to fight somewhere. But
Just
they might
goes
just
for
lose
it.
Realm.
Sunlight turns around, fights against this with the Wraithback. Shaggy did not anticipate the extra heroes coming into play, and he baits Jubei into a rough death. But as you said, Realm did die at the exact same time. So it is still trade. I mean, still keeping the Razor down is pretty important for the cut, I would say.
Yes, it's very nice, because he is the hero that has to come in and like clean these heroes up eventually. At some point, they're just too tanky, and they're going to need his physical. So the more his game gets slowed down, the rougher it's going to be for KBU to push into that later portion of the mid game. Probably still okay with that trade, but it doesn't feel great. You also have to start thinking about if they hit level 2 Exorcism, which he's a level off, that Roche opens up a lot more. And this Roche might be annoying to contest. Like, you can bug it, you can exo it. If you have BKB on Death Prophet, you're just going to have to run into her, and they don't have the best to just burst her through a BKB. So it might be KBU. They have to think about that objective coming up, how they want to try and contest it. Play around it, control the vision, get to BKB on Razor, super important here. Jubei doesn't want to give him any space. Says, come here,
Hit
boy.
the hook shot. Puck's push back into the Dismember. Oh, actually, Puck intercepts the shot there from the Hoodwink. The Dazzle's still dead. Just made me worry for a second that Annihilate would get himself caught. Nice bushwhack. Actually gets Warden. They get a nice D-Ward in. Throw out a blind hook. Just see what you can get, Shaggy.
Took it for Mr. President. The President still went down, so... What a boy, though, man. What a boy.
He was able to free farm that entire time, so we will have the BKB and just a few more, just another minute or so, he will have that level 2 Exorcism, and then, I mean, we'll see whether or not Cut makes the same read as you do, but...
I mean, I just saw the pings.
It looks free.
He pinged the big camp, and he pinged Roche.
Yeah.
100%. Give me this camp, I have level 12, let's go, boys. It's coming. I think this is the right read of the game. I think this Roche contest is... It's doable, but it's not going to be pretty, because, again, your Razor does not have BKB. He's desperately trying to farm it up. Those pickoffs on him. Adding up. Free Roche here.
Yeah, his timing is just all wrong. Like, he has the BKB flying out to him now, but it's too late. Roshan's dead, so... An Aegis for Scourge McDuck.
Yep. I almost wonder if you give it to Pudge in this type of game, but I know it's always difficult. Like, these carries that do so much damage, really love having. I mean, Weaver's a great Aegis carrier, too.
It's also your best hero to go to the back line and hunt down that Dazzle, right?
Yeah. Yep. I'd probably give it to Weaver here. I always just like thinking about it, because I think sometimes teams default too much. But it also lets him do things like this. Like, he's just solo taking a top tier 2, and the rest of the team doesn't even have to be there. This is super high value right now.
All right, tier 2 at 19 minutes, 5,000 net worth lead for the Cut, and they still got plenty of scaling to do. Meanwhile, KBU, they smoke up, trying to make this BKB work for them in an opening team fight, but they're not quite finding it. This tier 1 tower being in their way, they're not going to be able to find anything here, I think. The Cut have been sufficiently spooked. They're just AFK underneath their tower, no problem.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to just run into this. It depends how much you trust in this Visage Wraithpack drum. Like, is it going to give you the damage to cut through the Pudge passive? There's an Aegis on the Weaver as well right now, and he's very happy to fight. This is not what you want to have happening.
The team is so far away. They're going to get here now. They get the shot onto the Visage. He's going to turn around, throw the damage out.
He's dead.
The Pudge is dead, and it looks like Jubei may fall as well. Sunlight is going to probably die here to the Weaver and should be able to get out with his BKB. He's got to fly away. Meanwhile, Nick got chased down by Realm. Looks like it's the Cut who have seriously misjudged things. Even though they didn't get caught by the team fight, they actively chose to take one. And to be honest, I thought they had the right idea. Scourge McDuck actually using his ultimate there to keep the Aegis alive. That is a risky move, because if he gets caught here, he is very much going to regret not having his time lapse anymore.
Yeah, you can rebound stun him here.
Rebound stun, perfectly timed. Do they have detection? They do. And he's dead. Dead, killed twice. Man, that Visage was really far forward, but he did not die easy.
No,
Mid
that
lane
punch just
round.
melted.
Oh no, they just had a huge win on the side of KVU. You cannot afford to be giving away kills like that.
Well, if you're gonna die,
Dire's top tower is under
die with
attack.
style. Yes, you know,
Yeah, what style was that? It looked
with
to me like he was
BKB on
just
cooldown.
tied up to a tree and took a beating. That's all.
I mean, I'm surprised Shaggy died that fast. I
Yeah,
feel
me
like
too,
he
actually.
was also surprised. Like, I don't know, if maybe the passive didn't go off at the right time or something, but I feel like if they go in there with Pudge passive, a big, swarm comes through, and then DP just BKB ults in, that part just wasn't synchronized, right? They didn't have all three of that together. I think if all three of that happens, they can run that fight over, but ended up just, like, Pudge goes in, clocks there, and then it's like a 2v4 for a while. They get to turn around with the Visage and all the spells and auras. A bit disjointed. It'll cost them a decent amount here. They lose Aegis for a lost fight. Lose the tier 2 as well, so now they have to trade outposts. Pretty sad sequence of events for the cut, and every little fight you feed to this Razor, he is the real powerhouse in this game. Like, at some point, I think he does take it over.
Radiant structures
We've seen this hero in the
and
late game. It's absolutely
was-
bonkers.
He was maybe on his way to do that until he got picked off in mid lane, so now he's still lowest net worth in the game, but they will get the mid tower. That'll help things a little bit, though it's the Visage who gets the last hit. I almost feel like I'm looking at the Visage as the big timing carry at this point. I feel like the level 15 talent is probably a pretty big window for him.
He's working towards it. He's also working towards the AC. Yeah, he is their highest net worth hero. I mean, this hero can carry the game for a long time. Like, he has very nice power spikes. I just don't think in the very late game he doesn't put you over the edge. Like, you need someone else to do it, I think.
We don't have like a clear hardcore late game carry in this game. Which team do you favor in that regard?
I mean, I think Razor is that. If we're talking
Okay.
pure 6-slot heroes, like, this hero's absolutely bonkers in a late game scenario. I don't think much is touching him if his team's alive. Like, he can get Dazzle Graved and the Visage auras. If he gets to, like, Refresher, I guess AC's on Visage, so Refresher, Shiva's, BKB, I don't know, Lincoln's. I mean, whatever this guy wants, he's going to be a monster with double Eye of the Storm, because there's not a lot of natural armor building for the cut. Only Shiva's on this DP. She's rushing here, and Scourge
BKB
gonna have to
turns
pop
and
BKB.
fights. Warden. Ooh,
That was a nice hook shot.
in. That actually went through the Dazzle. He's going to lock down that Dazzle. Meanwhile, the Punch got it in there. Nice. Got a good hit with the Dismember. Controlled up two. Gets a hook back
up
in
back.
onto the Dazzle as well. Very nice. A 1-for-3 exchange to the favor of the cut. Was them expending some big ultimates. They used their BKBs. They used their Exorcism, but well worth it.
Yeah, more than happy to do so. And that's the fight coming together. You get the Swarm, you get the DP just running in, the Pudge running in, being able to lock down one of the heroes instantly, and then beautiful hook shot just hits them all, splits up the fight into two-man bushwhack. Can't ask for anything better. Yeah, Weaver just... That's the free fight that Scourge McDuck won at bottom that he didn't get.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
And Shaggy is now going to be able to get a BKB complete, so that'll seriously add to the tankiness of the Pudge. The physical damage is still a problem for him, but now he can pop BKB and dismember somebody, and the heal will help him stay a lot tankier when he jumps in for these fights.
Yeah, the BKBs are pretty strong here. There's not a lot that does anything through him. That's another reason why slowing down the Razor was so valuable. Like, he's the big punch through the BKBs that lets him take that sustained physical team fight. If he's behind, you don't get that as much. And he's fallen a decent ways behind here. Like, one more team fight, and suddenly he might not be able to man up and give him that punch with the Refresher that he's rushing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Big timing question here, especially with the next Roshan coming up in the next 5 minutes or so. You have to hit this Refresher on Razor for that fight, which might mean you get something else on the map here. See what they try and force. Looking at this top tower. Kind of a scary push.
Yeah, Scourge, meanwhile, is, I mean, the cut as a whole, both Lil Nick and Scourge are getting some good split push time in the other lanes. So they're going to put some pressure out there. But it does look like KBU is going to be given that tower for free.
Oh, they'll claim it. So this helps Razor get to that window. It's now only, you know, 1,400 off or so.
Scourge got bottom tower for free, though, so it's no contest on either side. So that means the cut still hold an 8,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, and they have some nice support items as well. Like, they got this shard on the Hoodwink. He has Aether Veil. A lot of extra spell amp coming through, especially on the single target burst. You boomerang someone up, you Veil them. Sharpshooter. You're gone if you're not spell immune, which there's only one BKB on this KBU side, so he's gonna have free reign with his spells for a long time in this game.
They really want to catch this puck. He's only died once in this game, and it will add a second death to him. Now the jetpack forward, trying to get vision of anybody here. They spot Realm. They get him inside the cogs too. Oh, Shaggy just jumps right for it. Instant dismember. Even with the BKB up, it doesn't matter. The exorcism physical damage will cut that Razor down pretty easily. Lil Nick looking for even more. Nice little use there of the Tumbler's Toy to break the Spirit Siphon, but he's still gonna die. Get off a shallow grave, try and delay his own death as long as possible. But a Crypt Swarm. Oh, the hook shot. It catches him. It doesn't hit the Visage, but it catches Warden. Turns around, pops the BKB, but the Dismember, it's going to waste a lot of that BKB timing. Warden is ultimately able to run away, but now the Visage has been caught in the Bushwhack. That's going to force the Marcy to come back into play. The two-man silence is out there. Scourge McDuck throws his damage where he can, but the Warden will not fall from that last couple of swings.
How did nobody die in that, man? What the hell?
I don't know.
Marcy and Pudge whacking each other, and then they agreed to a peace deal, and they all both went their ways. All right, good fight, sir. I'll see you on the morrow.
Well, apparently Nick is going to get picked off, or will he? Bushwhack stalls things up a little bit. He starts getting out the Spirit Siphon. Oh, the hook comes in. Maybe that wasn't the save that he wanted, though, because they were all getting low. Inside of the cogs, though, is two. Realm's going to get burned out first. And now with the Visage coming back from stone form, straight into the Dismember for him. They do the silence. They try and help him out. They throw all the spells, all the stuns they can. But this Pudge will not relent, or maybe he will. Hook goes out. Sidestep by Sunlight. MMR Tourist getting away. And the Acorn shot will not finish him off either. But the cut, I almost feel like that would have been even better if the hook had not hit Nick. Nick was doing all right for himself.
Yeah, he was holding his ground. I mean, he was TPing out too, so can't really blame Shaggy for that one. It was a better hook shot in a way, though. Like, caught both of them, finished off the Razor. Another death for this Razor, man. You just cannot get to this Refresher. Super delayed now. I mean, now you're 6K behind this Weaver, who's going to have a Scotty and a DD rune. Roshan up. This is not a contestable Rosh. Again, cut probably just going to claim it for free, and that's a shard. Going to somebody here, which could be that Pudge save. Could be DP Siphon Fear. Also pretty nice this game.
I feel like the Siphon Fear is like one of the number one shards that you get from Roshan. It's just too powerful.
Yeah, even the extra charge is just nice. They're going to give it to him, it looks like. Aegis to SMD here. Full Scotty completed. Level 21. Got that extra Geminate attack damage. I know Weaver players love this talent. Especially if you get to 25, then you get the +1. And then you're just absolutely one-shotting supports, so...
Yeah.
Oh, he's got Quiver on top of it. I mean, that's just absolutely disgusting now.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to me. I'm not a big Weaver player. I only really played it when it was run as support or with like the Aghanims builds. But it is interesting how like these, because of the bugs and how strong they are, plus these talents, you really don't need to go a damage build on the Weaver, right? You don't need to go like some like burst dataless type build up. Every single time I see Scourge McDuck, his only real damage item is usually a Maelstrom, and he just gets a lot of stat items. Like the Scotty is the biggest one.
Yeah, just survive the damage, let the Swarm do the work, let your talents do the work, and just be super obnoxious. and just win the long fight. You know, you don't always like this isn't a carry that necessarily needs to burst people to be able to take that long fight if you itemize like this. I mean, he has a good lineup to do it as well. I think Pudge and DP are happy to take the extended fight. As long as you get a second Flesh Heap off, you're super happy. Exo with Siphons, I mean, DP's happy to go to town the whole time, so itemization makes sense. It's all lining up here. Just a question of now, can KBU get something off this Razor Refresher, which is finally done?
Coil.
Have to find something.
They're going to try and kill Jubei first, which Jubei doesn't live. He gets off the okay, doesn't get off the hook shot. Meanwhile, Shaggy, he tried to go for the Dismember play, but it looks like Realm is just too strong. This time around, he got off the Eye of the Lightning. He got off a full static link with the double eye going to work. He is decimating all of the cuts. They thought they could fight into that Razor, but Realm, he got all of his abilities off first this time, and it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, he just charged in, insta-popped everything. Double Eye of the Storm, shredded them all. I mean, look at the damage. 5,000 damage. No one else is even close to him here. This is the power of Refresher Razor, man. He's going to destroy you in this game. It's only really the Shivas helping you out, and it doesn't count for much when you're just sitting under for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Catching the cut a little off guard. I don't think they were ready for it. I think they should have been thinking about it, but maybe also just underestimating how strong this build is on this hero.
I mean, really,
Like,
it's the
SMD.
only way for them to win a fight, right? Is Realm just
SMD?
getting in there. Scourge McDuck shows he's got the damage to deal with the Razor. He just needs the rest of his team not to challenge the Razor is apparently the problem. Pops the BKB inside of the coil. He's still got a time lapse. He's going to fight for this. He does not have the damage, though, to kill Warden before he leaves. So he just gets out.
Damn. What a Chad play right there, dude. Just solo kills him from full under his own tier 2. Whole team is up. I respect that. That's a, you know.
And put the Razor in his place. He's like, you know, hey, you ain't shit. You ain't shit.
Yeah.
You killed the rest of my team, but reminder that I am ahead of you by a significant amount in net worth. A good 5.5K.
I mean, it helps when, you know, there's no Eye of the Storms and no Link to come out. You know, that helps a little bit too, but definitely gave him the love tap there. Just said, hey, I'm still the big bad boy in this game. Don't forget it, son.
He is. He is indeed. And I was going to say the Satanic is usually the follow-up for him after Scotty. I was wondering if he was going to change it up here at all, because I feel like he's certainly tanky enough. But no, he's still going the Satanic. Doesn't change the item build, which I feel like he never does.
Nope, he just changed it. Daedalus. Gotcha.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I believe in that. I'm with him on this. Just go the pure damage. You have tanked up enough.
Daedalus looks better than Satanic here. You just want to be able to, like, the biggest issue in this game is Razor. Does Satanic help you deal with Razor? Not really. Daedalus does. Throw the bug on him and just start shredding him. Like, he's not going to really be able to link you. He wants to run in, link, and double Eye of Storm your other cores. So you just need to make yourself a bigger threat. Remove his ability to just run in with no armor item yet. SMD pushing the issue, 30 seconds with Aegis
what
still.
is KBU's response to the Scourge McDuck Weaver? He gives up his life. He's like, that's fine. Aegis was going to expire soon anyway. Realm gets in there, immediately dismembered, but he does get off the double eye of the storm.
Eye of the
Look at
Storms.
Shaggy just getting wrecked. No HP whatsoever, no armor. It seems here for Lil Nick, and Scourge McDuck just couldn't focus him down. Not this time around, not with all these teammates around.
Yeah, they just are not. I mean, they're trying to focus Razor, but like in a weird way, right? Scourge was not hitting him at all. He was taking down the Visage. If Scourge is not hitting the Razor, you're never killing him. None of the other heroes do anything, with the Grave especially. Very awkward team fight. It's gonna cost them more momentum here. I mean, they are up 12k, but they are just not respecting the Eye of the Storms. Like, it evaporates Pudge. This is the downside of this matchup. I don't care if you have a Lotus Orb or not. You are getting disintegrated, my friend.
Yeah, because not just the double Eye of the Storms, it's also the Visage Familiars and Visage himself. We're also applying armor corruption. So, you know, he thinks he has, 20 plus armor, but it goes down to nothing very quickly.
He is not a hero in these fights. I mean, maybe he even just has to wait. Like, I don't even think him going in first is good. I think you have to let the fight develop and then come in the backside. I mean, that's
Realm.
awkward for Pudge to do, though.
Oh no. I mean, he
This
doesn't have
looks like a
BKB,
repeat.
but even if he did, what is going on? Like, Realm, he's so strong in
don't
these
know.
team fights, but he is not respecting the pickoff power whatsoever.
Scourge McDuck just has his number, man.
Guess
This is the same thing that happened last time, right? You win the fight with Double Storm, then you take your foot off the gas a little bit. SMD finds you, gets the solo kill, sets you back even farther. Whew. Now this Weaver's almost 25. Now you got a big problem. Like,
Yeah.
we'll see what talent he takes, but I would not be surprised to see the +1 Geminate.
Yeah, I think so too. I think just going for the burst is probably the best play. Not even just for the Razor's sake, right? But also like blowing up the Dazzle right away. You know, you get a Shikuchi, you spot him.
Yeah, you'll one
boom,
shot.
boom.
He will literally get one shot off the Geminate, so does take it. He's at a crazy power spike now. Bro, I would just go Divine, man. Finish the job.
That is a build. I'm down with it if they get the next Roshan, which is gonna potential spawn time start in 35 minutes or 35 seconds.
Yeah.
Hope it's not at 35 minutes. Octarine
That would be a
on Lil
slow
Nick.
rush.
Yeah, considering how important Roshan is nowadays, we'd easily have over hour-long games if that was the case.
Yeah. Little Nick is getting tankier. He's up to 3,000 HP now with the level 20 talent plus Octarine. Also got the Blast Rig online, trying to get any armor he can to live a little longer through the storms.
Is it ever worth it? I never see anybody go spell lifesteal on Death Prophet. Is it just not worth it?
It's probably just not. Probably just doesn't help you that much in burst scenarios, I think. Spell lifesteal tends to be good over the long run. I don't think it's that good in burst outside of like a track or something.
Sure.
Because Zero doesn't actually do that much like spell damage in a short interval. He kind of just does it over the fight. I mean, I wouldn't even mind just some like casual Ghost Scepter even.
Yeah, that would actually probably help out a lot. Despite the pickoff on Jubei, the cut. They still make a
Okay.
move and make a big one. They
You're
pick
gone.
off MMR Tourist and set themselves up for controlling the Roshan pit because it could be up right now. It's not actually going to be. It's got an hour. I can't see these time increments correctly. 1 minute and 45 seconds left, so it's a later one, but you know, it could be. And so it's important to control the pit nonetheless.
Well, it's pretty much going to come down to this Realm get another free fight here. Now he has this level 20 talent, which buffs up the Eye of the Storms even more. So if he does get in there with double Eye of the Storm and he just starts going to town, he might be able to carry the fight still. They have to win this next one. Otherwise, I think it gets a little too far away.
Yeah. All right, well, they start making the move here. KBU, that is. You can see B-God drawing a line over there saying, hey, we want to be over there, guys. Don't give up your ward. But they did. It's too late. Nobody was in position to protect it.
Yeah, very awkward. They kind of just gave up the Roche control here. KBU still have this really good high ground ward. Getting killed now. That was close.
Yeah, KBU, a couple more seconds there. KBU would have swarmed in on that move real quickly.
Looking at Nick.
All right, they can get Nick, but not going to be able to. Hook misses either way. Cut is able to reset. Now, that was one Eye of the Storm, did not use the BKB or the Refresher. So there's still plenty left in the tank.
Yeah, in 40 seconds it'll be back up. Potentially does give a small opening here if you want to just super aggressively smoke. You think he can't win the fight without both, which I think is a reasonable proposition. And the Cut agree they're just going to smoke here. This has to be very fast though. This is a short cooldown ultimate. You have 20 seconds left. You gonna make the move or not?
Checking out for the power runes. They're trying to bait it. Maybe
Might be
they
successful.
still will bait something. It's going to be KBU. Jumps off it.
good
What a
hook.
shot into the back line. They immediately catch the Dazzle. Dazzle's gone. He does have a buyback, though. Be gone. He's going to be caught by the puck. It's blown up pretty quickly. Look at that rebound. Warden's able to jump himself away. Meanwhile, Realm,
coil
all
snap.
important. He gets off his double Eye of the Storm, and he's on top of Nick. Nick is dead. If he can catch up to anybody else, he'll feel good about it. Hits a plasma field. The Shiva's trying to catch up to B-God. Annihilate will spot him, and now that is a dead
It's a
squirrel
buyback.
roadkill right in the middle of the road.
100 seconds. No one's stopping this Razor, man. He's out of
Nope.
control. Actually, out of control. It does not seem like Scourge McDuck can commit to the fight. I don't know if he should be as wary as he is. Like, the puck went on the Hoodwink, basically killed him from full. Hoodwink comes back, just dies again. Little Nick got the coil snap. That was very sad for him. He just died without basically getting anything off, including BKB, I think. At least for the majority of his HP. So that is the big fight that KBU needed to win here. Now they have a refresher shard in ages for this Razor. I mean, now you're pushing late game Razor territory where he benefits from these Roshan items more than almost any other hero. It's terrifying, man. They still don't have an answer for him.
Scourge McDuck did take a tier 2 while Roshan was going down. But yeah, it really is coming to question of whether or not this Weaver can contest the Razor at all. In that last fight, I mean, it started off with the Dazzle dead. I thought that was a great opportunity, but apparently not.
Oh, these fights are just weird. Like, you kill the KBU supports, but they can buy back, or they're not even necessarily that important. It's just all about Razor being able to go in and shred people, which he's been able to do. There's no disjoint on him between his targets happening, which is what they need saves. I mean, they do have the shard on Pudge, so there's something. Maybe, I mean, they need like 4 stabs. Something else. Yeah, Lil Nick picks up one of his own. So now he has Flicker 4-stab. You just need some disjoint. Like, just make this Razor go in when he uses everything that he's been doing, which is instant. You just 4-staff people out and make him chase, right?
Yeah.
And then you can take the fight.
It's really interesting. Second time now, Clockwork just doesn't go 4-staff. I mean, far beyond me to criticize Jube, because this is definitely one of the heroes that he is most comfortable on. I felt like this is the kind of game where 4-staff is a gimme.
I gotta maybe understand they don't want to do it into the coil, because it's awkward, but even then, like, I think it's still good, because the problem is, okay, you want to let the guy sit there under coil and get shredded? I mean,
Yeah.
he's going to be dead 100% if you don't break the coil, so if you do break it, then you can maybe double force someone. Like here, Shaggy.
Lotus Orb turns around, pops a BKB, quick dismember onto the
bushwhack.
Marcy, and they blow her up. Beautiful
All right.
bushwhack from B-God protects the Shagster, and now Nick is looking for blood here, but he's got to be a bit careful. There is still danger of that Razor lurking somewhere. Jube goes in, another nice hook shot, catching the Dazzle again. Up dieback, a hook that doesn't quite land. They do have a Clockwork dead, but all eyes on Realm now. Can he fight through this? He's got the Aegis, and it looks
getting
like he's going to
outfought.
save his Refresher for his second life. Is he going to swap in the Refresher shard? He can go all in for this one. He immediately gets Cogs pushed, though.
Got stunned.
And dismembered. He's not going to be able to get off any of these spells.
Oh my god. The
Cheese
cog
goes off for
pushback.
sunlight, but it will not keep him alive. He goes into stone form too, but with the Razor gone, the team fight is just over.
Indecision, man. Indecision, like... I mean, if you want to go in there with Razor, just double Eye of the Storm and commit, you know? Instead, he links Weaver, which is fine, and then he commits the single ult. But then he chooses to hold the Refresher, and then... It's just awkward, right? Because you're not outputting the same level of damage. You're just not shredding the heroes like you were.
Yeah.
Then you come back up and... I mean, then you have to refresh for the first round and use the Refresher shard again. It's just very awkward, so... Very weird fight for KBU. They're just getting caught out on the supports as well. Dazzler gets caught. The Marcy dies instantly at the start. Maybe Realm didn't even want to take that fight. He just gets baited into it. The cut. Finding the openings. Good jumps. Good backline jump. And Scourge McDuck finally gets the man up.
And Jube twice now has caught the Dazzle first in this engagement. Jen's got to find a way to hide himself a little bit better, because I feel like triple Eye of the Storm with a Shallow Grave on Razor, that's going to decimate the cut. I don't know, you know, maybe they'll be able to win the fight really long and drawn out, but they're gonna definitely lose some heroes to that triple Eye of the Storm.
You'd have to expect so. That's what I'm saying. That fight was awkward because he could have just committed triple I, but his supports are dead. So I can understand not even wanting to be in that fight.
Yeah.
That's where you just like go behind your strength, take a normal engagement. Now he has Butterfly and a Trickster Cloak, so now he has 48% evasion, kind of out of nowhere. Pretty
Big change.
interesting. Yeah, no MKB on this Weaver, not even close, so pretty interesting itemization here. He's going to do a lot more damage and be a lot tankier during these BKBs.
Yeah, he's gonna. The Weaver's going back for Gleipnir, which he's got flying out to him now. He can get the MKB pretty quickly if this game just stalls for a bit. I mean, he still has 3,800 gold in the bank. So it does feel like there is this, they may not know it, but there is a short window here for KBU where they could really take a nice team fight around this Razor.
He definitely can. If he gets all his spells off, he's still a monster. Double damage for SMD. Shaggy was hooking it up the river. Actually missed one of them, but you know, sometimes those non-moving runes are pretty hard to hit.
And, you know, he's seeing things. Jumping
Yeah,
everywhere.
SMD just running into him. Still has DD here for like 20.
Oh, he's going to show himself. Can they get the Marcy initiation, the rebound stun before the BKB? Does the hook land? It doesn't. A lot of poking and prodding. Both teams trying to find an opening, a weakness in the armor of the other.
Make the call, just go to base, force them back. Don't play some weird river game. Remember, they have Hex on this Death Prophet now. So they can also potentially jump the Razor and just try and burst him. Maybe Grave comes out, but he doesn't have Satanic or anything, so the Grave isn't that valuable for him if he's the one who gets his HP destroyed first.
Yeah, and that's where it's really important for the Marcy to get the right kind of initiation off the rebound. Or maybe for MMR Tourist to put himself on the front line, to make himself a target somehow.
I mean, use buybacks if you have them, like that. That's amazing for you as well. It'll just stall and open up the fight more for the Razor. But it's still all about this Razor. Like, he is the centerpiece.
Well, the Cut sure do seem to like their games going late.
I'm telling you, it's the Shaggy power-up.
Well, they got another minute for potential Roshan time. KBU's moving out now. MKB is on the build for the Weaver. Now, it'd be very interesting if he chooses to buy out for that MKB, because it could be the right play. Like, if you kill the Razor fast enough, it might be worth it giving up your buyback for that damage, or it could be the fatal mistake.
I mean, your options are MKB, like Bloodthorn, right? Which he hasn't even built to do, so kind of has to go to MKB here. I feel like you do kind of want to buy out for it. Like, not going, it can also cost you the game.
Oh, hey, Shaggy did go the Shard. I'm not sure if either one of us noticed that yet.
Yeah,
and
I mentioned
he's
it,
going.
but he hasn't used it yet.
Oh, okay. Well, he's also going Wind Waker as well, so double saves. Apparently, he's figured out a new role in these team fights. It's no longer just run in and die in the first 5 seconds. Now he's going to be trying to save people.
He might die instead. You eat someone, and then all those Eye of the Storms go to you.
Yeah.
Gotta be a little careful. I mean, he's only sitting on 20 armor. Like, he will get obliterated if it's just him. And SMD does buy out for MKB. So no buyback for 400 gold here.
That's very, very close, KBU.
Yeah,
They
they're
force
going
the
for him
fight
too.
right now and catch him. They hit him with the rebound. They hit him with the
Oh
coil.
my
the follow-up here
lord.
from Shaggy. He tries to go for the December and he gets it. Oh, what a hook shot in. A three-man Cogs. They're going to pop out Scourge McDuck. Now back up to full house. Starts laying into Realm. Realm with the double Eye of the Storms. He's got the Shallow Grave going out, but he gets caught by the hook. He pops another round of the Refresher.
Doesn't have
another
mana.
round of BKB, but he doesn't have the mana to support all of this. The Eye of the Storms are going, but Scourge McDuck's damage is too great. Meanwhile, they are winning the other side of fight even without their carry. They turn around, throw out the shard. They do actually stun up Scourge McDuck again. He's got a Lotus Orb. He's dead. Pulled back in. Shaggy. What a bushwhack play. That's going to be able to kill the Dazzle. Maybe catch Arc Warden. No, Warden survives as he hits another dispose. So many of those rebounds that were just perfectly landed.
Insanely clutch. I mean, goddamn, we were talking about this Razor the whole time, but his team has slowly been climbing the charts, and suddenly this Puck and Visage just carrying the fight. I mean, we are in late game Puck territory. Octarine, Strength, Blink, Lincolns. Timeless Relic on top. Yeah, your orb travels a little slower, but the pain doesn't. You gotta find the Dazzle at least.
Hey, you gotta respect the beat. He's gonna play the Hoodwink like a Skywrath Mage, you know, as much burst damage, pick off as possible. And watch that beautiful save from Shaggy there, blinking in BKB, saving the Scourge
That was
McDuck.
absolutely huge. He was dead for sure.
Yeah.
This is the only reason this fight even was close.
And that
Gets a great
Conks
swarm
looks
off.
so good. It was a three-man Conks, but it looks like because they split off in two different directions, they're so
Yeah.
focused on killing Realm that the rest of the team got diced up.
Like, little Nick tries to go back in here, but the single target burst is significant now. This Puck is doing a lot. Late game Puck territory. I was surprised SMD just dies here. That stun lasts so long.
Yeah. And MRC's still fair and balanced here.
Yeah, 2.8 seconds with the talent. Nasty
And-
stuff. I mean, he has Basher too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's quite the talent. 0.7 rebound stun duration on an AoE stun. That sounds a little high.
Yeah, he also there's also a cooldown for it too, so you get it reduced on cooldown to 8 seconds. Then you get the duration buffed. You also get the rebound cast range. Yeah, this is a little busted to be honest. The more I'm thinking about it, you get cast range, cooldown, and duration all for the same spell through the talent tree.
Yeah.
What the heck? That doesn't make sense on an AoE stun jump. All right, Marcy's still doing Marcy things. Nothing new here. Almost level 25 now, where she can get sidekick spell immunity. One of my favorite talents in the game.
It's fine. Well, just wait till 733 and then she'll be balanced.
One of these days, the dream. I'm not biased at all, though. We also have a Revenant's Brooch on Puck.
You really taking
Pretty
that
cool.
refresher shard away from the Razor? Or is he holding
an
on to it
Abyssal.
to give to the Razor after he uses the cheese?
No, he's I mean, to be honest, like, they might not need the triple Eye of the Storm. They just need the land stuns. They have a Hex on Visage. They have an Abyssal on this Marcy. If he double Abyssals or double rebounds the Weaver, that's what kills him, right?
Yeah.
Triple Eye of the Storm compared to double doesn't matter anymore, and I kind of agree with it. Like, Puck will even clean up the fight, man. Puck might right-click harder than his Razor.
Well, he actually may be with the Revenant's Brooch, yeah.
Radiant's middle tower
It's
is falling.
stacking up for sure. The Satanic can be completed for Realm, which between the cheese and all these extra stuns, it does add another wrinkle to the game plan for the cut. It may not be so easy to burst down the Razor as they did last time. And they have to worry about this initiation with all these stuns coming in.
Yeah, we have a lot of level 25s. The other big one, I think, is this Hoodwink. His level 25 talents are very good, and Bushwhack radius is pretty significant here. You end up catching an extra hero or two in these late game fights. It's a huge difference. Probably their biggest stun.
Jube's already landing 3-man cogs, so
Yeah, wrap him up.
Is under attack.
speaking of Jube, he's also trying to get some more lockdown Scythe of Ice soon for him.
There's a bold itemization. See if he gets to it here.
Do you agree? I feel like because he went the shard, I'm not sure if Shaggy should go the dismember damage. I say.
Shaggy? Eating his
It's gonna
Weaver.
be enough though. He may be giving up his own life. The Weaver's gonna pop out now. Pop the Satanic. He'll back up the full, but it gets Abyssal
got
Bladed.
stunned.
A refresher.
Stunned
They
again.
might be able to get the stuns. Oh no! Scourge McDuck gets off the time block, but it didn't matter. He evaporated in an instant under the power of a Razor that had 187 bonus damage plus another 129 bonus damage from the
Nick.
double static links.
Lil dead.
Yeah. Oh man, 4 heroes dead. All of them do have buyback.
Oh, this game is just turned completely, man. These fights feel hopeless. Didn't even use the refresher shard on Marcy. Just the stuns were enough with Abyssal and these hexes. And SMD just can't hit people.
Really can't.
And if
I
he
don't
can't
think
hit
they can-
people, they can't win the fight. That's how
Yeah.
it feels.
Well, they certainly can't have SMD. This whole play of him being initiated on and then saved by Dismember, we've seen it twice now, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah, because they just go on your punch, and like he can't ever get away, so you end up having to take the fight anyway.
Yeah.
Warden's just, I mean, Warden has scaled insane in this game too. Like, these heroes bonkers in the late game.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I mean, the Weaver got stunned up for so long.
Yeah, you just get Abyssal, then you get like insta bash from the Unleash. Then he's BKBing one of his cores randomly. He's gonna mess something up. This hero's a nightmare to play against in the late game. You're super tanky as well. He's got 3,400 HP with 30 armor.
All right, well, KBU, they're rushing through buildings as quick as possible because if they can do this fast enough, they can threaten Megas and force a buyback maybe out of Lil Nick. We've still got 12 seconds
It's gonna be
left.
close.
It is going to be close. 4 up.
Nice
Hook
hook.
back from Shaggy. He blinks backwards, though. He was afraid of taking that fight against Realm, understandably so. But it is enough. It's enough to be able to force KBU back. True base in. He is in way too deep, perhaps. Shaggy goes in off of that one. BKB immediately jumping onto Realm.
Got the
They get
bushwhack.
Static Link, the bushwhack off of that. The Shallow Grave to be able to bail out Razor. He has the Satanic. He's healing up. He's healing up. He's back to full. Buybacks coming out now from the cut, but they have been shattered by that last engagement, and I have to wonder how they're going to be able to take the second part now. I guess Realm wants to be able to wait for his next round of spells. 30 seconds for Refresher and Eye of the Storm to come up.
Too many problems, man. There's too many problems to deal with. They're trying to focus Razor because he's been the biggest problem the whole game. Suddenly this Marcy is just soloing your Weaver with the minus armor stacks on top. Oh lord, dude. This late game lineup is absolutely nasty. Cut just didn't scale into it hard enough.
No, they didn't. They, once upon a time, I mean, 25 minutes in, 75% win rate. 41 minutes in, 75% win rate for the cut. They couldn't hold it down, couldn't lock it down. Now KBU, they're the ones feeling very, very good. It just comes down to one last team fight to finally
double
break
damage.
the cut. Jetpack
Rune of
spots
Destiny.
Jubei. They were trying to find the initiation, but KBU, they're going to be the ones who jump first. They get the initiation, the Abyssal Blade on a Scourge McDuck. He's got a double damage, though. Realm is being diced up. Scourge, he fights him, but so much damage is coming out. He's overwhelmed by the Eye of the Storm. The Shallow Grave makes sure that Realm survives through it all, and that is a total wipe. GG called, and KBU will take game one just shy of 60 minutes.
What are these games, man? I don't even know. Like, Ultra late game Dota is so weird. You know what actually messed SMD up in that last fight? Because he had DD and he's manning up, and he's actually killing Razor. He gets hit by Unleash and he loses all his attack speed. And he sat there and tried to hit this Razor one more time for a Geminate, and his hero just couldn't do it, man. He couldn't do it. Too much attack speed slow. He sat there, and that whole windup, he questioned his entire life before his eyes, and then he got disposed into oblivion. God, Marcy is a disgusting hero.
Marcy is indeed a disgusting hero, and KBU will ride that Marcy to victory here in game one. Shout out to Annihilate, who we really didn't highlight too much, but you were talking about his late game damage. You could see he went 9-2 and 18, only got picked off twice in that game. So while we were talking about Realm and the damage he was doing, and the Visage and the Marcy, Annihilate was very quietly doing a great job in that game.
Oh, he owned. Like, he got to late game puck territory with the scaling build. Absolutely the correct items. He was definitely carrying those fights, especially the one on the river. I wouldn't be surprised if he had the most damage in some of those. Great game from him. I mean, it's another, like, weirdly quiet puck game, but he has great stats and great net worth and high impact, so maybe the hero's still just fine, you know, but it definitely feels different to me. I can't pinpoint it, but it's interesting. It's a very interesting hero in this patch. We'll see how much it gets developed, but I look forward to game 2, man. That was a crazy one.
Yeah, he actually had the highest hero damage of
Did he?
his team.
Wow.
Of not quite of the game. Scourge McDuck eked him out by about 5K, but he did have the highest of his team. So it goes to show that the stats, they don't lie. And well, we're going to take a quick lie down after a long hour-long game. We'll be back with game 2 of the Cut versus KBU.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back. We are right in the middle of the draft for game number 2 between KBU US versus the Cut. If you're just now joining us, KBU is up 1-0 Avery over the Cut after what was 58-minute game. Very close to the full hour.
Radiant team
On the dime almost, and yeah, straight into game 2. Now you have to reset, get your energy levels back to where they need to be, pick some comfort heroes. I don't know. Once again, TI elimination game for the Cut here. Perhaps the last game of the season for the Shagster and Co. For Lil Nick and company. For the rest of the squad. Very serious. Jubei looks very determined.
It does. They're going to need to, well, you say comfort heroes. I presume you're referencing the first pick Skywrath Mage for God.
Naturally, he's already tapped out. He's like, all right, I know what I'm doing. I'm just going to let you guys handle the rest. I'm going to kill them all. Hope you guys aren't too heavy. Meanwhile, you know, KBU, they look a little higher in spirits. If I were to generally assess the moods of these teams, they look a little more on the light side, bantering a little maybe. Thinking about what they want to do. Pick Disruptor. You know, it's a cocky pick, but okay. See if it works out. I'm still not been impressed with this hero. I'm happy to be disproved wrong, but I still feel like this hero just doesn't pack enough punch, man. It's hard to get the kills on the lane that you need to snowball into the levels. Without levels, you're trash. With the levels, you're okay. I don't know. He has some stuff going for him this game. Like, the static Storm is nice for Storm. And, of course, glimpses can always be powerful when you have heroes that can run at the enemy and force the issue, like Batrider. So I'm not against the pick, but my confidence in the hero is not super high.
Yeah, was it Jubei who played the Disruptor earlier when like level 1 glimpse? Yeah, that did not
if I recall,
that game was a whole lot worse than the game 1 that they had in that series. The immediate Anti-Mage pickup, so a lot of potential answers to this Storm Spirit now.
Yeah, they really are trying to make his life hard here. I mean, Storm is one of the better targets for this Anti-Mage in terms of Mana Void. It's like him and Leshrac. Definitely the premier.
5 seconds remaining.
It's pretty good for Skywrath Mage as well. Hard to get the insta-silence on him or catch him in the jungle areas. The lane, it's a Skywrath Mars. Maybe not the easiest for him. If you get the Mana Burn trade on Mars, though, you can kind of sit there, I guess. It's like doable, you know. It's not the worst I've ever seen. It's not like Slardar or something. So it's an interesting pick. See what turns out from it.
How
Can
much?
be good with Disruptor too.
How much did AM stock go up with the BKB now costing mana change?
Radiant team ban.
I mean, it's nice. Like if you blink Manta Abyssal someone and you burn all their mana. Are they going to have a stick in the late game fights? Probably not, right? It might catch some people off guard, and it could prove pretty nice. I think in a lot of the mid-game scenarios, it probably doesn't have too big of an impact. But even still, like the fact BKB costs mana, even if you're getting BKB off, the fact that it costs mana and you're getting your mana burn might mean you don't have mana for another spell. So
Right.
I could see it having some decent indirect impact.
Radiant team back.
They did have some other changes in 7.3.2 where the mana cost went down, but the range blink now goes not as far level 1 and 2, but does go 50 range farther for level 4. They also changed the cooldown around, so it's actually a shorter cooldown level 1 to make up for the loss in range. Everything else doesn't really seem like there's any other big changes. There's some small stuff, mana changes, but nothing big.
I mean, the big question is, like, what is this hero's carry matchup, which the cuts still have an option here. And the ones that come to mind are, like, Troll is generally pretty good versus AM, and I think PA can be very good versus Hero. And they have Abaddon for both, so I don't think you're too concerned about this bat matchup. Like, that's why you picked it to open up your carry pool here. There's a Slark route, but I wouldn't recommend it. There's always Bloodseeker as well, but I don't know if Bloodseeker looks as good here to me as the physical punch throughs, because you already have like Storm and Mars, and so yeah, I think Troll's the best looking here. You'll get an extra dispel at some point in the game, but you have Abaddon to back you up. Abaddon Troll is really strong. You guarantee the dispel into the ult, and then even the neutral that goes through BKB. Like, this seems like a nightmare for AM. You can't ever mana void him, and he just perma nets you and out man fights you forever. It's like, it's a rough matchup. So I think this Troll pick's super nice. Now KBU has to get something to help their AM engage the Troll and deal with him. Into the Abaddon as well. Not the easiest.
Are we assuming that Batrider is mid against the Storm, right? Because that's a good matchup.
I mean, they can pick another mid, but the problem is you're putting Bat into an Abaddon trolling. Sounds pretty rough.
Yeah. So different offlaner. What offlaners are good against Troll?
It's a tough one. I could see them just getting a team fighter here, like Tide or Enigma or something, but I don't know how great it makes them feel. I mean, the offlane that comes to mind is Outworld Devour, but I don't know. I don't know if we're playing Outworld Devour anti-mage Dota. That sounds pretty monka. Oh, it's still Razor.
Oh, there's still Razor in the pool. That's a good answer to Troll.
This matchup is, I think the net buff helps this matchup a lot though, and like this matchup is a bit more iffy for me nowadays. Like the Moose be nerfed to Razor, some of this stuff. I think it's better for Troll. If you at some point you get this Maelstrom BKB and you ever ult on this Razor before he links you for a lot, you will just destroy him.
Yeah.
So I think Razor's still good, but it's not going to stop this Troll from winning the AM matchup if it comes to it, which I think is the biggest thing here.
Okay,
we'll see how much this AM can get done.
In order for this Razor to be successful in their lineup as a whole, if you've got the carry to carry, not the matchup, but disadvantage, what do they need to do to be able to get a 2-0 over the cut?
If they can snowball the mid matchup, that's super big. Like, they did get this Storm counterpick to Bat, which is something Shaggy's comfortable with. But the flip side is all these bad matchups are super susceptible to the roam, and they have the Tiny and Disruptor to fight around the runes. So for me, this would be a game like, sure, you help the side lanes, but ultimately you want to clash on mid and snowball your Batrider and shut down Storm. And what that'll do is it'll open up the map, especially the side lane pressure, which at some point you want to get to this anti-mage Battle Fury Manta style, and then he's going to become uncatchable on the map. And when that happens, then you can scale into his later items and he can join the fights with the big mana voids on Storm. If Storm snowballs, all that becomes way harder because Storm will catch you on the map, and it'll be harder to join the fights and mana void him to clean it up. So to me, a lot of this game is going to come down the mid. Unless somebody just randomly destroys a side lane, which can always happen, but I wouldn't bank on it. My idea would be send this Tiny mid and make Storm's life hell and make Bat's life very good.
All right, well, let's get into the game. Game number 2 between the Cut and KBU. Elimination on the line for the Cut, which they obviously lost. They started off in the upper bracket. Not bad. Their very first game went to 50 minutes, but they lost that. Then they lost the following game. Now they're in 3 games, 3 losses in a row. need to be able to right the ship if they want to be able to go to Singapore. And prediction time real quickly. Team with the first barracks kill. Well, that's just pretty much who do you think is going to be the winner most likely.
I have no idea, man. I'm always wrong on this. I'm just going to go KBU because we haven't had a non-2-0. That's all I
true.
know.
First player to get 50 last hits. It kind of depends on what kind of game Shaggy wants to play, right? If he's just going to be farming. Same with Annihilate.
Seconds to battle.
Yeah. That's a tough one, man. I'm just going to put Scourge McDuck. Screw it.
All right, fair enough. Player with the highest net worth at the end of the game. That sounds like a Scourge McDuck.
Sure, we'll go Scourge McDuck again. He's going to deliver, even though he's going to lose.
And player with the highest total magic damage, I'm going to say Bat Rider for that one.
Yeah, that's probably the one. I'll go with that.
Actually,
I always get all
split
these
it.
wrong, so.
I split 2 and 3. I split Scourge McDuck for last hits and Realm for highest net worth.
Do you even get anything for these predictions? What do they do?
Yeah, you get for each one, I think you get 10% of a battle pass level,
Oh,
or maybe more. Yeah,
Decent,
it is
decent.
worth something. Sometimes it bugs out though, and it doesn't.
I should
give you
start
the
trying
points.
more. Does it ever deduct the points if you're wrong? That would make it more interesting.
Oh no, that would just dissuade people from playing at all.
All right, Cut just got 4 runes. Can I change my predictions? Or...
How did that happen?
I don't know, man, but they just gobbled them all up here. That is a big win. 4 runes is like, that's deadly, man. It really is deadly. 200 gold difference on every hero.
Wow. I saw the one that was just sitting in the Radiant Jungle, so I guess Realm didn't really play for picking up runes at all, but still. Very awkward for KBU, and a great start for the Cut after a rough game 1. Rough in that it was long and they lost it, but very interested to see how this mid matchup goes. Storm Spirit versus Bat Rider, where Storm, does this make sense? The Storm has the matchup advantage, but Bat Rider has the kill power, right? Does that sound right?
Bat can always kill anybody.
Yeah,
Misstep a little. But yeah, I think it's generally Storm favorite. I think most Storm players are happy to play this matchup at least. Maybe even if you die once, like whatever, you're going to trade efficiently, you're going to free farm all the waves. Just pure static remnant spam with stick to back it up. Pretty hard to shut down the net worth. And at some point when you get old, then you have like pretty nice ways to take the fights and abuse runes. So Shaggy's going to be happy with this one. And yeah, top 3 of the CS board, all the Cut plus the runes. 1k lead already.
That's pretty rough. What is this? Early TP from Jubei. Getting aggressive. High Shaggy gets on top of Annihilate, and First Blood actually goes to bottom lane with the Mars. I thought we were going to see it play. Realm does get the counter kill, though, so the supports get traded out in this lane.
It's Courier.
But, even better, I mean, getting the Courier and First Blood and getting some good damage onto Realm, Nick will just be like, okay, you burned my mana already. You're not going to fight me any longer.
I mean, Realm is spamming salves out here. He loses his wand on the Courier. He got the return kill, but it's not the First Blood kill, so he's still a ways away from Ring. If he got the First Blood, it would have been huge because he can go by Ring. And then he's mad chilling.
Yeah.
Now he's still going to have to fight through this a bit longer. Also, killing Skyrath doesn't even feel good because he just comes back with full mana and then he hits you in the head, so the slaying is not going amazing.
It's like killing an Undying in lane. You know he's just going to come back and spam you out, so.
Realm is getting beat up, man.
Yeah, he sure is. And Nick still has plenty of mangoes, which, again, probably goes back to that 4 bounty rune start for them. The double bracer stick, double mango still to go, so he's got a constant threat on Realm, a potential for Spirit anytime.
These are not
Like
sidelines
now.
that... Oh, he missed a tree.
He cut the tree
cut it.
down. Realm cut down the lower tree, and the upper tree did not connect with the spear.
What a monster.
Man, that's crazy.
Just when you think you've seen everything. Oh, Chen, my friend.
Yeah, Chen is looking pretty dead. And by that, we mean Disruptor, because his real name is Chen. Because we're not going to call him Soaring Dragon Rising Phoenix of the Sun every time.
Sinking Dragon.
Oh,
dilapidated
toss
Phoenix.
into the tower with the flame break, ready to go to bump it back even
Oh.
further, and the Firefly as well. Shaggy
Another
getting
shield.
chased down here. They do have another round of the shield, so maybe he can turn and fight, actually. Yeah, Shaggy, he wasn't too afraid of the Bat Rider after all those sticky napalms go away. Jubei
This
on the
is the
run,
tiny
though.
round.
He's going to be able to toss the Bat Rider on top of him. Another round of
Got
the Aphonic
stick.
Shield, though, and that's going to be good. In fact, if anything, it's Warden who's going to die, is now B-God's going to show up, collect the last hit, and Shaggy's going to be able to get the pullback on the Bat Rider as well. Can they get him? B-God,
Another bolt.
is he in range? He's got a nuke. Fairy Fire, it's not going to be enough double kill for B-God.
Oh, what an absolute disaster, man. I mean, I was talking to, like, you want to roll mid to get your bat a good start. The cut recognized it as well, and the upside is the silings are going so well for the cut, they can bring everybody here, and they're not even really getting punished. Like, the Mars just sits bottom, the Troll sits top. They're both free farming. Trialing mid to shut down this Bat Rider. He is getting destroyed in this game, man. Like, look at the net worth chart. This Bat is non-existent right now.
Well, he's currently doing the most magic damage, so. Even if he's not winning, I'm winning, you know?
I mean, that's a silver lining of in a very big storm cloud, but yeah, whatever you want to tell yourself, he is struggling, man. And this is not the hero you want to have struggling in this game, because he has to play into the Troll Abaddon combo, and you know, his silings aren't really crushing either. Like, Anti-Mage isn't a hero that, even if he crushes his lane, is going to carry you through the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be strong enough to create space for the Animage, right?
Yes. So this does not bode well. See if they can recover from it. The Razor's at least getting some space, but man, the start for the cut here. The dream.
Doesn't bode well. Ill tidings for KBU in the opening of this game, too. Let's see if they can turn it around at all. After all, they did a pretty good job at times turning around game one. How did they do in the lanes in game one? I can't remember now. Uh-oh, Haste Rune. Look at Jubei.
Yeah.
He's going to leave it for Shaggy until Annihilate goes back for it. Now grabs the Haste Rune.
More rune
Annihilate
control.
on the run. Can run up the cliff with the toss away on Shaggy. He's also not level 6, so he can't really pursue.
Oh, Disruptor.
Yeah,
I'll take that one.
Yeah, Disruptor showed up and Disruptor died. Very quickly.
Yep. Tri-lane versus tri-lane for the runes, skewing this matchup. Side lane still free farming. Pretty decent read. No push Storm to 6 here, and now Danny. Wasn't expecting that one.
Annihilate in trouble. One last flame break before he goes down. Maybe if he bumped into the tower, it might have been a kill, but alas, not the case. KBU desperately needs to make something happen here, and that's why they're going on Lil Nick. Getting this kill, all important, the blink. Uh-oh, is he gonna go for it? Oh, he's not. Missed out on a kill. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's the biggest prize on the map. Double brace or soul ring, they're just so tanky. Disruptor does not have the damage to cut through that. Now you're
Not
in
only
like
did they rotate into mid and win that lane, but they also stacked for Shanky. So
Yeah.
he's not just winning, he's winning plus.
Yeah. Are you winning, son? Shaggy is winning it all, man. He's having the game of his life right here. And on the flip side, Annihilate is having probably the worst game I've seen from him in a long time. Which isn't on him. It's just he got abused and he's gonna have to play catch-up duty for a long time here.
Got
He is
counterpicked
poor.
and out-rotated. That is... Which
Yep.
is not what I expected. I kind of expected the Tiny to be the first one to show up mid lane.
Oh, the cut just read the only play they had and outmatched them. Sometimes that's all you have to do, and definitely benefiting huge here. I mean, even just the levels on their supports, like Skyrath's almost level 6. It's monster. Double null up. Max bolt. This is a lot of damage in the early game with the extra int. Oh, glimpse. See you later, Jubei.
Bye-bye. But even without Jubei, these guys are still a threat. They don't need Arena to be able to get this kill.
This is like the Disruptor life, man. I feel for him. He is not going to exist in this game.
Yeah, it seems, well, it seems like a lot of heroes may not be existing in this game.
This game may not be existing very shortly. If we keep this rate up. It's gonna come down to some stall action from Anti-Mage, who just blinks in here.
Oh no, couldn't actually kill B-God, didn't have enough mana missing. We get Jubei, so at least they get something out of this. But it's 2 cores and 2 supports, all hovering around for a 5 position Jubei kill. I'm sure Jubei is laughing his way to the grave with that one.
I mean, you don't want to give some extra gold to Anti-Mage, but yeah, it's not the biggest deal. And this is going to come down to a game where I think KBU is going to have to rat it out until they can get to the later timings here. Maybe fight around this Razor. Like, the Razor's still strong. He didn't have the best lane. He kind of got left up here. Now he's getting ganked.
Yeah, he's not strong enough to take a 1 versus 3. That's for sure, which is not what he was expecting. A good gank from B-God and Shaggy.
Yep, using the map well. Just nobody can contest this Mars, so he's just chilling. Troll, free farming top. Jubei gets the extra levels mid and 10-minute rune. Contesting as well, another haste. Oh, he stole it from his man.
He really did. Not sure what he was expecting there. I guess he didn't know Shaggy was going to make the jump over. Shaggy can definitely use the haste rune right now because now he has to run away from Realm, who has already used the mana void. So Shaggy having no mana doesn't mean much. So he's just turning around and fighting the AEM. Eventually, there's going to be too many members of KBU. Now Annihilate chasing after, trying to get more. B-God caught inside. Now they do have the arena, but the glimpse back. So B-God is still in trouble here. The arena is going to be able to keep some heroes at bay, but Realm doing a great job being very active with this carry Anti-Mage, and it is getting KBU a 1-team fight here. They get Jubei, now they're going to be able to catch B-God as well. 3 kills in the end off of that rotation.
Clean them all up. Super good rotation from KBU, getting the numbers advantage, bringing in the extra cores. It's what you have to do when you're behind. Drag your bat back into this game.
Oh, now Mars is left alone here in this bottom lane.
Yeah, and he has no TP because they glimpsed him back.
Okay, they weren't going to be able to get... Maybe if he left a few seconds later, there would be some glimpse shenanigans or something, but no.
Still very good sequence for KBU. Getting the extra gold on this Anti-Mage for the rotation. Very nice. Gets the payoff. Also, shuts down a lot of that Storm's momentum. Even just forcing Abaddon to take that rune. Maybe he didn't have to, but these things happen, and Shaggy pays the price. Looking for the Anti-Mage, though. Oh, pulled himself.
Oh, nice timing there. That's always the problem. That Anti-Mage matchup against Storm has always been in favor of Anti-Mage by quite a bit, but now it's made kind of worse by the fact that Counterspell is a thing.
Your only real answer is if you get like super fast Orchid or something, but
yeah,
I don't think many Storms want to go first Orchid in this meta. It just doesn't
I haven't
feel
seen
amazing.
an Orchid Storm in a long time.
Yeah, it's not great, so kind of just have to suck it up, get to the late game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, little Nick chugging away.
Yeah, I mean the cut is they're all getting to the late game with the way they're farming right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And you still have to remember, there's like this troll lurking that has this anti-mage matchup. There's this Mars who's super far ahead. So the cut had some bad sequences here that would have just snowballed this game out of control, but they're still in a pretty commanding position. And it's still pretty hard for KBU to show on these lanes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Battle Fury timing for the troll gonna be much faster than this Anti-Mage. He's a full component ahead.
Yeah, he's feeling good. Do have the bots on Batrider, so they have some play action available. Bots mid, probably for smoke. All right, 4 heroes. Again, trying to bring the numbers to make up for the net worth deficit.
Oh,
they got the as well.
They got the scan on top. So not only is Anti-Mage gonna play chill for now, but the whole team is gonna rotate up here.
Oh, they see Storm.
You see Storm, and they hit him with the Avalanche and the Static Storm follow-up. There is going to be some shields, but I think the Static Storm going to last long enough. Yeah, the damage is there. They throw the lasso at the end just to make sure. Jubei, he's got his ultimate, but I have a feeling they don't care about this Tier 1 tower. They're going to run him down. They'll probably take the tower, too, for their effort.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pretty good gank. Still, the cut just getting caught off guard a little, and another rough death for Shaggy, getting shut down. Another fight where Anti-Mage gets to join, push him towards that battle flurry to try and keep up with the troll, who's already clearing triangle. Somehow, still out of all that, he's getting out farmed by Little Nick, who's yet to join a real engagement here outside of that mid one where he got glimpsed and is just rushing BKB.
Yeah, I think Nick's inspired by Amar. Top lane, they're not giving up this tower just yet. The glimpse goes out and does send the Storm Spirit back, but the rest of the team is here to collect not just the kill on MMR Tourist, but also the kill on Chen, which he does do a good job there. He got the last hit on the tower, so it doesn't let it get denied.
Decent. There's that Little Nick presence, though. Ooh, he's going to be big this game. Ain't nothing little about this man.
No, he's not. BKB, wonder if he's going to go just straight Ags next, or a Deso, or what the build's going to be for him.
That's an interesting choice. Like, if you don't go Blink, your catch potential on AM is pretty limited, and he will get very farmed just split pushing the map. At the same time, if you go Blink, you're kind of dependent on actually catching him, which, if that misses, then you're pretty sad.
Yeah, I mean, late game, if this Animage can't blink into the troll, and he can't fight into an Aghanim's Mars, then what's left? Avalanche and Static Storm really nicely positioned to catch two heroes, but Realm doesn't see an opportunity just yet. Now throws out the Mana Void, only a half mana Shaggy. Tanks the damage and walks away, not a problem for him. Annihilate's gonna get caught here. Nick's setting up. Oh, he doesn't have Arena. Oh, that makes things more awkward. He needs to be able to land this spear without it, or maybe just the troll catches up. And now the spear lands. Now they'll be able to get the kill on Annihilate. So they make moves on both sides of the map at the same time, which is pretty fortunate for the cut, the way that worked out.
Yeah, very nice. And, I mean, the AM's game is going to be hard just going in. That's where, in theory, the Bat and Razor help him deal with these frontliners. Like, the Bat and Razor can deal with the Troll and Mars in a late game scenario. That's why shutting them down is so vital here, because it just makes AM's life so much harder. You see a support trade. Why not?
Okay.
Blink reveal for Tiny, I guess. Making some space. I mean, the Razor can function from behind. He just gets the BKB in, like we saw last game, even though the Realm Razor was so far behind. And once he hit his items, he was just a monster. That can be repeated to some extent here. Not as much, but it can. I'm still just worried for this Bat Rider. Like, he's still just so far behind. And again, his game is not that easy because of this Abaddon. Like, he can't just go some, Witchblade BKB run-in burst a single target. You just get shielded and all your damage disappears.
He's farming away, trying to get to that BKB. He's going to actually go for the bots to top. Play off of these Static Storms. You can see KBU, every single time Static Storm is off cooldown, they're trying to make a move.
Yep, for good reason. Like, they want to keep killing this storm while the window's open. Pretty hard. I mean, Little Nick's unkillable now, and good luck catching this troll. He's just too fast on the map. There's no way to do it. So their target's pretty much just Shaggy. And he's playing it pretty safe. He had the 2 deaths. He doesn't want to give up anymore. Line's been drawn to go to triangle here. Maybe try and catch this troll. This is a hard route, though.
It is a hard route. They run into the Mars first or the Abaddon.
Yeah.
Things are pretty ruined for them. And even if they do get to the troll, as you were saying, he's pretty damn farmed. And with an Abaddon around, they may not be able to kill him fast enough.
I mean, he's level 14 and a half.
Alongside
3 levels ahead
with
of
the
him.
Skywrath Mage, they burst down Annihilate. Boy, they were patient for that one. They waited a solid minute and a half, 2 minutes before Annihilate finally was open for the kill.
That's going to pay off. Might find the Razor here.
Spear misses.
I guess
so
they gave up.
probably for the best.
No, it's like good patience on the map. Like, that's a situation where you can force some jump and you just feed, and then suddenly you lose a lot of map control. Instead, they just waited it out. Okay to trade a little bit. Then when they see the opening and seize it, now they're up to 6k advantage. Because Troll's just going to excavate everything. Like, you're not in a huge rush here. You just don't want to have your Storm die and accelerate Anti-Mage off the assist kill.
And it does kind of feel like KBU, funnily enough, when we were talking about like how the Animage split push and you're trying to catch him, feels like KBU are the ones trying to catch people right now. And
Nick didn't BKB.
he didn't BKB, so he gets caught by the glimpse. The glimpse, well, cancels the TP. He does still get to walk away. Now the Animage, Jube was kind of cutting over, seeing if he could help the Mars. Should be able to collect this kill, no problem.
Yeah, those are those little kills. Like, I mean, it's not the end of the world or anything, but you don't want to feed too many of these little kills to Antimage because he's the one hero who can claw them back in these late game fights off some big mana void or something.
Yeah, and his timing on Battle Fury and Manta are so important, right?
Yes. And he can make the map annoying for you. Again, you don't have the most reliable catch here. He is going to be obnoxious. So you just don't want to give him anything for free. Make him work for it all. But that said, BKB up on SMD here. Time to perhaps make a very aggressive move. You get a kill or any good team fight, Roshan is going to melt. Abaddon passive plus troll. So they are looking to fight. He is immortal in this BKB.
They're playing for the 20-minute power rune, see if anybody shows. It was the Disruptor,
storm.
but he hit a really nice Static Storm. That's going to be able to maybe get the kill in the Storm Spirit. The shields are coming out. The toss over, and Annihilate gets him in the end. He uses the lasso, though, but he's in too deep. That toss, it may have killed the Storm Spirit, but it certainly condemned Annihilate to death as well.
They're looking for more here. I might even just go Roche. Like, is this Disruptor kill even worth it? I don't know.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, if they can, Roche.
I think it is faster than they feel it is. That said, they can also just go tier 1 mid. That's also totally fine here. No need to rush the heavy objective that honestly isn't worth too much. You just want to get something here. And aggressive vision, hold the triangle, tier 1 mid, that sounds pretty good too.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, it also closed off this map for an anti-mage. Like, he had to run all the way back from top, and now he has vision on his triangle. Still a little ways away from the Manta, so the window for him to die is still open. It's gonna close fast, but yep, straight into Roche. Objectives falling fast here.
Cut certainly picking up steam. And Scourge Big Duck stacks up the fervor. He's gonna have Yasha when this is done. Aegis, I assume, for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, you get it to Storm here. Like, he's your fight initiator still, is you want him to be able to play aggressive. Yeah. 2 ways to do that, Aegis and BKB. He's still 1,000 off BKB. So give him the Aegis, help him out a little bit. Now he can just jump whoever. And here we go.
Zip, zip, zip. Oh, Animage immediately showed up, but Shaggy,
oh, he lived.
Just a sliver of HP, and it's the Animage who will die instead.
Ooh.
He almost, I mean, that was a decent reaction from the Animage. Unfortunately, he didn't get right on top of Shaggy and barely missed out on blowing him up.
That was very close. I mean, he has Aegis anyway, so I think AM goes down regardless. Nice reaction from Lil Nick, just getting the spear, locking him down into that Skywrath ult with Veil. And no Manta pop for you, sir. And that's a big streak as well. He actually had a streak. So, decent chunk of gold, 750 to the Mars.
Yeah, he did. Make a kill. Toss back into the Razor, not where this troll wants to be. He pops his ultimate, but the damage is running. Oh, look at that Static Storm. Great reaction. The spear comes immediately afterwards, but the damage is done. The Storm Spirit's going to lose his Aegis. The troll also falls. Looks like Jube. Iron Storm just going to work here for MMR Tourist as they manage to get the lasso. Go back to the Storm. Oh, no, MMR Tourist. He didn't read that situation quite fast enough. If he had just backed up and sat in the Storm Spirit, they certainly would have gotten that kill.
Yeah, he had all the link damage still. Well, what the hell was this engagement, though?
I don't know.
Why is why is SMD just here, like, alone with Abaddon, ulting some guy under a tower, and then giving Razor a full link?
Yeah, he seemed to have forgotten that he's got a hardcore counter in the Razor.
Yeah, I don't know. I missed something that led up to that engagement because that scenario didn't make a lot of sense to me. And now you've fed away Aegis and a bunch of kills.
Listen, I don't think you missed a thing, Avery. I think sometimes, you know, Dota just doesn't make sense.
That's definitely possible.
Especially with NA Dota.
I've made some of those mistakes myself. I'm not saying they don't happen, but That was just a very weird situation. Like, you know, if Troll has Aegis, maybe it makes sense. Like, he's forcing an objective and you get a fight out of it, but it was very aggressive, so they'll pay the price. Don't want to pay too many of these prices, man. They add up.
Blink Dagger next for Scourge McDuck. What do you make of that?
I mean, just blink ult the anti-mage. Guarantees the kill, I guess.
I think it's also, I saw that matchup, Troll versus Razor, and if the Troll, like, jumps and pops ult on the Razor first,
Yep.
that matchup is a lot easier to play.
No, I agree. Blink seems pretty good here, especially with how far ahead he is. He can afford to do it and not lack damage or anything. I mean, he's level 18. That definitely helps. He's still having a very, very good game. And he has Mars to pick up some of the damage slack. Like, Little Nick is going to Sags. And he's got 3,000 gold in the pocket. You jump me? No, I jump you, sir.
Yeah, it pops the BKB, turns around, kills Warden with the help of the Storms here. They have all their BKB, so this Static Storm doesn't make a difference, but all the damage being drained away from Scourge McDuck. Once again, they're going to drag him on top of the high ground. They cliffed him entirely. Scourge is dead. They do have the Skywrath Mage damage that blows up the Razor, but Warden, oh, the return kill. He needs a little bit more range. Jubei's being run down at the same time. Pops his ultimate. Any mini stuns? They do. They've got the ultimate coming out from the Anti-Mage. So they do get that kill. Looks like the Skywrath Mage was able to outrun the Tiny. So
Yeah,
that
Tumbler
fight...
toyed over a cliff.
Oh, really? Oh, man, that feels rough.
So gets the Razor kill and gets out. B-God salvaging little of that, but still another fight. KBU get the Troll kill. Anti-Mage lives. Progressing in their game plan here. Razor doing his job, man. Like, just making his life hard.
Do you think the Razor, like, he initially built up a perseverance, but now it looks like he's got